The world is plunged into chaos. A game called Primal Kingdom has captivated the entire world. The guy's name is Liu. He wasn't serious about gambling, but he realized his mistake when it was too late. He looked into eyes full of pain. After all, it was Liu's sister named Miko. The assassin mercilessly thrust his sword into her chest and stared into the girl's distorted face. Liu looked at the dying woman in horror, thinking only that he had failed to protect her. He lay on the ground, unable to even stand up. Liu cursed the game and himself. Liu didn't realize what his mistake was. At this moment, the stranger was already drawing his sword. He walked up to Liu and plunged his sword into his back. Liu felt a terrible pain and, accepting the closeness of his, began to realize that it was because of his mistake. The stranger with a smile began to leave the scene, leaving the two lying on the ground. The boy saw his sister's face contorted with pain. Tears were streaming from her wide-open eyes. He regretted not taking the game seriously in the first place, because then their end wouldn't have been like this. Memories came flooding back to him. His dream was to raise his sister into a successful man. But no one knew the game would take over our world. It led to a world crisis. Before the battle, Liu stated that he hated a world where the rules changed so easily. But now more than anything else in the world, he hated himself for taking this game not seriously. When the game took Miko's life, Liu hated the killer. The stranger had no idea that Liu would take revenge. Sensing something wrong, the killer began to turn around. His sixth sense warned him. Gathering his remaining strength, Liu ran towards the enemy. The unbearable pain of loss gave him strength. Liu ran up to the killer and launched a bunch of shit at his head. The stranger was shocked out of his mind with revulsion. He realized that the hero had thrown shit at him. Liu's strength left him. He fell to the ground, saying he had to fight back. The stranger was furious. Some weakling had dared to raise a hand against him. Now Liu was ready to accept death and looked at his enemy. He took 2 leaps to cover the distance, and in one swing he took off his head. After a while, Liu woke up in his room and lay staring at the ceiling. The system alerted the neighborhood that there were 8 hours left until the opening of the primordial realm. Liu sat up on the bed, not believing he was alive. He remembered that he had been killed. He began to look around. It was just a simple, ordinary room, but everything around him was painfully familiar. Liu got out of bed and realized that this was his old apartment in High City. At that moment, there was a knock on the door and a painfully familiar voice. Liu was very surprised to see his little sister entering the room with a box in her hands. The girl started talking about how the authorizers of the original kingdom had arrived. Liu started asking her what year it was and asked her for the exact date. Miko was surprised and asked if he was okay, but Liu insisted on doing his own thing. He sat down on the bed with a confused look, and then Miko said that today was July. After hearing those words, Liu got to his feet and walked to the window. The puzzles in his head began to come together. Liu looked out the window at the city and realized that it looked the same as it did 3 years ago. So it's back to the day the game was first activated. Liu turned and looked at his sister, making sure she was alive. He hugged Miko and thought that this time he wouldn't make any more mistakes and become the strongest player. On July, the game was launched, and already on September it took over the world and all players got abilities. The dregs of society and the underclass gained incredible powers overnight. And because of that, chaos and the never-ending wars for money and power began. Liu took the path of a player, but died because of his low level. Surprised by the show of affection, Miko pushed him away and started to say, "Are you crazy to hit on your own sister?" Liu grabbed his head and started apologizing. He looked at the clock. There was only a minute left before the game of the primordial kingdom started. Liu began to put on his glasses, realizing that there were days left before the original realm took over the real world. Then he went to his bed and sat down, getting ready to get back into the game. The guy pressed the start button on his glasses and thought he could be the strongest player in days. And as Liu began to immerse himself in the virtual world, he already knew that he needed to choose a power. He entered the game and found himself in a players' meeting. The mentor was talking about showing them all what power was all about. To begin with, the mentor demonstrated what a normal blow looks like, after which stones were sprinkled in all directions. Then he showed the players how to add power to the blow, and they saw the sword in his hand begin to emit a glow. The next power stroke looked spectacular. The destructive force of the blow so impressed the watching players that they stood there with their mouths hanging open in amazement. The countdown ended and the computer system welcomed a new player named Liu. He was fascinated to see the game from the inside. It was so real. Suddenly there was a conversation between some players. Another asked why they should swing because the basis of the primordial realm is that all players unite and play servant roles. Liu wasn't interested in teaming up with any other player. He knew that power was the main and most mysterious power of the players. Iro headed to the training pavilion with the thought that there was no division into combat classes here. A fundamental part of a player's power lies in the mastery of a particular weapon. A few minutes later, Liu was already standing in the weapons pavilion. To his surprise, the room was empty. He had to choose his own weapon, but Liu didn't know what would suit him best and wanted to try every weapon. He decided to start with the katana because it's his favorite. After 5 hours of training, he was notified that he had mastered the katana. Continuing to stand in a fighting stance, Liu began to speak so the cold weapon fits. He decided to try something else and walked over to the system to select the next weapons. After only a few seconds, the guy was already standing in front of the training pole. At this time, something began to happen outside the weapons pavilion in the empty hallway. 2 players approached the pavilion and the girl marveled that it was so real. The guy started to reply that it's a super extreme sport. The girl kept saying it was just low-level entertainment. She couldn't wait to get started. I wonder what this place is all about. And without hesitation, the players headed for the front door to see what was inside. The girl looked into the room and started talking. I think there's someone inside. The guy responded, it looks like a practice pavilion. When they entered the pavilion, they saw that there was only one person there. After seeing how enthusiastic Liu was about practicing, the guys decided to practice too. The players drew their weapons. The boy chose a katana and the girl held a spear. After a short practice session, the players threw their weapons on the ground, deciding it was boring. The girl said that here you can only raise the level of weapons and other things cannot be developed here. They decided it would be better to raise the other levels, and headed for the exit. Liu was puzzled. On the first day, he had mastered the katana sword and halberd, but he never gained power. On the second day, the hero mastered the spear, axe, shield, and hammer to the max, but the power never came. On the third day, Liu overheard a conversation between passing players. They were discussing who was at what level. One of them was, and the other was. The guy was confused. After all, it had only been days and other players had reached level. Liu thought that maybe he should go up a few levels and come back. But he realized in order to become the strongest he needed to gain power, so he'd keep practicing. There was a guy and a girl walking by the armory. They were saying that the punishment for death here was too harsh. They walked into the weapons pavilion and the girl said with surprise, this guy is still practicing the same way. Maybe he knows a secret. Better try to master one of the weapons. The guy started to object. He's been here for days and no change. The other players have already reached level. Hearing the insult, Liu thought that if he took up a weapon now, he would blow them away in one blow. The girl dragged the boy by the hand to the exit of the pavilion. They decided it would be better to raise the levels in the meantime. On the 5th day of training, a notice appeared for mastering 18 types of weapons. Liu receives the title of Master Armorer. Liu lowered his head. He realized that he was now able to use the skills and features of other weapons with any of his weapons. With anger, he began to say how so he had honed his skills. Where's the power? Walking out of the pavilion, Liu looked at the door of the firearms pavilion. Heading to the pavilion, he pondered that maybe this power could only be awakened by high-level players. Liu stood in the doorway looking around the huge room. He was surprised again to find this room empty too. He was really worried. It had been days of his training and the other players had probably already gotten to the top. In choosing weapons, Liu thought there were too many. The game would take over the world before he could master them. But in that moment, he remembered how he lost the closest person to him and paid with his life. Liu grabbed the gun with anger. He can't give up. Having already mastered firearms, he persisted in his training. At this time, a girl who had seen Liu here 2 times already looked into the weapon pavilion. Walking through the empty pavilion, she was disappointed to realize Liu had left. Walking out of there into the hallway, the girl was surprised to hear loud noises coming from the fire pavilion. Despite her fear, she decided to see what was going on. In the ransacked room, the girl saw Liu with a glow emanating from him. She was scared. Liu realized that something very important was happening. The guy was notified that he had reached gun proficiency. Liu was very pleased with himself, and now he felt much calmer. He decided that now it was time to level up and catch up with the other players. Liu was still at level 1. Of the active abilities, he had powerful cover and flame power control. Turning to the doorway, Liu saw a girl standing there humming something. He walked out of the pavilion, passing the blushing girl. The stranger's name was Wei, and she stood there with her hands covering her face in embarrassment. At that moment, another girl came up to her from behind. Wei was scared. She didn't know what was happening to her. She couldn't even speak a word. Walking out into the corridor, Liu thought that only weapons suitable for the player could awaken the power. He decided to go to the equipment store. At that moment, the red-haired guy called his sister Wei. She started to answer that she was practicing. The guy started to ask in amazement what she had lost there, to which Wei said she was practicing. On his way to the equipment store, Liu heard two guards talking. They were saying that the game already had about 1 million players. Liu decided to buy a low-level pistol for normal bullets 3 boxes for, and a low-level dagger for. The prices in this store were unpleasantly surprising. Game currency was equal to real money 1-to-1. Liu looked at the knife he had bought with interest. He was sure that this knife would still play a role. The boy swung the knife a few times, and was glad that as a master gunsmith he could use any weapon to use the rest. The action then takes place in the company's secret realm in the Mirror Kingdom department. Here the player pays for the service and creates a mirror copy of himself. If the player wins, he gets all the money. If he loses, he gives away everything he has. Heading there, Liu realized that the higher the balance of gold reserve, the higher he would be in the tournament grid. Looking at the tournament grid, Liu read that to participate, he must be 5 levels below the copy. The payment is 10% of the opponent's stock. The kid thought of being a first-level power fighter. This is the right place for him. As he approached the revival point, Liu saw one player comforting a comrade. He realized that the difficulty of the spears was too high. The loser said no levels and no money he worked so hard to earn. I wish I hadn't participated. Liu stood there pondering. Meanwhile, the 2 players watching him began to discuss him. A guy with white hair named Ganzi said, "This newcomer decided to try his hand at the mirror realm, but he's going to lose." Standing in front of the monitor, Liu lingered on a player named Shining from level 5. His balance was, Liu realized that in order to raise his level he had to bat. The system started asking if he was sure he wanted to fight against a copy of Shining's player, and Liu wondered. The copy was already ready for battle. The enemy stood ready to attack. Liu saw how badly his legs were shaking and tried his best to pull himself together. The most important reason was his insane fear of battles. Making up his mind, Liu confirmed his choice. Upon logging in, he received a notification. The participation fee is units. Once in the mirrored room, Liu stood opposite his opponent, whose weapon of choice was a katana. The countdown began. Liu was very nervous because it was the first time in his life. His knees continued to shake, but gathering his strength, Liu pulled out his gun. It didn't take long for the enemy to start striking the first blow with lightning speed. Liu manages to land a front kick, but Shining manages to avoid it. With a powerful punch, he knocked the gun out of Liu's hands and had already started to strike next. The hero was confused for a moment, but quickly reacted and pulled out his blade. Trying his best to fend off the blow, Liu began to get angry with himself. He's been given a chance to be reborn, and he's shaking with fear again. At this point, as a master gunsmith, he activated the characterization changes. The kid knew he had to win, and Liu fought off his opponent's attack. He struck back. Now his blade's attack increases by half. With that, Liu easily smashed Shining's katana and chopped him in half. After the battle, the hero received a notification congratulating him. He earned units and experience points. Liu was angry with himself. After all, despite his victory, he still continued to tremble. There were voices in the Great Hall. Hansa and his buddy were talking about how they had been looking for suitable players all day. A friend of Hansa started saying that the battle system was created by some sick pervert. Ganzi replied that aside from the main members of the big guilds, it was difficult for ordinary players to win. At this time, Liu started to return after the fight from the mirror room. Saw Liu come back. Ganza's friend said the guy won, so he's the one they want. The green-haired player was surprised that Liu was able to defeat a copy taller than him with almost no equipment. Hansa said faster to request the current betting rate betting bookmaker. His buddy immediately sent a request. The players jokingly decided to open a bet on Liu's fight. After Hansa's reply, I decided that I would open bids as soon as it was clear which copy Liu had chosen. Standing at the screen, Liu saw that he was now a level 5 player and his cognition power was out of. He realized that if he could not overcome his fear, he and Miko would die. Liu opted for a level player named Thunder. The player's balance was over Yuan. The boy sank back into the mirrored room. The players watching him decided to see who he picked. Seeing who Liu would be fighting this time, Ganzi and his buddy were horrified. Ganzi thought he was just imagining it because no one had ever done that before. But his buddy said no, he actually picked a copy of the Thunder Fighter. Ganzi dropped to the floor. He had never imagined it could turn out like this. Ganzi didn't understand why this guy picked the toughest opponent. Gonza's friend also sat on the floor and wrapped his arms around his head in despair. With a frustrated-looking Hansa replied, "They have already requested an opening. We'll have to bet on it." Hans and his buddy opened bets on the fight. There was no choice anyway. Other players took it as an easy money-making opportunity. In their opinion, Liu had no chance of winning. Here, players upgrade their equipment every levels, and Liu is a rookie who only has a blade and a gun. Players were actively betting. Some of them bet everything they had. Hans and his buddy sat very upset. After all, the total betting count exceeded. With tears in his eyes and biting into his Hansa t-shirt, he asked how they were going to get on with their lives now. Meanwhile, the battle arena was ready to receive the fighters. The first to enter the arena was Thunder. His weapon of katana equipment is a tenacious fighter. Liu came out second. His weapon is a pistol and dagger gear rookie. The countdown began, and seeing his legs trembling, Liu stabbed the dagger into his leg with anger. Seeing the blood and feeling the pain, he forced himself to realize the reality of what was happening. So he tried to overcome his fear of the fight. At that moment, the signal sounded. Thunder was the first to make a quick lunge with his katana. But jumping up, Liu managed to avoid it. In the next moment, Thunder swung his katana again and Liu fired again. The kid missed. Thunder knocked the gun out of Liu's hands with a powerful blow. Liu watched in horror as Thunder brought his katana in for a third strike. Liu's eyes filled with determination. He can't let this happen. After deflecting Thunder's blow, Liu began to fall. All he could think about was that he had to endure. Having managed to regroup in time, Liu took a defensive position. Liu was determined. Even though he was a beginner, he may not have much experience, but he is not a weakling. But at the same time, he had the most powerful player across from him. Liu thought he'd picked an opponent he couldn't beat. Preparing to defend himself, the boy raised his blade. He's ready to continue this fight. Liu's legs trembled from the exertion. After all, Thunder was vastly superior to him as a fighter. At this point, he realized that in order to overcome his fear of battles, he needed to attack. Liu dodged another blow. At that moment, he managed to discreetly raise his gun. Thunder began to attack again, and Liu realized as he fired back that it was time to act. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Thunder was about to strike next. Making a leap towards the enemy, Liu took an aimed shot. With a whoosh, the bullet pierced the head of the copy's reflection, forcing it to stop. Bouncing back to a safe distance, Liu stood at a complete loss, not believing in his victory. He watched as the enemy's copy began to disintegrate. At this moment, a notification appeared on the screen that Liu had won. Thanks to the victory, Liu earned more than Yuan and gained 1,000 experience points and raised his level from 2. Suddenly, a notice appeared on the screen. It said that he had received the power of Rebirth. The guy has reached the ability branch of development, and now he has the power of flame regeneration, which gives the ability to regenerate. Meanwhile, in front of the entrance to the room, the players who had bet on the Thunder's victory had encircled the Hansa, demanding their winnings. The Hansas were desperate. After all, if they surrendered now, they would have to give the players half of their money. Satisfied with such an easy bet, the participants did not even suspect that the outcome of the battle could be different. Hansa didn't want to pay anyone. After all, despite the low odds of a rookie winning, the fight wasn't over yet. One of the players was very angry. He didn't even think that Thunder could lose. At this point, a notification appeared on the monitor that player Grom was defeated. The bidders stood stunned, their mouths hanging open. After all, some were betting everything they had. Hansa and his buddy were overjoyed, considering the rookie's victory partly their own. With joy, they threw themselves into each other's arms, realizing how much they had earned. The losing bidders were blazing with anger. Meanwhile, exhausted after a difficult battle, Liu returned from the mirror room. A congratulations on the victory appeared on the screen. Suddenly, as if in the distance, Liu heard his sister Miko's voice calling him to eat. Exiting the game, Liu saw how bleak the city had become. Miko brought a breakfast consisting of Liu's favorite dishes. Sitting with his mouth full, Liu didn't stop pondering the rules of the game and the possibility of gaining new abilities. Watching Miko sit down at the table, Liu realized that he should choose the regeneration ability. It could help in the real world later. Watching his sister, Liu couldn't stop thinking that he would still meet dangerous opponents. Drawing conclusions for himself, Liu thanked his little sister for the delicious breakfast. Despite Miko's entreaties to stay for a cup of tea, Liu went to his room. Miko followed him, and Liu didn't hold back his emotions and hugged his little sister tightly. The girl was very pleased with the displays of affection, but jokingly she thought it was time for him to look for a bride. Meanwhile, in the game, the announced outcome dramatically changed the position of the betting players. They begged the Hansa to leave them some money, but Ganzi said no. After all, the bids were made fairly. Unexpectedly, Ganzi lands a powerful punch to the jaw. A fight broke out, but Ganzi couldn't even dodge the blows. He recognized the fighter who attacked him. It was the guy from the New Order Guild in charge of this place named Chen. Only now did Ganzi feel real fear. He realized that he was playing too dangerous a game. More and more disgruntled players were gathering in the hallway. Ganzi excused himself. Chen was furious. He said maybe so, but he was the one who had the most to gain right now. And if not here, in the real world they would meet him. Chen struck next. A startled Ganzi began to stutter. Chen can take all the winnings. Only a mustache will keep him alive. Chen replied that he didn't need money, he needed a favor. After refreshing himself with a delicious breakfast, Liu was about to get back into the game. Walking over to the screen, he began to select skills. A notification popped up on the screen. Liu received the power of flame recovery ability and a new title of private. Upon receiving the title of private, he was rewarded with dual attributes. Liu stared at the screen in amazement. He couldn't believe his accomplishments. He didn't care that his other stats only reached level. Choosing his next opponent, Liu fixed his gaze on a level player named Thunder who was ranked 6th. For a moment, Liu wondered if he could win with his current strength. Smiling, he made a firm decision that Thunder would be the one to test his new power on. A notification appeared on the screen asking if he agreed to battle with the player. Meanwhile, at the back garden betting shop, betting punters were still reeling from Liu's previous victory. Some of them cried when they realized they had lost. The Hanses laughed with joy. One player said he thought the previous fight was incredible, but now he found something more interesting. Ganzi started to answer someone from the New Order open bets on the new fight, and he bets yuan on Liu's victory. Liu was already entering. He only had to traverse the corridor before reaching the battle arena. Ganza's friend saw that he had bet all his money on Liu winning and was very scared that Chen and the guild guys would come after them again. But Ganzi was adamant that Chen wouldn't do anything to him now. Seeing the frightened eyes of his buddy Ganza only now realized that it was Chen who made his buddy announce the new fight and bet on Liu. But Ganzi thought there was no point. No one's going to bet on Liu. We were just seconds away from the start of the fight, and the players who wanted to bet were still thinking about who to bet on. Inside the Mirror Realm battle arena, Liu and his opponent heard the countdown begin. Standing opposite Liu, even from a distance, he could feel the power emanating from him. Liu was at level. His weapons are a pistol and a dagger, beginner's equipment. Reflecting on his characteristics, he began to plan the course of the upcoming battle. Liu realized that with the available supply of cognition power, he only needed to anticipate the moment to destroy Thunder. The sound of the battle began, and the fighters rushed at each other with lightning speed. Thunder was skillful with his katanas. Liu, on the other hand, chose the pistol. He realized that with the attributes he had attained, he was now his equal. Gladly, Liu thought that now fights with high-level opponents wouldn't be so intense. After realizing how much stronger he was, the boy boldly went on the offensive. Holding his katana blade, Liu took aim at his opponent's head. He was determined to finish off his opponent, but something kept him from firing. Seeing his enemy's face so close for the first time, Liu was very surprised. Taking advantage of the confusion by swinging his katanas, Thunder bounced to the side. Liu couldn't understand why he suddenly remembered this person. He didn't understand what he was so afraid of or why he had stopped his attack. Standing at a distance, Thunder watched Liu's confusion and was about to deliver a crushing blow. Preparing to repel Thunder's attack, Liu began to think if he didn't pull himself together, he would lose. Liu saw Thunder's eyes light up with anger and hatred. Seeing Thunder move towards him, Liu ran towards him. Thunder lunged with his katana. Liu dodged as he got closer and closer to his opponent. Thunder missed his next hit and realized too late that Liu was too close. Grabbing Thunder by the throat and pointing the gun at his head, Liu began to speak in a firm voice. He pulled the trigger decisively and a deafening gunshot rang out in the mirrored room. A notification appeared on the screen congratulating Liu on his victory. With this victory, Liu had earned Yuan and achieved the ability to choose a development branch. Tired after a grueling battle, Liu began to walk back from the mirror room. Meanwhile, the betting players had gathered in the break room. They were eagerly waiting for the end of the fight. The gathered were stunned by Liu's another victory, not understanding how he managed to do it again. The player who lost his entire fortune fell to the ground in hysterics. The other player happily started shouting from that day forward Liu is his god of wealth. A lot of players bet on the Thunder to win. They had no idea that this rookie would win. Ganzi jumped for joy at Liu's victory. His friend, on the other hand, lowered his hands thoughtfully. Interrupting Ganza's joy, his comrade said, Do you realize that now everyone knows Liu is very strong? By defeating Thunder, Liu has reached level he can now only fight against a copy of a level fighter. The rewards of a 30-level lance are very high, and the only opponent he's familiar with is Thunder. Back in the Mirror Realm, Liu realized that he had not only grown but was far ahead of the other players. Looking at the tournament grid, he realized that he now had to destroy a mirror copy of a level player named Thunder from the New Order Guild. Liu knew that most players said that this 30-level mirror copy was invincible. Walking down the corridor, Liu heard players talking about a very strong player zeroing in to take revenge against the level Thunder. Looking at the screen, Liu knew that the New Order Guild had become the strongest guild thanks to this particular mirror copy. A notification appeared on the screen about whether Liu really wanted to enter the battle against a level 30 mirror copy of Thunder. After confirming his choice, Liu began to descend into the battle arena of the Mirror Room. Player Chen, responsible for the Mirror Realm, began opening bids for the upcoming battle between level player Liu and level player Thunder. Those players who had not yet lost all their money began to bet lively. Seeing that Ganzi had bet again on Liu, his comrades started shouting, "You're crazy! Liu doesn't stand a chance in a match like this." To which Ganzi, with a smile, began to reply, "Maybe you're right, but I still have faith in this rookie." Meanwhile, in the Mirror Room, the countdown to the battle was beginning. The mirror copy of Liu's opponent was equipped with an unfading defense. Her weapon was a katana. The hero still had his rookie gear. His weapons were a pistol and a katana. Liu thought that he would invest the free attribute points he received into intelligence. He received a message that he had received the intelligence attribute. Standing with his back to his opponent, Liu waited tensely for the countdown to end. And at that moment, the signal to start the battle sounded. The hero was stunned to see the speed at which the enemy's katana was flying at him. Adopting a defensive stance, Liu held off the Thunder's onslaught with all his might. Activating his abilities, the hero tried with all his might to throw back the enemy's katana. Holding the katana with both hands, Thunder felt that he didn't have the strength to continue this attack. Throwing back his opponent's katana and bouncing backwards at breakneck speed, Liu was about to attack. Realizing the strength of his enemy, the hero briefly fired a few shots. But Thunder's copy was deservedly called invincible, and he managed to dodge with ease. Without waiting for the next shot, Thunder lunged with his katana and lunged at the hero with lightning speed. Intercepting his opponent's katana, Liu held it with all his might with his blade. The powerful confrontation sent sparks flying from the weapon. As he gathered his strength, the hero jerked his katana away from Thunder. He barely had time to dodge the instant attack. Only now did Liu realize how much more powerful this mirror copy was than himself. But there was no time to ponder, for Thunder attacked again with a swift lunge of his katana. Liu bounced to a safe distance, trying to anticipate his opponent's next moves. The guy realized that, even though he was equal to level in characteristics, the copy was still pushing him too powerfully. The guy started thinking, what if that was my opponent's full power? Then it was time to learn my blessing skill. Meanwhile, Thunder was thinking that the newcomer had put up a decent resistance. He should be finished with him as soon as possible. But Liu had already chosen the power he would use in the next moment. Thanks to the blessing skill, the hero could immerse his opponent in one of 10 states. At that moment, a notification came that the blessing skill had been learned. His title from private to stormtrooper. Liu's combat strength increased by points, and all the characteristics increased by points. Liu started shouting, "Since I lack level, I will overpower you with my attributes." The hero activated the power of blessing for 1 minute. At the same time, all of his stats increased by points. Looking at his enemy, Liu felt his body fill with new strength. Liu thought he only had 1 minute, but in that minute, he would finish his enemy. Gathering to attack again, Thunder brought his katana to bear and strode resolutely towards Liu. Thunder went on the run, wanting to end this fight as soon as possible. Meanwhile, all the betting players had gathered in the break room. Almost everyone shouted in support of Thunder. Liu realized that if he won, it would mean he was the player to beat the Thunder. Knowing that these are the stats of the strongest player, the hero shot out, taking Thunder's attack. The bullet flew past, and Thunder swiftly began to shorten the distance between them. Dodging the katana strike, Liu shot at his opponent. All his hope was in the gun. Having thus thrown Thunder back a decent distance, Liu shot him in the chest once more. But the opponent was still on his feet. Not understanding how this was possible, Liu continued to shoot. He saw each of his bullets reach its target, but the enemy was still alive. Liu was confused. Not only was the opponent he had shot not dead, but Thunder was also going to attack. As he watched the unharmed enemy come at him, Liu noticed a haze coming from Thunder. By reloading the gun, the hero realized why no one had ever been able to defeat this copy before. Thunder's attributes are many times greater than players of his equal level. This is the power of death avoidance. Inserting a new clip, Liu decided that this time he would be the exception for this copy. At this moment, the furious Thunder began to attack with all his might, but Liu was already prepared. The hero began to think that the time of his blessing or the power of death avoidance would come to an end faster. Liu fired again and again, trying not to let his enemy get too close. The shots threw Thunder back. A notification sounded that there were only seconds left until the end of the blessing. Hearing this, Liu began to think that he couldn't lose. Hearing that there were seconds left to the end of the blessing, Liu moved towards the enemy. Standing in front of his opponent at a safe distance from the katana, Liu continued to shoot at him. As the fierce battle continued, Liu clearly realized that he was getting stronger with each battle. While firing another bullet, Liu heard that there were only seconds left until the end of his blessing power. Suddenly, Thunder's face contorted in terrible pain. The bullet had pierced his armor and entered his head. Seeing and understanding nothing, Thunder dropped his katana and began to slump on his side in helplessness. Looking at the defeated enemy, Liu realized that Thunder's death avoidance power had ended before his blessing power. He calmly watched as the previously invincible copy of the player he had defeated began to dissolve into space. Returning from the mirror room, Liu heard the players talking about how he had now gained incredible hidden abilities. One of the players said those 2 titles had nothing to do with us. Now this rookie is too high from them, and they're somewhere out there even below his knees, and they're still growing up. Not paying attention to the conversations, the battle-weary Liu walked over to the monitor. A notification appeared on the monitor congratulating him on his victory. Thus, Liu was rewarded with yuan and raised his level from 2. Despite his fatigue, Liu enjoyed looking at how much his characteristics had changed. Meanwhile, the restroom in the mirror realm overflowed with emotions of anger and despair. Chen couldn't believe his eyes. Voices were heard all around. Not understanding how this was possible, Chen's facial expression began to change. Only now Chen began to realize what a big mistake he had made by making such a huge bet. Seeing the results of the battle, Hansa and his buddy jumped for joy. With a laugh, Ganza started to tell his friend he told you this rookie would still show himself. But Ganza's comrade grabbed him by the arm and started saying it was too early to get excited. It was evening in the real world and the city slowly began to sink into darkness. Liu took off his glasses and returned to reality. Exhausted after the game, he sat tiredly on the bed. At that moment, Miko's voice came from behind the door and began to speak. Liu looked at his little sister with joy and gratitude. He replied, "No, sis. I'll treat you to a barbecue tonight. Come quickly, I'm very hungry. He made a lot of money in the game today. We should celebrate." So the guys hugged each other and went to the restaurant. For the first time in a long hour, they laughed and rejoiced for a little while, forgetting all their troubles. A new day was beginning, and the city no longer looked as sad and gloomy as it had in the evening. After resting properly, Liu logged in and made an important purchase. Estimated delivery time is months. He was very upset because in days the original kingdom would take over the world. He lowered his head frustratedly. After all, the nearest stores didn't have this product either. Accepting the hopelessness of the situation, he realized that, in this case, he himself had to try harder. The day was in full swing, and Miko and her friend named Eris decided to go for a walk. They were walking through the city enjoying the sunny day. The girls enjoyed drinking juice and talking. Eris asked why Miko had decided to invite her for a walk today. If something was wrong, Miko thought about how she could introduce Eris to her brother as soon as possible. After all, she's beautiful from a good family and has a great personality. Miko replied, "I just missed you and wanted to see you, but you've been missing lately." She couldn't bear the thought of her friend having a boyfriend. She had already decided for herself that Eris would be her brother's girlfriend. Eris lowered her head, not knowing how to tell her friend what had been happening to her lately. After gathering her strength, the girl started to say the whole thing is that my parents made me play one online game. Miko was very surprised to hear such a thing from her friend. She thought that if this was the game, she didn't expect this from her calm friend. Further events unfold in a very popular restaurant located in the center of the city. Chen slapped the girl in the face, screaming that he needed her to calm him down, not comfort him. With a smashed lip, the unfortunate girl fell to the ground. Her face was twisted with pain and humiliation. Putting his foot over the poor girl for another kick, the enraged Chen continued to yell at her. The waiters were gathered in the hallway watching. It wasn't the first time Chen had hit a girl, but no one was going to stop him. When Chen saw the people gathered, he started shouting at them as well. Shivering with fear, the waiters began to run away, leaving Chen and his victim alone. Despite being just a weak girl, Chen turned to her again, intending to continue what he had started. At that time, the telephone suddenly rang in his pocket. In this way, the unfortunate woman was saved from further beatings. After taking the call, Chen began to ask his interlocutor if he had found Liu's address. When Chen heard the answer, he became even more furious. After all, he had paid dearly to find Liu in real life. But the guy started talking about how he had a plan and that it would definitely work. Chen agreed to the plan, saying he would pay the rest of the money only after he found Liu. Meanwhile, Liu, having rested in the real world, returned to the game, coming out in the mirror realm. He realized he had reached the highest level of mirror copies. He couldn't stay in this place any longer. The hero was thinking about what he should do now. After all, he must continue to train. Leaving the Mirror Kingdom, Liu made the decision to practice in the Ruined Kingdom. Suddenly, the hero heard his shoe rattle. He carefully examined his shoes and realized that it was time to change his equipment, and off to the room to create and sell gear to the players. After all, uniforms are just as important as weapons. Standing in front of the monitor, the hero began to choose the gear that suited his level. Looking at the display case, he opted for a level blue gear that cost yuan or royal essences. The prices were unpleasantly surprising, and Liu lowered his head frustratedly. After all, he wasn't willing to pay that much. The hero realized that the Mirror Kingdom has a big drawback. You can't earn royal essences to create equipment here. Leaving the equipment creation and sales department, Liu thought he should go to the Ruined Kingdom. Even though he had enough money to buy himself this gear, he realized that he needed this money to live in the real world. Liu entered the Ruined Kingdom and began to look around the team halls. He heard that the level dungeon team was missing 2 players with full equipment. The second announcement was that the level dungeon team is missing people with full equipment. Standing to the side, Liu heard a conversation. They were talking about how 3 guild teams went on a level chaos raid for people and losing all lost their gear. The players couldn't believe that the strongest guild teams had fallen, but they heard that one of the participants had received a reward. Liu was looking at the rules of the Ruined Kingdom. It said that if he entered a dungeon, he couldn't get out until it was cleaned up. Liu knew that here, death in a ruined kingdom equaled nullification and loss of equipment. The guy matched a team of players above level, but one of the players on that team stopped Liu, saying that his equipment was not suitable. The guy went to the other team, but they didn't accept him either, saying they didn't need new players. In despair, Liu fell to the ground and started shouting, "Yes, I defeated a level player. Don't look at his equipment, he's definitely not a weakling." He was very frustrated that he would have to go from the bottom to get his gear up. But it was the only option. After all, he was determined not to buy equipment, but only to earn money. Starting to question the decision, Liu heard someone speaking to him. A stranger with red hair began to say, "We are 1 man short. Come join our team. This will be a dangerous level raid. They're strong enough to handle it on their own. All it takes is a man to open a raid." Pondering the stranger's offer, Liu tried to remember where he might have seen him before. Meanwhile, the guy kept saying if you don't want to, then he'll go look for others. He smiled, having made up his mind, and began to answer, "Of course I'll go." Heading towards his team, Chen, who was him, waved his hand, inviting Liu to follow him. Seeing the player who had invited him leave rapidly, Liu immediately followed him. A mission for their team appeared on the screen. It's a raid into the danger zone of difficulty level of the Ruined Kingdom in Khonshu City. After that, a teleporter to the destroyed kingdom began to open. Unfortunately, not everyone could pass through it. Looking at his companion's gear, Liu realized that the guys on this team were loaded with money. The player in the purple gear examined Liu from head to toe and began to tell his comrade he was asked to find any player, but he chose an obscure one. But Liu wasn't listening to him. He was also considering this player, realizing that more than half of the inventory on this team's players level untimely. The kid covered his face with his hands. Seeing how strong his comrade's equipment was, he was beginning to wonder if he had made a mistake. Chen, who was here in charge, started talking, all assembled. "Let's move out. He wants to get to level today." Some guy came up to him and started talking. "With level, he's going to have to change his gear. Why don't he donate it?" To which Chen replied, "He's willing to trade 3 things." But the bounty hunter refused the exchange. All the players were on fire. The area where the team of players was going was like a barren desert, completely devoid of any life. The teleporter that had opened in the meantime had already docked with the terrain on the Musyu mountain range near some rock. As it turned out a little later, it was a marvelous size of the shape and color of the crystal deeply stuck in the ground. The first player began to walk out of the aisle, taking a step onto the sun-scorched ground. The players began to realize that their assignment would be a flag defense raid. It was both difficult and at the same time very dangerous. Chen started handing out instructions for everyone's attention to surround the crystal and protect it at all costs. The guys began to prepare for active defense. After all, the one who misses the monster and lowers the stock of crystal will pay all the costs out of his pocket. While waiting for his turn, Liu was still standing in front of the teleporter. He was thinking about the fact that he would have to fight as a team for the first time. When the last of them came out of the teleporter, the hero froze with admiration when he saw a huge crystal glittering in the sun in front of him. The players heard the information that the teleport gate is closing and their mission loadout is starting. A voice resounding in space announced that they must defend the crystal for 3 attack waves. On the screen projected in the air, Liu read that the crystal's health reserve was, if it dropped to 0, they would be defeated. At that moment, he heard shouts that the enemy was approaching. All players must prepare for battle. Liu saw the sky darken in an instant. The air became thick and impenetrable. A cloud of dust was rapidly approaching them. They were huge monsters. These mutants looked like red ants crossed with Asian hornets. Running around like dumbfounded monsters gnashed their teeth. One of the players taking a fighting stance told Liu to get closer to the crystal or they would bite him. This guy was immediately attacked by 3 monsters with bared fangs. The battle has begun. With a battle cry, the player skillfully began to repel the attack of bloodthirsty mutants. The other guy also skillfully dispatched his opponents. Parts of their mutated bodies were flying around. Everyone rallied together and fiercely defended the precious crystal. The green blood of the monsters abundantly irrigated the long, thirsty ground. Moving away from the crystal at a distance, the players held a circular defense. Liu watched the coordinated team tactics of the battle with admiration. One of the striped abominable creatures got too close to Chen, but the guy sent its paws and head into free flight with lightning speed. There was silence and the guys began to look at each other tensely, expecting some other trick. As they stared at the gray space in disbelief, they could still sense the danger emanating from it, and for good reason. Suddenly, he let out a wrenching growl, opening his double jaw and baring his fangs. With a powerful kick of his torso, he threw the player aside. Thus, one of these beady-eyed creatures managed to break through the defense. He rushed toward the crystal like a madman, seeing only one last obstacle in front of him. That obstacle was Liu. The guy was tired of idly watching the others frolic, and now he was even happy to interact with this bug. At last he could prove himself, and with one precise swing of his blade, he severed the vile bastard's head. Liu's eyes lit up from the adrenaline rush and the desire to continue the battle. His spirit was eager to fight. But suddenly, the defeated creatures began to dissolve into thin air. The team was victorious. The second wave of monsters would arrive in minutes. The players sat down to rest a bit and discuss the battle. They were very surprised that Liu, with his rookie gear, was able to kill a monster levels higher. The guy who caused the monster to break through to the crystal was very upset that he let it happen. One of the players asked Liu to get on defense with them in the next wave. The guy sitting next to the hero smiled contentedly and suggested that the other players take Liu into their group. This dark-haired guy turned to Liu and started talking about how he liked the idea. "Join our team, then you won't need to look for people." At first, Liu was very excited about this opportunity. After all, he had already seen how strong and experienced these guys were. Then the same guy asked Chen's permission. After all, despite the uniform, Liu had shown himself to be a good fighter. Chen replied that he was in favor of it, but before you join their team, you must be sure to provide your data. This puzzled Liu a little. After all, Chen wanted to know not only his phone number, but also his real place of residence. Chen continued to say, Xiao had a hard time getting equipment like theirs. I guess that's why he bailed. If he joins their team, hopefully he will agree to the condition that his gear must fit. Liu saw the eyes of Chen and the girl standing next to him light up with an unpleasant evil light. Something was obviously wrong here. Liu began to realize that it was probably their goal to call him to the raid. There were many available players in the team halls, but he was the one they had chosen. Meanwhile, Chen and the girl who was with him kept their eyes on Liu and sat frozen, waiting for an answer. Liu began to analyze everything carefully. Without knowing anything about him, he had been entrusted to guard the crystal and then invited to join his team. But at the same time, they missed the monster. Now they want to find out where he really lives. Liu said to Chen he must be the mirror realm in charge from the New Order Guild. Liu saw that Chen appreciated his efforts when he defeated Thunder, so he gathered everyone to find out his real address. Everyone was very surprised that Liu had uncovered their evil schemes. No one thought he would do it so quickly. Chen started making excuses. How could you think that? He must be confusing him with someone else. Pulling out his gun just in case, Liu continued talking. He just wanted to raise some money and experience in the raid. Hearing this, Chen was furious. After all, his plans had been revealed prematurely. He jumped up to Liu and stood looking down at him with a sizzling stare. Chen was a head taller than him and more physically developed. At this time, the players began to circle them from all sides. One of them, laughing, began to speak. The dark-haired guy who had earlier offered Liu to join their team with a face twisted with anger was about to attack from behind. Liu noticed this with his side vision and began to mentally prepare for the upcoming fight. For points of cognition power, he increased his next attack by... The man who was about to attack him didn't even have time to swing his weapon. Without turning his head, Liu took a precise shot and hit. The other player's eyes bulged at what they saw. No one had expected him to be so fast and determined. Everyone was shocked. Liu had killed their partner in one shot without aiming. The deceased began to dissolve into space as he left the game. He didn't even realize that instead of a winner, he had become a trophy. When a player is killed, the winner receives a Blue Pearl War Trophy. This is an opportunity to get one item from the killed player's equipment. After receiving the blue pearls, Liu said, "I don't see anything impossible about killing 9 sneaky accomplices." Realizing that there were now only 8 of them left, the enraged Chen gave the order to kill this newcomer. The players instantly started pulling out their weapons in preparation to attack, and Liu was able to activate the power of blessing at the last moment. Shooting the girl who attacked him, Liu sincerely regretted having to kill these guys. With the next accurate shot between the opponent's eyes, the hero said goodbye to the third player. But he had no choice, and dodging the swords flying at him, Liu fired a point-blank shot through the neck, stopping the fourth. Seeing his guys die one by one, Chen inwardly gloated. Standing with pistol and blade in hand, Liu looked at all of this with genuine regret. His legs trembled with exertion, and anger began to replace regret. The remaining 5 players were astonished. They didn't understand what was going on and why they couldn't kill Liu. Realizing how strong Liu was, Chen began to suggest that he stop. But Liu replied, "I don't care. I can go to the secret mirror area myself and do the same thing. But it's much worse for you guys because your gear is going to be lost." Chen was furious when he heard that. Without warning, Liu decided to continue the fight and disposed of another opponent. The bald guy miraculously managed to dodge a bullet at the last moment, but the other player was not so fast and paid for it with his life. Without giving Liu a chance to recollect, he instantly sent the bald man and another player after the others. Chen was indignant because he remembered how he had instructed these guys before the raid. But if they fail, not only will he not support them, but he will expose all their crimes and make sure they are punished. Liu started to say, "Well, asshole, now it's your turn," and he fired 3 shots at Chen. Seeing that he was left completely alone and realizing that this was defeat, Chen fell to his knees and began to beg Liu not to kill him. For a moment, the hero hesitated. After all, Chen started to promise to tell all the secrets regarding the primordial realm. Liu pointed the gun at the lying scum's head and prepared to listen. But Chen wanted Liu to promise to keep him alive first. The hero had no desire to negotiate with him, so he shot him dead without delay. Liu started to say, "Since you don't want to tell, then goodbye. I didn't really want to know that much anyway." With a twisted face, Chen fell to the ground. The shot at such a close range had thrown him backwards. Suddenly grunting in pain and cursing everything in the world, he began to rise. Seeing this, Liu was very surprised. He didn't understand how it was possible. After all, he had inflicted a mortal wound. At that moment, a threatening sound began to be heard somewhere in the distance. It was a warning of an impending attack. When Liu heard that, he looked into the distance, realizing that the second wave was about to begin. The time was getting shorter and shorter by the second. Chen said, "If you didn't kill me, you're not that strong. But even if I can't handle you, he'll tell his superiors. If you want to know, I'll tell you a secret. You will soon die and become a level player again." Rising to his feet, Chen continued to speak. "Do you think you can resist people who are a level higher than me? Let me go, and I'll tell you my secret. Then we can work together with your power and my supplies." To which Liu smilingly began to reply, "Who told you that I would die? What makes you think I can't clear this dungeon on my own?" Hearing this, Chen angrily started shouting, "Wake up, you are only a level player in rookie gear. Even your strength has a limit. Liu started to ask if my equipment was level. Do you think I would still have a hard time passing a level dungeon? And speaking of gear, don't I have the one you guys gave me? With that, Liu showed the rewards for eliminating players on his team. When he saw the blue ball in Liu's hands, Chen's eyes widened in surprise. The hero began giving commands to open the loot ball to retrieve the gear. In the blink of an eye, Liu's uniform changed. He received a fast purple ranked battle suit. With the new gear, his defense resistance, dexterity, and armor have increased significantly. Also included was a frosted jersey, combat gloves, and speed boots for combat. But the main feature of the trophy he received was a superb katana called Moonlight. Liu was no longer worried about having to eliminate the other players. Now, he was even grateful for their loss. Liu said, "Chen, with this outfit, my combat ability has more than tripled." Chen couldn't believe his eyes. He understood the truthfulness of Liu's words. Chen was now angry not only at Liu, but also at the stupidity of his players. At this moment, the monsters were rushing towards the crystal. Not seeing any serious obstacles, one of the mutants opened its mouth and jumped on the crystal. Sensing the beast's approach, Liu didn't even turn his head and slashed it apart with one sharp lunge of his katana. The hero was pleased with the effectiveness of the new equipment. Now he could even feel the number and location of his enemies with his back. Fighting back with his katana, Liu decently held the defense while single-handedly protecting the crystal. He was very pleased with the new weapon. The beetles could not get too close to him now. The vicious creatures hissed and gnashed their teeth, surrounding Liu on all sides. They could already taste his blood on their teeth. Relentlessly swinging his blade-sharp sword, the hero easily dismembered the vile, crooked-legged insects. It was a tough battle. Exhausted and insanely tired, Liu continued to fight back, standing on a huge pile of dead bodies. The hero felt his strength leaving him. He realized that he was in urgent need of treatment. While Liu fought and destroyed the enemy defending Crystal, Chen only fought back and dodged. He didn't want to waste his strength killing mutants and only watched the hero battle, eagerly awaiting his demise. But Liu still continued to stay on his feet. Despite his fatigue, he was still able to hold back the onslaught. He could see Chen running away from the monsters with a glance. The amusement of the situation made Liu laugh and gave him strength. Chen was very angry. After all, he thought that if he didn't kill monsters, they wouldn't see him as a threat and would leave him alone. But it didn't seem that way. Bloodthirsty mutants wanted to devour everything in their path. Chen was forced to defend himself. Liu wasn't feeling well. His strength was running out. After all, he was single-handedly holding off the onslaught of a huge horde of monsters. There were mountains of defeated enemies all around, and from everywhere came hoarse, squeaky sounds. Meanwhile, Chen froze when he saw that Liu had used the recovery potion again. Chen was sure that Liu had used more potion. At this moment, he was attacked by a vile beetle with sharp fangs on his arm. The bite was so powerful that it took away % of Chen's strength. A blue screen appeared in front of him, and Chen panicked and started searching for a recovery potion. At this time, the monster was still hanging on his arm. The other creatures were quietly approaching him from behind. Chen realized late that he had used all of the recovery potion and lost precious time. The team captain realized that now it was his turn to lose. And despite such an elaborate plan to kill Liu, he is defeated by some bugs and goes after his players. Realizing that no one else was attacking, the hero breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad that he was able to protect the crystal alone. At this point, there was a notification that the team captain was dead and that only one player was left. Realizing that the fight was over, Liu sat down on the ground relieved. He needed rest now more than ever. Leaning back against the stinking carcasses, the hero watched their bodies begin to disappear and realized that the respite would be very short-lived. Liu looked around and thought about how good it was that these corpses would be gone before the third wave. When the destroyed enemy cleared the ground, turning into a blue shimmer, Liu could barely stand on his feet and saw that he was receiving a golden orb for his victory. He was very excited about it. After all, a random gold ball allows him to get 3 random items from the inventory of killed players. Approaching the projection of the golden ball, Liu began to inspect and study its properties. He knew that a 10-minute rest could restore about half of his strength. He could only hope to get something worthwhile out of the golden orb. A notification sounded that the orb was opening, and Liu received 3 random items of equipment. The first 2 were amber earrings, but the third thing was a gun called the pendulum. The main thing about it was the ability to do triple damage or stun the target. Liu stared at the new weapon in his hands in amazement, trying to understand its operation as soon as possible. After carefully reading the pendulum's specifications, he was a little disappointed to learn that the gun was auto-loading. By accepting the new trophies, Liu had greatly increased his status. His strength, agility, and armor characteristic exceeded percent. He was very happy about it. After all, his combat ability would now be higher than ever. Liu thought that despite the bad situation with the dead team, he should thank these players for everything he had gained in this raid. He made an ironic bow and thanked those involved in this raid from the bottom of his heart for their meanness and stupidity. Feeling a surge of strength flowing through his veins, he thought that once he cleared the dungeon, he would catch up with the top players. Looking out over the sun-bleached desert, Liu saw the horizon begin to be covered in dust. Meanwhile, heavy dark clouds hung over the city of Khonshu, which did not bode well for the locals. At this moment, there was some player standing in front of the main screen in the ruined kingdom in the player revival room. That was Chen. He was telling his boss that Liu had some secret that allowed him to possess characteristics beyond his level. Chen didn't believe that a level player going through a level dungeon alone didn't have some secret. After listening to Chen, the boss started talking. "Okay, I'll give you one more chance. Quickly gain levels. Leave this player to me." Chen bowed and began to reply, "Thank you very much, leader. I will try my best." Humiliated by his defeat but satisfied that he was able to stay in the game, Chen began to formulate in his head another plan of revenge against Liu. Meanwhile, in the real world, while having lunch with Eris, Miko was very surprised to learn that her friend's entire family was playing this game. Miko was outraged because her parents didn't just drag their daughter into this dangerous game. They'd even poured a lot of money into it. Eris sadly revealed that they force her to level up with them every day, and wanting her to play the way they want her to play. Suddenly, Eris opened her eyes wide with a sudden thought and offered Miko to play with her at her house. Miko was very scared. After all, she had always been the weak little sister who didn't get involved in anything without Liu. But then the thought crossed her mind that if they went to their house to play, Liu could meet and spend time with Eris. The girl coaxed Miko as much as she could. She just had to get out of the house on some pretext. Eris kept talking. "Miko, please, I beg you to play this game with me." After being persuaded by her friend, Miko agreed. Meanwhile, Liu watched as a column of impenetrable dust approached him, obscuring the horizon. The insect swiftly attacked Liu, but he had already recovered and was separating the bug's limbs from their huge torsos with renewed vigor. Feeling his power in full force, the hero seemed to be doing some fancy fast dance with his katana. After receiving his new equipment, Liu fluttered like a butterfly among the enemy militia. He fully felt the power in his hands, and his steps and movements increased in speed, agility, and strength. The boy decided to test another skill. He jumped up and saw that the height of his jump allowed him to rise high above all the creatures. Liu was surprised at how high he had flown. After all, he had even managed to jump out of the thick, dusty fog. Lingering for a split second in weightlessness at the peak of his jump, he saw the sun already rolling toward sunset. Inspired by what he saw, Liu was very happy. With his new equipment, he could now see farther and more accurately in a new way. He descended to the ground with such power, whirling around with his sword drawn, that the mutants were thrown a decent distance away by the wave. The hero suddenly saw that the stinking creatures surrounding the crystal were rushing towards him with all their many legs. Liu began to frantically think about the fact that he only had a few seconds to do something to protect the crystal. He sent the furry asses of the fat-bellied mutants following their blunt heads and skinny long legs. Suddenly, a strange, slightly muffled hissing sound began to echo in the sky. Liu raised his sword, preparing to face a new enemy. It was the leader of the primordial kingdom who kept his promise to Chen. Liu prepared to take the fight, and at that moment, he felt the ground shudder as the huge creature landed. He didn't wait for the ferocious arthropod to attack. He jumped up and raised his katana for a deadly attack. At this moment, a congratulatory notification appeared, stating that Liu had cleared the kingdom's dungeon of monsters. His level increased too, and the hero was given the ability to choose a branch of development. Sitting on the huge carcass of a defeated enemy, Liu savored such an unexpectedly easy victory. Watching the fanged spider's corpse begin to dissipate into space, he still couldn't believe how strong he had become. He was very pleased with himself. After all, through self-discipline, he was able to be persistent in training and achieve all this. Now surely no one will refuse to accept him into their team. After all, everyone wants to have a strong, reliable shoulder to lean on. Next, the events unfolded at Liu's house. Back in reality, the guy carefully took off his glasses and put them on the table. At this time, a new day was dawning in the real world. and the hero went to the window and tiredly leaned on the sill to get some fresh air. Liu stood deep in thought, not noticing as the sunlight filled the horizon and the city, frozen for the night, began to come to life. He reflected that he was proud of the current development, but if he could get another login device as soon as possible and make his little sister a player, then everything would be perfect. Miko's voice came from behind the door, pulling the hero away from his sad thoughts. Liu went to open the door for his sister. Meanwhile, Miko talked incessantly about how difficult it was to buy the device, and that she was only able to do so because of Eris's connections. Sitting on his bed, Liu saw his sister and her friend enter the room. Miko was holding a small box in her hands. When Liu realized it was Liu, he was surprised at first, but then he was overjoyed. After all, it was a device to enter the primordial realm. A very satisfied Miko started to say, "Eris is to be thanked for that. And so, from this day on, she will live with us." Eris waved her hand to Liu in embarrassment as a greeting. It was obvious that the girl was very embarrassed. Unfazed by his joy and forgetting all his tiredness, Liu jumped up to Miko to take the box from her. Holding the device in his hands, Liu still couldn't believe it. He started asking how you did it. Miko looked at Liu and began to get angry that her brother was paying attention to the toys and not noticing Eris standing next to her. Meanwhile, Eris laughed heartily at how much joy some device had caused the boy. "And now we will go back a day to an unknown level dungeon. The events will take place deep in the night during the full moon in a dense forest." 7 people were sitting around the fire talking about how they had achieved everything thanks to Wei's luck and strength. This was the 3rd team from the new order called Morning Sun. At the head of the team was a guy named Qiao. The black-haired girl named Wei sat pensive and almost didn't listen to the fact that if they cleared this dungeon, they would definitely surpass the 2nd team. The team captain started talking. "Wei, you can request to join the 1st team after clearing this dungeon. That way your development in the new order will be faster." The girl was surprised to hear the commander's suggestion, and one of the players started to answer Captain if she leaves how we will develop without her. Everyone starts talking about how if Wei leaves, it's the end of them, and they can't let Wei go when they need her the most. But the captain was adamant. He didn't want to limit the girl with his feelings. Therefore, Qiao continued to say, "I believe that Wei will not forget about us even after rising to the highest ranks of the new order." "I'm right. Answer, Wei." The girl closed her eyes in embarrassment and nodded in agreement. The frustrated players realized that now they could only sincerely wish her luck. Even though the guys were sad, they realized that they should not slow down their comrade. The players started to say, "If you have difficulties in the 1st team, we are always happy to take you in and help you in any way we can." They started to approach the girl to hug her goodbye. Wei was very embarrassed to hear how loved and appreciated she was by everyone here. This was a team made up of the guys themselves, and she was the only girl here, so everyone treated her like her sister. The girl started saying, "You're so kind, and I'm a little embarrassed, but I want to ask you one last favor." The boys froze in anticipation, wanting with all their hearts to help their comrade. It was strange because Wei had never asked for anything, but the next moment the players fell dead to the ground, struck by the unexpected attack. The team captain was shocked at what had happened. The guy tried his best to get up, not believing his eyes. Meanwhile, Wei was killing those who were still alive. She started to say, "I already have power, but the level isn't enough yet. That's why I want to activate the dungeon message reward." Getting to his feet, Qiao started shouting, "We raised you and this is how you thanked us. How could you do this to everyone who loved you and helped you?" But Wei started to reply, "So I will definitely become the strongest player of the primordial realm. There's no need to be angry. It's just a game. You can raise the levels again." Qiao was furious and started shouting, "What an ungrateful bitch you are." He took out his gun and started shooting at Wei. But dodging the bullets, the girl fell to the ground and tauntingly began to tell the captain how many times we can repeat no matter how strong the firearms in the primordial realm, but the speed of the bullets here is limited. She can't outrun a player with a dexterity over 100. Cold weapons, on the other hand, are a different matter. And leaping up to the captain, once unrequitedly in love with her, she mercilessly plunged her blade into his neck. The next day, the 1st team of the new order consisting of people raided the level dungeon. While the captain was recovering his strength, the players continued to fight the huge humanoid monster. They were running out of supplies and medicine and were running out of strength. In time to recover, the commander attacked the monster. With a powerful swing of his sword, he sliced the monster's head in half. thus sparing its nose from the stench of its foul mouth. The monster's powerful torso fell, making the whole area shake like an earthquake. A guy stood over the defeated enemy with his head proudly raised. It was a captain named Thunder, a level player. While in the game's progress monitoring area, a New Order guildmaster named Rong noticed something amiss. Gazing into the distance, he began to speak, "The mirror realm closed." Another power player seemed to have appeared. The aide started asking in surprise, but is he an enemy or a friend, and whether it would be possible to get him on our side. The guildmaster went on to say this player killed the person in charge of the Mirror Kingdom. What is Wei doing now? We need to contact her immediately. Meanwhile, the girl was in the forest of the uncontrolled zone. It was a rocky, mountainous area covered with dense vegetation. After killing her entire team, Wei was enjoying the scenery while thinking about her next move. Suddenly, she received a message from Rong. It said that she should meet a player named Liu who also had power. Wei was glad because the message didn't say anything about killing him or recruiting him. But then she thought about it. After all, power players are very rare. If he recruits this guy, it means she's doing everything for the guild. But if he kills him, it'll look like she's going against the guild's development. Wei thought for a moment that if Rong didn't give her a clear order to kill or recruit Liu, then the guild didn't care about this player. But if she was given the right to choose for herself, then she was very valuable to the guild. After making her decision, the girl clapped her hands in joy. Wei liked to kill and preferred to get rid of the power player. After all, he could become a dangerous competitor for her in the future. At this time, Liu was out of the game, enjoying his home environment and resting. He needed some time in the real world to do some thinking. In the game, Liu needed to raise his character and equipment level 2 or even higher. In the real world, prepare a fortified camp before the end of the world. Once the primordial realm took over the real world, there would be no way to raise levels. He realized that only with the power of level could he guarantee the safety of himself and his little sister. When the original kingdom takes over the world, the social order will be disrupted and resources will run out very quickly. Therefore, he should accumulate more food in the real world and establish a fortified camp. Until the strongest guilds take up the task of restoring order, food will replace all currency in the world. The hero took advantage of the spare funds and rented a neighboring building for a camp. He spent the rest of the money to buy rice and canned food for the long term. He just needed to wait for the groceries to arrive. He was levels away from the highest point of development. It is urgent to develop his character further. The main thing is not to die in the game and accumulate food at home. Upon entering the game, Liu immediately took Eris and Miko to the weapon pavilion and began to instruct them that the strongest ability in the primordial realm was power. The basis for obtaining it was the practice of weapons, but in order to awaken one's power, one must master all kinds of weapons. Miko was about to go through the first level. The girl was a little afraid. After all, unlike her, Eris was level and had excellent equipment. But Liu started to say in the primordial realm, "Your level is worthless if there is no power, so you will practice all the weapons here to the maximum." As he left the weapons pavilion, he turned around. He was very glad that now he was not alone in this virtual world. Watching the girls pick out weapons, Liu thought, everything I've done has changed the course of history. I mean, Eris didn't live with us in her previous life, but I don't think my actions had anything to do with Eris bringing the device to Miko. In my previous life, she was the reason my little sister and I lived for 3 whole years. Now I must repay her well for everything. And mentally wishing them good luck, Liu happily ran towards the new level. Half a day later, the portal from the level dungeon opened. A team of players came out of it tired after a difficult battle. After clearing this dungeon, Liu got level. The guys were saying that Liu was so strong that he could clear a level dungeon by himself, and without him, the team would have a much harder time. Rejoicing in their victory, the players began to suggest that Liu should go through the levels further with them and head straight for the next one. To which Liu began to reply, "I have some very important business to attend to, but I will see you again soon." The guys were very upset and asked him to add him as a friend, and the next time he is going to clean the dungeons, he should invite them with him. The hero was pleased with the sincerity of the new acquaintances and gladly agreed. After all, in battle they showed themselves as true comrades who can be trusted. Liu sat on the bench in the team search room. He was very frustrated because it would take at least half a day to clear one dungeon, maybe even a whole day. The experience gained here was only half a level. Realizing that if it goes on like this, In days before the capture of the real world, he will be able to rise to a maximum of level. There's no way he'll ever get to level. The hero didn't know what to do. Suddenly there was a message saying that he had received the rank of Dungeon Protector, and also that for every one ally lost in the dungeon, their stats would increase by. Liu was angry, not wanting to sacrifice fighters to gain more experience in the dungeon. The boy remembered that in his previous life, dungeons like this were called slaughterhouses, and players who did that to their comrades were called street rats. Was this the only way, and in order to reach level he had to become a scum? It was too hard a choice. The sound of another incoming message interrupted his thoughts and forced him back to reality. It was a message from an unknown number. After opening the message, Liu read that a certain Wei invites him to join her team for the H level of the dungeon. The location of the level is an uncontrolled zone. The hero thought for a moment. The girl's name was definitely familiar to him. And then he began to remember. Wei became the strongest fighter in her previous life. I wonder why she suddenly decided to invite him to the dungeon. After all, they had never met before. The hero realized that this was a way to gain levels quickly. But there was clearly something wrong here, so he was in no hurry to confirm his participation. He was beginning to think he should go along with it. Wei is one of the members of the New Order, so it's unlikely she's preparing something good for him. Liu felt his body tense up in anticipation of danger. He remembered that Wei had power in his previous life and didn't know if he could handle it. The hero clearly understood that in this raid, the enemies would not only be in the dungeon but also among the team players. But this dungeon would allow him to grow, so he accepted the invitation. The next message announced that Liu had been accepted into the man team captained by Wei, a level player. Liu read the list of participants. All of the players were above level. He smiled, recognizing some of them, and began to remember their history. A player named Zedong in a previous life had completed the task completely and killed all of his comrades before receiving the reward. A girl named Sui Ying first slandered her comrade and then killed him. The remaining members have a similar story. The hero realized that the team in this dungeon was picked specially by Via herself. Liu didn't understand how she knew these guys were so devious, unless she'd personally taught them the tricks she'd picked up. A new message came from Wei. It said that Liu had been added to the team chat. The team is all assembled and it's time to move out. The mission objective is in the uncontrolled zone. Not bothering to read Zedong mocking the fact that he was only level and didn't belong on their team, Liu began to open the map to study the area. The uncontrolled zone was located on the same island as the Musu mountain range. It was not far from the area where the hero was on his first team assignment, guarding the crystal from mutants. Liu understood that the controlled areas of Khonshu City spread across 5 zones. This city was a resource replenishment zone for all players. All the dungeons within this gray, dusty city are under his control and were altered long ago. They have been remodeled in various categories. A particularly dangerous controlled area for players looking for hotness has also been changed. All creatures are closed in Khonshu City. The uncontrolled zone is a deadly territory for players. It is inhabited by tree demons. Creatures above level roam freely outside the dungeons here. The city's control and influence on the local dungeons in this zone is very low. The uncontrollable zone brings death to all players. It's crawling with level-singing snakes, and creatures above level roam the entire area. The last one is the destruction zone, where the level Kaiman beasts reside. Here are the highest level beasts capable of destroying everything. Khonshu City has no power to control this area. After all, the creatures from the dungeons cannot be sealed. The portal that opened was going to transport players to an unknown point in the uncontrolled zone to complete their mission. The hero entered the portal and was already approaching the landing point. The sounds of battle could be heard from afar. Jumping out of the portal, he heard loud screams from the direction of the forest. Liu wanted to run to help, but he remembered in time that the team players were no less of a threat to him than the monsters in this area. Therefore, he decided to look around first. There were tree demons everywhere here. These monsters were as if they were woven from roots and branches. From afar, they looked like ordinary trees. Only from the inside, they burned with an evil, sizzling light. Seeing that there were too many monsters, the hero decided to wait for a while and hid in a crevice between the rocks. Thanks to this, he could study the enemy. The behemoths were rushing somewhere, making loud creaking sounds as if the worst hurricane had mocked their crowns. In a fit of anger, they were able to enlarge in the blink of an eye and grow branches of enormous length. Looking out of the crevice, Liu realized that these monsters weren't particularly high level, but there were too many of them. One careless creak and the tree demons of the whole neighborhood would be here. The hero began to think who could withstand that many monsters. That scream must have come from one of the careless players. There was silence, and Liu began to slowly peek out of his hiding place to move on. Seeing that the tree demons were gone, the hero left his stone shelter. He ran with all his legs towards the forest, hoping that the screaming player was still alive and that he could do something to help him. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Liu saw a glowing object flying at him. At the last moment, he managed to dodge, and the sharp pikes whistled past him, nearly splitting his head open. Blinded by the bright light and not fully realizing who attacked him, the hero lost his balance and began to fall. He jumped to his feet and drew his katana, ready for battle. Now Liu realized that those shouts were just bait. Looking into the eyes of his opponent, he was finally convinced that the players from his team didn't need his help but only wanted him dead. Without waiting for the next attack, the hero rushed into battle. There was no time to think, for danger awaited him at every turn. And here, it was him against all odds. Zedong began to grin evilly in advance, celebrating his victory. He thought Liu was a weakling. The players fought a fierce battle. Sparks flew in all directions as their weapons met. It was as if spear and blade were greeting each other with smiles of joy. But the greeting was anything but peaceful. Meanwhile, a thick fog began to envelop the ground, covering it with a milky, impenetrable shroud. The players stopped their battle and stood at a safe distance from each other. Putting down his spear as a sign that he wasn't going to attack anymore, Zedong began to say, "You have power after all. Now I can see why Wei chose you." Liu was still standing in a stance with his katana drawn. The boy watched his opponent's every move with concentration. Zedong went on to say, "Of course the damage from your power is nothing compared to mine, but you have earned my approval." At that moment, he smiled peacefully, finally letting Liu know that the fight was over. The player suggested that the hero should rather run to the rendezvous point. After all, they are surrounded by walking monsters, and it is better to hurry. Lowering his sword, Liu tensely stared at the back of the departing guy. He didn't know what to make of this, whether Zedong was actually testing him or trying to gain his trust. One thing the hero realized for sure: this power player could pose a very big threat to him. Wei also has power. There is little chance of defeating them both. Meanwhile, Zedong ran with all his legs to the team's gathering point. After testing Liu's strength, he was very satisfied. He had no doubts about his team's strength. The hero continued to stand there, thinking hard. The chance of getting the reward for this dungeon was minuscule, but the chance of dying was increasing with each passing second. Meanwhile, 8 players had already gathered at the team gathering point. They stood in front of the dungeon entrance waiting for the others. Looking around at the gathered crowd, Liu cast aside his last doubts about whether he should go any further. There will always be danger of meanness and a high probability of death, and he was no coward. So the hero went to the rest of the players. When Liu ran to the gathering place, there was no one there for some reason, but suddenly he felt someone's gaze on him. A girl was sitting on a rock a little away from him, staring at him intently. It was obvious that she was waiting for him. Liu looked into the girl's big, beautiful eyes and felt a huge hidden power in them. He realized that it was Wei. Standing up from the rock, she clapped her hands and began to speak. "Everybody's here. Guys, let's go up. But before we enter the dungeon, I want to say a few words." The players stepped out from behind the rocks and prepared to listen to the captain. Now, Liu had a chance to get a closer look at them. Zedong stood rubbing his neck and also gazed intently at each participant. He moved his gaze thoughtfully from one to the other. After settling on the last 3 players, Zedong was finally dissatisfied. To him, it was a bunch of scum that could hardly be called a team. Meanwhile, Wei continued talking. "The dungeons of the uncontrolled zone are very strange. So when we enter it, the first thing we should do is to familiarize ourselves with the rules. I hope that no one will be nervous and we will calmly go over the plan to clean up the dungeon. After all, this is the most important task." After agreeing, everyone went to the meeting. After discussing the most important things, Wei stepped forward and ordered everyone to move out. The players headed to the dungeon. Following everyone, Liu once again wondered if the risk was justified. It was unclear if anyone in this dungeon would get the reward of a stalemate, but there's a very good chance he'll die here. Maybe we should give up before it's too late. For a moment he felt funny at the thought of wondering if he was afraid. Maybe it was fear that was causing him to have so many doubts. Looking at Wei, the hero didn't know for sure if she had power, but he remembered that in his past life she was the strongest player, and now he was on her team. He realized he's not afraid to die. He's afraid he'll never match them and die before reaching their level. It was a turning point, and angry Liu decided to prove first of all to himself that he was worthy to be among the strongest. He's as good as any other player with power. He should be able to do it. That's what he came here for. Upon entering the dungeon, the players felt like they were in another new dimension. Everything was splattered with blood. There was a girl's disgruntled voice. She was angrily asking why she didn't want to play with her. Suddenly everyone saw a projection of some girl. She was crying, sitting on the floor. A child's voice kept saying, "In that case, I will find my own toys. I was having so much fun. Now I'm bored. I think I'll go home." Suddenly another illustration appeared. Brutally murdered people lay in pools of their own blood. The picture changed again. This time everyone saw a blood-stained strange doll dressed in armor. She said sadly, but there was no going home. Then all the images disappeared and the team saw that they were standing on a circular platform. In its center was a tall pedestal with a glowing orb above it. It was he who had shown them these visions. Suddenly the balloon disappeared and the bloody doll reappeared. And on the pedestal appeared the inscription, "Hope and despair exist together." Liu heard the other players start talking about how it was a random dungeon. There was no way to get through it without losing a team. Everyone has come to the conclusion that this bloody toy is the only thing in this dungeon besides them, and it's the most important one here. Suddenly there were strange sounds and the doll disappeared. Liu felt that this doll could be scarier than any monster. At this point, the dungeon entrance notice begins to sound and the dungeon is closing. Your task is to deal with the puppet's shenanigans and destroy it. A doll will appear in the backpack of one of you. The task of the other players is to destroy its owner. Then the dungeon will be completed. If the player with the puppet is still alive after hours, the challenge will be failed. The owner of the puppet can pass it to another player if he can kill one of his allies. Liu couldn't believe what he was hearing. He realized that this dungeon was specifically designed for those who wanted a stalemate reward. After all, if the puppet stays with the last surviving player, he will get the highest reward. A new notification sounded that the puppet had appeared. The puppet dungeon trial will begin in seconds. The countdown has begun. Everyone started talking about urgently checking their bags to make sure the doll wasn't there. Liu thought he would check his backpack after all the players had calmed down. After all, if he had it, he might give it away with his fright or surprise. If that happens, he'll be a target for the rest of the team. He can't stand alone against 9, even though 2 of them have power. The players began to cast suspicious glances at each other, trying to catch the slightest change in their ally's facial expression. Each carefully scrutinized his neighbor's face as if looking for anything that might give him away. Liu also observed the reactions of each of them. He realized either they were hiding the fact that they didn't have the puppet or they really didn't have it. The only thing left unchecked was his backpack. Wei clapped her hands and began to say, "Congratulations, the puppet is in your backpack. For your death, each of us will give you a fair share of the reward. So everyone who doesn't have a puppet agrees with me. So our test will be passed quickly and with only 1 loss." The players agreed with the captain without even giving him a chance to say anything or consider any other option. Liu decided that while everyone was looking at Wei, he should quickly check his bag. Glancing at the screen showing the contents of his backpack, he was horrified. The puppet was indeed in his possession. Looking at the doll, he began to think, "I just joined this team and I immediately got such a gift. We need to get rid of this threat as soon as possible. I can't let myself get killed. Then I have to say goodbye to the doll. Now my main goal is to kill one of the team members so that the puppet will go to another player. Otherwise, they will destroy me together. But even if I manage to pass it to someone, it's hard for me to fight against 2 power players at the same time." Meanwhile, Wei had a very satisfied look on her face. She suggested that the owner of the cute doll confess nicely. But Liu was still pondering which player to choose as his savior. Suddenly Wei jumped up to him and began to say, "Our dear colleague, it is time for you to admit that you have the puppet." Liu opened his eyes in surprise and started to reply that his backpack was completely empty. Getting even closer to him, the girl continued to say, "I'm really sorry we didn't get to know each other. My name is Wei and I like to sparkle." The hero looked into the beautiful bottomless eyes and realized that behind the beautiful appearance and sweet voice hides a calculating, cold-blooded, soulless monster. The rest of the team watched with smiles. For them, Liu's fate was already decided. Zedong openly gritted his teeth and glared viciously with his eyes without even trying to hide his joy. Liu remembered everyone's anxious glances and realized that they weren't studying each other's reactions at all. They just wanted to make sure he had the puppet. Only now it's starting to dawn on him that they're in on it. They were all in cahoots before this trial even started. That was why he was suddenly invited to such a strong team. The short skirmish with Zedong was just a test of his strength. Liu smiled back at the captain. He guessed that this dungeon was specifically designed to get rid of him. That's why Wei had gathered this kind of rabble. But why does she want him dead so badly? Well, in that case, they're signing their own death warrant. After all, he came here for a reward. A wild rage swept over the hero, and everyone felt the powerful force emanating from him. Wei looked at him with her kindest eyes and began to say, "What a rude man. But I still like you. I can see you're strong. But you're not as strong as us. Let's not waste time. The sooner we finish, the sooner you can start the game again." At this moment, Zedong captain began to address her. "Let's give Liu a chance to defend herself. It'll be more fun that way. Let's shatter his dreams into small shards." Covering her face with her hands, Wei began to answer. "It's too cruel. I'm afraid of this kind of thing. It's not worth it. It's better to give him a quick death." Zedong saw the bloodlust in her eyes. He realized that Wei was simply mocking Liu. But the hero didn't wait until he was mercilessly slaughtered like some beast. He began to activate the pendulum claw in his equipment. He grabbed a gun and pointed it at the captain's head. Despite her brutality, the hero wanted to try to negotiate. Liu was in no hurry to pull the trigger, giving her a chance to change her mind. After all, they hadn't even considered any other option but to kill him. But still covering her face, Wei started to say, "You don't want to die quickly and easily. You don't understand being taken care of." Watching what was going on, one of the players started talking, and he was the one we had to watch out for. That idiot came with a gun. He's weak, and he can't even beat us fighters without power. But Zedong started to respond. "Since we've been warned he's dangerous, he must be different. Maybe his shots are caging the enemy." But everyone started laughing, thinking that Zedong was joking. After all, you can create traps in the primordial realm, and you don't need firearms to do that. Wei also laughed heartily, laughing at the situation. She had never had so much fun before the assassination. Meanwhile, the hero activated the captivity ability, and the girl jumped back, frightened. Only now she realized that he would not just give up. No one expected Liu to attack first, and he fired, but Wei bounced back in time. Realizing how close to death she was, she shuddered. She'd obviously underestimated this guy and almost paid for it. Fright was replaced by rage, and the captain ordered everyone to attack Liu together and finish him off immediately. The hero fired again, this time at Zedong. He stood there helplessly, unable to move, as if chained. The other players rushed to him, not understanding what it was or knowing how to help him. But Wei realized that Liu had used a level captivity ability that binds the opponent at his starting point for seconds. The hero realized that he couldn't delay for a second and activated the pendulum ability that would deal triple damage to his opponents or stun the target. With righteous anger, Liu raised his gun for another shot. He wouldn't be easy prey for them. As if in slow motion, Zedong saw the bullet approaching him swiftly, but he had no way of dodging the bullet because of his captivity. The bullet had reached its target, and Zedong's face showed a surprised expression of incomprehension at how he could have screwed up so badly. It all happened so fast that everyone froze in bewilderment for a moment. How could this happen to the strongest player on the team with power? Wei was startled when the notification that Zedong had been killed began to sound. All of Liu's stats increased by, and the puppet was successfully transferred to another player. The frightened faces of the players showed that no one had expected this turn of events. After all, the one they thought was a weakling had managed to kill the strongest of them in just 2 seconds, thus completely changing their plans. Liu thought that Wei probably had a backup plan that not all the players knew about. There might be another player with power on the team. If that's the case, we need to find him as soon as possible. And the hero began to analyze the actions of each player from the beginning of their acquaintance. Liu remembered the glances Wei had thrown at Zedong. It was obvious that she was accepting his equality while others were just ordering him around. The hero realized that there were no other power players on the team. He managed to kill Zedong because everyone was too relaxed, misunderstanding his power. Thus he broke their strong pair and made his ordeal easier. It would have been better if he had killed Wei first. But at the most dangerous moment, she managed to dodge the shot. Happy that there was only one player left on the team who was equal to his strength, Liu was ready for another fight. Liu began to tell the players, "My friendly warning to you, the puppet has gone to one of you. You should stand up for your ally with the puppet, or I will destroy him as well. Then you won't be able to get back at me with such a small team." But he was actually going to protect the player with the puppet and finish him off last. That was the only way he would be able to get the reward for passing the dungeon. Wei looked at him angrily. Suddenly, her face lit up. She realized Liu's true intentions. Wei commanded the other players not to move because Liu wanted to find the player with the puppet. Only now did they realize that by dying, Zedong had given one of them a gift in the form of a doll. The players moved forward to attack Liu, and the hero was very grateful to them for that. He saw that the girl named Suen had taken a step back, giving herself away. When she realized that she had blundered and saw that the whole team surrounded her, the girl was very frightened. Liu didn't wait to see what would happen next. He strengthened his characteristics and attacked. The hero took them by surprise again. After all, no one had expected him to be so quick. In the blink of an eye, Liu's sword kissed their fate in the game. They were simple players with no power, therefore they didn't pose any threat to him. It was announced that Liu had killed 6 players, and thus increased his stats by and reached level. He also received the title of Dungeon Protector. Hearing this, Wei went into a wild rage and rushed to attack Liu. She didn't care about the players, but only now that she saw his strength did she realize how dangerous he was to her. The hero reacted in time and Wei's blade went through his sword. The blow was so strong that sparks flew in all directions. Su Yin, who was watching this, slumped to the ground in fear. She realized that she wouldn't be alive for long because she had the puppet. Wei fiercely began to speak, so you decided to get to the reward dungeon slaughterhouse and are going to destroy absolutely all the players. To which Liu began to reply, "Don't worry, there's only you left. I only made this decision after you all were going to kill me." Wei activated a power ability called Mystery Leap. It allowed her to move with such speed that the enemy would not be able to notice her. The hero stood in bewilderment. He did not understand where the girl disappeared and what flashes began to surround him. Liu stared intently into space, and at some point he felt a deadly threat from behind. Turning around, he made a lunge with his katana, but at that moment the girl had already moved. She threw a punch and wounded Liu in the back, but he made a leap forward and jumped off the blade. The hero began to defend himself against her blows. He needed to buy some time to harness the power of recovery. He fought back as hard as he could. Wei realized that this player was the most powerful player she had ever fought before. She watched in amazement at the willpower of the wounded fighter as he continued to fight. He was not only holding back, but throwing her blows back quite powerfully. The girl began to say, "No matter how, you have no medicinal potions left to hold out until the end, and then I will win." She used a new weapon and activated a surprise attack. But at that moment, Liu activated the power of recovery, thus curing himself of the injury. Wei was shocked because only bottles of instant recovery potion were allowed in the dungeon. He had used up a lot more than that. She didn't understand how this was possible and how he managed to sneak so much potion into the dungeon. But attacking Liu didn't give her time to think further. He felt a surge of strength and was fully prepared to continue the battle. She was a strong opponent, but he was no weakling. The girl pulled out another blade and headed towards Liu. This was the most interesting confrontation of her life. She attacked, but Liu easily repulsed this strike and went on the offensive. His punch was so powerful that it threw Wei far away. The hero saw that Wei was dangerously close to the puppet player, and for a moment he was afraid that she would kill her ally to get of his powers. The girl was startled by her guess and started to say, "You couldn't have carried more than the required recovery potion into the dungeon. Considering your huge amount of health, I'm sure you have the power of a support player." To which Liu began to reply, "And you've pumped all the distribution characteristics into agility. On top of that, your melee power and speed have reached an abnormal state." Wei blushed. She was often complimented, but such sincere praise from such a powerful opponent was worth a lot. She went on to say, "That's why my store of cognitive power is very low, and now it's running low. I think I've lost. Maybe I should kill Suen now and finish this raid. I'll get this girl before you can do anything about it." Liu began to think, "I must have overdone it by overpowering her to get her to this point. She's too fast and I'm too far away to help Suen. Once Wei realizes she can't beat me, I'm sure she'll end our ordeal by killing the puppet keeper. but he started to say out loud, "Then what are you waiting for? Do it." To which Wei began to reply, "If I kill her, I can't kill you. It's complicated. I mean, you're my main target in this dungeon." At this moment, Liu received a message that the enhancement of all his characteristics had been completed and he could use the power of captivity again. The hero grabbed his gun and shot the captain using that power. After immobilizing her for a short time, he had a chance to save the life of the player with the puppet. The girl stood stiff and unable to move. She called out to Suen, who rushed to her aid without a second thought. Wei gave a sly look and began to whisper softly, "Suen, kill me and then finish me off. You'll get double the reward." And she agreed in return. Liu couldn't believe his eyes when, in the blink of an eye, Su Yin drew her dagger and lunged at her captain. This was a turn of events he had not expected. Still bound by the power of captivity, Wei told Liu that he had lost, and at that moment, Suen dealt her a fatal blow. Sneakily squinting her eyes, Wei started laughing loudly. For with the next blow, Su Yin had pierced her heart. The silhouettes of the girls disappeared into space, and the dazed Liu was left standing all alone. A message appeared that the puppet had returned to his backpack, and the hero slumped to the ground without strength. He didn't understand how this was possible. Liu began to reason in his voice why Wei was doing something like this. She was going to finish this raid. Is it really just to deprive me of a possible victory? But that's ridiculous. Suen killed Wei and the puppet went to me. If she hadn't killed herself and I ended the fight, then the puppet would have completed its journey through the inventory since there are no other players. He wrapped his arms around his head in panic. The hero kept wondering what I should do now. Do I just wait to die? Is my chance to change everything so easily lost? But how did this happen? I was supposed to win. Looking at the empty pedestal, he was still puzzled. Liu lay down trying to organize his thoughts. I need to think this through. After calming down a bit, the hero came to the conclusion that there must be some other way. After all, the ordeal must be complete. If all allies are dead, the primordial realm won't let him lose in this raid, which means there's another way to get through it. Only one way. He rose to his feet and began to take a closer look around. There was no time to lose. The hero immediately went to explore the dungeon. We must look for a way out. At some point, an invisible obstacle made him stop. When he reached forward, he realized that there was a transparent wall in front of him. Going around the platform in a circle, Liu was convinced that there was no way out. He guessed that the territory of this secret kingdom was the same size as the platform. The hero looked up and was finally convinced that the no-control zone was only here on this cylindrical platform with the puppet. Activating the jump ability, Liu jumped up to get to the pedestal. I still need to take a good look around. Once at the top, he saw again the inscription Hope and Despair exist together. But now, there was something else at the bottom. When the hero came closer, he saw that in the corner were written in small print the words, "I cannot open this door." He wondered who might have scratched these words into the inscription. Liu put his hand on the inscription, and suddenly there was a click. A notice appeared in front of his eyes that in order to open this door, he needed to give knowledge points. Liu's starting to think I have a little over points, and I have no idea what's waiting for me outside the door, so I can't spend it all here. And if I spend cognition points to increase my abilities by points, then automatically I get cognition points. That would leave me with over points. It is better to enter uncharted territory in full force. When the hero increased his abilities and gave the required points, a message came that the door was opening. A wide door opened right in front of him and loud, wild laughter began to sound from the other side. The bright light blinded him from seeing what was ahead. Liu hesitantly took a step forward. Some voice started saying to focus on mapping who follows you or dissolve and map everyone. Hurry up and decide already. Turn on your processing power. The blinded Liu started rubbing his eyes to get a glimpse of the person who had spoken before him. He saw a reflection of a guy he didn't know. They stood in the middle of a square platform, which was apparently the transition point. Looking at the stranger, the hero realized that it was a fixed program. The guy kept saying, "Decide quickly. Think with your head. You must choose to focus on mapping who is following you or dissolve and map everyone." Liu thought it must be an independent place to make a test to enter another space. He looked at the glowing screens. He wondered what the two options meant, and which one to choose to pass the test. It was too complicated. What if he chooses the wrong option? I don't even know what those words mean. According to the fixed program script now, they were supposed to face disaster. The stranger's display eagerly awaited his choice and demanded he hurry. The hero kept thinking what would happen if I was mapped by the computing power. Maybe it's a right to survive. Or maybe I'd become a tool to save me from disaster. In a previous life, I was only level and didn't encounter this sort of thing. If I have the right to survive and live with my sister, then I choose to focus on mapping who follows you. But if it is a tool to save you from disaster, then I must choose to dissolve and map everyone. If disaster is inevitable, working together is the only way. But how can you be sure that the person you've chosen is the right one? We need to make sure the one that was overlooked has perfect computer power, because only a few can come back from behind the imagination line. Not entirely sure of his choice, Liu pressed the dissolve button and mapped everyone. The surrounding space began to change, and the hero clenched his fists, hoping for luck. But there was laughter again. He was expecting anything, but not what he saw. For a moment, Liu simply froze in surprise. The hero was back on the circular platform in front of the pedestal. Nothing had changed around him, and he began to realize that he had chosen the wrong option. Thinking that the correct answer was to focus on displaying who was following you, he sat down angrily on the ground. There was no hurry now. He would have to calmly think it over again. Because the puppet is a parasite, his body is in constant battle and his cognition recovery rate is very slow. He has cognition points left, but the remaining hours will be enough to gain points and take the test again. There was no way out. All we could do was wait. An hour and a half passed. He had a great rest and his cognition power had recovered to points. A notification came that he could use the power of knowledge and boost all abilities by points. The hero took advantage of this notification and immediately gave points to open the door again. Walking out the door, he found himself back at the transition point to another space. Walking over to the screen, Liu was about to select dissolve and map everyone. But a sudden thought made him stop. Why is the existence of this gate so significant? Isn't it too easy to choose one of the options? Liu remembered one of the pictures he saw when entering the secret kingdom. At that time, the doll said she was bored and wanted to go home but couldn't go back. The hero realized that she can't enter the research institute she calls home. But what's the problem? Maybe it's the character that's keeping her from getting in. Maybe the test is not about choosing the right option, but choosing the right attitude. All we know is that the puppet left the research institute because of her stubborn nature, and now she wants to go home, but the door won't let her in. The character didn't understand how to choose the right attitude if that option isn't on the screens. He decided to trust his senses and again chose the second option to dissolve and map everyone. The space around him began to change again. Liu found himself back in the dungeon on the circular platform in front of the pedestal. He had one more try left. Despite the fact that everything around him made him think that he was wrong, the hero did not stop believing in the correctness of his feelings. Liu sat down on the ground and waited for his strength to recover. There was no point in being nervous, because there was nothing he could do to change the situation. An hour and a half later, a message came that his cognition power had recovered, and he could increase his abilities by points. And now, after only a few seconds, the hero was once again staring thoughtfully at the two screens. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to make him question his previous choice. But Liu decisively pressed the dissolve button for the third time and mapped everyone. He felt he was doing the right thing. And the very next moment, he was thrown back onto the platform of passing the trials in the secret realm. The platform began to move and the pedestal in its center began to lower. And then Liu realized that it didn't matter which option he chose. The only way to open the door was to answer the same answer 3 times in a row. The hero was glad that the most important part of the test was over. Now he was sure that it was not about the right choice, but about how true he was to his point of view. Meanwhile, the pedestal had lowered to floor level and the passage inside the platform opened. Liu realized that the secret level of this riddle must be passed by the team. He was the first one who could accomplish the task alone, and the boy stepped confidently onto the stairs. Rejoicing in his victory, the hero paced down the endless steps. This was the hidden level of the secret kingdom. It could be said that, at the moment, no one but him was able to sneak into this hidden level. As he went further down, he began to think he'd been too careful with Wei. But it's desperation that gets him out of tight spots. But being brave doesn't mean being reckless. After all, if he had known before joining the team or before entering the dungeon that Wei was so crazy, he wouldn't have made a mistake in the last calculations that led to so many deaths. The steps ended and the hero went further down the long corridor. When he came out from the corner, he suddenly saw a girl in the distance. As Liu got closer, he realized it was a woman's corpse. He immediately pulled out a gun and a sword. Someone killed her, so we need to be prepared for danger. Suddenly a badge on his chest lit up. The same badge flashed on the dead girl's chest and a unifying glow appeared between them. A notification began to sound congratulating you for executing the perfect strategy. The evil puppet has been purified. Your reward is of computer power. Hearing that he had received the Stalemate award, Liu exhaled in relief. The hero leaned against the wall and felt his strength leaving him. The weapon and the silhouette of the player began to dissolve in space. The mission is over. Leaving the secret realm, he was amused by the thought that he must really be afraid of dying in the primordial realm since he had managed to pass such a test alone. It was both funny and very embarrassing, but it was only because of this fear that he was able to achieve so much. It was reported that the hero has reached level and his combat power is. All of his characteristics have been greatly enhanced. After reading the message to the end, he clenched his hand into a fist. After all, he had only thought that he had defeated Wei. He had only assumed and hoped that he had. But the hero really did it, and Liu jumped for joy like a kid who got a candy for doing a good deed. Happy as ever, the player started to leave the game. He was very proud of his achievements. Meanwhile, Miko and Eris were still in the weapons pavilion. The girls continued to study weapons and techniques of fighting with one tool or another. Miko liked it a lot, and Eris was genuinely happy that her friend was doing so well. At the same time, with her face twisted with anger, Wei was at the player resurrection point. She had to wait for a full 6 hours. Hearing the sound of the incoming message, Wei angrily looked at the screen. It was Rong, the president of the New Order. He was asking why she hadn't contacted her and if she had succeeded in killing Liu, to which Wei began to reply, "No, Liu is alive and I'm dead. But I did get some valuable information. If you find a mirror space for me, one mirror image will be enough to restore my level. Look for Liu and support players who have power. This is the player you've been looking for. He has the power of support." Her words made Rong think. The following events take place in the primordial realm in the New Order Association in the secret headquarters meeting room. The president of the New Order was talking to a level player named Hai Tao. This player's weapon was his fists, and his special power was energy. Hai Tao started to say, "You know how much support power is rare, right? So I'll help you with out-of-control control. But I won't do it for thanks. In return, I'll ask for 100,000 secret kingdom raiders." The president of the New Order accepted this player's offer. This concluded the meeting. Hai Tao left the headquarters of the New Order without slowing down. The guy skillfully concealed his emotions. Therefore, it was hard to guess what he was feeling. When Hai Tao entered the training room, a second player immediately jumped up and asked him how it went. "I heard that they had scoured the entire network to find the owner of the support power." In the blink of an eye, Hai Tao's impartial face changed to an angry grimace, and he hit the training pole with all his might, bending it in half. Hai Tao started to reply, "All for naught. They need 100,000 raiders of the secret kingdom." His friend's eyes bulged with surprise, and he started to say, "But this is the first point of our plan, so why are you so angry?" To which Hai Tao started responding, "Because it pisses me off that I'm not the only special player with support power. How can we now realize our plan and climb to the top of the New Order? Because now we know for sure that the holder of the power of support really exists." Then the events take us to the real world, to the main character's house. It is already a new day outside. Leaving the game and returning to reality, Liu saw that there was a document on his desk. It was an authorization to use brute force. He didn't fully understand what it meant. Maybe it was control over certain large mechanisms in high-ranking missions. The hero didn't know what would happen if the power of computer force reached. And what was the connection between the authorization to use brute force here in reality and the computer power on the test? He had too many questions. He thought he needed to calm down, think things through and trust his feelings. His future depended on it. But first, we need to relax and take a bath. Liu hurriedly stood up and headed to the bathroom. Exhausted after the grueling ordeal, the hero opened the door about to leave his room. At that moment, he saw Eris coming out of the bathroom. The sunlight enveloped her, and the girl looked like a mirage. Holding a towel over her wet hair, she waved a hand at him in greeting. The hero was a little embarrassed. After all, he had already forgotten that Eris lived with them. He nodded his head in embarrassment. Seeing that the girl had headed to her room, Liu tiredly slapped into the bathroom. As he stood on the doorstep, he looked at Eris as she left. Liu wasn't used to having anyone else in the house besides him and Miko. Blushing, he thought that when Eris was at home, there was such a nice, marvelous scent in the air. But when he regained his senses, the hero wrapped his arms around his head and began to think about what was on his mind. Need to hurry up and get back in the game to set goals for the next stage. After quickly finishing things in the real world, the hero returned to the primordial realm and immediately visited the equipment manufacturing and sales department. He was now at level and still had more levels to reach. Liu thought for a moment. After all, to reach level, he would need to play the secret realm times. It would take about days. There were only days left until the primordial realm would become a reality. He was worried that the time was too short and he might not make it. And then there's the gear problem. There are two ways to obtain the equipment of the primordial kingdom, and both are related to the spirit of the secret kingdom. Liu was glad that he had secret realm spirit points. This allowed him to create pieces of purple equipment as well as level up that equipment for points. He was still missing 3 pieces of equipment: the headdress, the necklace, and the emblem. By combining the pieces with the other, he would spend another points. In order to reach level, the hero needs to have spirit points of the secret kingdom. To get these points, he must play more riddles than last time. Liu realized that in order to achieve his goal, he had to take a risk and get 1 or 2 extra rewards. The hero has been thinking about who he should target. After all, the stronger the opponent, the greater his reward. Suddenly, there was an unusual sound of an incoming message. When he saw the sealed envelope, he realized that such news came only in emergencies. Not knowing what it could mean, the hero commanded the program to open the envelope. It was a personal message from the president of the new order of the primordial realm. Rong wanted to talk to him. When Liu saw who had written to him, memories from his past life swirled in his head. He remembered receiving a powerful kick from his foot to the kidneys. The blow was so strong that Liu fell to the ground. The hero sat there without strength, unable to give a decent fight back. At the same time, he was being mocked from all sides. Then the player who hit him said that trash like him has no place in the new order, and that he should get out immediately or the president would be here soon. In the past life, after the new order was founded in the primordial realm, it occupied the entire southern region of China and became the strongest guild in the world. This order aims to control the elite, and as long as you are in the elite or have special talents, your life directly depends on the new order. But they treat players with low levels and no special talents like cattle and oppress them in every possible way. As a player who died in his past life, Liu could tell that it was impossible not to hate the new order. Liu started asking what's wrong, and Rong started to answer, "I want to form a team specializing outside the Secret Kingdom's control area. We're still short on manpower. I heard you have a supporting power, so you are welcome to join our team. If you have terms, speak up and we'll try to come to a consensus." The hero was surprised. After all, if they lacked only supporting power, then all the other players had strength. Rong replied that they were the strongest team of the primordial realm. Liu began to ask why they would go outside the control zone to the most dangerous zone in the chaos, to which Rong replied that he had his reasons. The hero replied that he had to think about it and would write back later. Liu thought to himself, although this team would almost deprive him of the opportunity to receive rewards for his madness, but on the other hand, the speed at which he would be able to earn experience points and the spirit of the secret realm was many times faster than the normal team. But why would he go outside the control zone? He knew that there was a teleporter in the chaos that would take him to a secret area where there were various monsters above level. But first, he needs to get the equipment. The hero gave spirit points to the spirit of the secret kingdom for making and perfecting the purple gear. This outfit consisted of a headdress, awakened fear necklace, fear form, wisdom pants, gloves, boots, earrings, frostmourne emblem. The attack power of the pistol has been increased by times. Bullets are now loaded automatically, and reloading time takes seconds. The installation of the combat power has been completed, and Liu has been promoted to a high space fighter. Clad in his new gear, the hero was ecstatic. His combat strength exceeded, all his abilities doubled, and his strength increased by. Walking over to the screen, Liu began to think, if I continue to improve my combat efficiency, could I also improve all of my abilities? After reading all the necessary information, the hero began to think that the combat power system could be enabled as long as he had power. But if I have that power, so do other players. Then it turns out that the members of the team that the president of the new order formed also have that capability. A team like that equals a group of my clones deciding to attack territory outside my comfort zone. Looks like heading into chaos isn't so impossible after all. Liu texted Rong that he agreed to join the team, and he started to reply that it's a smart choice. There's already a player with supporting power on the team, so no offense. I will give you secret kingdoms to you as well as him. The hero was very surprised. Why would he do such a thing? He couldn't be that rich. Happy with the way things were going, the president of the New Order immediately added Liu to the group and welcomed him to the team. He wrote that he would be waiting for Liu at the North Gate. The hero decided to take a regular pistol with him just in case, and also hide the knife. After all, uncertainty can affect its safety. Liu read the list of team members. It included 10 players along with him. The 11th was the president of the New Order, Rong, who was leading the squad. Everyone was expected to gather at the Northern Gate soon. After changing clothes and familiarizing himself with the possibilities of the new equipment, the hero will go to the gathering place. Everyone was already in place. Rong stood a little apart, waiting for the late Liu. It was obvious that the players knew each other well. Everyone stood impatiently waiting for the newcomer with the power of support. But Haitao wanted to see him the most. He kept glancing at the corridor to see if another player was coming. When he saw Liu Haitao approaching from afar, he waved his hand in greeting. He smiled sincerely as if he had met an old friend. Haitao introduced himself and greeted the newcomer warmly. In response, the hero greeted all the players. Seeing that all the players had gathered, Rong began to speak. I've never met anyone with supporting power before, and now they are right in front of me. Before we head outside of our comfort zone, I'll show you the first 2 secret kingdoms. They'll come in handy in the future. Listening to Rong, Liu had the opportunity to take a good look at him. After all, the president of the New Order was one of the strongest people in the primordial realm. Meanwhile, Rong continued talking, but first, show me what you can do. I want to see what you can do. Liu had time to notice the unpleasant glare Haitao gave him. It made him a little uncomfortable, but the hero didn't look away. He thought about it. Why show off your abilities? Didn't the president of the New Order invite everyone knowing their abilities? Haitao went out first. He immediately called Liu to follow him, citing that this way the team would trust them more. Standing in front of Rong, Haitao began to speak. I have been experimenting with my strength friends. The strength and distance skills are formed from how far the weapon can attack. My weapon is a gauntlet. Attack radius is about meters, so I have to be within that distance of my target to hit. That's my biggest disadvantage. Rong started to answer. This is the connection between weapon and skill. Listening to Haitao talk in detail about his weapon, Liu's jaw dropped in surprise. His main weapon is a gun, but how far he shoots at or meters the hero never thought about it. Skills have always worked for him. Only now he realized how important it was and started to get nervous. Liu was not just trying to survive, but to win, and he was stubbornly pursuing his goal. But he had never studied his skills specifically. But now, he needed to remember everything urgently. Meanwhile, Haitao moved on to demonstrate his skills. He had several of them. The first was recovery. The second was the mantra skill. When using the mantra, the succession from the weakness of old age and slowing down would reach its target. He could even use it on the president of the New Order, and immediately demonstrated it. His third skill was silence. It could limit any of his targets, and Haitao also demonstrated the capabilities of this skill on Rong. Haitao went on to say that should be enough to help you. I'll save the remaining 4th skill for last. I hope the president will understand. The guildmaster agreed with him. It was obvious that Rong was very satisfied with Haitao's skills and knowledge. Liu thought that he too only needed to show the first 3 skills that would be useful to the team. The 4th would be the ace up his sleeve. He appeared second to the president and began to speak. My weapon is a blade. Its attack radius is meters. Better than Haitao's. The first skill is the same as Haitao's. The second is blessing. The third is imprisonment. And he immediately demonstrated his skill on the president of the New Order, caging him and shackling him with invisible chains. Liu went on to say the imprisonment skill allows me to immobilize the target for seconds, and with the blessing skill, you can get rid of any abnormal state of the target, including the previous imprisonment skill. I think that's enough to be a worthy member of the team. I'll save my 4th skill for last, just like Haitao. Haitao watched Liu's skill demonstration carefully. He grinned when he heard that the newcomer had also decided to hide one of his main skills. The president of the New Order pondered for a moment. The skills of these two were quite powerful. In that case, the team should be able to handle it. Rong began to speak, brothers. Due to the lack of supporting power holders, we were always forced to stop at the edge of the control zone. But now we have 2 players with this power. It is now our duty to penetrate deep into the chaos and explore the secrets of the depths beyond our control. The players agreed with the captain cheering the news and decided to head to the chaos zone immediately. Everyone started to go outside the control zone. Liu thought that the benefits of raiding the chaos zone were the same as raiding the control zone, except that the degree of danger was very different. Meanwhile, Hai Tao was pondering why the president of the New Order was so insistent on raiding the chaos zone of the Secret Kingdom. He cast a suspicious glance at Rong, realizing that he must be hiding something. Hai Tao waited for Liu and told him to keep up with the team in the chaos zone. Otherwise, it could end badly for everyone. The hero interrupted his thoughts and hurried after the departing players, but he noted to himself that he had to be on his guard with Hai Tao, and for good reason. Turning away from Liu, Hai Tao firmly decided that there was only room for one player with supporting power in this team, and that one would definitely not be this newcomer. He made the decision to get rid of Liu at the first opportunity. The team of players reached the cliff behind which the tall ruins could be seen. Rong began to say the chaos zone and the danger zone are different. The difficulty of the test outside the control area depends on the number of people in the team. For this reason, I assembled a team of people. Now we're going to start with the easiest level for people, but it's still a level difficulty. So don't even think about relaxing. Nothing falls from the mobs, so we should avoid meeting them as much as possible. If you are unable to avoid the battle with mobs, try to escape. This will save your life and energy. We may even have to sacrifice our allies. And the president of the New Order, like a true leader, was the first to throw himself off the cliff into the darkness that boded no good. All the players one by one followed their captain. Liu was the last to join them as usual. The height was so great that it seemed to the hero as if he was falling for an eternity, sinking deeper and deeper into a dangerous gray haze. When it finally reached the ground, the force of the impact from contact with the surface was so powerful that rocks flew in all directions. Standing up, the hero looked up, trying to gauge the distance, but all he saw was a flash of lightning in the darkness of the gloomy sky. As the players gathered in one place and began to look around, their arrival in the chaos zone did not go unnoticed. From the high ruins, a beast that looked something like a hyena was watching them. It had sharp spikes along its spine and on its elbows. The players, sensing danger, quickly noticed who it was coming from. The captain saw that they were standing in the open and ordered everyone to flee immediately. The team ran as fast as they could toward the safe point. The beast, smelling its prey, let out a guttural howl and rushed in pursuit. But suddenly, a huge paw grabbed the beast chasing the players and crushed it like a vile lizard. It was the leader of the local monsters, 10 times bigger and more dangerous than the previous dog. He was furious that his sentinel had discovered himself so quickly. The beast bared its fangs and ducked down from the tall ruin. The force of his thrust sent huge stones crashing downward. The monster flew downward at a furious speed. There were sharp spikes all over its body. The beast looked like a hyena and a jackal. It was an ugly creature, as if it had been exposed to prolonged powerful radioactive radiation. When it reached the ground, it immediately rushed after the players. The president of the New Order ordered one of his allies named Igo to distract the beast. That way the player would prove himself, and they could see the monster's weaknesses. Igo immediately started to follow the command. He used the weakening power on the beast. The duration of the weakening power is 1 minute. The opponent's movement speed is slowed by, but at the same time his strength increases by. With bloodshot eyes, the monster began to slow down. A grin froze on its angry face, and unable to resist the power of weakening, the beast eventually stopped. Turning around at one point to look at the creature chasing them, Hai Tao began to think, yes, this monster is as strong as they say it is. Then I must take this chance, and he immediately sent a stream of energy into Liu's back, marking it with an invisible marker. The purpose of this mark was such that all living creatures within a radius of km would feel it for minutes. At the same moment, the creatures in the area smelled the powerful call and began to search for their victim. The leader of the creatures froze for a moment, like a dog listening to its master's command. Igo wondered why he didn't attack him. Meanwhile, Liu ran after the players, trying to get away from the impending danger in the ruins as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a powerful jolt knocked him off his feet. It was the vile dog that had rushed at him from the heights. After regaining his senses, the monster leader interrupted his duel with Igo. He abruptly turned around and ran somewhere. Meanwhile, the players had reached the ruins. But there was no safe hiding place in sight, and more creatures were gathering. Suddenly, all the monsters left the players and chased after Liu. No one understood what had happened and why they liked this newcomer so much. Haitao grinned evilly when he saw that. The team captain realized the danger his ally was in and ordered the others to move on and wait for them at the first safe point. He would try to rescue Liu. The terrain was nasty, an empty sullen ruin where the air was saturated with danger, and even the sky seemed to oppose their stay here and released a powerful bolt of lightning just a few meters away from the players. They were frightened and did not want to part with their captain, but at the same time they were in no hurry to run to Liu's aid. Haitao began to wonder if the captain had lost his mind. If Rong went alone, they would both die in this situation. Haitao decided that this was the way to go, and began to say Rong believes in Liu. Then we should continue on our way immediately to avoid letting the captain down. When they saw the rocks flying from the side where Liu was and heard the sound of battle, they were still thinking about what to do. The president of the new order rushed towards the battlefield. For a moment, the players froze in horror, realizing how dangerous it was. But in the next moment, everyone ran to the first safe point, leaving Rong and Liu to deal with the situation on their own. Rushing to his allies' aid, the team captain thought only that Liu would stand strong and wait for his help. The leader of the gang of dogs saw Rong and realized that he was going to stop them from tearing up their prey. The monster left Liu to his wards and lunged at the captain, but Rong caught a glimpse of the creature flying at him. He drew his sword and stopped the beast with a slash to its shoulder. The monster howled in anger and pain, and Rong was thrown several meters away from it. Seeing that his blow had done the beast no damage at all, the captain realized that the creature's armor was too strong. He stood there waiting for the fight to continue, but the beast bounced off and followed his jackals to attack Liu. Rong saw the countless monsters pouncing on Liu and thought that he might not be able to save his player, but suddenly his eyes rounded with surprise. Powerful flashes of light appeared from underneath the pile of monsters. It was Liu who used his abilities and used the power of the solid state to blast his enemies with a mighty stream of energy. During the solid state, the affected enemy cannot move. The hero immediately commanded the next power blessing. A notification appears that power blessing has been activated and all movement-restricting effects have been removed from the hero. He immediately commanded the third power revival. His attack power increased by. Without delay, the hero rushed at the pack of jackals and began chopping up their temporarily petrified bodies. Liu saw the leader of the pack approaching from Rong's side. The power of the solid state did not work on this creature, as he was still far away from the hero at that moment. The leader saw his pack flying around in pieces and became even more enraged. The beast felt that this little man was no match for him and could only pick his teeth with his sword. Growling viciously, the monster lunged at Liu, but the hero remained firmly in place to take the fight. The only thing that confused him was the unbearable stench of the creature. The moment the beast jumped, Liu grabbed onto its claw. The monster was so huge that the hero looked like a bug compared to its claw. He pulled the leader toward him, trying to change the trajectory of his jump. The force of the confrontation was so powerful that the asphalt began to crumble beneath the hero's feet. Liu managed to delay the beast for a moment, and he instantly changed weapons. He pulled out a pistol and ordered the pendulum power to activate. The leader didn't expect such a small thing to have so much power. He let out another deafening growl and raised his other paw to strike. A shot rang out and a bright flash of light illuminated the blood splattering around. It made the monster stop. In the meantime, Liu replaced his game pistol with a regular pistol. Since it didn't take long to reload, he unloaded an entire clip into the beast. The massive carcass of the ringleader collapsed and a gurgling sound came from its throat. Such a strong beast was such a foolish opponent. With its invulnerable hide protected by sharp spikes, the dumb-headed dog gave Liu its weakest point by opening its stinking mouth. He immediately paid for it and collapsed to the ground with a gasp. The hero jumped onto the carcass of the defeated monster and looked around for any new threats. After a few seconds, the pack leader's body began to dissolve into space. Liu thought that strength and size didn't matter if you didn't have a brain. Rong, who had been watching the fight all this time, couldn't believe his eyes. He realized that Liu wasn't even close to a player with sustaining power. The hero jumped off the fallen opponent and hurried towards the team captain who was standing nearby, still in shock. For a moment, the president of the New Order became frightened and took a few steps back. Liu jumped up to him and started yelling at him to leave. "My power blessing will wear off in less than a minute. Who knows how many more are out there?" Meanwhile, the loud sounds of gunshots that rang out far around the area had already attracted the attention of many other creatures, and they began to look and get closer to the players. Turning around, Rong realized that they really had no time to waste. They had to leave immediately. Without another word, the players rushed towards the ruined city with all their legs. Meanwhile, the team had reached a safe zone near the entrance to one of the Chaos Zone dungeons. They managed to take cover in some building. The players were worried about their captain. They didn't know if running away from danger was the right thing to do. Hai Tao started to say, maybe we'd better get back to the control zone and try again next time. Who would survive a situation like this? But a player named Yaten started to object, "Don't say that." The president of the New Order and Liu hadn't died yet. To which Hai Tao continued to say if they still had health, then they had resorted to some special ability to survive. But it's temporary. There's something wrong with this Liu. Why did he attract the attention of so many monsters? A player named Chen is pissed that their teammate's griefing partner attracts trouble like a magnet. Wasting no time in arguing, Igo activated the terrain view function and jumped with joy when he saw the captain and Liu approaching the safe zone. Upon hearing this news, the players jumped for joy. Hai Tao alone was frozen like a stumbling block, unable to understand how this was possible. He started shouting, "I hope they don't bring the monsters with them. Everyone take your positions and prepare to defend yourselves." The players took a defensive stance and began to listen intensely to all the sounds coming from outside. The president of the New Order and Liu, who was tired after a difficult battle, appeared in the doorway of the building. Almost everyone rushed over to the team captain, genuinely excited for their return. Hai Tao alone was still wondering how they had done it. Not only Liu, but Rong was also a problem for him now. The players began to marvel at their captain's strength, saying that only their leader was capable of saving a rookie in such a situation. The president of the New Order glanced thoughtfully at Liu, who looked away. Rong still had to think about what he had seen, so he kept silent about what had really happened. The hero sat down tiredly on some ruins. Somehow he was relieved that Rong hadn't said anything. The captain also sat down on some ledge and began to say, "Don't get excited too soon. Let's rest for minutes and go to the dungeon cleanup." The players were in high spirits. They were ready to go now, as if they were waiting for them there with tea and non-lethal danger. Hai Tao had been watching Liu tensely all this time. He realized that the two of them were not telling the truth. Hai Tao sat down with the hero and began to question him. "Confess how you escaped. Tell me, it must have been scary." At this moment, Liu received a message that the power blessing had been activated. All restraining and slowing effects have been removed, and the mark on him has been deactivated. The hero grinned as he looked at Hai Tao, who was still waiting for an answer, and began to say, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but as you can see, I'm fine. You tried so hard for nothing." For a moment, Haitalo was stunned with surprise. But after a second, he started laughing and saying, "What are you talking about? What could I possibly have done? You're kidding. I would never do something like that." To which Liu began to reply, "Sure, you don't know how power blessing works. It dispels all negative effects and abilities on the target, and even the mark you put on me." Hai Tao had not expected such a turn of events. He tensely thought about how he could get out of this situation. Meanwhile, Liu continued to say, "Your mark is a level power ability. You are the only one in this team who could use it besides me. To tell you the truth, ever since I joined the team, I've been wondering if I should kill you." And the hero drew his gun. He continued talking only at the moment when you came to me. To clarify the situation, I realized that if I doubted my choice, I would face a different outcome. And if you do, it's for your own well-being. An enemy in a team is worse than a monster in a dungeon. And Liu pointed the gun at his interlocutor. Realizing that he had been completely exposed and having no arguments to justify himself, Hai Tao froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. The next thing I know, he's yelling, "We're comrades, not enemies, that you would just kill me like that." In this way, he attracted the attention of the other players. Hai Tao began to think to himself, "I'll use these assholes and deal with you. None of them know about using level recovery power except for the two of us. Who can prove you right? Even if you learned this ability and showed it to everyone, you'd be a clown, because you'll show them what you can do. A player named Yaten rushed over to stop Liu. He tried to talk sense into the hero by saying that they were all a team. At that time, the president of the New Order was sitting quietly watching. Liu continued to keep Hai Tao in his sights. Hai Tao started talking to the players. I just wanted to ask him how they managed to get out of the horde of monsters. He didn't answer and pointed a gun at me. And then he began to address Captain Rong to judge us. We don't need a comrade like that on our team. Besides, he must have decided to finish me off since I am the second owner of the recovery power. So he'll be the only support hero on the team. And then after you pass this dungeon, he'll demand whatever he wants from you. Look at him, bloody traitor. How dare he do this to his comrade? We're not that deep into the chaos zone yet. We should switch allies. After all, it's dangerous to go into the dungeon with such a scum. Yaten started to say if you have any personal grievances, solve them after we pass this dungeon. Don't create more problems for the team. After listening carefully to the players, Rong leisurely got up and walked over to Liu. He put his hand on the gun, forcing him to lower the weapon. Standing beside Liu, the team captain stared at Hai Tao. Quite calmly, he began to speak, and yet it was you. In a second, Rong's calmness changed to unbridled anger. He lunged at Hai Tao, asking why he was trying to slander and get rid of Liu. Hai Tao started making excuses. Captain, what are you doing? Liu is lying. I didn't put any mark on him. He did it himself on purpose to draw attention to himself. Seeing that the captain's grip was very powerful and he couldn't get out of it, Hai Tao thought about how many strength points Rong had. He's incredibly strong. After reading his thoughts, the president of the New Order responded out loud much more forcefully than you can imagine. And I believe Liu. Hai Tao continued to say, Captain, you shouldn't mess with him. It was Liu who wanted to attack me, not me him. But Rong continued to hold him tightly by the throat. The captain began to reply, I believe that Liu pointed the gun specifically at you for a reason. And Rong began to activate the power of the depths of the blood shadow shell. In the next moment, Liu and the other players saw Hai Tao being covered in a thick red sheath. He looked like the filling in a jelly candy, and from lack of air he started blowing bubbles. Hai Tao tried to trigger the power of recovery and headed towards Liu to deal with him immediately. But his strength was failing him. His body was no longer obeying him, and his steps began to slow down. Holding his throat and gasping for air, he stretched out his arm trying to reach Liu. But at this moment, the bloody shadow completely absorbed the player's strength, and letting out air bubbles, Hai Tao fell to the ground. He was only half a meter short of Liu, and from the outside, it looked like Hai Tao was apologizing on the hero's knees. A bloody shadow engulfed Hai Tao, depriving him of any movement and leaving his silhouette in the air for a brief moment. Liu sincerely thanked the president of the New Order for his trust and lowered himself to the ground in relief. Rong remembered with admiration the power with which Liu had slain a pack of vicious creatures and the proud majesty with which he had stood over the carcass of the slain leader afterward. The captain began to think, if I hadn't done that, I'm afraid my whole team would have died. After all, this player could use the power of solid state on the players of the team, just like on a pack of enemy dogs. Yaten started to say, we've known Hai Tao for so long that I think we can trust him. Maybe he's telling the truth that it was the newcomer who wanted to attack him and not the other way around. Rong put his hand on his shoulder, and he began to say, I believe I'm doing the right thing. Hai Tao is not eliminated, only immobilized for a time. I have encased him in a bloody shadow shell. This ability allows me to turn my body into a bloody bubble to encase a target. My health and Hai Tao's are reduced at the same time, but I'm willing to take that risk. Because I've seen Liu's power and he has no opponents. He wouldn't attack his ally for no reason. Hai Tao continued to twitch inside the bloody shadow, continuing to scream, Captain, you can't trust Liu just like that. I haven't done anything. Why are you doing this to me? But he could not be heard outside. All his excuses and false arguments did not matter at that moment. Meanwhile, looking at the red bubble that had become the player's dungeon, Rong realized that if he was wrong, he would die along with Hai Tao. Realizing that all his arguments were useless and the captain would not change his mind, Hai Tao calmed down and waited for the end of his punishment by the bloody shadow. Meanwhile, the portal to the Chaos Dungeon opened and was waiting for the players. Rong began to speak. Liu, I offer you to join the guild of the New Order. You will have the most favorable conditions and, of course, the highest rank in the guild. Bowing his head, Liu apologized for killing Chen of the New Order Guild responsible for the Mirror Realm. But in that dungeon, he had to defend himself not only from the enemy, but also from the team members. The president of the New Order continued to say earlier there were some conflicts between you and the lower-ranked members of the New Order. But by joining forces with strong players, we can safely turn a blind eye to past conflicts. Liu sat thoughtfully. Events were unfolding too quickly and with an unexpected twist. He didn't know what to say. Hearing the captain's proposal, the players were very surprised. After all, this is the first time something like this has happened. The president is so anxious to ask someone to join a new order, and he's offering him the best conditions. They began to speak. All members of the new order go through many stages of selection. What's so valuable about him that you'd accept Liu without following the rules? The hero didn't listen to the players, being in a complete reverie. He realized how much it was not a simple offer and wanted to know what the price would be. Rong stood waiting for Liu's decision. He had already seen this player's capabilities and was confident that he was capable of more. That was why he wanted him to join the guild of the New Order so badly. Someone on the team started saying this is some bullshit. First, we need to find out all the advantages of this player. Liu thought that when joining a guild, one shouldn't just think about the perks. One must first find out the price. Rong understood why Liu was hesitant to accept his offer. He was afraid that he would have to pay a very high price to join the guild of the New Order. Then the captain started saying, "You wouldn't have to pay anything. Of course you don't believe me. But when the time comes to pay the price, I doubt you'll agree. The price is the willingness to pay for everything when the guild needs you, including unlimited levels and equipment. But afterward, you'll be compensated very generously." Liu looked at Rong and began to say, "You do realize that going through a dungeon in an uncontrolled area will end in a massacre." When the players heard that, they fell silent and looked at Liu in surprise. The captain hesitated for a moment, not knowing what to say. But quickly, Rong said he didn't think that would happen. There was very little chance of that happening. The hero thought again. He couldn't figure out whether this was another trick or a really worthwhile offer that could bring him both great reward and defeat. Liu started answering with too many promises. "I can't do that. I'm only ready for an alliance, but I will never give up my level's equipment. Moreover, I won't play it with anyone after the dungeon." The players on the team were very surprised to hear this. The other members had gone through numerous stages of selection to get into the guild, and this newcomer dares to dictate his own terms. They started saying you totally don't appreciate the terms of a top-ranking membership, not to mention that the annual salary is over $1 million, and the price is just giving up your level of equipment for the duration of the game. You're either stupid or crazy. But the president of the New Order sat down on the ruin and said, "Liu, so be it. It's a shame you refuse to be a member of the guild, but an alliance isn't a bad thing either." Liu smiled and told the captain that he was grateful for his understanding. Rong nodded in respect. He realized that this player was not only distinguished by his ability, but also by his wisdom. The hero began to think that if I had known that the level of equipment would affect future survival, things would have turned out differently. But I was under too much stress in my past life. With my current strength, the president himself invited me to join the New Order. Joining their guild would be a great opportunity for me. I'm sorry I had to make this decision, but it's for the best. That's enough. No more regrets. The offer was too tempting. Liu grinned, realizing that free cheese only came with a mousetrap. He was well aware that the only reason the president wanted him to join the New Order Guild was because of his strength, and he needs to keep strengthening it. It's all about not letting himself die. Suddenly, in the ensuing silence, an incoming message sounded. The captain immediately opened it. It was a message from Bai Shou. He wrote that the first uncontrolled zone dungeon that Rong's team would stumble upon would be a special dungeon. One of the conditions for passing this dungeon was the power of Stalemate, but Bai Shou didn't succeed here, and all of his men died. Rong had guessed before that one of the conditions for passing a dungeon in the Chaos Zone might be the power of Stalemate. He looked at Liu and thought that the first move to bribe this player had failed. But the strength of the rookie is the main support of the whole team and him personally. He needs to do his best to keep Liu on his team. We have to keep fighting. It's time to make a decision. Either they enter the dungeon or return to the control zone. Opening the next message from Bai Shou, the captain read that for passing the special dungeon of the no control zone, one could get of computer power. In the danger zone and chaos zone, however, you can only get at a time. even though the difficulty level is the same. The captain began to think if there was a massacre in the dungeon, and Liu refused to take my side, I would have to team up with another player and finish him off. I hope it doesn't come to that. By joining the squad of the New Order, I was finally able to see its power in all its glory. So the raid in the dungeon of the uncontrolled zone can be declared open. Rong looked at his players. He had a support fighter on his team named Igo who never took off his armband. He was a skinny guy with stunning speed. A fighter named Damager who chopped through enemies with paired swords without even breaking a sweat. He was a tall, big guy who never gave up his position. Yatin was a fighter whose main ability was killing monsters stealthily. He had a rather sturdy build and an amazing ability to move silently. The captain thought that if we worked together, it would only take hours to pass the level dungeon, which is inhabited by a scary horned monster like a demon of darkness. And every member of the team plays a very important role. As the squad advances into the depths of the uncontrolled zone, more and more dungeons are cleared. Eventually, by the 4th day, the squad would have cleared dungeons. At this moment, Liu heard the sound of an incoming message. It stated that Liu had unlocked the level Rebirth power branch. He receives a scanning program that will scan a map of the area within a kilometer radius, hourly reporting the resources of living creatures and players in the area. Every H level increases the scanning radius by meters. When the captain saw Liu's message, he was overjoyed. He was once again convinced that this was the player he had been looking for so long. Liu would be a worthy replacement for Chen. That's why he invited Liu to join his squad. Suddenly, a portal to a special dungeon of the uncontrolled zone opened. This interrupted the thinking and possible further bickering of the players. Without hesitation, the team members rushed into the open portal one by one. It's time to move. Too much time had been lost already. The very exit from the portal gave the players a surprise. After all, they stepped not on flat ground but began to fall from a huge height. Dropping down on the Chaos Zone platform before entering the uncontrolled dungeon, the players were unsurprised to see who was there to greet them. He was a level player, incomparable in his strength and until then unbeatable fighter named Thunder. There were now players in the squad, not counting the temporarily penalized Hai Tao. Everyone rushed happily to the man who was waiting for them and began to say, "Captain, you have arrived." We had already lost all hope of that. It was obvious that Thunder was pleased with the arrival of the allies. With a smile, but at the same time with an imperious note in his voice, Grom began to say, "I told you not to leave without me. Or have you forgotten who gives out the commands around here? My order applies to all players without exception. Everyone but you, the president of the New Order." And Thunder waved his hand at Rong in greeting. Liu couldn't believe his eyes when he saw who met them. This time it was not a mirror copy or a clone of the one he had defeated in the Mirror Kingdom, but the real Thunder himself. Thunder had been one of the top 5 players in the primordial realm even before Liu's rebirth. The hero had no idea how strong this fighter was compared to the copies he had defeated. Looking around the players, Thunder was stunned for a moment when he saw Liu. He immediately went to the newcomer to their team. Walking up to the equally surprised hero, Thunder began to speak, "And you must be that Liu. Rong said you're strong enough to match my toe." It was an open, undeserved mockery of someone who had defeated his copy so many times. Hearing this, the president of the New Order and all the players froze, waiting to see how Liu would react. The hero looked sullenly at Thunder and began to speak with the toe of your foot speaking. "Well, then I'll have to take that toe away from you. Pray I don't have to take your life along with him. One more word and you'll go after your clones." Seeing how heated the situation had gotten, Rong decided to intervene and started talking to Thunder. "I'm sorry Liu Thunder has a tendency to talk nonsense, but he has a good temper." To which Thunder smilingly began to reply to the president, "If he is really as strong as my finger, it is already good. Let him not take my words as a mockery, but only as a worthy praise." But Rong had had enough of the team's strife for the day. He ordered the players to immediately take Thunder to the special dungeon. The men didn't wait for the order to be repeated, and immediately grabbed Grom under his arms and dragged him to the portal. Yatin said that he would enter the dungeon with him first, so that he could see how Thunder would prove his abilities in practice. Rong looked at the departing players and wondered how I had gotten this person into the guild. Examining the entrance to the portal, the captain realized that it was the entrance to a special dungeon of the uncontrolled zone, and having made a step there would be no way back. As they approached the portal, Rong heard the eerie sounds coming from there. This was the boundary beyond which each of them would be in mortal danger. Turning to Liu, he began to speak. My main objective in the uncontrolled zone is a special dungeon, and no matter what happens during the raid, you can rely on me. Hearing this, Liu was a little surprised. He wondered what exactly the guild president wanted to find in the special dungeon. He was about to ask about it, but Rong commanded forward and stepped through the portal. He didn't allow any further conversation or questions he didn't want to answer. The hero once again stood last before the portal and watched as the shadows of the players who had entered it were removed. In his previous life, Liu had not been able to interact with the president of the new order. Therefore, he was completely unaware of his attitude towards people. Finding himself among the low-level participants, the hero only had to believe the rumors about how cruel their guild leader was and that he didn't care about other people's lives. However, after spending a few days under his leadership, Liu had the feeling that they could become good friends. He began to push these thoughts away, thinking that only people with similar interests could become friends. But after being around this leader for a while, the hero felt the pleasure of teamwork for the first time. But Liu clearly realized that in the event of a conflict, anyone other than his sister would be his enemy. Once there is a disagreement between him and the New Order Guild, he needs to accept that he and Rong are enemies. With such unhappy thoughts, the hero stepped into the portal after the other players. He really wanted to have a real friend. But passing through the portal, the hero kept thinking that he can't trust and rely on anyone else. Therefore, he must persevere with all his might and resort to any measures to survive. Taking the first step into the special dungeon area, Liu heard that the teleportation was successful. All the players had reached their destination. Players saw a projection of a picture where people in white coats stood behind glass and talked about how computer power is really omnipotent. It even managed to bring out a mythical creature. They were scientists who were conducting specific experiments. Behind the powerful glass, they watched the creature they had created, happy that the experiment had gone so quickly. Except this irritable creature was out of control. Suddenly, one of the employees bulged with fear and started shouting, "Look what it was up to." And in the next moment, the thick glass that was supposed to protect the workers from all possible risks shattered into small pieces. The professor, who had fallen to the ground, looked horrified at what had happened, and in a panic started screaming, "Don't let him escape. It must be destroyed. This monster will destroy every living thing in its path, for he knows no pity or compassion, only unbridled rage that fills him from the inside out." And he immediately pressed the emergency button with a deafening blare of sirens. All this happened in a laboratory that was located on a mountain just a few miles from the point of arrival of the team of players in a special dungeon. Meanwhile, the fighters had successfully teleported away and gathered together to discuss the way forward. Liu understood the seriousness of their mission. He had only seen similar cutscenes in the puppet dungeon. Such a high reward for completing this dungeon was not just for nothing. The president of the new order froze, listening to the strange sounds coming from everywhere. The teleporter to the dungeon had closed. A notification has appeared that the quest for this dungeon experiment is out of control. Players need to deliver the life source of the screaming serpent to the incubator core. To do so, they must head to the membrane number of the Ancient Organism Revitalization Research Institute. There was also a note that the life source vial cannot be removed from the inventory, and players' lives are directly linked to it. Each player receives a vial with a source, and if it breaks, he will immediately die. Looking at the vial of life source, Rong thought that the ideal way to pass this dungeon was for all participants to arrive at the incubator core with the vial without damage. Not knowing where they should stash the potion to keep the glass vial from being damaged, Rong realized that it was time for them to leave. Looking at his vial, Liu thought it was the second dungeon with cutscenes. Wasn't the puppet dungeon he was in with way special too? At this time, the head of a horrible huge serpent began to rise above the trees, plunged into dusk. He watched the unsuspecting players who were still examining the life source vials they had received. The boys heard a quiet, approaching sound and, sensing danger, began to look around. When he saw that the president of the new order was moving towards them, he immediately ordered everyone to form up and prepare for defense. Realizing that he had been identified, the serpent opened its huge, toothy maw and displayed its venomous fangs, rushing at the players at breakneck speed. Several players grabbed their weapons in surprise, forgetting about the vials in their hands, and dropped them on the ground. The glass bottles immediately shattered. It was an instant defeat. After all, the three team members immediately began to vanish into space as they left this dungeon. A notification has sounded that 3 players have died. Further continues to participate in this raid only players. When the captain heard that, he was horrified. It was only the first few seconds of the ordeal, and already such losses. As many as 3 vials of the source had been shattered and at the same time had taken the lives of his men. Liu received a report that he had been exposed to a ghostly sound. It is a sound that is elusive to the human ear, the sound of a screaming serpent attacking. The hero needs to fight back as soon as possible. Out of anger for his lost allies, Thunder rashly rushed to the serpent to get even with the reptile. He started shouting, "I will deal with you and avenge my dead comrades," and he immediately rushed to the attack. The players tried to hold him off. "We need to discuss strategy." There were already 3 dead and they didn't want to lose one of the strongest on their team. But Thunder was unstoppable. Screaming that he would chop the vile creature into soup, he jumped up to reach the serpent's head. Thunder jumped up to the eye level of the beast and struck it with his katana. The metal bounced off the serpent's scales without causing any damage. When Thunder saw this, he was very surprised and only now realized how reckless he had been in rushing to attack the monster alone. The serpent opened its mouth to swallow the player and emitted a ghostly sound to finally stun him. Thunder didn't even blink an eye before he was inside the monster. The serpent's jaws slammed shut with lightning speed. The players couldn't believe what had happened. Before their eyes, the monster had swallowed an invincible-level fighter. As the serpent began to hide in the thickets of the forest, the players stood frozen, still in shock. One of them began to say in a daze, "We just entered the dungeon and already lost 4 people." Meanwhile, the serpent moved leisurely deep into the forest, and there was no end in sight to its long, massive body. At this moment, from one of the broken bubbles, the spilled life source liquid began to gather drop by drop into a single hole. The same thing began to happen to the other 2 bubbles. Only dry shards of broken glass were left lying on the ground. The life source liquid from the broken bubbles began to pool together into long strands and intertwine between the players. These threads have merged with the surviving player bubbles left intact. Suddenly, the life source liquid began to seep inside the surviving bottles and the color of their contents began to change. Losing its protective container, the liquid was evenly distributed among the surviving bubbles. After looking at his vial, Rong clearly realized that all the players didn't have to arrive at the destination for the dungeon to be perfect. It was enough to connect all the parts of the source. Liu realized that since this was a special dungeon, the guild president wanted to achieve a perfect passing of this trial. He remembered how he had perfectly passed the evil puppet dungeon and was rewarded with computer power meme. The hero realized that Rong wanted the rights to the membrane. That's why he led the team into the uncontrolled zone for the most dangerous tests. Meanwhile, trying to find a way to save Thunder, the players opened the scanner and saw that he was inside the monster. They decided to pursue the creature to save their comrade. But the president of the New Order began to say if Thunder didn't die in the first few seconds, he could definitely survive and get out of the damn thing. First of all, we have to go to the target to accomplish the task. We can't afford to lose that much time. When Liu heard that, he was very surprised. The captain rushed to his aid without hesitation, but now he was in no hurry to take action to save his longtime ally. But Thunder was just my strongest fighter. He was also a comrade to most of the team. Yatin started talking, so we'll do this as soon as possible. And everyone immediately rushed in pursuit of the serpent. The sooner they rescued their comrade, the sooner they could return to the trials without losing an experienced fighter. Rong began to think that according to the contents of the cutscene, they needed to eliminate the screaming serpent. However, if they didn't need to deliver all parts of the source, then it was probably worth combining them. Then a stronger screaming serpent could be created, and he looked at Liu running beside him. Rong thought that if that was the case, it must be the solution to the problem. A plan began to form in the mind of the president of the New Order. Running through the misty forest, the players realized that catching up with the snake was not the hardest part. They had to figure out how to kill it. Minutes later, the building of the experimental laboratory from which the snake escaped appeared in the distance on the mountain. Liu opened his scanning program and everyone saw that Thunder not far from them was moving at an unimaginable speed. The hero listened, realizing that something was wrong here. Even for Thunder, that was an impossible speed. Suddenly the players had an epiphany. They realized that it wasn't Thunder approaching so fast, but the creature that had swallowed him. The president of the New Order saw the serpent bearing down on him with open mouth and immediately activated the blood shadow shell. As the bloody shadow engulfed the monster, its movements began to slow down. Holding the creeper inside the bloody shadow, Rong ordered everyone to stand in their places and tell Thunder to attack the serpent from within. At that moment, the serpent stopped and stood captivated by the bloody shadow. Its huge head looked as if it had been carved out of stone. Only the blood-red eyes told that it was a very living creature. Without wasting time, the players drew their weapons and rushed at the vile, creeping thing. They all started attacking the reptilian monster together without any conspiracy in an instant. Yatin struck the serpent with his sword as hard as he could. It sounded as if he had struck a rock. The sword only bounced like metal without causing any harm to the monster. But the player continued to chop the monster, hoping to pierce its scales. Seeing that it had no effect, Yatin punched the creature with his fist right in the eye. The serpent went into a wild rage and swished his tail, intending to finish off the pesky humans once and for all. Even Rong's bloody shell couldn't hold back such a powerful strike. The two players who were closest to the monster lost their lives in an instant. Seeing this, Aigo activated the power of provocation and attacked the serpent by hitting it in the nose with his lash. In a flash of maneuvering, the player bounced to a safe distance, preparing for the next attack. Aigo had stunning speed, so the serpent didn't have time to hurt him. The president of the new order was still doing his best to immobilize the monster while the players found a way to destroy it. But the lash must have stung the snake. It became even more furious and made a ghostly sound. It was such a high-pitched sound that the life source bubbles began to crack. Hearing a crack, Aigo looked at his bottle of precious liquid with consternation. At this point, it finally cracked and the glass shattered in different directions. For Aigo, it was instant death. The player immediately began to dissolve into space, leaving the game. When the surviving players saw this, they became completely confused. There are only 5 of them left, and that's with Thunder inside the invulnerable creature. The guild master didn't expect the snake to break through the bloody shell so easily. Liu realized that Rong wouldn't be able to hold the creature for long. Such an instant death of several players at the same time, even the president was knocked out. At this moment, the players started to say that there was news from Thunder. He said that the monster's internal defense was too strong, so he couldn't wound it from the inside. Despite Rong's best efforts to hold the creature's bloody shadow, the serpent began to rise. The president of the new order stood in front of the monster like a small, helpless bug. Rong realized that because they couldn't hide the bubbles in their inventory, this thing could kill everyone with just sound waves. Liu also realized that their lives depended on the monster's next move. Rong began to wonder if right after entering the dungeon, almost all of our team would die. At this moment, the scales of the serpent's scales rang out. Rong could no longer hold on to this monster, and his body immediately moved. Suddenly, the serpent crawled past the dumbfounded players and headed away, leaving them completely bewildered. Yatin started talking about what he was doing, why that monster left us alone. Meanwhile, in the places where the life source vials had broken, droplets of precious liquid began to rise above the grass. As in previous times, the liquid from the broken bottles came together and spread evenly across the bottles of the remaining players. The color of the life source was now an even more intense, almost blood red. Looking at his vial, Rong thought that apparently the monster wasn't going to test them. Liu noticed the guild master's thoughtfulness and began to think, if perfect completion of a special dungeon was indeed Rong's main goal, then what was the method of completing the dungeon? I mean, it's obvious now that it's not the killing of a screaming snake. Maybe we need to connect all the vials to the source. At this point, Rong began to say, be on the lookout. We are fortunate that the serpent has traveled far away. Now we have time to get to the Research Institute for our mission. Liu opened the scanner to see a map of the area and the players immediately set off. Minutes later, an institute building with a huge hole in the side wall appeared on the horizon. Suspecting something wrong, Yatin opened the scanning program and saw that the serpent was in the vicinity again. Rong was thinking hard about what they should do now. After all, their main goal at this moment was to get to the Research Institute as quickly as possible. Looking at the remaining players, the guildmaster ordered Demager to break his vial of life source. Yatin started to get indignant, saying they couldn't lose one more person. There were already too few of them left. To which Rong began to say with more people, we can't defeat the serpent either. Speed is what we need right now. This way we can drive the monster away for a while and buy time to explore. Demager did not wish for such a fate, but the guild president's order was above all else, so the guy obediently broke his vial. The sounds of the monster moving away were heard, and the survivors breathed a sigh of relief. They realized that because thunder was inside the creature, they could track the monster's movements. Rong opened the scanning program to make sure the serpent was gone. As we approached the building, Liu began to think before I refused to pay for the equipment and levels. If Rong knew the perfect way to get through this dungeon, he would surely attack me as soon as we reached the Institute. The guildmaster started shouting for everyone to run as fast as possible. The Institute was only a short distance away. A team of players ran into the courtyard with all their legs, overcoming the last meters to the entrance of the building. Liu was overcome with doubts, so he purposely lagged behind the others and ran last. He started thinking I'd be easy to surround in the building. The key is not to let them corner me. And he started slowing down even more. Eventually, the hero stopped. He didn't trust any of these guys, and he clearly understood the situation he might find himself in if he entered the room. Liu's stop did not go unnoticed. The players looked at him questioningly. They had already climbed the steps, and Liu was still standing in front of the building. Rong started to tell Liu what was wrong. "Come on up. Perfectly passing this dungeon is our main goal." To which the hero started to reply, "Then why don't you share the way to perfect this dungeon with everyone?" He decided to try and break up the trio and then deal with each one individually. At that moment, everyone heard a message from Thunder saying that he had managed to get out of the creeping thing. The guildmaster started to say, "Liu, you are wrong. The level of this dungeon is too high, and I didn't have the goal of getting rid of players. I only want to complete the quest. If you don't believe me, you can wait for us outside. The three of us will complete the quest. There's no telling what dangers we might encounter inside the Institute, but there's a much greater chance of encountering a monster outside." The hero didn't believe Rong. He thought he had gotten rid of Demagogue on purpose by ordering him to break his vial of life. Chen started yelling, "Liu, what's wrong with you? What makes you think the chairman wants to hurt you? What a joke. You think the guild is trying to trick you." Another player also began to say, "We have been cooperating with the guild for a long time and there was no talk of trust. Or do you think that the president of the new order should consider you his brother?" The hero wondered if he should attack first while they were still outside. After all, he could easily be cornered in the building. Liu opened the scanning program to see the location of living organisms within a kilometer radius. There was no serpent in the area, but he saw a loose thunder approaching them. The hero began to think given Thunder's speed he'd be here in about minutes. The serpent attacks every minute, so the next monster attack will be in about minutes. We need to fight them before Rong meets Thunder. The guildmaster started to say, "I'm not going to force you. We just have to complete the quest." But the other players started insulting Liu, saying that he was just trash who couldn't be relied on at a crucial moment, and the guild can do without him. The hero realized that with Thunder, he would be alone against 4 powerful opponents, so he decided to use the freeze buff along with the blessing to deal with them. He began to wonder if I was making the right decision. If I make a mistake, I lose my alliance with the New Order's guild. But if I don't attack, all my efforts will be for nothing. When the players saw Liu draw his weapon, they started yelling what you were up to. "You're going to attack. Our alliance aside, you're already dead. Don't commit suicide. I don't want to get my hands dirty with you." To which the hero replied that his decision was obvious, and immediately activated freeze buff and blessing. He rushed into the attack and the president of the New Order began to activate the Blood Shadow Shell. The hero's sword whistled over the heads of the players, and they only now realized that Liu had actually decided to attack them. In the next moment, Liu sliced the player who was attacking him in half. The hero's speed was so overwhelming that only a blue haze remained in the air from the sword. At this moment, a bloody shell began to descend over Liu's head, about to imprison him. The player he had chopped up fell down without realizing where he had made a mistake. His last thought was how it was possible. The fighter disappeared, leaving behind only a brief flash. The other participants heard the message that their team had lost another player. Chen activated his stinger power and used the snapshot program. Thus he copied himself in 2 copies, posing a triple threat to Liu now. Chen also activated a combo punch and immediately pounced to attack Liu. When he saw that instead of 1 opponent he was now facing 3, he clenched the hilt of his sword harder and activated his power as well. Liu dodged Chen's strike and immediately chopped him in half along with his copy with 1 lightning-fast strike. At this point, a notification sounded that the hero had defeated another player, taking his life and forcing him to leave the game. Liu ran the scanning program and saw that Thunder was approaching him at a tremendous speed. The enraged hero stood there with his eyes blazing as he prepared to continue the fight. After all, there was still Rong. But looking in the direction where the president of the New Order stood, Liu saw only emptiness. He began furiously chopping everything around him with his sword with such force that stones spilled out of the affected walls. The hero lowered his sword in bewilderment. Just a second ago, the guildmaster was here. Now it was as if he had vanished into thin air. He opened the scanning program. The map showed that Rong was here. However, Liu chopped the space around him and didn't even hit him. Then the hero began to tell the president, if you're a coward who can only hide, show yourself and take a fair fight. I challenge you to a fight. Come out. No more hiding. But the ruins of the Institute continued to gape in emptiness. Rong was in no hurry to confront Liu. Then the hero went on to say, Guildmaster note that cowardice becomes a habit. Looking at the scanner, he realized why Rong was in no hurry to show himself. Thunder was already dangerously close to them. And at that moment, Liu saw thunder flying like lightning into the courtyard of the Institute. Looking again at the scanner, the hero saw that thunder was heading for the president of the New Order. Rong came out of the blood shadow shell and began to speak. You are indeed very brave. However, when you dealt with the ogre hyenas, you gave me all your trump cards. That's why I only sacrificed 2 players. Now I know your abilities and all I have to do is deal with you. The guildmaster commanded to attack, and Thunder immediately began to take out his katana. Now Liu had no doubts left. This was a conspiracy from the beginning. Pulling out their weapons, the president of the New Order and Thunder immediately rushed at the hero. A fierce fight ensued. It was a very unequal confrontation, not only as 1 against 2, but also in terms of skill levels and strength of the opponents. The hero realized that he had to fight off the strongest players of the primordial realm. Not only that, he must defeat them. Scoffing Thunder began to say, You are too low level to defeat us. I don't know why Rong is so worried. Either he's weaker than you, or both of you have always been weak. Hearing this, Rong got angry and ordered Thunder to shut up. Liu didn't listen to the insults. He was completely focused on the fight. Activating the power blessing, the hero increased all his attributes by points. Seeing this, the New Order Guildmaster immediately ordered Thunder to use his sword. And Thunder immediately took out his sword and began to speak. Ever since I obtained explosive power, I have been accumulating the power of this sword all along. It's about time you put it to work. Consider it an honor to be killed by this blade. Liu looked toward the forest. He remembered that from Thunder's arrival to the appearance of the serpent was no more than 3 minutes, and he was about to have another opponent. Realizing the danger of the situation, the hero activated the freeze buff, directing the power of this power to the forest. Thus, the area around them is immobilized for hours. Thunder looked in surprise at the light haze that began to freeze everything around him. Not even a leaf moved under the force of that power. He swung his sword, about to cut off Liu's head while he froze everything around him. But the hero managed to activate the power blessing. A notification has appeared that Liu has been assigned level. All of his attributes have been increased by points. He also received the title of Weapon Expert. After dodging Thunder's sword, the hero immediately struck his opponent with a stabbing blow. Seeing the abilities of his opponent, Thunder began to say the president of the New Order was not wrong. You really did have a trump card. And Thunder activated an explosive power called Compensation. Thanks to this, none of the opponents attacking him can do any damage to him. The duration of this effect is seconds. Liu chopped Thunder in half, but he only laughed. At this moment, the hero heard the notification that he had been affected by the power compensation and could not deal damage to this player. Meanwhile, Thunder continued to taunt, saying that he had deliberately provoked him. Realizing that there was nothing he could do to Grom Liu in the next half a minute, Liu immediately decided to change tactics. Leaving Thunder in a daze, the hero instantly turned around and swiftly attacked Rong, who had been standing on the sidelines watching the fight. The president of the New Order has activated the power of magnanimity and unification. This will allow him to merge his attributes with Thunder's attributes, as well as unify the scale of their health skills, equipment skills, and achievements. The duration of this power is minutes. Liu saw some kind of wave unite Rong and Thunder and bounce to the side to protect himself. The hero realized that his freeze buff had expired. Now he was facing 2 opponents again. Feeling a surge of new strength, Thunder happily began to speak. Now my attributes have been doubled. President, your skill is quite strong. You are almost reaching my level. Thinking about the situation, Liu bounced back, trying to buy some time. He only needed a little time and for the enemies to be a little farther away. He took another leap towards the forest away from Thunder and began to say, You are very well prepared. It must have been planned long ago." And the hero increased the distance between them by a few more jumps. Thunder started to respond. "We were only trying to be prudent. Don't think this is about you. You don't deserve this honor." Liu pulled out his gun. Pendulum was fully equipped and ready to shoot to kill in defense of his ruler. Thunder again started taunting the hero. "You're going to shoot me with a ranged weapon from a distance. I hear you have an arrest skill. Use it on me while I'm standing here. See if you can kill me or not." At that moment, a message came in that Rong's power had run out. This was exactly what he needed. There was a reason why Liu was stalling and distancing himself from his opponents while avoiding the fight. Meanwhile, Thunder continued to provoke the hero to shoot him. He even thrust his swords into the ground and raised his hands in preparation to catch a bullet. Liu raised his gun, about to shoot the arrogant brat. Rong, seeing that his power was no longer working and trying to talk some sense into Thunder, began to say, "Don't be silly. His weapon has its own special features and its attack power is unbelievable." But Thunder started to respond. "It's just a regular gun. Do you think his skill will work at such a long distance? I can easily dodge it." Rong replied, "Okay, let's wait for his skill to complete first and then kill him immediately." At that moment, a deafening shot rang out and Thunder's eyes widened in surprise. He was about to catch the bullet, but in the blink of an eye, he found himself caged. He stared at the grated barrier in bewilderment, realizing that it was all the fault of his stupidity and pride. Not believing his eyes, Thunder started to say, "Rong is the weapon of his power, a gun. It can't be. If his weapon is a gun, then how did he use the power along with the sword?" Liu wasn't going to listen to any more of these conversations, much less explain anything to anyone. His only wish was to say goodbye to the bastard as soon as possible. He increased the power of his next attack by units and activated the Judgment Pendulum, intending to hit the enemy with triple damage. Rong started yelling that they should get out of the trap as soon as possible. Thunder began to reply that "I can't do that. However, you don't have to worry. I have a death avoidance skill that lasts for seconds." But Rong started saying, "You're an idiot. As long as we're immobilized, he doesn't have to attack us. All he has to do is hit our life source vials on his belt." Thunder started answering Rong, "To get to my back, it will take him about seconds. But just in case, use the Blood Shadow Shell." But the Guildmaster couldn't use this skill anymore, since he had already used it a few minutes earlier while hiding from Liu's attack. Another rattling shot rang out again, this time piercing Thunder through and through. It was only now that he realized how wrong he had been about this player. He couldn't understand what kind of power Liu had. After all, he had killed the president of the New Order and taken almost all of his health. The bullet piercing Thunder's body damaged the vials of life source. When he saw this, he was furious and started shouting, "No, I've lost!" It was a defeat. With a huge hole in his side and a grimace of utter bewilderment, the undefeated level fighter Thunder began to dissolve into space, leaving the game. Looking at Liu standing in front of him, he managed to shout that he would definitely come back for victory. He finally left the Chaos Zone's uncontrolled dungeon. The hero was immediately notified that Thunder had been killed. Liu realized that, as in most previous raids, he would once again have to finish the challenge alone. Stashing his weapon, he walked at a leisurely pace towards the site of the last of his crewmen's deaths. With an impassive expression on his face and with a feeling of some regret, the hero approached the point of eliminating his opponents. He got the attributes of his opponents and started thinking that, even though I won, I don't feel happy at all. Maybe it's because I didn't really kill them, or because in the future I will have to face their endless desire for revenge. But aren't there supposed to be enemies in the way of my growth? I only bring upon myself those who are stronger than I. Besides, while I'm in the game, I'm not afraid of them at all, even though the threats from them remain in reality. He looked at the attributes he had received, and the feeling of regret at not having made friends among the strongest players was replaced by a feeling of gratitude to those who had conspired against him and brought him such a great reward with their deaths. The hero realized that the threat in real life from the losing players would only last as long as the original kingdom. At this moment, huge red eyes appeared behind the unsuspecting Liu's back in the darkness. The hero sensed the danger and listened. There was absolute silence, but he clearly felt the threat, and trusting his instincts, he instantly jumped aside. Liu realized that he had gotten too close to the forest and headed towards the Research Institute building as quickly as possible. But suddenly a huge serpent blocked his way. The monster appeared before the hero in all its terrifying majesty and beauty. But after looking at Liu for a few seconds, the serpent turned around and headed towards the forest. The hero was puzzled and watched it moving away, making a terrible scraping sound with its scales. He was confused at first, not sure why the creature had left him alone. It wasn't as if the overgrown worm had come just to admire the last survivor of their squad. But then the puzzles in his head started to come together. The hero realized that, as before, if the vial of life source breaks, the serpent stops attacking and leaves. Its next attack would be in minutes. And Liu just broke Rong and Thunder's bubbles, so the serpent crawled away. But from now on, it will only pursue him. After all, he is now the sole guardian of the source of life. The hero was left without a team and must finish the quest alone within minutes before the next snake attack. So he rushed to the Institute. Liu realized he had to speed up, otherwise he would be the last victim of the creeper. With these unhappy thoughts, he ran into the lab. The only object in this once sterile room was a strange stand with a round, spherical, transparent lid. There was nothing else in the room, and the hero concluded that this was the most important item in the lab. Examining the strange construction, Liu concluded that it was an incubator where the snake was raised. As he got closer, he looked around, but he saw no monsters or scientists. The hero realized that the only living thing in this dungeon besides him was a screaming snake. Taking out a vial of the life source, Liu was about to put it into the incubator, but halfway through he held up his hand, thinking about the fact that the serpent was the only living thing here. In the past, the hero had already encountered the only living creature in the special dungeon. It was an evil puppet, and if you recall the events of that quest, it is very likely that it was given by the puppet itself to mock the players. But this dungeon is special too, and it's also with one living creature. Couldn't it be that this challenge was devised by that same creature? If you remember the cat scenes from the previous dungeon and take as a basis for the quest pranks of the evil puppet, then from the outside it might seem that the puppet just mocked the players. But in fact, the ideal test was to satisfy her cherished wish. It dawned on Liu, of course, mocking and wish fulfillment. That's the secret to perfecting special dungeons. You must fulfill the wish of the creature that dwells there. Looking at the vial with the source of life, the hero began to think that the snake had every chance to destroy our team at once. But instead, it killed a few players at a time and crawled away. He could have gotten rid of the whole squad in a heartbeat when we first met. It was like he was mocking us. Then I must fulfill this monster's wish. The only question is which one? What this creature wants. If he's allowed me into the Institute, then perhaps the clue lies within these walls. If this test was invented by the serpent itself, growing a new monster is not necessary to kill it. Maybe this is his way of getting us to make him a companion. What if he's feeling lonely? Or maybe he's got nowhere else to go. Or maybe he wants to leave this dungeon altogether. It's strange that I came to that conclusion, but we can't rule out that possibility either. In other words, it's a very likely outcome. We just need to figure out if the serpent is able to get into the Institute. If it can, then the options that the players must raise him a companion are eliminated. Maybe he's incapable of returning to the walls of this building. Well, then we'll just have to wait minutes to see if he comes back here to kill me. If the monster shows up, I will place the vial of life source in the incubator and complete the test. If not, I'll try to access the Pearl Glossary and get the soul subjugation function. That way I can lure the serpent to leave with me. But now, while I have a little more time, I need to urgently visit the Department of Production and Sale of Equipment. Entering the system, Liu saw that the members of the new order had already reached level. He thought he had already caught up with the top players. But in reality, he still had a lot of room to grow. The hero had long suspected that after reaching level, he would need to put on level equipment and join the team. Now, all the players have already united, and it is unlikely that they will wait for him another day. Looking through his attributes, he saw that he still had a Pearl of Improvement in reserve and could exchange some items from his equipment. It requires the essence of a special dungeon to improve its equipment. To exchange one item, you need essence. You can also use the Pearl Glossary, which allows you to upgrade any equipment above level. For an easy and quick victory, it could be used. But paying attention to the back of the upgrade gem, the hero hesitated to do it now. He had a feeling he would need it in the future. He decided that he would trade the remaining essences of the special dungeon for 3 enhancement pearls and 3 glossary pearls to start with. The hero realized that the probability of supplementing his equipment with a glossary pearl with soul subjugation was Can he consider himself lucky if with such a negligible chance he manages to knock out the serpent's soul subjugation? At that moment, threatening sounds came from outside, indicating that a monster was approaching. Liu realized that the creature was nearby, and he needed to decide on his choice as soon as possible. The hero closed the program and looked warily in the direction of the sounds. The scaling was as loud as if a monster were about to appear before him. Listening more closely, Liu realized that the serpent had been crawling around the building all this time, but hadn't gotten into the middle. Maybe he was doing it on purpose. Thinking that he should check it out, the hero headed for the exit of the room. He wanted to make sure that the serpent was intentionally staying outside. But halfway through, Liu stopped. He decided he had to make the monster wait a little longer. After waiting 3 minutes and seeing that the creature was still outside the building, Liu decided that it was time to act. All this time, the serpent had been crawling restlessly around the research institute. The friction of its scales made a nasty sound that penetrated to the very bones. He stopped in front of the ruins where the entrance to the institute was as if waiting for someone or something. The monster froze, staring at the walls of the building. He didn't understand why, after being inside for so long, Liu hadn't finished the ordeal yet. But the hero was already leaving the safe walls of the institute, about to face the monster and try to figure it all out. Liu stepped outside and fearlessly faced the serpent with a testing gaze. In turn, the serpent lowered its head and began to gaze at this little brave man. The character started to think maybe I should say something, but if he's not able to interact, it's going to be very difficult. But at that moment, without taking his gaze away from the eyes of the serpent, Liu seemed to hear his voice in his head. He was asking why the player hadn't completed the quest yet. At that moment, the hero realized that before him stood a reasonable creature capable of dialogue, and not a huge, brainless monster. Liu has started to think so much better. He talked to me first, and now I feel more confident. Hero started answering because I thought you wanted to leave this place. Suddenly there was a deafening sound like an explosion. It was so strong that rocks flew in different directions and a flash lit up the darkness, illuminating the building of the institute. This serpent in a rage struck so powerfully with his tail that the earth shook like an earthquake. The hero was frightened by such power, and at the same time surprised, not understanding what provoked such a violent reaction of this creature. Looking closer, he saw that with his strike, the serpent had destroyed the mighty trees, leaving only tattered stumps standing in place of the once great giants. Liu had never encountered such power before. He realized that none of the players of the primordial realm could be a worthy opponent to this creature. With complete calmness, the serpent still continued to look at the hero and began to ask him if you know a way to help me leave this place. Liu couldn't figure out if the serpent was mocking him or if he really wanted to get out of here. He began to answer, "Yes, I know how to do that. To do that, you will need to get on my side and make me your master. If you refuse, I'll just complete the test. And if you do, I'll use my pistol called a pendulum to activate the soul subjugation function." To which the serpent made a sound like a chuckle and began to ask if you think you're worthy of it. And the monster began to rise above Liu, showing him its greatness, power, and superiority. The hero didn't know what to expect, but continued to stand his ground. He started to say, "No, I don't think I'm worthy to be your master. But it's the only way for you to leave this place." Liu thought to himself that the situation was getting hotter and more dangerous by the second. Maybe we should get out of here. Looking up at the monster's massive body from below, the hero prepared to run to the institute at its first movement. At that moment, a notification sounded that the screaming serpent wanted Liu to become its master. Only now did the hero realize that he had done the right thing by negotiating. The serpent froze and bowed its head in front of Liu. Now the hero had to answer whether he was willing to become the master of this monster. Liu happily ran up to the snake and exclaimed that he was willing to be his master. But not just a master, but a true friend. The hero was very happy that everything worked out this way. Now he would be able to complete the quest and get out of the dungeon. But he was especially pleased with the thought that he would help this creature as he had helped the puppet. It was reported that Liu has become the master of the screaming serpent. In order to escape from the special dungeon with the serpent, he needs to possess the power of soul subjugation. Information about the kite's combat characteristics began to sound. His level is Natural Disaster, possesses the illusion voice skill, putting the target in a state of illusion and subduing it. The ultrasonic skill generates merciless ultrasonic waves causing permanent damage to the target. Earthquake skill, Earth Spirit skill creates energy balls that attack enemies and protect the host. When the voice information subsided, the serpent told the hero that they could now leave this place together. Liu answered well. Now he needed to activate the Pearl Glossary to obtain the soul subjugation skill. Holding the gun in front of him, he looked at the test program, realizing that success or failure depended only on his one move. The hero saw that when he became the master of the Screaming Serpent, the dungeon quest disappeared. This meant that the challenge was actually set by the serpent. Now Liu had no escape route. The hero began to think, but isn't that what I wanted? I didn't use the Pearl Glossary earlier because I was afraid of giving up my position. However, to have such a powerful assistant is an incredible fortune. Before I defeated Wei, I didn't know if those four had power or not. I only relied on my luck. If they had power, I'd be dead. If not, I would win. But in this situation, I'm only relying on a 1% chance. If it were possible to change the rules of the game in any way, I wouldn't have to rely on luck. But unfortunately, that's not possible. And he logged in, going to complete his equipment and activate the soul subjugation skill. This will give his pet access to weapons. For this, he must give essences of a special dungeon. Upon seeing the message about whether he wanted to change the rules of the Pearl Glossary, the hero was very surprised and a bit confused. But the next moment, a new notice came in asking again if he wished to change the rules. Liu answered yes, and in the same second the pearl flashed with a bright light for a moment, blinding the hero. Watching what was happening, the Screaming Serpent patiently waited for the hero to add the soul subjugation feature to his equipment. Liu saw that the Pearl's glossary had changed, allowing him to replenish his equipment with a necessary attribute. The hero began to think, I don't know what's going on, but I seem to be incredibly lucky. And he immediately added soul subjugation to his arsenal. He saw that his pistol, aka Wisdom Pendulum, now not only does triple damage but also has a dizzying effect, but does not have the power to subdue the soul. Liu laughed. Only now he realized that the ability to subdue a soul was not in the gun. He had subjugated the serpent's soul by going to him and boldly offering his terms. The hero looked at the Screaming Serpent with a look full of determination and began to speak. The last minutes of this quest are simply incredible and amazing. Only now I realize that the task of this dungeon was not to get into the Institute, but to understand what you want and help. But the hard part was getting it right. After speaking, Liu began to raise his gun. He realized he might be relying on luck, but he felt he was doing the right thing. He pointed the muzzle of the gun into the impassive, frozen eyes of the Screaming Serpent. The hero squeezed the trigger, and at the same moment, a notification began to sound congratulating him on having perfectly passed the uncontrolled dungeon by completing the task of the out-of-control experiment. Due to this, he gains 10 times the Stalemate reward, as well as dungeon essences. All of his stats have increased significantly. He is now a level player. The attack power of his gun has increased by times. The character has the soul subjugation ability and has an underling Screaming Serpent essence that he can summon at any time. He has also earned of a possible of the computer power meme. Liu has been given the architect skill, which allows him to use computer power to change the rules of the primordial realm. The hero ran the scanning program and saw that the chaos zone was still covered with black clouds. But now there were no creatures that posed a threat to him. He began to return, and leaving the uncontrolled dungeon with a confident step, stepped into the chaos zone. After leaving the dungeon, Liu turned his attention to the sky, noticing the faint sunlight beginning to break through the black clouds. The sun's rays were persistently shaking the heavy black clouds, trying to penetrate the chaos zone to illuminate and warm this ruined territory. The hero felt incredibly happy when he finally saw the sun and felt the kisses of its rays on his cheek. The sun finally broke into the chaos zone as if on purpose to light the hero's way home. Tired after his ordeal, he leisurely left the devastated area and headed back to Khonshu City. Meanwhile, in the real world, it was already late afternoon. Liu had been playing the game for so long that he didn't even know what day it was. Back in reality, the hero guessed why he was so terribly exhausted. After all, he had spent a whole week on going through the dungeon. There were only days left until the coming of the original kingdom to the real world. He felt a terrible loss of strength and realized that it was because he had been in the game too long and hadn't eaten anything. But it was worth it. After all, now he has levels left to, and most importantly, he got a screaming snake as an ally. Now he needed to eat as soon as possible to renew his strength and energy. But then Liu remembered about Miko. and wondered how her sister was doing with the power. The hero hoped that she had managed to complete the task in the meantime. Liu felt ashamed that he was spending so little time with his sister. Despite his hunger and fatigue, he decided to go and see how she was doing first. The hero was worried that after she started playing, he only had time to tell her about the power and taught her absolutely nothing by going to level up. As he approached Miko's room, Liu raised his hand to knock and thought that in order to spend more time with his sister, he should start leveling up with her. When he heard voices from behind the door, the hero froze with his hand raised. Miko was telling Eris that she had matured a lot in the past week. Eris replied that Miko had also changed a lot in the past week. Then Liu heard Miko laughingly say that she wanted to touch Eris's breast to make sure they were her brothers. The hero froze and blushed to the tips of his ears. The girls outside the door were laughing and fooling around. A confused Liu stood in the hallway, hesitant to knock. Women. Monsters were easier for him to understand. Realizing that he was simply eavesdropping on the girls' conversation, the hero turned around and rushed to his room, deciding to see them in the game. Back in the game, Liu found himself at the northern gate of Khonshu City. He was leaving the secret area to return to the control zone. The hero was going crazy with fatigue. Realizing that the girls stayed in the real world, he thought that he should write them a message and find out how they were doing. But right now, the first thing he needs to do is improve his equipment and get a good rest. Liu opened the Pearl Glossary, going to lighten the load and increase the defense. He saw that his current level allowed him to wear level equipment, but the hero didn't know how many dungeon essences would be needed for that. After all, if they were not enough, he would have to spend money. Thinking about the money, Liu only now realized that the New Order Guild still hadn't paid him back. At this moment, he received a message from the president of the New Order in which Rong wrote that if your level didn't reset to 0, then you had passed the special dungeon and were receiving the deserved reward. The amount is primordial currency. Liu had barely finished reading the first message before the next one arrived. The president of the New Order wrote to see if I could meet you. Find a few minutes for me. I want to apologize to you personally. The hero began to think it might mean that Rong wants a truce. After suffering huge losses, they've decided to make this move because our alliance can be capitalized on. Even though I was the cause of their losses. Again, I received a message from Rong saying, I do not wish to antagonize you. I was forced by the situation, to which Liu replied, it's fine. I haven't lost anything anyway. Liu's heart beat harder. He suspected that this might be another provocation. The guildmaster is acting very strangely. Why would he want to pull him to his side? And then it occurred to Liu that it might be because he possessed of the computer power membrane. But at this moment, he didn't care about Rong. The first thing to do was to improve his equipment and become the strongest in the primordial realm. And then it would already be possible to carefully consider everything. Liu was about to close the screen when the next message arrived. When he saw the envelope covered with hearts, he realized it was from his sister. Miko wrote that she's already gotten her striking power. Her weapon is a giant axe. Eris has gained the power of lightness. Her weapon is a paired blade. And now the girls are leveling up in the mirror realm. The hero wanted to watch this duel and immediately went to the Dungeon Association to enter the mirror realm as soon as possible. There were many players in the territory of the Mirror Kingdom. They were talking about how, because of the favorable deal, the New Order Guild had completely lost control of the Mirror Realm. This territory has now been taken over by the Backyard Alliance. As soon as a player doesn't do what they want, the Alliance immediately starts threatening via mail. Someone started to suggest to unite against the Backyard Union, and then there will be no need to be afraid of messages and threats. Seeing that 4 fighters have surrounded and are holding some guy, one of the players asked what's going on here. And another player started to answer it's a punishment for insulting the beauty devil from the backyard. The Mirror Realm is a safe zone where fighting is forbidden. That's why the beauty devil is punishing people with this environment. This player has been held for 5 whole days. The saddest part was that he couldn't get out of the game and would stay in the same position until the others moved. All the while, Liu stood nearby and listened intently to the conversations. Next, he heard that the beauty devils from the backyard were not only unearthly beauties, but also possessed tremendous power. Since they had appeared in the Mirror Realm, they had already had a serious series of victories. These girls are deservedly called goddesses. Players bet huge sums of money on these beauties to win. Some shouted that they were ready to marry them in real life, but another player forbade him to even think about it. After all, for them they are goddesses and they would kill anyone for them. At this moment, the screen showed that the alliance of players nicknamed Fragrant Goddess and Passionate Desire had won in the Mirror Room. And returning to the Mirror Realm, Miko, who was known as the Fragrant Goddess, and Eris, who was known as Passionate Desire, appeared before everyone. Having won this duel, Miko was level and Eris was level. The players immediately rushed over to them screaming how beautiful they were. And how could it be that such a fragile body was simultaneously endowed with unearthly beauty and unstoppable strength? Everyone asked how they could do it, and asked them to teach them their skills. Seeing that the center of attention was his younger sister Miko and her friend Eris, Liu's jaw just dropped in surprise. In the meantime, all the people present surrounded the girls and said something to them. Only the hero stood aside, wondering when they had become so popular. Laughing, Miko began to say thank you for your kind words. Compliments are undoubtedly nice, but don't forget to send us half of your winnings. To which the players began to reply that they would do so immediately. As Liu got closer, he heard one player ask if they were as beautiful in real life as they were in the game, to which another player started to answer, I don't care, even if only in the game I will accept it. The third player's tears flowed and he said that just at the mere thought of these beauties marrying someone, he becomes wildly jealous of that lucky man. Hearing this, another player grabbed his head and started to say, why did you say that? Now I'm jealous too. If they're really such beauties, I'd die for them. Seeing Liu heading straight for the girls, some guy patted him on the shoulder and started saying, don't even think about it, buddy. They'll never have anything to do with the likes of us. We can only meet these beauties in our dreams. The hero looked in surprise at the guy who had spoken before him. It was a blonde guy who wore white clothes over his equipment. Liu laughed. Wow, he hadn't seen his sister and Eris in a few days and he couldn't even walk up to them. He started to answer, but that was too much. You talk like you spend every day with them. What do you know about them? And who are you to tell me what I can and can't do? He was starting to get really pissed off at the guy who was picking on him. At that moment, Miko noticed her brother and realized that some player had gotten so cocky that he wouldn't let him through to her. Without hesitation, the girl went to Liu. She made the surrounding players freeze with their mouths open in admiration and at the same time incomprehension of what was happening. Meanwhile, the guy sticking up for Liu kept saying, I know you're trying not to show your feelings, but we're all in the same boat here, and no one's gonna let you get even one step closer to these goddesses. When he saw Miko standing right next to him, the blonde man in white attire was at first thrilled to be so close to her. But after a second, he realized that the girl had not come to him and was ready to attack Leah. Seeing that something wrong was going on, a guy in a green cloak jumped up to the blonde guy to hold him back. Meanwhile, the players started talking about why the goddess went after this guy, who he was. Could this be her boyfriend? But that's just not possible. You can't find love in games. Miko looked into her brother's tired and painfully familiar eyes. She didn't know how to explain it all to him. Meanwhile, the blonde guy out of anger kept yelling, what the hell? You two are not a couple. Our goddess can't belong to anyone. Miko, unable to bear the long silence between them, rushed over to Liu and hugged him tightly around the neck, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Seeing this, the people present were in a frenzy of anger. In the next moment, a tremendous anger filled their hearts and they started shouting, what a jerk! Even if you don't tell us your name and level, it's still not going to be a problem. We need to get rid of him immediately. But hearing Miko say, brother, I missed you so much, the angry crowd froze in place, coming to their senses from another shock. This phrase made the agitated players stop instantly and everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they realized that it was brother and sister. Eris had been watching the whole time. She was also very happy to see Liu, but she didn't have the courage to approach him first, and he was fully occupied with Miko right now. Suddenly, she heard the sound of an incoming message. When she saw the sender, she looked at the envelope in surprise. She didn't want to read the message. Eris knew that she shouldn't expect pleasant news from this person, but there was no other way to know what they wanted from her. In the meantime, a girl unknown to us, hiding in the shadows, was carefully watching everything that was happening in the Mirror Kingdom. Some guy came up to her and bowed to her, and began to say, Madam, we have received a refusal. Hearing this, the lady became furious and in anger easily scratched the concrete walls. She started to say these girls are real fools for not agreeing to such an offer. But if they don't go to the Union, they don't belong in the original kingdom. Call the men. We'll surround them and destroy them immediately. That was the backyard garden devil and her gang. Unaware of the danger they were in, Miko happily continued to hug Liu. They hadn't seen each other for a week, but the girl missed her as if it had been forever. Miko was ready to cry with happiness that they were together again. After all, after the death of her parents, they had not been apart for such a long time. She was genuinely happy that Liu was finally by her side. She was glad that Liu was finally with her. She had gotten used to being not only in her older brother's care, but also under his protection. Meanwhile, Eris received new messages from the Deviless in the backyard garden. She offered cooperation and wanted the girls to lose and split the winnings. She further wrote that this was not a request, but a warning, and that refusal would force her to go to extreme measures. Suddenly, Miko realized why the crowd had gone wild so suddenly. To her, she's just hugging her little brother, but the others don't know they're related. These guys must have already figured something out about it. She sighed loudly, concluding that it was very hard to be pretty. Miko's hug was so tight that Liu cringed. He had never expected his little sister to be so strong. At this time, a whole crowd of armed players were already heading towards the Mirror Realm. Eris walked up to Liu and Miko and hadn't even had a chance to say hello yet when there was a stomp of approaching footsteps and everyone started looking around at the noise. They saw a group of people coming, led by the Deviless from the backyard garden. That could only mean one thing: she was going to punish someone again. Liu and the girls stared in surprise at the grouping that was coming at them like a storm cloud. The boys stood there in complete bewilderment, and the soldiers who had arrived surrounded them tighter and tighter, not giving them a chance to leave. The hero's eyes lit up angrily as if to warn that it was dangerous to come any closer. The backyard garden Deviless, accompanied by two stout fellows, stepped forward. Liu told Eris and Miko to keep their heads down as if to keep the girls out of danger, and immediately took a step towards the newcomers. Miko took his hand and started to say, "Brother, she came for me, so let me handle this myself." The girl fearlessly approached the Deviless and she began to speak. "Here we meet again. Today you will fall on your knees and beg me to forgive you." Liu asked Eris what was going on and what was the reason for the conflict between his sister and this girl. Eris started to say that she wanted us to work with her and deliberately lose to take betting money from other players, but we didn't agree. That's why she's here. At this moment, the Deviless from the backyard garden began to order her soldiers to surround the trio more tightly. She screamed so loudly that the players standing next to her had their ears ringing from her thin, shrill voice. Liu realized that a confrontation was imminent and thought of a plan of action. He began to play a map of the Mirror Kingdom in his head, noting the location of everyone present. Outraged by what was going on, the fans of Eris and Miko were going to defend their goddesses. But the gang from the backyard garden started shouting that it was none of their business, and that the players should mind their own business. Seeing that the guys present really intend to fight for these girls, the Deviless fiercely started yelling at them. "If you go against the backyard garden, you'll face the consequences." The players froze in indecision. They realized that the consequences could really be dire for them. Miko was very touched by the concern of people whose names she didn't even know, and the girl bit her lip, not knowing how to prevent a fight. She started saying, "You guys don't have to go up against them for me. It's okay. We'll deal with them ourselves." Liu's jaw dropped when he heard that speech. The three of them would have to fight off a gang of well-trained fighters. The others were a little confused. They could not understand what was going on and what was the right thing to do. Seeing how heated things were getting, Eris started yelling at Miko, "Why don't you tell us what we're being punished for?" "Fine. Then I'll tell you. It's because we refused to lose on purpose to take the players' money." At that moment, Eris saw Liu smiling proudly, and she clamped her eyes shut and showed him her tongue. She went on to say, "Miko, don't be stupid. Let them help us. There are too many of them for us to take them all down by ourselves." But Miko stubbornly began to answer Eris. "I can't ask them to do something that could hurt them. Everyone is free to make their own decisions." Hearing this, the players thought for a moment. After all, they really could have been punished severely. Everyone was faced with a difficult choice: to rush to the aid of the girls they idolized and get themselves in trouble, or stay out of it and let it go. The Deviless approached Miko and started talking. "Idiot, you think you push a mini speech and they will rush to your aid. With the influence of the backyard garden and its power, they wouldn't dare go against me for you. Some of the players started saying, "Brothers, this is just a game we play to deal with stress and vent our emotions. But now our goddesses are in trouble because of us. Can we cowardly hide and watch them get bullied? Can we call ourselves men then?" Hearing this, the Deviless frowned her eyebrows in puzzlement, and Miko smiled unabashedly and looked at the supporting players with gratitude. The other guy started talking, moreover, "Our brother-in-law is watching. After all, each of us wants one of these girls as a wife. If we do nothing, how can we look him in the eye?" At these words, Liu was completely speechless. Seeing his confusion, Eris laughed, covering her mouth with her hand in embarrassment. She wasn't used to her popularity and attention. All the players who were in the mirror realm started to surround the incoming gang from all sides. One of the backyard garden fighters started telling the Deviless that they had brought few people and should retreat. Fear flashed in the girl's eyes, but she still continued to threaten everyone, saying that to go against her was to go against the whole backyard garden, and that they all needed to think about it again. Interrupting her intimidation, one of the players started talking, "I hated the backyard garden before. You think you can scare us all. Brothers, let's keep them in the secret mirror area and keep them from getting out of there." They immediately grabbed the Deviless and began forcibly shoving her into the secret area of the Mirror Kingdom. The girl resisted and continued to hurl threats and curses at their heads. Events continued to unfold in the mirror realm. Liu realized that the girls were deliberately using ordinary players to fight the Deviless from the backyard garden. Standing aside, he began to say that if they wanted to deal with this lady without too much trouble, they should lure her into the ruined kingdom and defeat her there. Otherwise, the players in the mirror realm will remain so under the oppression of the backyard garden community. Hearing such advice, Miko looked at her brother gratefully. The girl didn't want the players who showed her loyalty in this way to fall under the tyranny of the backyard garden gang. She remembered how warmly these guys had welcomed them when they first arrived here, and they were supportive all the time. So the girls try their best to repay their kindness. Miko began to say that even though the Mirror Kingdom is now under the control of the backyard garden, it's only a matter of time before the regular players unite and no force can control them. Just because everyone was on their own, they had to be defeated time after time by this gang. So we took a chance, and with the help of the conflict with the Deviless, tried to unite the players. Against all expectations, we were impressed with the result. Now it's up to them, whether they can finally unite and withstand the next attack together or not. But no matter what, the first step has been taken. And on the other hand, having a strong enemy is not always a bad thing. Listening to his sister, Liu wondered if he should take her with him to level up. She had become so independent and was playing well without his guidance. He's worried for nothing. After looking at the huge number of players, the hero began to think that all of them should become a reliable support for the future of the world. If Miko can unite them, they have a good chance of becoming a huge force. She's chosen her path, and it's completely different from mine. She has a bright future with unlimited potential. Liu realized and accepted that Miko had grown up and could take care of herself. Glancing at the arrows leading to the exit, he realized there was nothing more to do here. Meanwhile, news of what happened in the Mirror Kingdom reached the backyard garden community. A few of the fighters from the Deviless's faction managed to escape. They returned to their comrades and told them that the players in the Mirror Kingdom rebelled and captured their leader and imprisoned them in a secret room. The backyard garden management immediately sent out a second support squad consisting of level players to deal with the perpetrators of the incident. Meanwhile, Liu asked Miko to take care of herself and deciding to leave the mirror realm headed for the exit. But as soon as he left the room, he heard a heavy stomping and froze as if frozen by what he saw. A huge group of high-level fighters from the backyard garden was approaching the mirror realm. The hero began to think, despite the fact that the levels of the people in this group are on average higher than the players of the mirror realm, this is a safe zone. Fighting is not allowed here, so it's okay if they meet up and talk about what happened. Miko only needs to lead the players of the Mirror Kingdom to deal with this crisis. Then her popularity will skyrocket, and he headed out. Liu realized that Miko would have to work hard to succeed, but she had to make it on her own. He would have to put in as much effort as possible in the remaining days and become even stronger. Suddenly, orders began to sound from all the speakers for the backyard fighters to kill anyone leaving the mirror realm and destroy all the players inside. He was immediately shouted at to stop. When he turned around, he saw 3 men running with swords drawn, intent on killing him. He didn't understand since when had the safe zone become so dangerous that players with higher levels could just come and kill those with weaker levels. In the primordial realm, dueling between players outside the game is forbidden. At this moment, those inside the mirror realm room heard a noise and looked out to see an armed crowd of high-level warriors from the backyard. Everyone was very confused, realizing that they were unable to resist such strong opponents who came to eliminate them for rioting. When the Deviless heard that help had arrived, she began to shout angrily that there would be no consequences for the rebels and that they would be destroyed immediately. Seeing the confusion and fear on the faces of the boys around her and realizing the seriousness of the situation, Miko stepped forward. She started to say, "Don't panic. Eris has already gone for help. Her family's guild has as much power as the backyard community. Besides, we're in a safe zone. The most important thing is the number of people here, so we have no one to fear." Some of the players started to say, "Yes, that's true, but we need to unite and then no force will be afraid of us." To which another player cautiously began to ask, "But what about the real world? Because then they will definitely not leave us alone even outside the game." Stepping forward, Miko started talking all behind me. "We will negotiate first. In-game conflicts must be resolved in the game itself." All those present in the Mirror Kingdom headed for the exit of the room. They realized that only through negotiation could they avoid a duel and further revenge. The white-haired player looked out the door and listened in a whisper, saying that it was suspiciously too quiet. At this point, Miko and the rest of the guys were already coming to the door. One of the players started yelling out what was going on. "Speak up! Don't just stand there!" Miko began to reassure everyone by saying that with their superior numbers they had nothing to fear. But walking out the door, the girl, like the rest of the players, froze in place with eyes wide open in surprise. There was only one Liu in the corridor with a weapon in his hands. The only evidence of the fact that just a few seconds ago there had been a whole enemy squad here was the flicker from the dead players who were leaving the game and disappearing into space. The hero heard a noise behind him. He immediately turned around, ready to repel another attack and continue the battle. Liu saw that it was Miko who came out of the mirror realm, accompanied by the players. They looked at him with eyes full of surprise and admiration. Voices started coming from all sides saying that there was no way he could single-handedly take out an entire backyard support squad. Players started saying, "Can we follow you? If you want us to do something, just say the word." Then the events unfold somewhere in the northern part of the uncontrolled zone, in a dilapidated town seemingly devoid of any life. The leader of the backyard, a level fighter named Qiang, received a report that the support squad he sent to eliminate the rebels in the mirror realm had been defeated. One of his subordinates immediately came up to him and bowed low and began to say sorry. "It's all my fault." The players standing around were shocked by this news. After all, a great number of their comrades had died. Qiang began to say, "The responsibility for the failure of this operation is really on you, and you will be punished for it. Die and reset your level. Then rest in the real world for about days. That will be your punishment, losing levels and being banned from playing." Upon hearing what the punishment would be, one of the players started talking indignantly about excellent level fighters being killed, and you punish him with a loss of levels and a day break. It's more of a reward than a punishment. The offending player looked fearfully at his comrades around him. He realized that they were right and was afraid that the leader might change his mind and choose another harsher punishment for him. Fearing that Qiang would kill him immediately, the player covered himself with his hand. The leader began to ask, "What happened? You are not satisfied with such a punishment?" To which the player began to answer, "This is the most merciful punishment that I could count on." Qiang patted the fighter on the shoulder and went on to say, "Then go. After you rest, come back and I'll give you a new job." Seeing one of his best fighters leave the game, the leader covered his eyes, saying goodbye to him for a long days. He was immediately approached by one of the players and began to say, "We found out that the man who killed our entire squad is affiliated with the New Order. In the last days, he went to the dungeon several times in their team. When we were investigating, it was the president of the New Order who stopped us." After listening to the information gathered, Qiang came to the conclusion that the guy who killed his players was Rong's man, the guild president of the New Order. He started to think it looks like Rong has already obtained of the computer power membrane, and it seems to be hidden in this guy's body. Otherwise, it's impossible to be this strong. But why would a New Order guild leader put a membrane into this player's body? What could possibly be so special about him? Anyway, since he's Rong's man, they'll definitely show up together in the no-go zone. And when they get here, we kill this guy without violating the four leaders' non-aggression pact. And if this guy dies at the hands of the New Order Guildmaster, then I can blame Rong for everything that happened. Kyung smiled wickedly at the joy of such an insidious plan. Kyung immediately wrote a message to the leader of the refugee in the western part of the uncontrolled zone, a level player named Bingwen, and also sent a message to the leader of the skyscraper in the eastern part of the uncontrolled zone to a level player named Dongyi. Both leaders agreed with the backyard leader's plan. At this time, Liu was still in the mirror realm. He was telling the people present that he needed to go improve his equipment. If they had any problems, he would definitely help them. On the one hand, the hero is very tired of the fight. On the other hand, he was tired of the attention and benevolence to which he was not used to. Leaving the mirror realm, Liu breathed a sigh of relief. The players came out to see him off and waved after him like some invincible hero. Liu realized that although he was very tired, he had obtained level equipment spheres thanks to this incident. Opening the spreadsheet, he verified that he had indeed added spheres to his gear. The hero began to think, I don't even know how much secret realm essence I'll get when I atomize these spheres. An unexpected but pleasant gain. And Liu stretched happily. Leaving the mirror realm, he was happier than ever. After all, everything that had happened here had relieved him of his worries about the lack of essence. The hero was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice the man who was waiting for him around the corner. It was Rong, the president of the New Order Guild. He started to say, "Hey, don't you want to chat about why I'm chasing the computer power membrane so hard?" Hearing the familiar voice and realizing how serious a conversation he was being offered, Liu instantly stopped and turned around. The hero approached the guildmaster of the New Order. Rong continued to stand with his arms folded across his chest and leaning against the wall. He suggested that Liu talk about this topic in another quieter place. The players went to the cafe. Rong made himself comfortable and began to say that you already have a few % of the computer power membrane, and you guessed right that I went to the Chaos Zone dungeon just for it. The reason I need it is because the membrane is a passageway into the demolition zone. What's hidden in there is very important. Liu began to remember what he had heard about the destruction zone before. Before the primordial kingdom took over the planet, several major guilds had organized a trip to this zone to investigate the strange activity. But none of the players ever returned. Since then, rumors of the danger of the destruction zone have been spreading with renewed vigor. Rong continued to say, there is a power there that gives full power over the original kingdom. Liu surprisingly started to ask the power over the entire game. What does that mean? You don't think it's funny? For you to just tell me such important information like that, I don't think that's possible. Guildmaster started to reply, you laughed at what I said about the power over the primordial realm, but you did not refute what I said. Seeing that the smile was gone from Liu's face and he was listening attentively, Rong continued to say that normally the power over a game should be in the hands of the company that created it, and not in the game itself, but you knew right away that what I said was not a joke, and he looked the hero square in the eye. Liu sat very serious and Rong continued to say, so you know something too. In that case, I won't beat around the bush and will get right to the point. Hidden in the destruction zone is indeed the key to the power over the primordial realm. Believe it or not, it's true. You are a very powerful player and I need your power. I suggest you come with me to the destruction zone to get this key. Liu really wanted to go on this raid. He knew it was the most important raid in the game. But Rong had already lost his trust. Getting angry, the hero started to say, go with you to end up you betrayed me again. You're making fun of me. Rong started to answer, no. This time, the goal is to explore the destruction zone together, and of course a stalemate like last time will not happen again. In addition, you must have at least of the computer power membrane to enter this area, so there can only be 3 or 4 other people on the team, including you. Since we'll be 3 at most, given your power, we're the last people who'll want to betray you. As for power, I hope we share it, but of course, it's up to you. Whether or not I go with you depends on whether or not I can get more computer power in the uncontrolled zone in the next few days. If I can't go to the destruction zone, then this conversation is pointless. And this conversation is further proof that I don't want our paths to diverge. If I wanted to hurt you, I'd be urging you to come back to the dungeon with us right now. So you have a couple more days to think about it. You can take your time and think it over. and the president of the new order stood up, signaling that their conversation was over. He was leaving the cafe intending to immediately raid another dungeon in the uncontrolled zone to gain computer power. Liu looked at the guild masters retreating back in puzzlement. He realized that Rong was telling the truth. Left alone, the hero closed his eyes tiredly. He really needed to think hard. He began to think, according to rumors, that time no one had returned from the expedition to the devastation zone. But the question is how true that is. Maybe someone succeeded after all. Then he was able to gain the trust of the president of the new order to use the power over the original kingdom to take over the real world. It's best not to think about it. I can't afford to go to such a dangerous place. My main task now is to preserve my own strength and wait for the primordial realm to take over the real world. I came here briefly just to see my sister, but first I was detained by men from the backyard. Now I've spent so much time talking to the president of the new order. I hope no one can stop me now. And Liu was about to leave. Glad that he could finally leave this place, he headed for the exit. But the sound of an incoming message stopped him in half-step, causing him to freeze in surprise. At the same moment, some strange noise was heard in the next room. Liu looked into the room, and after he was sure that he had imagined that there was nothing there, he went to the department of creating and selling equipment. Looking at the message, the guy exhaled a sigh of relief. False alarm. Nothing important. He was really too overworked to be frightened by every slightest sound. Liu entered the gear creation and sales department and headed for the screen. The hero activated the system and read that after level additional characteristics can be added to the outfit, and every next levels the number of available characteristics to add increases. He didn't know that before. He began to think again. I have contempt for my past life's gaming experience. I still have more items of equipment to upgrade to level that'll take essences. So if I want to improve all level gear, I need to spend 2 spheres of characteristics and essences. Thanks to the lighten feature, I can carry level items. But to get this level, I need to give everything additional characteristics. Luckily, the backyard squad members gave me a bunch of gear. If I use the lighten the burden function, I can upgrade my gear to level, then I don't even have to think about level items. Well, now we'll find out how much essence the backyard warriors gave me. The hero ordered me to open the orb and spray the contents. He saw that the backyard player's equipment contained homemade items with extra points for strength and agility, and absolutely nothing for intelligence. Then Liu ordered the contents of the second sphere to be sprayed. He was overjoyed when he saw that he had obtained secret realm essence. His eyes lit up and he was glued to the screen. He decided that he needed to upgrade all the items to level first. His equipment included a balanced awakening shawl, the necklace of the guardian god, a special battle suit of great wisdom which included combat boots, gloves, omniscient earrings, crest katana, and a pistol endowed with the ability of soul subjugation and singing serpent. Liu raised his level 2 and saw that he now possesses abilities such as covering life restoration, blessing conclusion, freeze reset, architect knowledge gathering. He felt his entire outfit filled with new strength. But despite such a joyful moment, the hero was very upset. Tears came to his eyes. He remembered his past worthless life in the game. Back then, Liu didn't even dare to dream of being at such a high level. Having coped with the influx of emotions, the hero moved on to the next step. Now, it is necessary to give additional characteristics to each part of the equipment separately, but that would take time. The guy thought about it, realizing that it would take him 2 days to reinforce all the equipment. Well, he'll take it one step at a time, and while his equipment is improving, he decided not to waste time and went to practice in another raid. Running a program to augment all the characteristics of every part of his equipment, the hero headed for the exit of the weapons creation and sales department. Entering the team's search room, the hero sullenly sank to the ground. How could he forget about such an important detail? After all, to go on a raid in the dungeons need a team of people, the difference between the levels of which will not exceed. The hero clutched his hands on his head in confusion. Right now, in the primordial realm, the level among ordinary players only reached while he already had level. He was desperate. You can't stay idle for 2 whole days, but where to find players of such high levels? After calming down a bit, Liu sat down on the bench and began to think that it was possible to wait until the normal players reached level, but then it would only be a couple days before the primordial realm would take over the world. What am I supposed to do while I'm waiting? How about joining a big guild? And then he remembered Rong's words that the key to the power of the original realm was hidden in the destruction zone. The hero convinced himself it was just a game, but the thought that he could gain control of the whole game kept him on his toes. If he can find the key to power over the primordial realm in the destruction zone, he will have power and fame. And of course, power. But his main goal is to maintain his strength and consolidate his advantage. If they fail in this operation, all his current progress will completely disappear. Liu couldn't take that risk. The hero wrapped his hands around his head, trying to calm down and make the right decision. The main thing now was not to hurry and calmly think everything over. He began to ponder if there was any way to get away with dying in the game even once. Then I would go. But is it possible to die in the game and not lose all your levels and achievements? What if we use the return sphere? Liu looked at the tower of the game world. The return sphere is located there. It records the player's data. And when he dies, the sphere splits and the player bound to it regains everything he had at the time of recording. The hero continued to ponder, if I can get my hands on the return sphere, then I can try to go to the destruction zone. Before the original kingdom takes over the world, I have two goals, one of which is to obtain level gear, which has already been accomplished, and I still have some essence left, so I can use it for betting. It's okay if I lose. But if I win, there's a chance of getting enough essence to raise my level to. After making this decision, Liu began to leave the mirror realm. The hero immediately went to the tower of the game world. It's a building with only floors. Each floor generates a template based on the player, where his enemy gatekeeper will have one of his characteristics enhanced. The purpose of the tower is to test the overall level of the players. However, to pass it, you have to start from the first floor and pass all levels without interrupting for rest and recuperation. Only then can the player get the reward. The main prize of the tower is the return sphere. Inside the building there was an arena, which was the entrance to the tower itself. Upon entering the arena, the player moves to the first floor to fight with the gatekeeper of that floor. There were already two people standing in the center of the arena, and other players were beginning to place bets on this fight. The player involved in the confrontation was a level player from the Asylum Guild named BEI. He concentrated and thought about how he had to remain indifferent or else nothing would succeed. The second was a level player from the Skyscraper Guild named Ethian. He smiled cheerfully and waved his hands at the people present, boasting that he was going to win. Bei watched Ethian jumping in front of the crowd of spectators and was ashamed at the unworthy behavior of such a strong fighter. At this time, Liu walked up to the building and saw the tower pass arena. It opens every hours, and in just a few minutes the next round should start. As he got closer, he could hear the players talking about how, besides Bei and Ethian, no one had managed to pass even the 7th floor yet. Everyone was wondering why so many people were stuck on the 7th floor. Could it be that the 7th level guardian is so strong? There are more floors, but for some reason, no one can go further than the 7th floor. At that moment, everyone saw an unfamiliar player enter the arena and stand next to Bei and Ethian, about to venture into the tower with them. The attendees started talking about who this guy was. He's a newbie, or he wants to be popular, or just plain stupid. One of the players said this man had hidden all information about himself, so we'll just have to see what happens next. Bei looked at Liu and began to think that this guy was a real daredevil, since he wasn't afraid to challenge the tower with us. Ethian patted Liu on the shoulder and, laughing, started to say, "Wow, we have competition. Well, that's even more motivating." The hero smiled back at him. He recognized these guys right away. They were the players who had been ranked H and H in the world rankings in his past life, and they were the first ones to be able to get the return sphere. At that moment, a message sounded that the tower summoning was about to begin. Liu mentally pulled himself together. By losing this trial, he would lose practically nothing. After all, he had enough essences, but the winnings would be worth all the difficulties he would encounter on his way through the floors. The system notified the players in the arena to start checking their overall level. The three daredevils, Liu, Bei, and Ethian, began to move from the arena to the first floor of the tower level. As the players were leaving the arena, two guys entered the tower hall. It was Ganzi and his buddy, who had thought to open the betting on the Liu and Thunder fights a few weeks ago when our hero had just returned to the game. At the last moment, they saw Liu in the arena. They rejoiced at this stranger. After all, thanks to his victories, they had won a huge amount of money on bets. Seeing that the hero had already left the arena, these two headed towards the other players as quickly as possible so as not to miss anything. They were up to their old tricks again and started shouting that they were opening betting odds on a one-on-one bout between Bei and Ethian against an unknown newcomer. The Hanses were screaming, "It's a battle of old and new. Who will get through next?" The full-scale battle begins. Meanwhile, moving from the arena to the first floor, Liu began to activate all of his skills. He didn't know what exactly he would face. Therefore, he began to prepare in advance. The system reported that at this point he could use abilities such as covering life restoration, blessing, conclusion, freeze, gathering cognition. After climbing to the first floor, the hero paid essence units for the opportunity to fight for this level. He immediately received a message that for each floor of the tower he passed, a reward of essence would be given. If he lost, he would lose everything he had earned. Feeling the hard floor beneath his feet, Liu looked around. He was in a huge empty room where the floor's gatekeeper was already waiting for him. He was a level defense specialist, level 1 gate guardian. Liu looked at his opponent and mentally prepared for the fight. He began to think I was being overconfident. The only thing I know from my past life is that you can get a return sphere here. However, I'm not familiar with the rules here, but I came here for the sphere. So, no snot. I've met enough worthy opponents along the way. It's even more interesting this way. And the hero confidently began to draw his katana. He had just grasped the hilt, and before he could even pull out his battlemate, the guardian was already coming at him like lightning with his sword drawn. Surprised at his speed, Liu barely had time to fend off the gatekeeper's attack. It's going to be a tough fight, but there's no such thing as risk-free rewards. Without a strong desire, it is impossible to overcome the difficulties, and he really wanted to pass this quest. So without giving the guard a second thought, the hero attacked him at the same moment, striking a powerful blow. The gatekeeper didn't expect such a rush, and before he could react and bounce back, he immediately paid for it by getting seriously wounded. Liu was surprised. He had never expected that a defense specialist could make such a blunder in the first few seconds of the fight. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the tower, the remaining players kept their eyes on the ranking table. Be and Ethian had already reached the third floor, while Liu was still on the first floor. Observers rejoiced for these two guys and said that without Bei and Edahan, the rating table would be a table of shame, because then it would consist of untalented people who could not get further than the 7th floor. One player with ashy hair started saying, "I heard that Ethian, for some unknown reason, has gotten much stronger, so this time he'll definitely make it to the end. I even specifically got a skyscraper badge to join this guild as soon as Ethian passed all the floors," and he admiringly started looking at the yellow shiny badge. This guy fantasized about later being able to brag about working with Ethian himself. He couldn't wait for his moment of popularity. Meanwhile, Ganzi and his buddy were sitting on the sidelines continuing to take bets on the fight. They were talking about how brave Liu was for daring to take part in such a challenge. Hans's mate was really worried this time. After all, Bei and Ethian were high-level players of the Asylum and Skyscraper guilds. Thanks to the resources of these guilds, the level of their players averaged a dozen higher than normal players. But Ganzi put his arm around his comrade's shoulders and began to say, "This stranger Liu is not a member of any guild. For most players, it seems impossible for someone without a guild to get above level." To which his buddy started to reply, "But we don't even know if this player made it to level 40 or not." Hansa realized that the comrade is right and they really don't even know what level Liu is at, and they bet a huge amount on him winning again. A signal announcing the end of betting was heard, and the two adventurous brokers froze in surprise in front of the screen. They saw that bets had been placed on Liu's victory, and there were more than bets on Bei and Ethian's victory. Cold sweat rolled down their shocked faces. They had no idea that such a huge number of people would want to participate in the betting, and almost everyone would bet on Bei and Ethian to win. They could only pray that Liu would win. Meanwhile, the hero continued to fight with the guardian of the first-floor defense specialist. Liu was striking with such speed that the gatekeeper didn't even have time to defend himself and was defeated in just a few minutes. The hero moved to the second floor and engaged in a duel with the gatekeeper of this level of attack specialist. The fight ended before it could even begin. Liu swung his sword and the head of the gatekeeper said goodbye to his body forever. With the same success, the hero defeated the third-floor guardian of the endurance specialist, the guardian of the fourth floor of the dexterity specialist, the guardian of the fifth floor of the intelligence specialist, the guardian of the sixth floor of the perception specialist, and began to move to the seventh level of the tower. Thus, Liu defeated the 6 guards in a matter of minutes and without much difficulty. Despite their levels, the gatekeepers were not strong opponents for him. After reaching the 7th floor, Liu stood before the next guard. It was a first-rate expert of all characteristics, a level fighter. Looking at his opponent, the hero remembered that this particular guardian was one that few people could defeat. Apparently, he had some kind of special power or ability. The gatekeeper prepared to attack, and the hero was even glad that he finally had a worthy opponent. The 7th gatekeeper immediately attacked. Liu bravely rushed toward him, noting to himself that there was something familiar about the gatekeeper's movements. Already after the first skirmish, the hero guessed about the secret abilities of his enemy. He is able to adapt to each player by copying and repeating his movements. In this case, it turns out that the Guardian's characteristics are twice as high as all of Liu's skills. Meanwhile, in the observation room, some girl began to attract the attention of the players by pointing her hand at the rating table. She started talking about how this newcomer managed to pass floors so quickly. Look, he's already reached level 7. The other observers' jaws dropped in surprise. They couldn't believe that Liu was on par with BEI and Ethian in strength. Looking at the ranking table, the ash-haired player couldn't believe his eyes. He began to wonder who this Liu was and where he even came from. But aloud, he began to shout calmly. Reaching the 7th floor is commonplace. Many of us reached it, but we couldn't get past it. It's impossible for a normal player to defeat a guardian of this level. This gatekeeper can only be defeated if the player is a member of a huge guild, or possesses some unknown power, which is unlikely. But obviously this Liu is a loner without a guild. So he's an ordinary player, and no matter how skillful he is, he can't pass the 7th floor. The first place in the ranking for passing the tower levels was occupied by Ethian, who had reached the 8th floor. BI had also reached the 8th floor and was in 2nd place. Liu remained in the 3rd last place, still fighting for the 7th floor. Suddenly, the numbers on the table were updated. Our hero still occupied the 3rd place in the ranking, but to everyone's surprise, he suddenly gained access to the 8th floor. There was silence in the observation room. Now the shockwave had hit everyone without exception. After all, Liu was the first person after BEI and Ethian to defeat the 7th floor guardian. But our hero was unaware of the furor his rapid advancement through the levels had caused. At this moment, he was calmly moving to the 8th floor. The gatekeeper of the 8th gate, a second-rate dexterity specialist, was waiting for him. This is a guardian without special skills who fights by absorbing and copying the movements and skills of the opponent. Only the opponent knows nothing about it. As Liu stepped onto the 8th level, he drew his katana, and the gatekeeper immediately began to follow his movements. The gatekeeper immediately began to repeat his movements. Liu attacked, and the gatekeeper reacted just as swiftly, copying his every move. The hero barely had time to dodge the blow. He felt as if he was fighting himself. But the very next moment, Liu realized the cunning of this gatekeeper and used his imprisonment power on him. There was no way the gatekeeper could copy that. Before he could even realize what had happened, the guardian was frozen in place, bound in tight chains. The hero was already charging at him, swinging his katana. His sword whistled through the air with tremendous speed and chopped the body of a level 8 gatekeeper into many pieces in a second. The guardian began to dissolve into space, and Liu heard the notification that the dexterity specialist of the 2nd grade guardian of the 8th floor had been defeated. The hero began to analyze the past fight. He began to think that, judging from the speed, the agility of this guard was twice that of the gatekeeper of the 7th floor. So every 7 floors, the gatekeeper's basic stats double. Well, it looks like it won't be so quick and easy from here on out. A message begins to sound that teleportation is starting. Next, Liu goes to the 9th floor of the tower. The hero realized that he had to be more careful now. Meanwhile, the table showed that a 3rd player named Liu was moving to the 9th floor, and Ethian and BEI have made it to the 11th floor. And then those present in the observation room thought that the rating table had gone crazy. The data on it began to change rapidly. BI and Ethian are 12th floor, and Liu is 11th floor. Ethian and BE are 13th floor, and Liu is 12th floor. Ethian, Bi, and Liu, 14th floor. The observers were completely bewildered. They were saying how it was possible for someone without a guild to go to the tower with popular players like Bei and Ethian and match their strength. Who was this Liu and where did he even come from? The ashy-haired player started shouting he was able to catch up with the two of them. But they are the best high-level players of the big guilds, and a normal player wouldn't be able to match them. But the red-haired guy started to answer him defiantly. You underestimate us common players. Be and Ethian are very strong, it's true. But you shouldn't operate with that and exalt the big guilds, especially since you are also a loner and don't belong to any community. Upon hearing this, the ashy-haired player pulled out and showed everyone a badge that allowed them to join the Skyscraper Guild. He started to say, but I'll soon be in the same guild as Ethian, and we can't be compared to some loners. A guild has people resources and data to make their members grow faster in strength. A player without a guild has only loneliness. At this time, Ethian, moving to another floor, started thinking how many times I'd already come to the game tower. 20, at least. After defeating another guardian, he continued to think that as long as nothing important happens in the guild, I spend all my time here. This is one of the few places in the primordial realm where failure is not accompanied by death, but only the loss of essence. Ethian had already eliminated quite a few guards and had a minor injury. He had a cleft eyebrow and a deep scratch on his cheek. The player made it to the 14th floor. This was a very important moment for him. After all, Bei had already been defeated here 7 times. But he is not the kind of person who gives up and resigns himself to not having achieved what he wants. So he persisted in starting all over again. Suddenly, a bright, powerful flash illuminated the whole place. The metal clanked so loudly that it made my ears ache and my head ring. Before he could even step onto the 14th floor, Eothian sensed the danger and activated the explosive force. The message that the specialist of all characteristics of the second category is defeated sounded. The player had not yet come to his senses and saw the floor guard he had killed leaving the area. The guy couldn't believe that he was finally able to win this level and pass the 14th floor. He realized that it was because of the explosive power he had gained during his training. The player stood almost crying from exhaustion. It was very difficult. After all, it was the first time he had used this power before even seeing his opponent. Tears came to his eyes. So many times he had challenged this level and failed so many times. And now it was finally the long-awaited victory that would allow him to move on. On the ranking table, it appears that Ethian has moved up to level BAE and Liu are at level. When the ash-haired player saw that Ethian was in the lead, he jumped up and down in joy as he bragged about his favorite. He started shouting, while most of you can even pass the 7th floor, we Skyscraper Guild members broke through the 14th floor. Our guild players are eternal winners. This guy kept cheering. Even though the other players didn't like him, it was hard to disagree with him. After all, Ethan was still at the top of the rankings. The red-haired player started to say, wait, look at that. Liu has already passed the 14th floor as well. So some loner is on par with the best guild players. Bragg fell silent and stared dumbfounded at the chart. He was beginning to think it felt like BAE and Eothian were becoming less and less reliable, now that some loner out there was competing with them. But out loud, the guy started to say, that Liu must be working his ass off out there. You'll see, he'll be out right away. The hero didn't know about all the debates in the tower hall, and all this chatter did not really interest him. Having won another victory, he moved on purposefully. A notification sounded that Liu had defeated the 14th Guardian. His in-game reward doubled to essences. The hero smiled contentedly. If things continued like this, he would easily pass the tower. Then it would be possible to get equipment up to level. After entering the system, Liu was even more excited. After all, if he passed the game tower, he would receive about essences. This would allow him to upgrade his equipment to level or even level. He has to go through everything, not only for the return sphere, but also for the huge amount of essence. With these thoughts, the hero began to teleport to the H floor of the tower. At this time, standing with a serious expression on his face, Ethian began to think, I not only managed to defeat this guardian, I still managed to save of my fortune. He was very pleased that he had sensed the danger in a fraction of a second, and was able to use the force of the explosion so deftly, destroying his opponent in an instant. The system alerted that the player was continuing his ordeal and began teleporting him to the 15th floor. Having moved, the guy stepped on the surface with a confident, firm step and looked at his opponent without a drop of fear. In front of him stood a level 15 gatekeeper of level A third-level defense specialist with the special skill of Explosive Strike's Bloody Barrier Exchange. Eothian bit his lip and began to think that this was a third-rate gatekeeper specializing in defense. That means he has enhanced attack and stamina. But it doesn't matter who my opponent is. I'm the best player in the tower and I have no right to fear. Even if I'm to lose, let this fight bring me pleasure, even though the Guardian has better characteristics than I do. But there's no telling who will win. And with his fists clenched, the player took a fighting stance. Simultaneously, the rivals rushed at each other. They had no weapons in their hands, and from the outside it looked as if they were about to meet in hand-to-hand combat. But suddenly the Guardian, sending a flying fist at the player, activated the skill of Explosive Blows and Bloody Exchange. Eothian didn't even have time to realize anything. He heard a voice somewhere in the distance informing him that he had died after failing the tower challenge. A shadow of pain, of disappointment, and horror swept across the faces of this player's fans. They had sincerely hoped that this time Athenian would be able to conquer the game tower, but he fell at the first strike of the Guardian. The ranking table showed that all three players, Eothian, BEI, and Liu, were ranked at level, but those watching weren't sure if BEI would be able to reach the H floor and continue to set the record. After all, he and Eothian are equal in strength, and Eothian didn't succeed. The red-haired guy, turning to the ash-haired player laughing, began to say, "Ha ha, this is the strength of the Skyscraper Guild." But the braggart was not confused. He immediately took out his Asylum Guild membership badge from his pocket and began to say, "Oops, looks like I took the wrong badge by mistake. I wanted to join the Sanctuary Guild." He scratched his head awkwardly, as if he really had forgotten which guild he was going to join. The others looked at him with contempt. The boy looked at the badge in his hand fearfully, happy that he had another guild badge. Now his popularity depended on whether BEI could make it to the H floor. Meanwhile, Liu fought fiercely with the gatekeeper of the H floor of the tower. At last, he had a strong opponent and a worthy guardian to protect his territory. The confrontation had already lasted for several minutes. When the gatekeeper saw how furious Liu was, he began to activate his special skill of Blood Exchange. Realizing what ability the enemy was going to use on him, the hero remembered how to turn the negative power flying at him into its own ruler. After evading the guard's attack, Liu managed to redirect the power of the Blood Exchange to the gatekeeper, who released it and began to beat his enemy vigorously. But for some reason, the gatekeeper's health was inexhaustibly regenerating. There were minutes and seconds left until the end of the Bloody Exchange. Despite his powerful attacks, Liu couldn't stop his opponent from regaining his health. The hero was beginning to lose his strength. He realized that if the Guardian continued to regenerate in the same way, the hero would simply die. Realizing that only the power of the blessing could save him, Liu immediately activated this ability, doubling all of his stats. Meanwhile, on the other side of the H floor of the game tower, BEI teleported in to pass this level. On the road, he began to think, my current state is not so bad. You can't relax, but I think it won't be a big problem to pass a couple more floors. As for the complete passage of the tower, I'm not going to make any predictions. He was already being waited on by the gatekeeper of the H gate, a level strength specialist of the third level with the special skill of Explosive Strikes. The system notified about the start of the battle and the opponents took a fighting stance. The player had minutes to defeat a guardian of this level. Bei realized that this gatekeeper could fight back. He wouldn't be able to get past the H floor with agility like the last time, and with so little time to fight. Determined not to waste precious time, the player rushed to attack. He knew that only speed and pressure could distract the enemy. The main thing was not to give him the opportunity to use the explosive attack. Liu was finally losing his strength. His power was practically running out. He had no more energy left than one attack, and if he didn't give it his best, he'd follow Chen. After gathering and concentrating on speed, the hero attacked the gatekeeper with such aggression that in just a few seconds he was lying defeated on the floor. Only now did Liu realize that in order to stop the Guardian's health regeneration from the Blood Exchange, it was necessary to strike him powerful blows in second. At that moment, he received a message that for defeating a third-ranked endurance specialist, in addition to the essence reward, the hero would receive an additional reward of endurance point. He began to think that the H floor would give an extra boost in addition to the usual reward. That's not bad. I wonder if I can rejoin the tower. The system alerted that it was beginning to teleport Liu to the H floor of the tower, and warned that at this level his power blessing might be dissipated. Everyone started screaming with surprise and excitement. He is now going to level. People began to marvel at the boy. Yes, where did this hero come from? Is he a genius? You could see in their eyes that they were completely confused and glowing with happiness. People were already crowding around the screens watching the boy move on. No one could believe it. It just couldn't be. It was the first time it had ever happened. People were totally confused. The orange-haired guy looked at the leaderboard and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Looks like the guild elite aren't that good anymore. All they have to do is watch the loners. Okay, if everyone is like this guy, it seems like it would be something interesting. A wry smile gleamed on his face. The kid who was always bragging looked at the leaderboard with some fear. He was surprised by the success of this newcomer. Who was he anyway? Why is he so strong? He began to have doubts about whether he could even make it to the next floor. The leaderboard looked intimidating. He kept waiting for the moment when he would see this guy's name right there. Suddenly, Bai Ye's name popped up there. He had also reached the 16th floor. This was a life-saving sign. He immediately jabbed his finger right at the leaderboard and shouted enthusiastically, "Look at that! He had reached the 16th floor too." A smile spread across his face, and everyone else also stared straight at the table. Suddenly, however, the past player's name is black. This is an indication that he lost, or died, or some other unforeseen situation happened. In short, the guy's out. A look of horror came over the boy's face. His eyes widened to the extreme. How was this even possible? He had lost. Immediately, goosebumps ran down his back and his legs began to shake. Two people, a middle-aged man with a thick, bushy beard and a girl standing next to him, opened their mouths in surprise. How could this happen? Did he lose as soon as he stepped onto the 16th floor? What could have happened there? Everyone was completely confused. Is the difficulty at this level so high? 2 coins fell to the floor with a clatter. The kid seemed to be furious. This just couldn't happen. He swung his hand and threw the coins to the floor. He was furious and confused. He didn't know what to do now that this was the case. Fuck the guild elite. He was throwing coins in different directions and resentful. Could this really be possible? He was just furious. This couldn't be allowed to happen. How did he manage to die? He had no other choice. He raised his hands to the sky and began to shout, "In this world, the best are the loners." The guy seemed to be fiercely so sure. All the others looked at him with horror and surprise. They didn't expect such an explosion of emotions. Before that, he was completely convinced that the guild elite were the strongest people in the world. But now, his opinion had drastically changed in the other direction. He immediately started supporting Liu and shouted that he was invincible. The others scratched their heads and thought that this guy was changing his mind too quickly. A minute earlier on this same was happening quite a heartbreaking spectacle. It was quite difficult. It was inhabited by powerful enemies that even the highest-leveled players could not cope with. Bai stood almost exhausted. His health had dropped below half. The guy was exhausted. The journey of this floor was taking too long. He was tired as it was, and even here, there were many strong enemies. The boy gritted his teeth in anger at himself. It's too hard. What a bummer. He almost died on the 16th floor. Fortunately, the attack after the blast blows was twice as weak as the normal one, so he was still able to survive, but it wasn't that simple. The guy stood in a room that was flooded with bright white light. There was another man standing opposite him. His face was not visible, and it was probably a robot. However, the guy did not think that today he would go further than the 16th floor. It would be too difficult for him. The gatekeeper of the 16th gate stood next to him. 53rd level. Intelligence specialist of the 3rd level. Special skill cognition gathering for seconds, restores of cognition power. The guy sighed heavily. Lucky. Now he had met an intelligence specialist. He seemed to be able to deal with him quite easily. His face was drenched in sweat. The guy was a bit calm from having met such a person. It seemed like the primordial realm itself wanted him to go to the next floor. In that case, he would face all the difficulties the tower had in store for him. The guy jumped up high and raised his weapon to strike his opponent. However, the intelligence specialist stood still, seemingly frozen in place. On his face was the inscription, "The specialist ducked down," as if preparing to jump. He was completely calm and focused, and a strong energy wave began to hover around him. He was not as simple as he looked at first glance. The guy swung his katana and missed. The specialist deftly parried his blow by deflecting it to the side. The blade skipped just a few centimeters away from his face. The guy's speed was staggering. It was hard to believe that a living creature could move at such a speed. Bai applied a forward grapple. It increased damage by units after each spell applied. The guy swung his katana, hoping to hit him, but the man was incredibly fast. All the blows missed him. He had given up hope. He didn't understand why this degenerate was moving so fast. Fear and doubt settled in his soul as to whether he could even defeat him. No one could move that fast. What the hell? That's all the poor guy could think about before he felt something pierce his body. Why can he use force attacks? And why do I have the same abilities as the guy himself? It's just unthinkable, isn't it? He felt himself being cut in half. After that, he didn't stand a chance of surviving. The boy felt his eyes begin to darken. A last-minute notification appeared in front of his eyes that he was dead. The challenge in the tower had failed, and the reward was cancelled accordingly. Devil! Liu Toga entered the 16th floor. He stood in the same place with white light flooding in. Opposite him stood his opponent dressed in exactly the same outfit with similar weapons. There was silence between them, and they stared at each other for a few seconds as if assessing each other's abilities. The enemy didn't say anything. He just stared at the boy with his lifeless gaze and did nothing. It was the gatekeeper of the 16th gate, a 57th level third-rate perception specialist. Special opinion, advance warning. 1 second before death, every perception points plus 1 second the player receives a warning and also avoids lethal damage during the cooldown. 1 hour. The guy even opened his mouth in surprise. This is the ability of a perception specialist. The thought flashed through his mind for a second that it suited him well. Without taking fatal damage, he could use the life coding to recover. With this ability, he can avoid death, so it's fine. We can take it easy. The guy's got his Coda No out, and he's ready. It was going to be a long fight, and no one guaranteed it would be easy, but he's prepared. The next time he upgraded his equipment, he would need to upgrade his perception and get this ability. But first, he would deal with this dude. The guy bounced off the floor and rushed to the attack. At this moment, he had no fear or doubt. Now he understood everything exactly. The boy clenched his teeth and prepared to attack. His body was grouped, compressed to the limit, and now he was sure that he would win. He had no other chance and no margin for error. He had to do it for his sister. He swung his weapon, but missed as well. The specialist dodged at the last moment, and the blade whizzed just a centimeter away from his face. The guy didn't hit. Why is this degenerate moving so fast? It was unthinkable. The guy couldn't understand a thing. So far, you've made it very difficult. No matter how hard he tried, his opponent anticipated his moves and dodged at the last moment. It made him nervous. Is he really that strong? The thought that he couldn't defeat him so easily, he was afraid that maybe he wouldn't be able to advance any further and would die as usual. He squinted his eyes and took a closer look at his opponent. The specialist moved like a true professional. The guy decided to act decisively. His eyes were cold and focused, his gaze hard and determined. However, after a few swings, he was still able to chop the specialist in half. It was quite easy, even easier than he thought. Perception is not equal to the other characteristics. Even anticipating all the dangers, he wouldn't be able to dodge it forever like that. The guy swung his sword and dealt him a devastating blow that took away health. Thanks to the ability, and his speed is twice as fast as that freak. And there's more! He always had a trump card up his sleeve. The boy smiled. His smile brightened, for he realized that now he could defeat him whatever it became. He used points of cognitive power characteristics. All the characteristics increased by, but that's just great. At this rate, he'll take him down in one hit. He just became 6 times faster, so let him die now. He swung his sword once more and delivered a final crushing blow. The expert tried his best to resist, but their speed was incommensurate. The third-grade perception specialist was defeated. Total essence gained was additional reward, stamina +1 and perception also +1. He went to the next 17th floor of the tower. This fight was a lot easier than he thought, but he shouldn't relax. He needed to come to his senses now and not let his emotions override his mind. It wasn't over yet. The tower was quite large. The guy cheered. It was really easy. It seems that the difficulty of the tower is only that the gatekeeper levels only go up. A satisfied smirk appeared on his face. The guy realized his superiority, and now no opponent would be much of a threat to him. Boy, aren't you relaxing a little early? The most important thing now is to keep an eye on your cognition. He found himself on the 17th floor, in the same room, and the opponent was already standing against him. Basically, passing the tower didn't prove to be a problem. Don't relax. You're not that strong yet. Another gatekeeper stood in front of them. Now, his helmet had the number written on it. He was basically wearing the same clothes. 57th level defense specialist 3rd level. Special skills are explosive strikes, blood exchange, and barrier. The specialist stood and looked at the boy as a new target. After his defeat, Bai returned to the waiting room, where Edahan was already waiting for him, leaning against the wall and looking down at him. The guys were very disappointed that they had lost, and now they had to stay in this hole until the test was over. Well, they had no choice anyway. Bai seemed to have lasted longer than his comrades. He looked at him and said that he had reached the 16th floor. And how was he? There seemed to be a great deal of disappointment in his eyes, which had visor on them. And although his face was not completely visible, it was clear that the guy was extremely disappointed with his results, but it was too late to cry. Now he had to accept it and draw conclusions. Itahan. As soon as he heard the result, he immediately grabbed his head. What a devil! That's much farther away than him. The man was ready to cry from her very minute. How is this even possible? Again, he was on the outsiders. He slapped his iron hand on his face, and I think he gave himself a black eye. He was the first in the top of the tower. He was about to cry any minute now. Yes. Though it was, however, they both lost and are now sitting here together, so it doesn't really matter. Well, better get on with their traditional exchange of information. Bai smiled and looked at his comrade with some kindness. He seemed to be in a good mood. He looked at the man and asked how he died. Leaning against the wall, he prepared himself for a long and very interesting conversation about how they had screwed up. Etihan did not hurry to speak. He sat leaning against the wall, silent. It seemed he was ashamed to talk about how shamefully he had died. The man stared at himself with a dull, absent look. He was ashamed of himself. He didn't care about anything else. He felt like a total loser. The man sighed heavily and rose to his feet and replied that it was all because of the fucking special skill effect. The man was breathing heavily, and it seemed that he was having a hard time with that phrase. He was ashamed of himself, but he had no choice. Bai looked at him in surprise. A superimposed effect? What do you mean by that? It seemed to put him in a stupor. Had he never heard of such a thing? He continued to stare at his interlocutor and didn't understand anything. Itihan. With an angry expression on his face, he continued speaking. Literally. It was literally just as he said. He didn't realize what had happened at first either until he watched the recording of the fight. He had been defeated by a third-rate defense specialist. Strong dick, I'll try to break it again. The man was ready to pound his fist into the wall with anger. He started talking. To be a specialist in this level of defense, you have to have strength and stamina, which means he has 3 special skills. The man thinks the barrier ability this bastard got is because of the defense specialization. However, if you combine it with the ability to force explosive blows, it's an available attack that can leave the enemy completely unprotected, as if he was left without any equipment at all. It turns out that this specialist is not that simple. The man stopped talking and looked at Edahan. He was still talking at this moment. All the characteristics of his equipment were simply gone. He was completely unprotected. He couldn't attack or defend himself. He just stood there like a statue and looked like a punching bag. The man was extremely frustrated and spat on the floor. In this state, he simply couldn't do anything against a fully equipped enemy. It wasn't fair to fight against multiple skills at the same time. The man was furious, but he was curious about what abilities could be obtained when combining other characteristics. It looked extremely interesting. While they were talking, Liu was preparing for battle. He started twirling his katana in his hands and preparing for the next battle. Okay, 3 special skills. He could do it. The guy was completely confident in his abilities. Yes, it would be difficult, but Considering how quickly he had defeated the previous opponent, this one would be no problem for him. He finished showing off and grasped his katana. He held on tightly, realizing that this fight, and indeed all the others, would decide the outcome of his life. The boy was fully confident in his abilities. He prepared himself and got into a fighting stance. Well, he would first test his combat strength without the ability. Then, he could already cast the blessing, but for now, it was still early. He stood and looked at his opponent with a very firm and concentrated gaze. The gatekeeper also drew his weapon and prepared to attack. In all this time, all these battles that had passed, he had not heard a sound from his enemies. They fought in absolute silence. The guy got into a fighting stance and readied his katana. Well, this was going to be fun, and he had a smile on his face. He wanted to test his strength to see how strong he was at this moment. He pushed himself off the ground and flew straight at his opponent. He seemed to have more strength and determination. He pushed himself off the ground and literally flew. The boy was jumping so fast that it would have been difficult to follow him with normal human eyes. The gatekeeper wasn't standing still either. He flew straight at the boy with his katana in front of him. He was sure that the boy was just another target for him to kill without much difficulty. He ran, the wind whistling in his ears as they came closer and closer to each other. Liu ran towards him. The boy had no fear or self-doubt. He just needed to crush this enemy like another ordinary mob. He felt his body overflowing with strength now. There were no obstacles for him. And so, having traveled a great distance in one great leap, they clashed in a fight. Their swords clashed, and there was a clang of metal. The boy immediately felt an incredible pressure on his side. The blades were brought to bear on each other. It appeared that their weapons were about to fall apart from such an effort. So far, however, it was holding. A second later, suddenly something happened that made the boy's heart skip a beat. What the hell? He suddenly felt that he was left without equipment, the weapons in his hands gone. The boy was left completely disarmed. He received a debuff, a barrier, and explosive blasts. All of his equipment had been removed. At the last moment, he noticed that he was completely without his exoskeleton. Now he would have to fight with his bare hands, you mean? He looked at his body for a few more seconds, and at his hands where he had his sword a second ago. He didn't yet realize the irreparability of what had happened. His eyes widened with surprise and fear. What the hell just happened? What the hell just happened? And only now he was beginning to realize something. He was standing completely disarmed in front of a fully armed enemy, and now he only had a few seconds to do something about it. The status was confirmed, and the gatekeeper swung his katana at him with a crushing blow. The boy felt such pressure that all his bones seemed to break in one blow. It was frightening, but he held on. He tried to stand on his feet, and the rock under his feet began to crack, breaking into several pieces. The pressure was so intense that everything around him began to shake. It was unbelievable, but the boy somehow miraculously held on. He blocked the blow with his bare hands. It was hard. The blade was about to cut his flesh. However, he held on with his last strength as he realized that he simply had no other choice. He had no right to lose. A look appeared on his face. The gatekeeper used two abilities at once again, barrier and blood exchange. He reached out his hand to the boy, and he immediately felt his body begin to shake, weakness spilling over his entire body. A terrifying message appeared before his eyes that made him shudder with fear. He hadn't expected such a turn. Debuff received, blood exchange. Determination. After a few seconds, his health level has been lowered. Gatekeeper of the H floor. Health downgraded status fixation in effect. His health is now in fixation. The downgrade is fixed. A look of terror appeared in his eyes. He was breathing heavily. This was unthinkable. He had spent cognition power points, and all stats had been increased by units. The status fixation was no longer in effect. Barrier and explosive strikes no longer worked. Barrier and blood exchange were no longer in effect. All of these skills were cancelled. Great, now we can defeat this freak. Liu was furious. The guy felt his body overflowing with energy. All the other equipment he had lost had returned, and now he was armed and ready to fight. His eyes lit up with an overflowing energy. Life coverage restored health, reinforcing the next attack. The next attack will deal an additional damage. He swung around and launched a powerful sonic wave at his opponent. The gatekeeper didn't have time to deflect. and received a tremendous amount of damage. He was barely able to stand on his feet, shards of stone flying in different directions. The entire space around him began to rattle. The gatekeeper of the 17th floor had lost quite a bit of health, but was still not dead. Barrier. Defense reinforced for seconds. Damage reduced by. The guy looked at his enemy and his eyes lit up with energy. Is he still alive? Then one more time. He started moving at a speed that no one could keep up with him. The third-degree defense specialists were defeated. It only took one blow. Total Essence gained additional reward of stamina plus 1 unit of perception plus 1 unit and defense plus 1 unit. The guy started teleporting. His body was too exhausted to continue the battle. He had gotten enough rewards, so he was satisfied. He had to get out of here so he wouldn't get caught by another one. Teleportation has begun. Current level floor tower. His health has been fully restored and his cognition power has been halved. But even if he was careful, in addition to the combination of those two abilities, the gatekeeper on this floor still had a huge amount of health and defense to consider. He found himself on the 18th floor. He could still use status reinforcement, so that made it easier. But it suddenly came to him that he had already used it. But he still had one more use left, so he shouldn't get frustrated for nothing. Also, he could summon Ming-Shi to his aid, so that was something. With these abilities, he will definitely pass this tower. There's no need to worry too much. Ian looked at his specs. Pendulum Great Wisdom Pistol. Attack power plus attack intelligence plus skill Great Judgment. His next attack would deal triple damage and immobilize the enemy. A level 55, auto-loading magazine was required to equip. The rest of the abilities were also fine. Something that gave him the creeps. What? Why is submission active? What the hell? One of his gun abilities was simply not active and not displayed here. After a second, a prompt appeared that indicated that Ming-Shi was refusing to obey. The guy was even dumbfounded by this. Refusing to obey? Didn't he own him completely? However, it was already a little too late to ponder. The next transformer was already standing in front of him. It was a third-grade intelligence specialist, a special skill of consciousness gathering. They stood opposite each other and looked at each other. The gatekeeper still stood there and didn't move for the time being. The tension between them was starting to build. Liu braced himself, that bastard. If things were that bad, he'd have to improvise. Okay, it wasn't that bad. Although some fear about his life was still present in his mind. He took hold of his katana and continued to stand in a fighting stance. The situation was worse than ever. However, he couldn't retreat. If he died here, then all was lost. Without Ming-Shi, the next expert using the 3 characteristics will be a huge problem. The rest of us, we are a danger. We just need to maintain the status fixation until the T floor, then he would definitely pass this damn tower. Edihan stood leaning against the wall and continued talking. He asked his comrade how he died. Would he care to tell about it? Bai replied briefly that he was a third-rate intelligence specialist, so it was no surprise. However, the man seems to have been thrown into a slight shock by this. His eyes went wide. Intelligence specialists. Is he joking? This is simply impossible. It was obvious from his face that it was his first time listening to something like this. Edihan's eyes widened in surprise at what he heard. It simply couldn't have happened before. This was the first time he had ever encountered something like this. Moreover, it was simply impossible to reach such a level in this game. He stood there, staring at his interlocutor with wide-open eyes who didn't seem to have changed his face at all. Bye. At this time, he continued to speak in a completely calm voice. He said that the main difference between third-grade experts and first- and second-grade experts is that they have special intelligence. So, suppose it is the intelligence that gives him the ability to gather knowledge, right? His interlocutor clutched his head. Then how is it possible to fight with him? Increases his own intelligence by the amount of the enemies, and multiplies it by 8. Now we can only be glad that his main characteristic is not intelligence. Otherwise, who knows what fate would have befallen him. He continued to hold his head, a look of genuine terror on his face. But what was most frightening was that the final gatekeeper of the gates would not only have special skills but also power. No wonder the rewards for passing the tower are insane. For ordinary players, the tower is an impassable place. Liu. At this time, he ran straight at his opponent. He didn't know if it was possible to combine the special skills of other characteristics. Judging from the battle with the defense specialist and his abilities, it was possible in principle. The gatekeeper looked at him with his blank stare, preparing his katana for his next powerful strike. A dark green aura began to appear around him. A barrier was needed to combine different skills, and that was already difficult. In any case, when the guy reached the T floor, everything would become clear, so there was no need to worry for now. He swung his sword and aimed straight at the gatekeeper. He couldn't think now, he just had to act instinctively, defeat the gatekeeper, and then everything would become clear. The gatekeeper also put out his sword to block the attack. He didn't move, just prepared to defend himself. The boy put all his strength into this strike. Liu ran towards him. He took one big jump, and in a few seconds he had shortened the distance, the trail of his katana spreading across the room. The gatekeeper looked at him with his helmet and held his katana forward, his face showing no emotion. It was just a robot aimed at destroying anyone who got in his way. In his hands was the exact same katana. Liu applied the blessing of all characteristics, reset the status reinforcement cooldown. The guy looked in front of him, and his entire consciousness narrowed into one point. He was only leading the gatekeeper in front of him who needed to be defeated. A fight broke out between them. The boy swung his katana. A scraping sound was heard. Their weapons crossed. Sparks erupted in different directions. The boy felt the pressure. However, he steadied himself on his feet. From what he saw, his eyes widened in surprise. It seemed the gatekeeper had just applied a blessing. Yeah, I'm just impossible too. The boy was shocked to the core. They bounced off each other and looked at each other as if they were prey. The gatekeeper stood a few meters away from the boy and prepared for his next throw. He could not believe his eyes. How could a gatekeeper possess a power ability? It was the same level as Liu's own. Okay, now is not the time to think about that. It's time to fight. The guy grabbed his gun and took aim. Units of knowledge power used. All stats increased by units. He must defeat him in one hit. Otherwise, the guy won't be able to reach the next gatekeeper of the 18th gate, whose intelligence is 8 times greater than his own. Great judgment activated, triple the damage. A shot rang out. The bullet went straight at the gatekeeper, but after a second there was a ricochet sound, and the bullet just bounced off his head without doing any damage. Health increased by and attack power increased by, however. Even that wasn't enough to hit the gatekeeper in one hit. The bullet just bounced off his head and flew away. The guy was terrified. The devil. This gatekeeper has all the powers that he has. This was unbearable. This gatekeeper risked becoming his big problem. There was a doubt about whether he could win, because this gatekeeper had somehow become so strong that it was impossible to kill him in one blow. An incomprehensible aura began to glow around his enemy's body. He had reset the recharging blessing and now was able to use it once again, enhancing his characteristics several dozen times. This is unthinkable. Status fixation action is ending. Fixation will end in seconds. The gatekeeper started to attack him. He moved with such speed that his figure started to disappear into thin air. The poor guy tried to fend off his attacks, but he was too fast to react in any way. How much stronger was this degenerate? The poor guy couldn't do anything. He only had to defend himself from the blows, which were like machine gun blasts raining down on him. What should he do? His life depended on it now, the bastard. Besides, he can't summon Ming-Shi at this moment. A's density is too high as it is. Then the only thing left to do is still wait. He frantically tried to find some option to somehow defeat the gatekeeper, but nothing came to mind. There was nothing left. He continued to stand and tried to block the blows. He had no choice left. The options were getting fewer and fewer. It was simply unthinkable. The strength of this gatekeeper had increased by several dozens or even hundreds of times a negative sign. He was holding on with all his might. His body was starting to weaken. It seemed that one more second and he would drop dead. And then the gatekeeper could kill him in one blow. The guy couldn't let that happen. He couldn't give up right here. In his mind, he had the image of his little sister for whom he had started this adventure. And then the only thought that could make things better came into his head. The guy pulled out his inventory and set about destroying the gun. A notification appeared. Was he sure he wanted to do that? Liu shouted that if he didn't help him immediately, he would destroy the gun for fuck's sake. Then his wishes would mean nothing, since he would just disappear forever. Status expires in seconds, second. The pendulum still didn't want to wake up. Well, there's no other choice. That's his decision. The guy clenched his teeth and prepared to destroy it, so that's his decision. And then at the last second, the pendulum woke up and said it demanded an equal exchange. He'll help the guy if he helps him. The time for the status lock has long since expired. The gatekeeper had already swung his huge sword over him to finish the boy off with one blow, but he agreed with his pendulum at the last minute. As soon as he said that word, an incredibly powerful aura began to emanate from his body. The pendulum finally woke up and began to act. A sonic and energy wave began to spread around, which threw the gatekeeper far back. His strength increased several times over. The gatekeeper flew a few dozen meters away and started tumbling on the floor like a rag doll. After flying some more distance, the enemy got to his feet and prepared for another throw. Now the guy was transformed. A huge serpent was behind his back. It was the pendulum. Now his strength has increased several hundred times. This way, he could defeat the gatekeeper in one blow. The serpent began to roar and looked at his opponent with its burning yellow eyes. The gatekeeper stood a few meters away from the boy and watched his transformation with wonder and even some fear. He received a blessing. A message flashed up. All stats increased by units. The aura of a catastrophic level creature covered the entire arena. All creatures below catastrophic level have their stats reduced by. Characteristics of all creatures below Huolan level. Characteristics of all creatures below crisis level are reduced by. Now, the guy was transformed. His power had grown so much that he couldn't even feel anything around him, only a sprawling aura that was consuming everything around him. A voice sounded. It seemed to be his pendulum speaking. He said that, limited by the quality of the equipment the guy had, he could only help for a short time and give only 3 of his abilities, also to confuse him with his aura. That was more than enough. When he felt such power, he immediately rushed straight at the gatekeeper. Swinging his katana, he struck a devastating blow. The gatekeeper, who was not expecting such power, put his katana out and tried to block the blow as he heard the scraping of weapons and the smell of hot metal. The boy's katana sliced through his opponent's katana without much difficulty. His strength had increased so much that nothing in the world could stop him now. The blessing of the pendulum had done its work. The gatekeeper wanted to use the status fixing, but not in time. His sword shattered with a crack and flew in different directions. Now he was left without a weapon. Liu stood in front of him and continued his onslaught. The boy knew no mercy. He moved as fast as he could. His strength increased several dozen times. The gatekeeper stood before him and no longer felt his superiority over his victim. The boy's eyes lit up with a bright orange light. His entire body was overflowing with inconceivable power that was capable of crushing anything. However, it's a bit weak. Is this the effect of a catastrophic level creation aura? He was literally mocking his pendulum. There had to be a way to taunt him. Cutting the katana of his opponent, the guy stopped and stood in front of him. Only he held his weapon in his hands. It was red hot to the limit now. He felt only incredible power overflowing him to the brim. The gatekeeper could do nothing more. The guy towered over him and looked down at him. He knelt down and stared at his assassin waiting to die. By using status fixation, he only delayed his death by 10 seconds. The boy's voice even changed slightly and became rougher. His face was hot. She was glowing from the energy overflowing from him. In his womb voice, the guy said, telling him in advance, "Goodbye." There were 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 left until the end of securing the status of gatekeeper of the H floor. That was it. That was the end. A swing of the sword was heard and the gatekeeper was immediately slain. The 3rd level intelligence specialist was defeated. Total essence gained is additional reward. Body plus 1 perception plus 1 defense plus 1 intelligence plus 1. Buy still. Standing in the waiting room, he looked at his interlocutor. This time, the result is floors. He thinks they have something to be proud of. Still a pretty good result, though, even a little bit offensive. They were still sitting in the waiting room looking at each other. Etahan scratched his head and agreed. The result seemed to be satisfactory. We had to move out of here. We can't stay here all our lives, right? They looked at each other and silently agreed. The guys moved towards the exit. As they walked, Edahan asked, "Are they just going to go out to the people like that? They all go crazy when they see those two." Bai replied, "Isn't that why they worked so hard to reach the H floor?" There was joy in his voice, as if the man was already anticipating fame and endless honor. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was satisfied with his result, only to have hundreds of rapturous gazes directed at him. The boys were already anticipating how they would reap the fruits of their labors, which they had worked so hard to achieve in this tower. His comrade smiled. "Okay, there seems to be logic in his words. Let's go bask in the glory." The guys continued to move quickly towards the exit of the room towards their fans. And behold, they came out of the hall covered with radiance. They were already prepared for the dithyrambs to be sung to them and their names to be glorified. After all, they had worked so hard, had reached such heights. Their breath hitched. The guys were ready for the fans to rush at them. However, when they left the building, they were completely disappointed. The devil. They were not even greeted by anyone. Life seemed to go on as usual, and no one paid any attention to them at all. They stopped stunned and looked forward. Life outside went on. No one even paid attention to them. It seemed to everyone else. These two were just simple guys who couldn't even make it to the halfway point. People continued to walk around, going about their business, and no one even thought to look at the two who thought they were heroes. At that moment, they felt terribly embarrassed. These people don't even pay attention to them. How is that even possible? Did they miss something interesting? And they don't give a damn about them. At this time, they noticed that everyone else was crowded around the leaderboard and were staring there without paying attention to anyone. Bai looked in their direction to find out, but what were they all staring at? The guy wondered, was there really such a great achievement that could outshine them? That question plagued him for a long time. But suddenly, when he looked at the leaderboard, his jaw dropped. He yanked his friend's arm and told him to look in his direction. He wasn't imagining it, was he? His jaw dropped to the ground and the guy didn't even know what to say. Edahan looked in that direction. The man was also wondering what was going on there that could attract the attention of so many people. He closed his eyes theatrically and put his hand out in front of his face. The man just refused to believe it. He didn't want to look at what had stolen his moment of glory from him. However, he did look away, and from what he saw there, his eyes widened so much that they seemed ready to fall out. As soon as the man saw what was happening on the leaderboard, he opened his mouth and even wider. He dropped his hands and left the race in place. It was fucking unimaginable. What the hell? A rookie could climb to the H floor. That's unthinkable. It's unbelievable. What kind of strength does this little bastard have? The street of Mushu City was bustling with activity. People were walking in different directions, hurrying somewhere to go about their business. And among them, only one man dressed in black cloak and carrying two katanas stood out. Two people started discussing the recent events. A man with pink hair and a surprised face asking the other if he had heard the news. They say right now some player under the nickname E is starting to mop up the tower. It's his first attempt, but it looks like he might pass it completely. His interlocutor, a man with black hair dressed in some kind of wool, asked in surprise, "Is he joking? It's a hell of a challenge. The first time he went into the tower, he was already on the second floor." Everyone else started talking too. It was unthinkable. It was unthinkable. In the history of this game, no one had ever been able to achieve such a success when entering the tower for the first time. This newcomer is now preparing to clear the 20th floor. Sounds really cool. At this time, there was another man with white hair walking behind them who was probably eavesdropping on him. He approached his companions and unceremoniously broke into their conversation. The man said, "He is a brother to all the players of the Mirror Realm after all." Everyone stared at him with surprised eyes. "Brother? What does he mean by that?" However, the guy didn't stop. He said that it was absolutely true. Everyone else continued to watch, waiting with bated breath for the result. 20th floor. Unbelievable. Everyone's breath caught. It's unthinkable. How did he manage it? Begging sign people came even closer and tried to get a better look. The servers had only opened days ago. How could he be so strong? Edahan and Bai looked at it all with open eyes. The 20th floor, so he was able to defeat a third-rate expert with multiple skills. Edahan asked his friend how he thought this time. Would the rookie really be able to pass the tower today? However, the man did not answer him, as he was in complete shock. He couldn't believe what was happening. He tried to understand, to make any sense of what was happening. This is impossible. It can't be. How did he manage to clear almost the entire tower in such a short period of time? Such a level could not be achieved by almost no one. And then from somewhere, that boastful guy appeared. He looked proudly at everyone else, dunking them. Let them speak for themselves. They're loners. They're real professionals. It was as if he had reached that level himself, and now he was showing off in front of everyone else. But it was just an ordinary tail that blew away on the first floor. The guy smirked to himself. What luck! Now he could show off in front of players like these two. He looked at the others who did not share his enthusiasm, however. He started laughing and looking around at everyone with his sparkling gaze. But the other people who had already gathered around him looked at him with contempt. He was not their friend. What the hell is he doing here anyway? Suddenly, everyone got distracted and looked back at the leaderboard. Floor E had reached the T floor. Everyone's breath caught. This couldn't be happening. This was truly insane. The girl who was clad in armor opened her mouth and eyes in surprise. She was breathless. She couldn't believe what she was seeing now with her own eyes, as a newcomer who had only recently gotten into the game was now mopping up the tower. And then the guy with that white hair started shouting. He shouted so loudly that he was heard in almost every corner of the hall. He is a brother to all the people of the Mirror Kingdom. Everyone looked at him in surprise. No one expected someone to start shouting like that. The other people also looked at him with astonishment. Was this really the case? It was faintly believable, of course, that this guy was a brother to everyone. However, the dude with white hair continued, of course. Here, let them peek at this photo. He pulled out his dashboard and showed everyone else the picture. As soon as people saw what it depicted, their cheeks immediately flushed with embarrassment and even a bit of emotion. It was obvious that they were incredibly surprised by it. What is he talking about? Why would this person be the brother of the Mirror Realm? He is their brother, the members of the Primordial Realm. Everyone held their breath and even covered their mouths a bit in surprise. People could not believe what they were seeing and hearing. However, some had already started chanting one word. Brother! And then all the people in the room, in a few seconds, they were shouting their slogan. Brother, 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 brother. People, absolutely everyone who was standing there began to shout, and the hall was filled with one single word. They shouted words of support for the unknown newcomer who in one moment became a brother to everyone and everyone in this city. And at this time, the guy didn't see any of this. Only the battle existed for him now. The gatekeeper of the 21st gate was standing in front of him. A real guardian. He was at level 57 and was an expert in all the characteristics of the 3rd grade. Special strikes, explosive balls, speed enhancement, blood exchange barrier, gathering information and warnings. The boy stood in front of him and prepared himself. This was an incredibly serious opponent that would have to be fought for quite a long time. His stats were also almost at their maximum level, and only his cognitive power was slightly lower than the rest of his stats. He looked at his hand and in 1 second added the missing characteristics. There could be no mistake. He simply couldn't let this gatekeeper overpower him at such a crucial moment. And now, there was only one thing for him. Thirst for victory. His eyes focused. He looked at the gatekeeper, and now he existed only as a target to him. A message appeared. Total Essence received additional reward plus 1 unit to all heroes' stats. The boy thought to himself, if he passed the 21st level, he would not only get units of Essence, but that was already a pretty serious figure. Also, plus 2 to all the stats. He simply couldn't lose. The stakes were too high. It was incredibly tempting. If he won, his strength would reach a new level. Could it be that now, such opportunities would open up for him? They stood opposite each other and prepared for the battle. It was the most responsible and probably the most dangerous moment in the boy's life, because at stake was not only earnings, but his own life, which was now only in his hands. He prepared himself, gripped his sword tighter, and realized that he only needed to defeat this gatekeeper now, and only then he would be able to complete his plan. The guy took aim because he realized that this gatekeeper was much stronger than the others. He was an expert in all characteristics. The guy clammed up. How is he supposed to attack this fighter? He is completely invulnerable. Begging sign for a second, it seemed that it would be very difficult to defeat this scum. Without the help of a blessing he cannot do without. So he received the blessing. All of his characteristics matured by units. His eyes lit up yellow, and his pupils became vertical like a cat's. Suddenly, the pendulum spoke. Let him be careful. His aura has cut his characteristics by... He's still strong. The boy said that it was his enough. His health increased several times, and his cognition power by as much as 6 times. Behind his back, the dragon appeared again and looked at his opponent as a live bait out of all his abilities, the strongest being the blessing. All of his skills are directly dependent on this power. The guy grasped his katana and continued to set himself up for a fight. His body was emitting a simply incredible amount of energy that filled the entire space. This guard seems to be in the same situation. By the way, the gatekeeper also raised his katana up and prepared to attack, so now it will be a fight to the death between them. The only thing preventing the blessing is the power of knowledge. The guardian's intelligence in the 21st floor is 8 times greater than his own, so all other attributes will be increased by times during the blessing. His cognitive power can exceed units. Even with the aura, it's still more, and he, not even a blessing, only has a bit 1,000. Okay, it's worth a try. Blessing reinforces all characteristics. The guy used the last trump card he had up his sleeve. He had to concentrate, otherwise he would lose, and then who knows what would happen to him. The gatekeeper scratched the back of his head and prepared himself. He too seemed to realize that he was facing a very strong opponent. He craned his head and prepared himself, strength against strength. Let's see who can win. And then they rushed at each other. It was a momentous battle now, for there was only their rivalry. They sprang from their seats, and it was almost impossible to keep track of their movements. They moved so fast that no Gla could follow them. A scraping of metal was heard. Their guns crossed, and the boy felt a pressure that was several times greater than any of the others. His power was so high that when they clashed in their first blow, everything around them began to crack. Even the air itself began to condense around them from such speed. The boy knew he could win, but he had to try very hard. He felt the pressure from his opponent, but it was too late to retreat. He couldn't afford to slack off. He swung his katana, and now his strength increased even more. The guy continued his attack. The gatekeeper continued to advance. He swung his katana and approached the boy. His key skill still recharging, the boy should let go for a while and spend his mind power wisely. Before the end of the first blessing, he would need to use another one, spending the power he had gained. He activated a balanced stream of awakening. The gatekeeper continued to advance. He swung his katana and approached the boy. His key skill was still recharging. The boy should let go for a while and spend his consciousness power wisely. Before the end of the first blessing, he would need to use another one, spending the power he had gained. He activated a balanced stream of awakening. They were moving with such speed that the air began to heat up. The floor beneath their feet began to crack. The entire room rattled from such pressure. Sword swings were heard. He could definitely win. That's not to say he could win. How monstrous his opponent's strength was, without his blessing, he wouldn't stand a chance. But even with that, he wouldn't be able to reach him with any of his attacks. If he tried, the gatekeeper would immediately seize the moment and immediately finish him off. The speed was staggering. They continued their battle. What a devil! Each floor of the tower was a real challenge. It was more difficult than the previous one, but he had no difficulty earlier thanks to the blessing. A message appeared saying that the blessing would be available in seconds. Long seconds he would need to hold out. Another seconds passed. The guy kept fighting at his limit. They were so close to each other that the blade passed literally centimeters away from the opponent's heads. They were moving practically right up close. Seconds. Only seconds left. The kid prepared himself. He could already see the gatekeeper running at him to deliver another crushing blow to kill the kid. He clenched his teeth and prepared for a powerful strike. The gatekeeper was running towards him, rapidly decreasing his distance. The message indicated that there was only seconds left until the end of the blessing's recharge. And so, after a long seconds, the blessing became available. They were only a few steps away from each other now. We would have to use the blessing right now. The guy's eyes lit up. He felt an unimaginable amount of energy flowing through his body. He even felt pain for a second. The guy screamed, but he didn't stop. Units of power used, all characteristics increased by units. He felt a surge of strength he had never felt in his body before. The boy got to his feet and got ready. His body suddenly became light and he pushed himself off the ground. It felt like he was about to take off. The guy jumped up a few centimeters and felt his body overflowing with energy. A life energy that would give him the ability to defeat the gatekeeper, use just one blow. And lo and behold, the boy landed. After he landed, cracks went through the ground. The force increased so much that not even the room they were in could withstand such a pressure. Cracks flew in all directions. The ground began to fall away from under his feet. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. Well, he had won. Even if the gatekeeper used his reinforcement, it still wouldn't help him. The boy's strength surpassed him by several hundred or even 1,000 times. His eyes were burning, his pupils once again becoming vertical dots. He thought it wouldn't be too hard to continue for another minute if he knew. And he was sure he would, that he would finish off the gatekeeper, who was approaching him with a light coming from him as well. Apparently, he had used his enhancement as well. Liu stood where he was, the floor cracking beneath his feet, waiting for the gatekeeper to come closer to him, just one strike away, so he could finish him off at last. He was getting a little tired of this fight. However, his opponent suddenly began to accumulate his strength. His body glowed with a blue light. He prepared to attack. The boy didn't realize anything. Did this gatekeeper really have the same strength as him? Is he copying his actions? His eyes overflowed with fear. He couldn't take his eyes off the gatekeeper, who had gained unimaginable power in second with him. Now, they were equal in strength, or even not. The gatekeeper might even be several times his strength. The enemy stood before him, arms spread out. He looked threatening, to say the least, and now all that was left was to finish off the boy, who for some reason thought he could defeat such a powerful opponent as the gatekeeper was. He just had to get within striking distance of him, and then it would be done. The boy realized with horror that this creature seemed to have the same recharge as he did. The gatekeeper stood a few dozen meters away from him and waited for a convenient moment. He seemed to mock the boy. This thing is possible to defeat the sign of the guy did not understand anything. In addition, he also had guardian abilities. The guy opened his mouth in horror and surprise. Now, he wasn't sure if he could even damage this nightmarish creature. How is this even possible? How can it be understood? Why is this even happening? And the gatekeeper wasted no time. He put his sword forward and prepared to stab the boy in one blow. His katana began to overflow with energy, and now he just had to shorten those few meters to finish the boy off. What a bastard! The poor guy thought that it seemed he couldn't handle it. It was just impossible. He didn't expect this. Even his blessing couldn't prevent the monstrous outcome of the battle. Fear settled in his soul, true fear for his life. Had he come this far to die like this? He clenched his teeth and seemed resigned to his fate, that he was going to die, that the gatekeeper wouldn't need to roll him across the floor like a roller. The boy was ready. The gatekeeper ran at him with incredible strength and speed. The energy emanating from him was so strong that any living creature in its path would have been destroyed immediately. The guy stood still and did nothing. He seemed to have accepted it. However, no. He raised his eyes and looked at his enemy with a fierce gaze. It's not over yet. He outweighs him in weight. If the guy can hold on for another minute, he'll have a chance. He bounced to the side and stood firmly on his feet. We need to retreat and stall for time. Shared the message. Unable to dodge enemy attack. Barrier and acceleration from the next attack cannot be dodged axe minute. 1 recharge will take minutes. 2 recharges will take hour. This is getting really bad. Something needs to be done. The enemy had already brought his weapon over the poor boy who was almost unable to move. Now all he had to do was accept his death. It's a combined skill. Even though he wouldn't be able to dodge it, his health would be enough to withstand just 1 blow. And so the blow came. The boy's health dropped to almost 0. Only 1 small mark left. The gatekeeper struck with such force that all his equipment along with his weapons were gone in second. The boy was once again completely disarmed. Now, he was facing an enemy that was ready to destroy him in a second. Is this the end? The boy couldn't believe it. In the last chance left to create an amulet, he created 6 bills, each of which was capable of withstanding a single blow. This was the final frontier. If the enemy lived through it too, the boy would definitely not survive. He could only hope that this spell could protect him in some way. The enemy hit the shield and destroyed one of them. What the hell is that? The guy was perplexed. He had nothing left. Suddenly the voice of a pendulum was heard, informing him that this was the last remaining skill. If you break it, it's the end, definitively and irrevocably. The gatekeeper swung once more and delivered another crushing, swift blow. It shattered another shield. A cracking sound was heard. There was less and less defense left. There were 6 shields, 2 of them destroyed. There are only 4 left. That means he can only withstand 4 attacks. That's not good. Needing to increase the distance, the boy bounced back. Get out of the line of attack so the gatekeeper couldn't destroy him. He had less and less strength left. The boy could feel his body starting to weaken. He bounced to the side to get away from the gatekeeper, who kept moving incredibly fast. Plus, he had equipment that was several times superior to the boy. Now, all he had to do was stall for time, wait for some miracle that would somehow be able to save him. The gatekeeper was approaching him again with unspeakable speed, swinging his katana and preparing to deliver the final blow. Even though the blessing had saved him, it only delayed his death for a short period of time. What would he do with his bare hands? This is a fully armed opponent. It's impossible to stand against such an opponent at all. He clenched his teeth and seemed ready to accept his defeat, and I found myself in the waiting room. But no, he couldn't just give up. No, he would fight to the end. Somehow we have to extend Yes's blessing and then he'll have a chance. But on the other hand, it just doesn't make sense. If that gatekeeper just renewed his blessing, his advantage would immediately evaporate. You can't win with this method. It'll just be a meaningless race of attrition. And the only one to win is the one who can roll back the blessing faster. He didn't think he would be in such a dire situation. It was even kind of funny. He gritted his teeth and prepared himself. The boy clenched his fist. The devil! Isn't there any way? But the stakes are too high. If he could pass the tower, his weight would increase by 2 units. And he'll get coefficients to improve his equipment. That would surely be an enjoyable and incredible leap. He can't just stop. He can't just give up and give up and give up. I mean, that's incredibly stupid, to be one step away from victory and give up. The strongest player of the primordial realm, he could become one. The guy sighed as he saw the message that appeared in front of his eyes. The architect had been reborn. His eyes widened in surprise. The architect? He could win? A small hope appeared in his mind. A hope that he could still come out of this tower victorious and become the strongest. He could defeat him. The boy prepared all his shields that he had left. The gatekeeper was about to attack him again. He readied his katana and ran at the boy with all his might. Well, one last dash. We can only hope. The distance between them was gradually shrinking, and now there were only a few jumps left for everything to happen. The boy stood and held his shields. The gatekeeper was getting closer and closer. We need to use the architect's skill to deal with this dude. Liu bounced back and tried to regroup now. He had a small, ghostly chance at finally ending this damned game. He would become the strongest. He would definitely be for his sister's sake. He jumped up from his seat and ran in the opposite direction. The gatekeeper rushed after him, the boy said, addressing the architect that he wanted to pass the tower. The message request did not match the game rules. Then he ordered the architect to kill the guardian of the T-floor. But this request didn't match the game rules either. Then the guy ordered the architect to downgrade the guardian of the T-floor to 0, and now the refusal. Last time, he ordered the architect to downgrade the guardian's equipment level to 0, but this request was denied as well. There were fewer and fewer options left. You can't do this, you can't do that. What's the rule book? The guy was starting to get angry. This was just nonsense. How do you even beat this? A message appeared. The rules allow you to supplement any equipment above level 50 with a word article from the glossary. Article 1. Reload reducing reloads by 1 dash of Article 2, load relief reduction of the outfit, and so on. Shouldn't there be an accident of it here? If that is the condition, so there is an option. He asked for solid facts, had to be sure of what he was seeing. A sign with new text popped up in front of him. He looked before him with a fiercely concentrated gaze. Water runs down the mountain, fire burns cloth, people slowly age and die. These are all true facts. The rules by which the real world works. The gatekeeper was coming closer and closer to him. There were only a few meters left before the monster would get close enough to kill him with a single blow. In the current situation, he was playing by the subsequent rules. If he dies when he runs out of health points, without the power of cognition, he won't be able to use skills. So used abilities have a cooldown time. Wait, recharge time? It was a life-saving thought that the boy clung to with all his might. That's it. It was about time to use the guardian rules of the T-floor. The guy stopped and prepared himself. Architect. His ability shouldn't have a cooldown. Rules changed, player's ability no longer has a cooldown. Lasts seconds. Recharge hours. It finally worked. Another message has appeared. Update. Status saving has been completed. Blessing completed. All other abilities have been recharged as well. Immediately, the boy grew so large that his opponent could fit in the palm of his hand. Now, they're going to play. The regeneration of cognition power. It happened so fast that the boy didn't even have time to think about it. 10 seconds left. This was his only chance that he could use to win. He applied the blessing of all abilities. He needed to increase his strength as much as possible. Only by doing so would he be able to defeat this bastard. The blessing took place, and his stats increased by several dozen times. The gatekeeper stopped. He saw how instead of the boy, a huge pillar of incredibly powerful energy formed which began to shake everything around him. Even the gatekeeper with his strength would not be able to deal with such an opponent. The boy's strength slowly increased, turning into a rushing stream. His stats had reached their maximum. Any damage exceeding the value of would be weakened. Note, more high-speed computing power needed to be injected into the membrane to increase a player's maximum stats. Is that the peak value? In any case, for a guardian, it's deadly. It's more than enough. The boy prepared himself, katana in his hands again, all his weapons restored, and now the boy was ready to slay him with a single blow. The strength he had just possessed was enough to kill him in one blow. So let him die. The boy swung around, aiming straight for the gatekeeper's head, and began to strike. The weapon whistled, cutting through the air. The gatekeeper was struck down. Even he, with his armor, couldn't take that kind of damage. Now, it was over. A message appeared, congratulating him on passing the tower. Reward, essence. Additional reward for passing the tower. Plus 2 to wait. An additional reward for the first person to pass the tower plus to all stats. The Pearl of Return reward. This orb can be obtained by the person who defeats the boy. Once he has passed the tower, he can no longer receive rewards in it. The people who had been watching the boy all this time began to shout for joy. He made it. Their brother made it. He made it through the tower. People started jumping in their seat, and the whole room was memorized with shouts of joy. Now, the boy has passed the tower, and he is a pioneer. Everyone rushed to the return room. They wanted to see in person who had passed the tower and was able to defeat the final boss. It was the first time someone was leaving the re-entry room rather than through the revival room. The boy stood there, still not understanding anything. His heart was beating at an incredible rate. He still couldn't get away from the very fight during which he had almost died. It was close. He held the pearl in his hands. It was his main reward. He clutched his prize in his hands and prepared to teleport to the real world. Almost lost, there was still fear in his mind. If the architect didn't revive, he would definitely lose the battle. All right, everything worked out just fine. That was really cool. He stood on the teleporter and waited to be teleported. No wonder you need at least 5% processing power to get into the ruined realm. After all, it was all about obtaining an architect. He squeezed the pearl even harder. Come to think of it, this was if he could get the architect, he would be able to break through to the ruined realm. And that was something. The guy was overflowing with enthusiasm. As soon as he teleported to his seat, he immediately heard screams. Bro, this is awesome! The guy was even a little scared. Who were these people anyway? Was he going to be greeted by someone here? He didn't understand anything, and was still trying to realize what was happening. He stood in the teleporter and saw the walls and even the ceiling covered with people who looked at him with eyes full of joy. Where did they all come from? All these people admired him, but the boy did not fully realize it yet. Everyone was chanting praises. Someone offered to pump together. In short, the boy became a real celebrity. All these people came to support him, to admire him and his achievements. They all had happy smiles on their faces. None of them expected that a beginner would be able to pass something like this, and also from the first time. Liu didn't seem to share their enthusiasm. The guy even got a little scared from such a rush of attention in his direction. What the hell is even going on here? Is this even normal? Who are these crazy people who are glorifying him? A chill ran down his spine. He only had a sister. Don't let them tell him she's got a harem? The thought stabbed him in the heart. The boy was scared to death. What was this all about? Why did they come here in the first place? What the hell is going on? The boy couldn't understand a thing. The streets of the city were abuzz with rumors. Everyone was talking about the fact that some newcomer was able to pass the tower the first time. This game has already become the most popular in the world, of course. Everyone has heard that many people see the First Pass Kingdom as a way to make money. Some are even so crazy that they sell their things to play. There's also talk that many workers are quitting their factories to make money in this place, and their numbers are truly staggering. It's getting scary that the economy in the real world could suffer from this. After all, games are still games. We should not forget that it is the real-world production that maintains the quality and standard of living. However, did anyone care at all? People were talking amongst themselves and discussing the past events. A guy was sitting somewhere in the distance, his head down. He was thinking about something. Two guys were talking among themselves, but our hero did not hear him. He was researching the return sphere he'd just gotten. It records data on a player. When the player dies, the sphere splits, and the player bound to it regains everything he had at the time of the recording. Finally, he has the return sphere and can now go to the destroyed area. However, it was too early to use it yet. The guy hid the orb somewhere behind his scruff. He couldn't show that he had such a treasure because who knows who would want to hunt him down to get such a tidbit. There was one more thing he wanted to check. If it was even possible to change the number of people in the group with the help of the architect. The boy started looking around, and now he didn't know what to do. The guy looked at his gun and realized that the pendulum could communicate with him whenever it wanted, so when the time came, it would talk. He continued to sit and look at his gun, which means this is his second main trump right after the architect. He has a favor to ask of him, which he should handle with the utmost care. Pendulum asked him for what he wants to be free. The boy looked at his gun and thought for a moment. This request was certainly understandable, but too difficult to fulfill. If he did not know the peculiarities of this game, he would definitely be surprised by this, how well the artificial intelligence was developed in this game. He asked the gun what he wanted the boy to do. He continued to stare at the gun with a serious look. This was quite a crucial moment. They had a deal after all. Although he didn't know if the item would be with him after entering the game, but it hadn't happened yet, so he wanted it to stay with him for as long as possible. The pendulum replied that the boy should take it to the edge of this world. He has a strange feeling that he belongs there. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Borders? It was the first time he had ever heard of something like this in his life. His eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't the boundary of the primordial realm the destroyed areas? A strange feeling visited him. Did the people who created him give him some kind of clue, a begging sign? The guy agreed. Okay, a deal's a deal. He'll honor the pendulum's request and take him there. He'll have to rely on him to help him if he needs it. The pendulum agrees. In addition, he needs the boy to help him with something else. If he wished, he could awaken one particular skill of his choice. At those words, his eyes widened in surprise. Choose any characteristic ability? That's it. He finally remembered everything. The gatekeeper's face appeared in front of his eyes again. Okay, it's a deal. They made another deal. He went to the machine and told the pendulum to tell him what he wanted it to do. The guy was over-enthusiastic. What he would get in return for this deal, and what he had already gotten, was nothing compared to letting the pendulum go free. He stood by the supply vending machine and pondered, he has essence points. Let him ask for anything. If he could really help him obtain any special character skill, then he should agree and spend the required amount of essence. However, what he saw made him silent and concretely wondered whether he had been rash in telling him to ask the boy for whatever he wanted. Prefabricated warp module high level, essence. Prefabricated warp module medium level essence. Prefabricated warp module low level essence. Yes, the prices were certainly a bit steep. He grabbed his head and said that he understood that he wanted to move around freely, but could he choose something cheaper? Oh, for fuck's sake. He's going to spend an unimaginable amount of essence. It seemed like he should have brought more essence to the tower. Pendulum replied, yes, it would be a bit biting, but with it, he would be able to deal a huge amount of damage almost instantly. Otherwise, his help would be limited to a single skill. It was too risky. There was logic in those words, but the guy thought for a moment. But the description said that he could fight directly, right? If he attacked directly, it would damage the weapon. In the end, all of his positive skills would dissipate. Didn't he say that? The guy clenched his teeth. Okay, he's a pain in the ass. The pendulum's reload speed will be halved every levels. If you strengthen it 3 times, the interval between shots will only be seconds. On top of that, it will also damage and stun the enemy. So, isn't that a miracle? It's hard to imagine how Guan managed to get such a weapon. It's a godsend. Well, there's nothing to be done, so we'll just have to do what we have to do. A message popped up. Exchange for a high-level prefabricated warp module. Points spent. Exchange successful. So, what's next? The artificial intelligence told the boy to turn it into a ring and carry it around with him. By the way, isn't that ring the main purpose of this intelligence? The boy looked at his hand, now sporting a ring on it. It looked like the earlier description of the characteristics of this artificial intelligence had turned gray because of this module. He wanted the boy to exchange it since he didn't have enough essence. He seemed to have a lot of resentment. Okay, no time to think about that now. The boy squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head. No, it doesn't make sense. There's no way the formidable artificial intelligence is being suppressed by a sneaky chicken. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Great. Since he had helped him, it was the intelligence's turn to keep its promise. But before it could help the boy awaken a special ability, he must reach level 60. After hours, the boy stood especially in the zone, the Chaos Zone, a passage by chance, the dungeon. It was a huge portal that was several dozen times larger than all the ones the boy had seen before. Well, there was no choice. Until he got level 60, he cannot enter the ruined zone. Besides, he hadn't gotten his hidden ability yet. We should have waited a little longer. We should check the architect's ability to see if he can change the rules of entering the dungeon. If he can use the blessing without recharging once he enters the dungeon, he'll be practically invincible in this world. It was time to check it out. He ordered the architect to change the rules for entering the dungeon. We need to remove all restrictions on the number of players on a team. The message popped up almost instantly. Recharging lasts 1 hour. The rules have been changed. The guy jumped in his seat. He could change the rules. That's great. And now, since it's like this, it's worth it to pump up properly. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was incredibly pleased with his success. Well, the 60th level is coming for him. The guy plunged into the portal and immediately found himself in the next zone. Everything was so easy that he couldn't even believe it could be real. He pumped his level as hard as he could, but it wasn't that easy indeed. Things couldn't have gone in his favor so easily. Even though he couldn't enter the dungeon alone, the total reward was only 1/10 of the total loot. However, luckily, the desperate warrior boost he had with him in reserve would allow him to get absolutely all of the reward. So it's not a problem. He can clear dungeons in a day. 3 full dungeons will give him 1 level, so it's fine. Everything is under control. After days of diligent dungeon sweeping, he finally reached level. He had managed to install spheres that reduced the recharge of his equipment, in addition to more spheres, of which increased the duration of the ability. The third, soul subjugation load. Relief 3 spheres of soul subjugation he spent on his armament, and load relief removed and put other equipment. This is a fairy tale. A notification appeared in front of him that he had reached level 60. He had obtained many titles that attested to his skill. In the end, he decided to pour all the characterization points into intelligence and leave perception for equipment points. Great. A level 60 ability is divided into 2 stages. Shared aura binds him to his opponent, causing him to share 1 health scale for 2 when his health drops to 10%. A is radioactivated. Aura radius requires cognitive power to activate and consumes units per second. A message popped up in front of him. Due to the limit of computing power, he could no longer accumulate experience. The guy scratched the back of his head. So it was like that. Or not gaining due to computational power. Well, that's understandable. Does that mean that if he increases his computational power, then he can continue to increase the level asked? After getting level 60, he would no longer be able to earn experience in dungeons. No wonder there were no players above rank 60th in his past life. In addition, it also meant that if he wanted to upgrade his equipment level to 70th, the same notification would be waiting for him. He returned to his grand hotel. He needed to rest for a while at least to regain his strength. He sat on his bed and talked to his artificial intelligence, said the boy could choose any ability he wanted. He thought he would like to get a special perception skill, but the most problematic to get is the barrier. Pear visited the thought that he needs to choose his opinion well and intelligently, as it will stay with him for the rest of the game. For one thing, the barrier requires strength skills and build, and these in turn aren't very useful to him as there are better alternatives. Instead of explosive strikes, he has a pendulum, and instead of a bloody exchange, he has mending. But with a barrier, he can combine the effects of multiple abilities at once, and then it's decided. The guy said he wanted to learn the skill barrier. Artificial intelligence said it was a good choice. Great. Now he needs to confirm his choice in all the notifications that pop up. The guy wondered, should he agree to all the terms? This artificial intelligence isn't trying to trick him, right? Well, it was too late to think. A message appeared in front of him. Did he want to move to the spiritual dimensions? The guy even wondered a bit. What was this spiritual dimension? He'd never seen one. If he entered, wouldn't he be completely at his mercy? All right, so be it. He decided to take a risk, and he's gotten this far. Who doesn't take risks doesn't drink champagne. The guy put his finger on the confirmation icon, and immediately his eyes blurred. He stopped with his feet on something solid. It seemed to be the ground, which was good, but it was still an unfamiliar place. The boy stopped. Strange place. He began to look around. This place was completely unfamiliar to him. There was a grayness everywhere. It wasn't like he was in the world of the game. There were lightning bolts all around. It seemed to be the beginning of a thunderstorm, or it didn't stop here at all. Liu stood in his seat and turned his head in confusion. He wasn't sure if he had done the right thing. This place was unfriendly, but it was too late to change. Suddenly, he felt with his sixth sense that something huge and heavy was falling down on him from above. He raised his head and saw only a vague silhouette that was approaching him at an incredible speed. He looked at him with frightened eyes. The devil. He'd just gotten here and already he was in trouble. He thought for a second that he shouldn't have agreed with this artificial intelligence, but he knew there was a catch. Something landed on the ground with such a rumble that everything underfoot, including the ground and the trees that grew here, began to rattle. What the fuck happened here? The guy was crushed by it. He tried to come to his senses. Thank God he didn't pass out. What the hell? He pressed on the ground and his head hurt. It was a large, scaly dragon, and it looked at him with its huge, burning eyes. It looked intimidating and hostile, but why didn't it attack? There was a grimacing voice. Well, let him get up immediately. The boy tried to rise to his feet, his legs shaking not from fear, not from surprise. The dragon continued to stare at him with his burning eyes. Is this its true form? The pressure is even stronger than the star level. The dragon began to speak if he can defeat it, and while he is in this form, he will gain a barrier. Otherwise, he'll be here for the rest of eternity. Liu got to his feet and looked in front of him. I knew there was something wrong with this. It couldn't have been that easy. Spending eternity here. This is a battle to the death. If he challenged him, then fine, fuck it. He stood and looked at his defeated opponent. He had managed to win after all, okay? It was difficult. That was even putting it mildly. In the real world, everything was the same. Night had fallen on the city. The big moon lazily crept into the sky. The windows of the houses were darkened. Apparently, everyone was already asleep at this time. The guy was at his house. He unlocked the windowsill and looked out the window, started to look at the night city. 7 days to go. 7 days isn't that long. His gaze stretched somewhere far away, to a glowing night city that was mesmerizing in its beauty. He had been fighting this dragon for the past few days, in his spirit world. At first he was winning. Then the boy pulled himself together and still managed to end the battle in his favor. He overcame it and got his coveted barrier after all. Yes, it was very difficult, but the reward was worth it. Boy, now he could completely lower his opponent's knowledge power by combining the barrier and gathering knowledge. That's just like the constant silence. He looked up at the bright starry sky. There were billions of stars looking at him from far away. Lazy big clouds floated in the sky. It was relatively cool outside. The boy lowered his eyes and looked out at the night city, which was literally blinding him. It was incredibly beautiful at this time of day. The huge lights, the high bridge, the cars going back and forth. The sight was mesmerizing to say the least. His soul was filled with joy, and he laughed to himself, saying that he was finally truly strong, perhaps even much stronger than all those in the first realm. With these thoughts, the boy went to bed. The next morning he was awakened by the bright sun that sent its rays right through his window. The boy opened his eyes and looked out the window. The city was already awake and everywhere was humming. His glasses lay beside him, their green glass reflecting the light and shimmering with all the colors in the sun. Liu reached up and started to get dressed. He threw his shirt on and got out of bed. He buttoned the top button, which incidentally squeezed his neck, but he didn't seem to care. The guy didn't want to look like he was wearing a needle. And now, in front of us was no longer the guy wearing an exoskeleton, but an ordinary kid of about 20 years old dressed in ordinary school or work clothes. Now, he didn't look like himself. The guy opened the door, which creaked open, and looked out. He hadn't been out of his room for a while now, so everything else was even slightly new to him. He saw an almost empty room, in the middle of which his sister was also standing, holding a small bag. The girl looked at him and smiled as she continued to hold the bag of things. He didn't even realize for a second what had happened. The girl looked at him and said with a smile that the things were packed. She was holding a small bag with some things in it. She had a smile on her face and her eyes were shining with joy. The boy smiled and said that if that was it, they could go. They seemed ready to go for a walk, and the little sister was just waiting for her brother. The boy looked at her with a very good-natured look. Their eyes crossed and the girl paused for a second to look at her brother. She gave him an appraising look and stopped, opening her eyes even wider. Threw the bag out of her hands, which flopped to the ground, and jumped up to the boy. She walked over to him and she had to even stand on tiptoe a little to reach his large stature. He was almost a head taller than his sister. Ah-Yun walked over to him and undid the button at the top of his shirt and, clucking her lips, said he buttoned it up again, as far as he could. Mama said it should always stay unbuttoned, didn't she? The boy froze in place and looked at his sister in surprise. She unbuttoned his button and told him it was better that way. The boy looked at it with surprised eyes, but he didn't mind. Let it go. He didn't mind. Then, with the same surprised look, he turned to his sister. She had been incredibly nice to him, caring for him constantly and helping him throughout his life. It would be silly to get upset over a button. The girl looked at him with shining eyes and a very cheerful smile on her lips. She seemed to enjoy taking care of her brother. She looked at him smiling with such good-natured eyes that the boy's heart melted. Looking at his sister, he smiled as well and nodded his head. Okay, let it be. She should know better. Soon they packed up and went for a walk. Soon they came to the cemetery to check on their relative, who had left this world not so long ago. There were dozens, if not hundreds, of tombstones towering above the ground. It was a rather depressing sight, but people came here to see their dead relatives. They approached one of the tombstones, which had a picture of two people on it, a man and a woman about middle-aged. They put down the treats and lit the ritual candles. Apparently, they were their parents. In front of them, there was a ritual urn in which the fire was still burning. They threw some sheets of paper in it. It's how they communicated with their relatives. Liu looked with some regret. He was very sad to come here, but the memories did not leave his head. He looked at the tombstone and mentally promised Mom and Dad that he was taking good care of his sister. They could be at peace, so everything would be okay. There was a look of sadness on the boy's face. The girl smiled too. Even in such a sad situation, she managed to smile. Her eyes shone with happiness that she could see her parents somehow. She mentally appealed to them too. She would help her brother find a bride. She would make sure that in 2 or 3 years they would have grandchildren. Suddenly, the boys heard someone calling their names. They were startled and looked in the direction the voice had come from. There was a man approaching them, walking fast and steady and with a steady gait. The boys seemed to recognize him. He was a middle-aged man of about years of age. He laughed and said that it seemed like a long time since they had seen each other. The man had a good-natured and friendly smile on his face. He looked extremely friendly. It was Uncle Wang, a friend of the protagonist's family. They had a very good and warm relationship with him. The guy looked at him, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Uncle Wang. He came. The boy thanked him for visiting their parents every year. The man is doing them a great favor. The man approached them and rubbed the boy's head. What a nonsense. He's been friends with them all his life. How could he forget about them? The boy shrank back. The man's hand was heavy after all. The girl saw her uncle too and smiled and said he had come too. She said that their parents had convinced him years ago it was time to use their last will. She said those words with a sort of sneer. The man thought for a moment and scratched his small beard. Something elusive flashed in his gaze. He turned to the girl and asked if she knew that Uncle Van was actually a millionaire. And he wasn't looking for anyone now so as not to offend his girlfriends. Of course the man lied, I just didn't want to start this conversation. Ah Yun looked at him with a raised eyebrow in surprise. She was right, or she really wanted to marry this person, but it's still a child after all. As soon as the man heard this, he jabbed his finger at her and theatrically declared that you can't talk to people like that. It's too much. Her words are out of line. Let her not be so rude. Her brother was sitting next to her and chuckled quietly, watching the girl smiling sincerely in response to the man's indignation. His sister I didn't think of stopping. She had the kind of temperament to be open and always say everything she sees. She showed him her tongue and smiled. What an infectious little thing. However, it didn't become offensive, on the contrary. It even diffused the situation a little. Uncle sat down beside him and addressed the dead man. Lee the elder. Let him come to his beloved daughter in a dream, and let him punish her. It sounded without any anger, but rather a sneer. They had been friends with this man all their lives. He had known them since they were infants, so there was a warm relationship between them. The man continued to speak. There was some slight sadness on his face, but the atmosphere between them was peaceful. No need to distract him with such nonsense. He is busy with their plan to save the world. No time for love. A few more pieces of paper and those lit up instantly. The girl grimaced. This is her parents' last wish, and she wants to fulfill it as soon as possible. She looked at the two boys with a dissatisfied look. Why are they so narrow-minded? This is unacceptable. However, they didn't seem to pay any attention to her. Uncle Wang smiled and looked in front of him. He asked, by the way, how have things been since they returned to their ancestral home? He hadn't asked once, so he wondered. Liu replied, pretty good. He thanked them for always taking care of them. It was very important. The man grinned and said he didn't need to thank him. It was his responsibility. He was supposed to look after these children until they found a home of their own. But not only had he not done so, but he had interfered in every possible way, so he was ashamed of himself and apologized to the boy. The boy smiled and told him not to say such nonsense. Then, they were little and a grown man in the house is always a good thing. He was looking after them. It was a time when care was badly needed. Then the boy looked away and thought. He had some heavy thoughts. By the way, it was this uncle who suggested him to play this game. Perhaps he was still fond of it. Although he didn't know when the original kingdom had entered the real world with her, he had disappeared, and asked how he was doing in the first realm. Uncle looked at him with a surprised look as if he didn't expect such a question. He looked at him, hesitated for a few seconds, and answered the question with a question. It was an unexpected question. How were they doing? There was an expression of extreme concern on his uncle's face, as if he had heard something unpleasant. Ah Yun waved her hands and said, it's really good. Her brother is incredibly cool. He must be the coolest player in the game right now, the best in this game. The men looked at her with surprised eyes. Uncle thought about it. The coolest, huh? His eyes shone with joy too. He was happy for the kid who had found himself in this world, and now his sister thought he was the best. It was good. The boy apparently noticed the joy on his uncle's face and turned and asked, what is it? The uncle woke up as if from a dream and looked at the boy. Now his expression changed. There was some sternness on his face and maybe even envy. Does a grown man envy a teenager who has achieved greater success in a computer game than he himself, begging sign, yes, of course, this game has enslaved the whole world, but why this envy? That's the phrase that's been going around in my uncle's head, the coolest. They sat for a while longer and soon parted. The boys waved goodbye to their uncle, and the man looked at them good-naturedly. He lost his mood for some reason. He waved his hand at them in a very dry manner and told them to go home at last, and to be careful on the road. I think the phrase, coolest, hit him pretty hard. Probably had something to do with it. The boys waved to him again, and in a second they were gone around the corner, while the uncle remained standing on the empty road, watching their backs until they were gone. There was a look of fringe puzzlement on his face, a man worried about something but carefully concealing it. He turned his head to see if anyone else was near him. Then he shifted the same worried gaze to the side where the tombstone stood. A chill ran down the man's spine, and guilt began to gnaw at him for not having been able to keep the boy safe. From the tombstone looked at him two people who were long gone from this world. He gazed into their blank faces, and inside him, something squeezed, as if something very long ago that he tried to forget again troubled his heart. The uncle flopped to the ground and lowered his head to apologize to his old friend. It seems he had dragged his son into this. He couldn't keep the kid out of it, and his carefree life seemed to have been interrupted. The man felt guilty. Now the boys were walking down the street. The weather was fine all around. The trees were bright green and the air was wonderfully clear. A notification popped up on my phone. The latest news from the game came up. Jiaoyang and Huo countries lost network connection for a long time. After troubleshooting, Shiyi country also disappeared. Now all fans demand the heads of state to find it immediately. Ah Yun saw the message and a look of surprise and extreme worry appeared on her face. She liked the heroine so much, and now she had disappeared. The girl seemed to be extremely worried about something. Her brother saw this and looked at her with a stern look. Is she watching gaming news again? That's all there is lately. The boy thought, by the way, the last time the original kingdom descended on Earth, all the creators disappeared in one night. Until now, he didn't understand why it had happened. There was an expression of extreme puzzlement on his face. There was virtually no action from them. Most likely someone or something was involved. Whatever chaos was going on, no one was reacting to it, as if what was happening was normal. It was completely bizarre. He patted his sister on the shoulder and said it was time for them to go home, hurry up and play. The girl replied that of course. Her friend couldn't wait for her to get online. They went home. The guy asked, "She probably already has a 45th level to ask me for a sign." The girl happily replied that she had just raised it. Then let her try to reach level 50 in the next days. Soon, they got to their home. They walked around some more, and it was already slowly starting to get dark outside. Though in this city it seemed the light didn't fade for a second. The bright, tall skyscrapers illuminated almost the entire space. The boy was sitting in his room and held his glasses in his hands as if hesitating to put them on and enter the game. His mind was full of heavy thoughts. The conversation with his uncle had left an imprint on him. The old man seemed different. He was worried about something, but he didn't want to tell them. The kid's thinking. He thinks that with his power in this game, he can beat the crisis of indulgence. Should he go to the ruined world or not? On the one hand, it was a good opportunity to move further towards his goal, but on the other hand, this place was extremely dangerous. He doubted whether he would be strong enough to survive there. Perhaps we should have saved the sphere of return for reality? That was another question. The boy hesitated and looked before him with a concentrated and thoughtful gaze. But there is one new thing. The creators controlling this game. These were heavy thoughts. The guy was immersed in them with a head that was already starting to ache. So far, everything had been fine, only because of his knowledge from his past life. He had worked so hard that he could even become the top player in this game in one fell swoop. But it's time to decide how to proceed and what path to take. He needs to figure out what's the best choice for his sister's future. That's exactly what he didn't know. The guy was staring thoughtfully in front of him, still hesitating to put on his glasses. Maybe we should find out what happened to the creators. As long as death in the game doesn't equal death in reality, we need to figure it out. He needs to figure out where the original realm originated from and how it made its way into their world. Based on that, he will choose his future path. Well, it was decided unanimously. The guy put on his glasses and a bright green light lit up in front of him. Literally, a split second later, he found himself in the game world. He was still wearing the same exoskeleton, and behind his back was the familiar katana. Well, there he is in his environment now. There are a lot of things to figure out. There is a lot of work to do. He immediately received a notification. He went to the private message section and started reading. The president of the New Order computing power has been received. The day after tomorrow at a.m. they will move out. The guy replied that he understood everything. He accepts the invitation. Tomorrow morning will arrive at the meeting place. the president of the New Order replies. Great. He thanked him for the guy writing again, and really hoped they become friends. Well, the return might just come in handy now. The boy clutched the small circle in his hands and prepared himself. The president is summoning him for a private meeting. If he was going to keep his current state, he needed to be in better shape, then the sphere would be a trump card that could help in a pinch. It was time to act. He left his room and headed out. He had a lot to deal with, more questions than answers, and the danger was getting worse by the day, but he was sure he could handle it. The boy walked across the playground with his eyes closed. He completely trusted his feelings. His body was tense. He was ready to fight any monster, to overcome any challenge that would come his way. He used the gift. His eyes lit up with a bright yellow light, and he immediately gained a plus to all stats, an aura of threat to all things. The aura was activated in this area. He felt a small wave of energy begin to spread across the plane, increasing with each passing moment. He ordered the architect to disable the cooldown on all abilities. The guy felt a surge of strength that gave him unprecedented power. He blessed all the characteristics. He did it several times. The lack of recharge allowed him to increase his power to unprecedented proportions. His characteristics were increasing with every second. He was getting stronger and stronger. His aura filled the entire space. He was so strong that if a living creature got in his way, it would instantly turn into dust. A notice arose. His characteristics had reached the peak of the primordial realm. Please have him increase his processing power to continue increasing his characteristics. He ordered the return sphere to record his current characteristics. The next day, the boy went to the eastern gate of the city to meet the president as agreed. There were several people waiting for him. From his clothes, it was clear that the president was the man with yellow hair who wore a black cloak. There were several others standing next to him, all wearing their own equipment and looking menacing enough to be respectable people in this world. They all looked at each other, their gazes serious and concentrated. One glance at them was enough to realize that it was better not to go near these people. There were about 10 people in this company, all of them in different corners, divided into small companies that were chatting among themselves. The guy shifted his gaze to the other side and saw several people, 3 to be exact. 2 guys were standing over a girl who seemed to be sleeping sitting up. He, too, was dressed in his own uniform, which was similar to that of the members of this company. The guy inspected them with a good-natured look and approached a few steps forward. He walked into a large hub, which was a huge building where all the players gathered before the sortie. There were several teams, some in red, some in yellow, and some in purple. They scattered in different directions, forming their own teams. The man with yellow hair waved at the boy as soon as he saw him. A smile immediately appeared on his face and beckoned him over. He's the rookie who passed the tower in one go. I don't know. As soon as everyone else recognized who was in their midst, whispers ran through the rows of people. Is this the newcomer who had single-handedly put down over 100 backyard garden players a week ago? Damn, this is a strong opponent. And the people around them continued to whisper and squint at the boy. Those elite players, they have no idea what to do with him. Indeed, the boy was being squinted at as if he were the enemy of all life on Earth. He's probably a new member of the New Order clan. The leader of the New Order will protect him as best he can, and it's understandable. The boy has already approached his squad. The others looked at him with some envy. They also wanted to get such a valuable player in their team, but it was too late. Now, their opponents had a trump card up their sleeve, and what a trump card. Now, it will be extremely difficult to defeat them. The head of the Backyard Garden clan looked at him with a smile. He watched their every move and analyzed. And why do they need this player? The man replied that they needed him to reach the ruined world as soon as possible. They 4 big guilds had already decided to rent lethal means. They will offer a friendly match on the plane and deal with him upon arrival. It will be a great plan that will work. This would be all to get to the destroyed area after the assembly point. They continued to fly the airplane. It was cutting through the clouds, heading somewhere very far up in the sky. Its speed was simply staggering. It turned into a small dot that glowed brightly. The speed was elusive to the human eye. The leaders of the 4 big clans had rented flying vehicles to elite players who had enough processing power, since one had to have at least of this reading to enter the destroyed zone. The leaders of each clan, in addition to the retinue, took all of their players in sufficient numbers. They were incredibly powerful points, All the players who arrived at this location were here, in the same aircraft that traveled directly into the destroyed area, and on command they were. The guy thought about it and looked around at everyone sitting next to him. There were quite a few people, all of whom he would have to get to know, as they were his future teammates. The girl sitting next to him waved her hand in greeting and smiled. Her name was Wei Shi. She looked to be about the same age as our hero. She was level 60 and was a member of the New Order clan. According to the head of the New Order, he didn't immediately know that she had computing power. The guy took a closer look at her. This girl looked harmless at first, but you still had to keep your eyes open. Who knows what she had in mind? The boy took a closer look. He found out later when he was trying to find a way to hack the entrance to the secret realm, past 5 dungeons in the danger zone and also in the chaos zone, gaining computing power for doing so. The guy looked over to the other side, where another male member of their team was competing with their leader in arm wrestling, but he didn't seem to be very good at it. He tried, but the leader was much stronger than him. The man gritted his teeth and said that he would not be so carefree, and by all means preserve his reputation. His name was Ruli. The man looked extremely furious at his loss. The clan head, who was wearing the same cloak, looked at them with a good-natured look and squinted his eyes. His name was Reichi. All of them were level 60. Despite dying, they too had quickly pumped up, and all of them now had level 60, quite strong players. One should be careful. The guy looked closely at the screen. Normally, the players who died would never reach such a high level so quickly, so they would have extremely high experience. At the moment, it was only possible to rise so quickly by exchanging money for experience in the mirror realm. A 1-to-1 exchange means that to level up to the 50th level, you need at least million. That's so much. As the members of the New Order sat and familiarized themselves with each other, someone was already watching them. His purple hair was clearly visible. It was the head of the opposing organization. His name was Yuan Ding. The man was watching them through the glass and smiled. He logged into the private chat room. The situation was very pleasant for them, as many as 4 players with 5% processing power. The chat immediately started waking up the other players. The head of the asylum replied that let him do what he wants. The warden said that they should deal with this newcomer together, then they would share his processing power. The head of the skyscraper replied that he was crazy. They'll deal with him, and then how will they explain themselves to D? The New Order. What do they have to explain themselves for? The head of the asylum said, then they do this. Challenge him to a one-on-one fight in a wide area to get him away from the New Order members, then join forces and kill him. Simple as that. They sent a few men to check the situation in the authorized area upon arrival. They were immediately killed. The guy had been sitting all this time, looking in front of him with a surprised and slightly wary look. I agree with the general information. After the resurrection, they saw something. All they saw was a world turned upside down and a sphere of light. That was Dong Yang, the head of the level asylum. They won't gain anything by exploring the ruined area. Players with computational power are too expensive. Even the New Order clan, which had as many as 4 such players, wouldn't be able to do it. He wouldn't risk sending such highly rated players to that area to get nothing. So they chose the most dangerous option. The clan head looked at him and smiled. Gathering all the players with computational power together and going there is dangerous. Suddenly, one of the men slapped his hand on the table with such force that the whole place shook. He seemed to be furious at what he had said. He shouted, "Their clan can safely gather such players. Why is he suddenly jumping to such conclusions?" The man seemed to be extremely unhappy with this state of affairs. How could he even say such a thing? Hujiazi folded his hands and looked at them. This boy is wrong. He stinks so much, and the head is just stating a fact. He wanted to get up and slap the little brat, but the clan leader stopped him. He'll take him down one-on-one. Within seconds, a fight could break out between them, and then it would be a very big problem, and the clan commander decided to stop it from happening. He put his hand forward and blocked his subordinate's path. He said he's got just as much nerve. Let them finish and stay out of the way. The men were completely calm and had no intention of breaking up a fight right there as he realized it wouldn't end well. Dune chuckled. Well, they'll have a duel before arriving in the ruin zone, and see who is stronger, then all his will be found out. A smile appeared on the man's face. Everything had gone exactly according to his plan. All that was left was to arrive at this zone and then everything would be decided. It would be very simple. The man was furious. He jabbed his finger at him and said he was challenging him to a duel when they got there. There was so much determination in him that he was ready to tear him to shreds at that moment. There was silence in the air for a second after these words. The head watched from the sidelines and chuckled quietly. He liked the fact that the situation was starting to escalate. At this rate, they would be able to duel them in no time at all, and then it would be easy to defeat these two. The head of the skyscraper sat there and looked at it all with his vertical pupils. This man looked intimidating. He preferred to remain silent and quietly watch the situation as the situation heated up. Dune got hot and got down on one knee. Well, let's go. If that's the way he wants it, he can get right on it. The guy from the New Order was ready to fight him right here and now. He didn't care at all. He drew his sword, and it glowed with a purple light. If he wanted to fight him so badly, then so be it. The atmosphere was getting so heated that it seemed like they were about to start fighting right in the airplane. Then it would be the end of everyone. Liu watched the whole thing from the sidelines and preferred to keep quiet. He was new here and realized that it was a very bad idea to interfere in their scandal, to sit and wait for the exodus. Suddenly, however, they were interrupted by a sharp shout of "Stop!" Someone was watching this and could not allow anyone to start a fight here on the airplane. That would be death to everyone. Dunn stopped and looked in the direction the voice came from. The voice was so loud that the man even twitched a little. Someone very strong was definitely standing in front of them. The New Order stopped a bit too and looked in the direction the voice had come from. Everyone froze. It seems that someone is about to get hurt. They almost started a fight on board the plane. That's unacceptable. In front of them stood a man dressed in a yellow vest. His hair was gray, most likely a fairly experienced player. They are top players after all. If the fight starts with them, it will be boring from here on out. The man stood in front of them with his hands in his pockets. Everyone looked at him. A man stood in front of them. His name was Bai Xiaothao. He was a member of the Backyard Garden clan. The man said that since it would be more interesting, let the newbies fight. The man put his finger forward and said cheekily that he liked that suggestion. So who will he choose? Who does he want to compete with? The man smiled, and you could see on his face that he was up to something. A few seconds passed, and the man pointed his finger at Liu and said he was choosing him. The boy sat there for a few seconds, not understanding anything, while everyone else looked at him in surprise. No one expected him to make such a choice. This kid hadn't even joined their clan yet. However, Bai was pointing his finger at him, and it seemed he wasn't going to change his choice. He had chosen this kid, so let him fight him. There was silence between them for a second. No one was prepared for this turn of events, as they all realized that this guy might not be strong enough to fight him. However, the man continued to speak in a calm and slightly sarcastic tone, which made him even more repulsive. He's sure the guy knows that their guild has a bit of a conflict with him. If he can defeat him here, they'll settle the conflict without involving the bigwigs. If he loses, they'll consider the Backyard Garden the weakest of the big clans. That seems like a pretty good suggestion. Liu was silent and looked at the boy in front of him with a serious look. He had basically guessed that this would happen, but it was still a bit unexpected. The boy was ready to accept the challenge and didn't think of backing down. Okay, if he wanted to fight him, then so be it. He got to his feet and prepared himself. Tenten looked at him with surprised eyes. He didn't expect the kid to be so strong and confident that he would accept the challenge right away. Everyone looked at him with surprised and a little scared eyes. The guy seemed to have full confidence in accepting the challenge. He asked, how would they fight? He had a look of confidence on his face and a willingness to take on any obstacle in his way. Reichi looked at him with surprised eyes and said that if he didn't like it, there was no need to compete. There was no reason for it. The guy looked at him, but seemed to not even think of refusing. However, it stood his honor, so there would be no need to back out at the last moment. The head of the Backyard Garden clan looked at them and smiled. He liked the fact that there was a disagreement between them. Disagreement in the team would definitely lead to conflict during joint actions. It was better to resolve here and now. His face was so ugly it made him want to vomit. The ruined area is very dangerous. Only by not having each other would they be able to survive there. He was saying it like some kind of snake. Liu stood and looked in front of him. He didn't plan to give up. A smile appeared on his face. All right, if they wanted to fight him, then so be it. He wouldn't retreat back. He said it's not worth wasting time on. He wants to fight. Eve's enthusiasm was enviable. His opponent stood in front of him and said to clear some space. They didn't want anyone to get bloody. Everyone moved aside and got ready to watch. Tanton watched it all from the side. He slanted his eyes and watched every movement of his opponents. He liked it less and less. He realized that it wasn't that simple, and it wasn't going to end in a normal duel. He looked at everyone and waited for some trick that was bound to happen. It couldn't be a simple duel without something like that. The boy prepared himself to intervene if anything happened. Dune began to motion everyone to get out and make some room. Everyone reluctantly started to get up and leave their seats. Something interesting was about to happen, and everyone wanted to see the newcomer fight the newcomer. All right, let it be. Reichi looked at his men and told them to be alert, to be ready to intervene if anything happened. They nodded their heads and readily stepped back. This would not end well, but it was not a good idea to intervene early. The head of the Backyard Garden clan also stepped back, a smile gleaming on his face. Everything was going exactly according to his plan. There could be no mistake. If anything, they would just finish him off, so there would be no problem with that. Dean, the head of the Backyard Garden, sent a message to the general chat. Let them remember, they like himself can't kill a person in a second, so he's counting on them to be serious. Don't be greedy. Let them not think they can defeat this newcomer alone. The opponents stood opposite each other. They were given a rather large space, which should be enough to fight. Everyone froze in anticipation. This would be our fate. A lot of things would depend on its outcome. And prepared themselves. Dean ordered them to move forward. He had that look on his face that a vulture usually gets when it sees easy prey. Something interesting was about to happen. The guy wanted to change the rules, but the architect said that's not possible here. Silence. Weak aura transfer. Normal force aura. Joker's aura. Everyone immediately rushed at the newcomer and wanted to finish him off. The guy stood for a few more seconds and didn't realize what was happening. The innocence of what was happening started to come to him too late. Reichi knew it. Those bastards couldn't just leave him alone. The boy realized that something irreparable was about to happen, and he had to intervene immediately. He turned a frightened look toward the kid who was one step away from dying. The girl looked at him with frightened eyes. Everything was happening too fast. They wouldn't have time to do anything. They just had to stand back and watch as the poor rookie was pounced on by several experienced players at once. The man looked at them and cried out in surprise and fear at the same time. He couldn't help the newcomer now, but he felt guilty inside that he was the reason the boy was in this situation. Liu screamed. He knew those things were up to something. The guy was furious, his eyes glowing, ready to tear them apart at any cost. Whenever you are faced with the unknown, which scares you and promises only bad things, it is better to be always ready. From the very moment he boarded the plane, he had been placing blessings on himself. Each one was worth 10 units of strength, though it only added 5 characteristics. Even so, after only half an hour of flying, all of his stats had reached their limit. That's great. That's just great. At this rate, he could easily defeat them all in one blow. The boy grasped his katana and prepared to fight back against all of these bastards. He swung his weapon, and with one precise blow, he threw everyone else aside. The people couldn't even react in time. They bounced away because they didn't expect this kid to be able to fight back like that. Dean was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect a kid who was a rookie to be able to fight back. Yes, of course he'd passed the tower alone the first time, but he couldn't be that green. The man dodged at the last moment. The guy was furious. These creeps were going to kill him, set him up so meanly. So now they're going to die. And here and now. A smile appeared on his face. He was anticipating how he was going to deal with everyone else. It wouldn't be any difficulty for him, defeating the enemies. All the effects were stripped from him. He ran straight at their leader, who had prepared his weapons to defend himself, but it was all useless to say the least. Suddenly, a notification popped up in front of him. From what the guy saw, his heart skipped a beat. All the blessings had been withdrawn in an instant. Damn it! He didn't know that the blessings were removed along with the curses. As soon as it happened, the guy felt weak. He couldn't use any more spells because of the silencing effect. Everyone pounced on him and prepared to crush him with their combined mass. The guy turned to the architect. However, there is a restriction here and it is impossible to use the architect. He used evasion, but the movement was only possible in one direction. The boy was terrified. He was now the closest to his death. He wouldn't be able to stand against so many opponents without his abilities. He realized that this was a well-planned action to finish him off here. He can't move. All his limbs were petrified. The guy was one step away from death and only a miracle could save him. A chill ran down his back. He realized that now if someone didn't intervene, he was going to die here. His whole life appeared in front of his face. However, now, something unimaginable happened. Someone was moving with such speed that it was impossible to catch a glimpse of him. It was a stealthy retreat. The speed was so tremendous that someone had turned into a real arrow. The boy felt someone's hand firmly grasp his arm and pulled him back with such force that even the effects were powerless to hold him back. At the last second, someone saved him. The guy felt a jolt. It was the blast wave that was from the impact from all the other points raised a cloud of dust. If the guy had been here, he would have been crushed. It was Wei who reacted at the last moment and used her speed to save the guy from the clutches of death. She yanked him towards her, and he flew away from the explosion. The plane shook from such an incredible jolt. It even stopped for a second, but the guy was alive, and that's a good thing. He was standing with his savior now, breathing heavily. He was incredibly frightened. He could still feel the claws of death around his neck, but the girl held his hand and looked at him earnestly. His whole team was furious, those assholes. What are they doing? They're violating the rules set by D. Let them prepare to die. The whole team became alert and prepared to fight back. Their opponents were in full assembly. They had already prepared themselves and realized that now they would not leave without a fight. The floor cracked. Everything was covered with cracks. Even the ship's coating could not withstand such a strong blow. The fog was starting to clear. The backyard garden was coming closer and closer to them. All the other teams had joined in as well. They were ready to crush them with their numbers. New order stood here. They were not going to retreat and wanted to take the fight now. They had no chance to retreat. They just could not just leave like that. The guys were ready that now they would have to try very hard to defend their lives. Dean stepped up close to them and smiled. They looked at each other straight in the eyes. Even the air between them was beginning to be saturated with electricity. It seemed that if anything unimportant happened, it would be the last straw, and a bloodbath would ensue. Dean wasn't too hostile, however, or pretending he wasn't interested in the fight. He rested his head on his hand and smiled. No need to be so aggressive. This guy isn't even a member of the New Order. Is by trying to kill him they're breaking some rules? Besides, they're just messing around. It's not like he's dead, all right. The man looked disgusting. He was a slippery type who wouldn't miss an opportunity to kill anyone who got in his way. So, that's it, okay or not? He looked at them with his mocking gaze. Everyone else stood behind him. Reichi was even furious at such an insolent challenge. He couldn't find anything to say. It was as if the boy had swallowed his tongue. Such insolence was unthinkable. They had started a fight. They almost killed an innocent man. And now they're threatening everyone else. That's sick. He clenched his fists so tightly that he seemed ready to break his arms. The man could barely keep himself from rushing out and killing them all in one blow. These people had pissed them off for a long time, but he hadn't thought, couldn't even imagine that they would be capable of something so vile. Their opponents had moved aside. Well, the situation was stabilized. They were still facing each other, with only a small barrier separating them. The guys stood there, waiting for someone to make a mistake, and then there would be a massacre. However, the girl who was constantly sleeping suddenly fell to the floor and sighed heavily. There's no need to fight. It's better to need to rest before arriving at the destruction zone. They will always have time to fight. When they get there, they will fight. Her name was Liang. The girl looked at them with a completely indifferent, tired look. She didn't seem to be interested in anything at all except sleeping and resting. She was level 60 and a member of the Skyscraper clan. The head of the Skyscraper clan looked at her with a pleased look and smiled. And my own self wished that this situation would be resolved soon, since their instant kill plan wasn't working. He blinked his hideously scary eyes and nodded his head. He nodded his head and said he agreed with his partner. The man sat down next to her. If they keep fighting, they might not make it to the destruction zone. Do they even need to? Dun too sat down and agreed. He wanted to make peace with the Force, but there was truth in the man's words. He didn't want to smash the whole ship now, because then they would all lie down here. Dean sat down on the floor and sighed a little frustrated. What a shame. Just a little bit short. He still continued to provoke everyone else. What a nasty type. The man continued to stare at them with his snide and sly gaze. One should have expected something else from him. After all, these people wouldn't leave you alone so easily. The boy dispelled all the abilities that had been placed on him. He was now calm and free. He could breathe normally and move normally. Well, he remembered something. One ability belonged to the member of the Hu Asylum, and the other belonged to the head of the Xiao Skyscraper clan. He looked at the girl who had saved him and thanked her. She looked at him with a surprised look and didn't say anything. The guy still felt the breath of death. He was very grateful to this girl who had reacted so quickly and saved him at the last moment. She smiled and looked at the boy. It seemed to please her. On the other hand, now she had a new friend. Not a bad opportunity to bond and become a team. Reichi was still tense. He turned to the boy and asked, "Is he all right?" The boy nodded his head. Yes, he was fine. He thanked him for their quick rescue. Another man looked at him and muttered something to himself. If he was the only player who managed to defeat him, then let him not dare to die at the hands of someone else. Otherwise, he would be disgraced. This is unacceptable. It was a peculiar show of concern, however. It was still a nice touch. Reichi was still tense. This was the situation he had feared. The man said he had been too naive. He thought that knowing the level of danger in the destruction zone, they would act together, at least until they found the authorities. He didn't even realize they might have conflicts before they got there. And the agreement that they weren't supposed to fight once they got to the destruction zone also seemed to have fallen through. He looked at the rest of his team. Now, they could only rely on each other. They couldn't trust anyone. Once they got there, they would be in a lot more trouble than they were now. They would now have to worry about how to survive and not get killed by other players. Everyone else nodded. They themselves understood the responsibility of the situation they were in. They had to stick together, lest, God forbid, someone dare to kill a member of the team. Soon they were at the entrance to the destruction zone. It's a pretty grim place if you look at it that way. Everywhere gray and dreary, destroyed houses, broken everything, very dark colors prevailed everywhere. The ship landed. It was time to get out to finally finish what they had started, and landed on a solid surface. Everyone else went outside. It was all foggy. It was almost impossible to see anything further than your nose. Several teams stepped forward and came to the edge of the precipice they had landed on. The boy looked forward with surprised eyes. He thought he had seen this place somewhere before, but at the same time, everything was very unfamiliar to him. He had wanted to get here so badly, and now here he was. His goal was even closer. As soon as they got outside, Dean said that this treaty didn't work here. This was a destruction zone after all, so it would be okay to attack each other. Everyone else immediately became wary. Surely that was to be expected. But after a short pause, the man added, "Don't forget where they are now, and without teamwork, they won't survive here." His eyes didn't indicate that he would keep his promise. Well, we'll have to be careful. Who knows what this bastard will get into his head? Reichi looked at him with a serious look and asked, "Is he suggesting he choose between him and the newcomer? What kind of idiocy is that?" Then, of course, he would go with E. It seemed to be obvious from the beginning. The guys stopped and started looking around in different directions. This place was extremely depressing. The guy was standing behind and was trying to figure out where he should start to act here. Dune put a shield on himself to be at least somewhat protected in case of anything. You don't have to make a big deal out of it. D was sure that they couldn't act together. It made sense. He looked up and a caustic smile appeared on his face. This man was naturally up to something. They would simply have a better chance of survival. Hu looked at them, and a predatory smile appeared on his face. He had a little bit left to enter the fog and continued to follow the ruined area. This was a dangerous place, just right for a brat like him. Then he asked the commander to wait for him and rushed right behind him deep into the fog. Everyone dispersed, leaving only the members of the new order. The kid was confused. He realized that whoever had sent them here understood that they would never work together. The boy tensed up. He was in for a serious challenge. Okay, there was still something to be done about it. Xiao Said. His buddy's expression was not bad. He turned to the fog and was about to go there, waiting for no one he was not going to wait for. Then I guess they'll go too. The man called the girl to him and told her to follow him. The girl looked at him with a displeased look and agreed. She liked it less and less. She didn't want to go there. It was cold and wet. Why go there at all? Dean looked at them and spread his hands, but he had the same disgusted grin on his face. So now it was time to move on, and since they were going to be acting alone, it was time to split up. He said to pass, and his companion followed him. In a second, they disappeared into the mist. The members of the new order told their leader that they should move out as well. The boy nodded his head, and they moved forward. The fog spread out before them, and it did not suggest anything good. Still, they needed to move forward. They moved towards the fog, and felt that damp, nasty air clogging their lungs. The guy walked forward. He was not comfortable with this place. It brought back some very bad memories. He looked in front of him and tried to see something in the fog, but it was so viscous and dense that it was impossible to see anything further than his own finger. The fog covered everything, thick as milk and viscous as jelly. The boys were drowning in it. As the boy moved forward, very bad thoughts began to enter his head. Does power really exist? Where did it even come from? If he got it, what would he have to do? These thoughts completely took over his mind, and the boy felt a little bad. His crew at this time continued to advance. They walked in silence, each immersed in his own thoughts. There was no desire to talk, especially after all that had happened on the ship. Could she stop the game's invasion of the real world? Guy walked and pondered over it all. Stop it. That was the one thing he wanted. He wanted to finally stop this whole nightmare, to stop people dying, to finally make this endless hell stop. Unclear silhouettes began to appear through the fog. It was like the power lines that were in the real world. The boy looked closely, and yes, they were. The fog was thickening above them. No longer could the head of the backyard garden and his man be seen. It thickened as if it were really some kind of milk. The boy looked closely, but couldn't see anything. It was quite dangerous. Who knows what dwells in this fog? They continued to go deeper into the depths of this all-consuming fog. The boy fell a little behind them, and the silhouette and his teams began to slowly dissolve in the depths of this thick-as-milk fog. Tenten shouted for them not to get too far from each other. Gather closer. Let them be careful, for who knows what may dwell here. Those who were here before them died a horrible death, and if they don't want to redo their fate, yes, let them stay close together. That way there is a better chance of them staying alive. Suddenly, a notice appeared in front of them. The processing power of the membrane exceeds. The gate to the world beyond is open. As soon as they saw the message, shock appeared on their faces. The guys didn't expect it to happen so fast. They had to do something to group up or somehow get out of here. Immediately, the earth beneath their feet began to crack. A huge rift appeared which could easily fall all at once. The crack spread farther and farther. It swallowed almost the entire space with it. Liu tried to stand on his feet, but he failed. He realized that now he was going to fall right there. What was going on was naturally unclear. It all happened too fast. The guys did not have time to do anything. They realized that if they did not do something right now, they would immediately fall in there, and then nothing would save them. And so it happened. All that they had feared happened at that moment. They all fell in at once. The hole kept getting bigger. It was so big that the guys went straight down. Everyone. He spread his arms to reduce the speed, but it seemed useless. They had already flown several dozen meters, but they were still falling down. It was very cold here. The wind was cutting their faces, and they continued to fall down, gradually picking up speed. Suddenly, a bright white light began to appear in front of them. Are they falling into the void? You can't just die like that. One must be careful considering the message that had popped up. They probably wouldn't die after landing, but they still had to be careful. The light was coming closer and closer. It was so bright that it was blinding them with its mere sight. The boys squeezed their eyes shut to avoid seeing it. After flying a few dozens or maybe hundreds of meters, it was hard to calculate it now. The guy fell straight into the water. The landing was hard, but luckily the suit was able to protect him, and he didn't die instantly. The guy started to sink deeper and deeper into the icy water. He plunged even deeper, and suddenly he was on dry land. And how was that even possible? A message appeared in front of him. You have left the primordial realm. The computational power of the primordial realm's membrane has been sealed. Welcome to the world beyond. So this is it? Everything here was completely different from what he had seen before. There was something strange everywhere. He wasn't breathing yet as he thought he was still underwater. However, everything here told him that he was on dry land. The boy raised his head and what he saw took his breath away. He saw in front of him a huge spiral of rocks that stretched high up, and there at the top was that same white light visible. It was all like some surreal dream. He looked around. Everything was completely different here. A chill ran down his spine. He couldn't believe who he was in this world. He had worked so hard to get here, and now he was here. There were fragments of rocks all around. They seemed to be levitating in the air. Everything here was very unreliable in appearance, yet the rocks were in the air. Some impossible force was keeping them here. This world was incredibly huge. He realized where he was at once. The city was some cosmic distance away, and the guy was practically on the very edge of this world. This is the zone of destruction. Is this the world beyond? A notice immediately appeared in front of him. After leaving the protection of the membrane of the primordial realm, a debuff was placed on him. World strength beyond the fringe. It lowers his strength to unit. Fighter title revealed. The effect of the fringe world is reduced by the computing power of the membrane in the first realm is found to be. The effect of the fringe world has been weakened by. Its final strength is of its original strength. He looked at the following notifications. Player level characteristics. Attack power defense resistance strength. 9 dexterity 9 physique intelligence perception. 8 distribution points 0. Health knowledge power. The next notification stated that he was affected by the world's debuff beyond the fringe ability duration reduced by. Next notification, you have left the primal realm. The architect ability has gone on an infinite cooldown. A level private area has been created. Please have him name the private territory. The boy landed on the ground. He tried to steady himself on his feet. What he had just heard had turned his head upside down. This was unbelievable. The weakening of his characteristics was simply monstrous. His characteristics had been reduced to practically nothing. He could only hope that he could survive in this world. It was unthinkable. What if he encountered a powerful enemy? How is he going to fight him? Such characteristics were simply monstrous. In his current state, he had no idea how he would survive here. He looked around and tried to come to his senses. He liked this place less and less, at least because he had lost almost all of his characteristics. In such a deplorable state, he had no idea how he could find power here. The boy stopped and looked around. The stones were still flying, and they had been here since before the beginning of time. Now even the weakest opponent could easily defeat him with a single blow. The guy got into a fighting stance and prepared himself. Maybe there will be an opponent nearby who will have to fight face to face, and so yes, he doesn't even know what to do. A notice has appeared. Please give the name of the private area. What the hell is the territory now? Is this a land game? He gave me a fancy number 1 title. The guy was standing on his piece of land looking around. It was all pretty weird. The private territory was named number 1. Current level 1. The amount of stored membrane 1 unit. Membrane defense activated. Computational power calculation in progress. World beyond the fringe's debuff has been weakened by. Its current strength is of the original point. Suddenly, the place where he was standing began to glow with a bright glow. It was strange and scary. The guy stood in his place and did not move. Who knows what was waiting for him now? A chill ran down his back. However, despite all fears, nothing terrible or critical happened. Instead, a small green sprout burst out of the ground. The following notice appeared. He was asked to increase the stockpile of computational membrane as soon as possible with its help. He will be able to resist this weakening due to the computational power of the membrane. He is in full possession of territory number 1. Architect recharge is over. He looked at the boy in front of him and tried to get his thoughts in order. So far, he didn't understand shit, but it was worth some thought. A notification appeared. Architect. Using computational power to change the rules in territory number 1 doesn't have a cooldown. The amount of computing power used depends on the difficulty of the task. The guy looked in front of him and opened his mouth in surprise. Is this membrane a protective barrier from the world beyond? So, the membrane is the heart and its islands? He looked at the small flower that was emitting a glow. It seemed to be the source of this membrane. You have to use computational power to level up. Health is created by the membrane function creates a protective barrier. The first effect weakens the weakening of the fringe world. Second effect, all creatures that enter territory, number 1, and are not members of it are weakened by. Note: the lifespan of both the host and the membrane and the player using the membrane's processing power are linked if the host dies and the player dies. The guy crouched on his feet and looked at the little Rostock his life now depended on. What is this sapling begging for a sign? It's rather fragile, only health. It's also connected to his life. That sucks, and he's gonna need to reinforce it with processing power. Okay, that's taken care of, but where it was and how to get it remained a mystery. Suddenly, something began to appear from the ring that had been on his finger all this time. At first it was a blob of energy that kept getting bigger and bigger. It was bright orange in color. Suddenly, it was Blot who transformed into a dragon. It was the same dragon he had fought. A notice appeared. It stated that his legendary tree host had been absorbed by Ming Shi. In addition, it wasn't real. Private Territory number 1 stated that the dragon was the new membrane bearer. As soon as he saw this notice, goosebumps ran down his back. He couldn't believe that now there was nothing protecting him at all. He saw the rocks, which until now had been practically motionless, start to move at a tremendous speed in his direction. In addition, his own island began to move as well. Everything shook. The guy from grouped up and prepared himself to have to jump or the hell of it. The boy looked away. All the air around him began to vibrate. He felt like something irreparable was about to happen. What a lousy dragon. What had he even done? He saw the island begin to transform. There were some light veins that began to grow larger by the second. A horrible realization came to him. Now, if nothing is done, this island will simply collapse. And so it was. The island split into thousands of small stones, which immediately flew in different directions. There was a cracking sound. The only place where the guy was relatively safe was destroyed. He was sitting on the ground. Rocks were flying at him. He tried to dodge them with varying success. The boy saw that he was in very great danger. What the hell was that? He tried to make sense of it, but it was useless. Everything was starting to fall apart. He sat there, trying to regain consciousness. His whole body ached. He was thrown sideways and hit by the weight of his body. Sitting on the ground, he watched as another island collapsed. He could only hope that he was still alive and that one of those heavy boulders wouldn't hit him. Suddenly he saw the creature that probably caused the destruction of the island. It looked like a monkey or some kind of tiger. However, all of its arms and legs were covered with huge scales. The creature was quite scary to look at. It opened its huge, toothy mouth and roared. It seems he could destroy an entire island with one blow. How strong it was, one could only guess. The monster spread its arms out to the sides and let out a roar that caused vibrations in the air to spread throughout the place. With his overwhelming voice, everything around him began to collapse. Several islands instantly disappeared from the face of the earth. Explosions were heard everywhere, and rocks were flying in different directions, which were immediately vaporized. The power of this creature was undeniably monstrous. The boy was lying on the ground with his hands over his face, trying to come to his senses. What he had just seen shocked him beyond description. A notification popped up in front of him. The membrane bearer is under attack. It repeated several more times. The message was like a thunderclap. The guy tried to come to his senses. He raised his head, but just enough so that he couldn't be hurt. What kind of monster is that? There was a look of sheer terror in his eyes. It was the first time he'd ever encountered anything like this. And considering how low his stats were, there was nothing he could do. The monster would just destroy him with one blow. Everything kept collapsing. Huge multi-ton islands were moving around like they were some kind of toys. Computational power 5, computational power 9. These were the few notifications that were in front of his face. The guy looked in the direction where all this horror was happening. Computational power? So it could be obtained by destroying islands? Yes, that's basically what it was. But how do you destroy an entire island? He could, in principle, increase his computational power, but it would be too difficult at this moment. As soon as the islands were destroyed, chunks of energy would be separated from them, and they would immediately flow to the monster that had destroyed the island. Thus, it was able to increase its power endlessly. The monster absorbed energy and computational power. At this time, its strength increased manifold. This monster seemed impossible to defeat at all. He looked at the island where the monster was, and shivers ran down his spine at the thought of having to face that thing. It was unthinkable. How could he defeat it if he had such weak equipment? The island on which the monster was sitting began to glow from the overflowing energy. It was like a real huge lantern. It looked like it was about to burst from the overflowing power. The monster roared, like a gorilla beating his chest to prove his superiority. Looking at this monster, you can feel respect for it, and fear. The beast was of incredible size, and its strength was far greater. It was much stronger than even the strongest of players, and could transform and destroy islands with a single roar. He energized the island, and a huge stone boulder rose up to where that patch of light had been. The boy watched it all with his mouth hanging open in amazement. It took off. Did that creature look so joyful? Maybe its goal is to gather computational power, and once it's achieved, it returns to this realm? Well, if that's the case, then the boy will have at least one chance to survive. It had passed. He sighed very heavily. Finally, at least someone on his side. A small dragon appeared next to him and sat together with him, watching the scene. If he hadn't merged with the legendary tree after such a shockwave, a host with a health of would have definitely died, and his island would have simply collapsed. It's a good thing the dragon showed up in time. The boy rose to his feet and sighed heavily. He looked at his little companion and said that it was good that he had merged with that sprout, otherwise he would have returned to the city when he died. He thanked the dragon. He had thought he wanted to destroy the tree. The dragon looked at him with a serious look and stuck out his split tongue. It seems he doesn't really like being praised like that. It's called sucking up. The boy looked at him with a surprised look. The dragon said that it was still a bit early for praise. He was also affected by the debuff. Now, the guy was stronger. When he became a membrane bearer of his private territory, he needed only a few health points. There was not much he could do in this state. As soon as the boy heard that, his jaw dropped in surprise and fear, so he couldn't rely on his power? What a bastard! He had thought that now that he had a dragon by his side, he would be safe. No, he wouldn't. There was real fear in his eyes. What should he do now? Protect this little worm? Ming continued to say, it was like this, only as long as he didn't have the computing power for it. For a short time, it would still be able to take on a real appearance, however, it still wouldn't be enough. The dragon raised his head up and said meaningfully that the most important thing here was computing power, as he had already realized. Once they have it, they will not only regain their former strength, but will also be able to increase it. In addition, they would be able to increase their power enough to expand their territory and reach the very top. They both lifted their heads up and looked up to where there was a bright light. It appeared to be an unreachable target that was basically impossible to reach. Up above was still glowing that spotlight. The guy told the dragon that he was saying he needed to get to the destruction zone left to get into the sphere like that monster. The dragon nodded his head, right. A silence hung between them for a second. The idea is good, however, how to do it. The boy nodded his head, so that's their goal. Maybe that's where the power he's looking for is hidden. So he needs to get there, but first he needs to gather computing power, but he can only do that when he crushes the islands. With it, he'll expand his personal territory and then he'll get to the sphere. If that's the case, he can start. A thought suddenly shot through his mind. By the way, where's the head and his team? Once he fell through here, it's never seen them again. They can't have died here. They're much stronger than him, aren't they? The guy took out his communicator and tried to check his location, but it was useless. The map system was disabled. The command system was also disabled. Open impossible. Group chat. And just there, the head of their clan was asking where they all went. Finding his friends was a challenge. Everyone was lost here. Perhaps they were several hundred or even thousands of kilometers away from each other. A man stood on one of the ruined islands, staring off into the distance. It was He opened a group chat room. The man turned to the head. The man held his communicator in his hands and looked around. He had gotten to the same place, so finding the newcomer wasn't much of a problem. They can't believe who he's met. The head sent a sign and the man replied that he sees the very newcomer. The chapter told the man to be careful at all times. However, the man didn't seem to be worried. He was gaining strength through reinforcement, so he would easily be able to contain him. It seems he was too confident in his strength. The guy opened the dashboard and started chatting. Their head tried to find out where they were at least. Roulé replied that he himself has no idea where he is right now. There are some rocks around, space or something. He doesn't see anything familiar. Are they somewhere in this area or not? Wei answered that after entering the area, they should have been scattered to random places. Space here is so huge that it almost equates to the size of all three parts of the primordial realm. The chance of meeting is extremely small. However, the power is definitely in the realm above us, so if they were to advance towards it, they would definitely meet somewhere. The head replied that it should be done then. It seems that one can only rely on oneself. The boy thought for a moment. He got up from his seat and moved forward. Knowing their goal was a sphere and that to achieve it they had to gather computing power by smashing the remains. But with their current strength, it would be difficult. How can this island be smashed? It's so huge. He looked at the kite that was doing all the work around him. Maybe we should try shooting at these islands. They must be destroyed somehow. Okay, stupid idea. It won't be that easy, right? The guy shivered. Yes, smashing the island with a gun was a brilliant idea. But suddenly maybe it would work. Then he could safely use the combined damage of the architect's abilities, the consolidation of the blessing status, and the triple damage of the pendulum. Even though the strength has been reduced to, it should still work, but he just needs to stay where he is. Worth a try, the guy took aim. The nearest island wasn't that far away, so it wouldn't be that hard to hit. If it worked, he wouldn't have to risk leaving his territory for computing power. It would be much safer. He looked at the dragon and asked, can he move their island? The dragon nodded his head. The boy asked to help him move to the slower island. The dragon tensed, and their island began to move forward, just as Who Could Sharp was, who was nearby. The island continued to glow, the energy overflowing to the brim. On one of the islands they saw a strange creature. It looked unpleasant, a mixture of lizard, monkey, or something like that. They took a closer look. It was Thulu, a danger-level creature. This creature was lying on its island of soft grass and seemed to be sleeping. Suddenly the animal heard an approaching rumble. It raised its head and saw the island approaching it. The membrane carrier is the core of the territory. If you destroy it, the island will collapse. That thought was on the boy's mind. Well, it was worth a start. If this worked out, it was possible they could build up enough computing power to finally get out of this place. He had put a few blessings on himself and his weapons. Of course, it was nothing compared to what blessings he had received while in the game world. However, now it was all that was worth hoping for. A notification popped up in front of him. His power had reached the limit of the place he was on. Now, let's get started. This is too fast. He opened his stats and was horrified. Characteristics: attack, power, defense, resistance, strength, dexterity, physique, intelligence, perception, health, knowledge, power. Characteristics: shitty, of course, but better than nothing. With this power, you can basically try to destroy the island. The guy took aim at the nearest island. The gun should be enough. The island's legendary tree, one attack would be enough. It was said that of all the attributes, only the characteristic-to-weight ratio is unaffected by debuffs. The higher it is, the stronger the blessing will become. The guy fired. There was a pop, and a bright flash pierced the sky. It traveled through the island, doing a lot of damage. There was a crackling sound. A hole formed at the site of the shot. The monster, awakened by the shot, roared with rage. Someone had dared to disturb its sleep, and now it was ready to tear apart anyone who stood in its way. It was too late, though. The island started to come running. The force of the shot was still enough to destroy it. A big hole appeared in it, cracks from which began to spread in different directions. After a few seconds, the tension reached its peak, and the island scattered in different directions, leaving behind only countless shards that were moving at a tremendous speed in different directions. I got it. The boy clenched his fist with joy. A message appeared in front of him. You have destroyed the membrane carrier of private territory number. Fair territory number has been destroyed. The territory's host is dead. Attention +1. This is impossible. He turned to his dragon. Quickly. They must gather computing power. The dragon nodded its head. The computational power they gained from their destruction of the island was equal to 1. This is not good. The dragon can't advance any further. There's a protective barrier preventing the computational power from dissipating. The boy looked at him in surprise. On top of that, he's not territories. What a bummer. The guy immediately got upset. What's wrong with that? They start to get something going, and then it's all gone. He got frustrated. He knows he's going to have to leave the island to get the shards of computing power. Well, he doesn't have any other choice. He looked at the wreckage of the newly destroyed island and still couldn't figure out whether he should go there or not. Because of the weakening of this place, the blessing buff would drop seconds after he left number 1. But if he could use it again, then the cooldown would reset and then again. That would give him almost 9 seconds of blessing. Fortunately, thanks to the membrane's processing power, he has full access to number 1. The guy looked up and braced himself. Okay, a gamble. Sure, it's dangerous, but the game is worth the candle. He can only set one rule. The architect has no cooldown, but it'll allow him to stop instantly once he gets back here. That's pretty good. The guy started to gain momentum. He needed to skip over this wreckage to get his numerical power. Dangerous, she chose. He didn't have it anyway. Not forever. He pushed himself off his rock and jumped on another. The rock under his feet wobbled but did not fall. The boy continued to gallop further and further, gaining speed. He was gaining speed. As soon as he was out of his spot, a message appeared in front of him that announced that he had left his zone. Now, his power was reduced to. Architect's ability takes an infinite cooldown. To get to the world beyond, you need to sneak to the very top. And to do that, and he needs to expand his territory. So to leave it, you just jump down? Pushed off another rock and flew forward. He was trying to get farther and farther away, picking up speed. It was dangerous, but we must act quickly. Besides, there were more important things. Who was the Zhao who gave him the reward for killing that monster number? He had another level much lower than that monkey monster. We have to be careful. Still, after a few leaps, he approached the desired island and began to gather energy. Notification: he has received 7 units of computational power. Computational power is the matter used to build things. By spending computational power, he can create anything. The architect's ability is rechargeable. As soon as the guy saw this message, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Could he use the architect again? So that's a marvelous thought. It turns out with the computing power, he can apply it anywhere, right? The following notice appeared. Computational power is gone in minutes. They are asking him to use it as soon as possible or turn over the membranes to his private property. There was plenty of time left. Relatively plenty. The guy started to jump back to his island to transfer the computing power to his dragon. Only in this way could his strength be increased, and then he would be able to rely on his ally after all. Liu kept jumping on the rocks, pushing off every now and then. He was approaching his island very quickly. The computational power had been successfully transferred to the membrane carrier. The path of private territory development was available to him. The guy took a closer look. A notification popped up in the chat room. There were 8 computational powers left. First enhancement of the dragon, which was at cub development level. Current level 1. Strengthens the resistance of the membrane bearer. Cost units of computational power. Second, enhance level number 1, current level 1. First, move number 1 from first to second floor. Increase strength limit. Cost units of computational power. The required dragon cub level, the path of development is obvious, and is, the next step would be to gather computational power. That way he could pump the dragon and number 1. Let's go. He was willing to destroy everything in his path to reach his desired goal. Then he began to destroy the islands one by one. His computational power was growing every second. The guy was already incredibly strong. The monsters were being killed one by one, the islands were being destroyed, and his computational power was growing and growing. There wasn't much time left. He was growing by leaps and bounds. Suddenly, a creature woke up on one of the islands. It put its huge foot on the ground and pressed down on it with such force that the earth beneath it began to sag. It was a Zhao, a humanoid monster with huge feathers on its head. It had a semi-mechanical body. Its level was Monster Head, Disaster Threat level. Notifications also started popping up in front of him that someone was destroying the islands one by one. The guy saw that Zhao started to show a sudden interest in him. His hate level happened to be. It seems all the monsters here are called Thulu. However, when the boy saw this new monster, that with every kill it was growing, he didn't know how many of these creatures were left before he appeared. In short, it would be very difficult to leave the world beyond. It was time to think about this problem. The boy's eyes lit up. He was already strong enough to destroy the islands with his own strength, but it was still not enough. He began to level up. Using units of processing power, the dragon cub upgraded to level. He started to improve his island, and the dragon cubs to give them more power. Suddenly, a chat window appeared. The girl said, sharing information. When two private territories collide, the barriers are connected at this point using the architect, but it will be weakened, and how much will depend on the level of resistance of the carriers. The guy was standing on his island, thinking, sure, it's an interesting place, but it seems like we need to have an honest conversation for once. He summoned a dragon to talk to him about concentrating his powers as best he could. He summoned the dragon, and the cub looked at him with a surprised look. He didn't know why the boy had summoned him here, for he was in his pocket dimension, and there he was absorbing the power to become many times stronger. The guy was sitting on the ground looking at the dragon cubs who were looking at him with the same confused eyes. The guy started saying the first point he took him out of the realm. Then he said he needed to come here. Now he's saying he needs to get to the sphere. Where the hell are they going? The dragon looked at him. During the time he kept asking, what's the purpose of their trek anyway? So far it will only be that he has to destroy islands and get pumped. The dragon looked at him silently with his eyes. His urges rasped and his eyes became almost completely red. The dragon was starting to get a little annoyed that the guy didn't seem to understand anything and would have to explain everything again. But is it really that hard to understand and ask, I don't know? Liu continued to stare at him, waiting for an answer. The guy wasn't going to let him go so easily. He needed to know the purpose of him being here out of his skin to pump this damn dragon. The dragon looked up. There was a glint of light very far up there. His patience had run out after all. Okay, he wants to walk him to the data center module. It is this very sphere over there very high up. The dragon looked up there more closely. The guy wondered, what was this other data center module? Was this really where they were headed like this? He squinted and looked at the dragon. He sat on the ground and kept looking up where that orb was. Is this the power the New Order chief was talking about? If so, then everything is falling into place. Well, then the goal has become at least a little bit of a dream. The boy looked at his companion and asked seriously, how did he even know all this? Had he been here before? It didn't look like it. The dragon looked at him with the same eyes as me after all. Their gazes crossed and they looked each other straight in the eyes. Dragon said he may not believe him, but what he needed was up there, and he would do everything in his power to help the boy get to the data center. The boy frowned. It sounded fantastic, but he had no desire to believe the creature. The boy looked at the dragon and asked, does he know about the existence of the real world? The dragon looked surprised. Is it in the game? The dragon continued to look at him with an incomprehensible look and said, guy opens his mouth, but there's still no voice. What happened? What is numb? The dragon kept looking at him with a surprised look and didn't understand why the guy was acting so strange. Liu fell silent and realized that talking to the dragon was simply useless. He can't hear anything? Apparently the primordial realm automatically blocks such conversations. The boy cocked his head. Okay, forget it. Did he say he would do everything in his power to help him? So he had one request after all. The boy had something else to say, but something began to change. Something invisible, something that was at the very root of the world. They continued to sit on their little island, which suddenly began to rattle. Those vibrations spread astonishingly fast. Something was coming towards him. Something very large and very apparently dangerous. The boy stopped talking and listened. His sixth sense told him that now was the time to get out of here, and as fast as possible if they wanted to stay alive. He looked at the dragon and shouted that he could sense a high-level monster. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. The dragon blinked its eyes and looked at him. It was the same Zhao, who was overflowing with hatred looking at the boy. Goosebumps ran down his back. This is bad, very bad, and that's putting it mildly. They'd get a whole lot of computing power if they could defeat the leader of these things. He was hoping to kill a couple more before he showed up, but he found them early. The guy didn't expect this monster to be heading towards them so abruptly. The dragon flew beside him and surveyed his surroundings. The boy was swiveling his head around trying to find anything that would help him defeat this thing. The dragon asked, had he figured out a way to fight it? The boy replied that the biggest problem is that he doesn't know how strong it is. If he's as strong as the monkey monster, he'll wipe him out in a second, right? Well, that's just fucked up. The guy started frantically searching for thoughts that would help him deal with this thing. If he alone couldn't deal with the monster, then there would be only one way out of here, to the revitalization room. Then he would have to pump himself up all over again, and all the way he had come would be in vain. Suddenly, a thought came into his head. He looked at the dragon with a serious look and asked if he could trust him. At this moment, the guy was serious. If he was already going to trust this little dragon, then apparently things are not good at all. The dragon looked at him with a surprised look, as if asking, "What are you talking about? Of course you can." But the boy looked at him even more seriously and said even though he was helping him, it seemed to him more and more that this dragon could not be trusted. He's hiding something, and his thoughts are reasonable, but that doesn't mean they can be trusted. They stood on their little island and prepared for the arrival of this thing. The boy said he would love to find out what the dragon was hiding from him and why he was lying to him. But right now, it was a second-rate task to say the least. They're up against a high-level monster. He looked at the dragon with a serious look and began to speak. If he wants to win, all he has to do is trust this little creature, what he will do now. The dragon fell silent. They looked at each other and for a few more seconds, only after. The boy said those words, their island began to shake and move in some direction. The boy could barely keep his feet from falling. Two islands collided, number one and the garden collided. There was a fusion of membranes. The very island on which Zhao stood crashed into them. He was looking at them from a distance. Only his silhouette was visible, but even that was enough to realize how powerful this monster was to move entire islands with a single thought. He stood there and looked at them with his burning eyes. Only now could they see that this thing was made entirely of metal. It was a real cyborg or a robot. However, that didn't change the point. It had targeted them, and now it wouldn't let them go alive for starting to destroy islands and kill. Notice, membranes number one and the garden islands have merged. The amplification of the world beyond the fringe has been weakened by. Liu looked in front of him. The guy saw the monster standing in front of him, preparing to attack him. Nothing good could be expected from him if this thing attacked them. At the very best, they could instantly. Something strange began to happen to the dragon. It began to wriggle and transform. The boy looked at it, but it was a little late to think about it. Mingxi began to increase in size, and soon its size increased so much that it became like a huge worm. It grew several tens of times larger, most likely the effect of the merging of the two islands. But how does it even work? The boy bounced away from him and looked at his transformed buddy in surprise. In front of him was no longer the small dragon that easily fit in his pocket, but a huge serpent that glowed with a bright green light. In front of them stood their enemy, who was watching all of this without making any attempt yet. The dragon began to speak. His voice changed as well. He said that there was nothing left for him to do but use his last strength. His plan is for the dragon to hold the thing back. He stretched his neck and looked far ahead to where their main opponent stood, the king of all monsters. The dragon continued to speak as the boy infiltrated the island and would destroy the legendary tree, but he was afraid that if he failed, the dragon would try to escape. Zhao continued to watch them. It seemed strange to him that these two had suddenly started a discussion on the threshold from death. The monster looked at them with surprised eyes. However, he was beginning to get bored of this, and he clenched his teeth and stared at his prey like a beast. His body was filled with fury. It gave him strength, and the monster seemed to be even stronger than before. It roared its maw full of sharp teeth. You could tell by looking at this monster that it would destroy any opponent in its path. The dragon didn't pay attention to it, but just looked in front of him and continued speaking in the same calm and deep voice. He told the boy not to worry. From the moment he decided to take his side, when he became a membrane bearer, he took the responsibility to be with the boy until the end. He must believe him. The boy looked at him with a distrustful look. This dragon was hiding something, but he would find out later. Now the main thing was to defeat this monster. He had no choice but to trust it, unless he wanted to die. There was a huge explosion that shook the entire space. The guy jumped out just in time and pushed himself off the wall, trying to grab onto it. Then let's go. They had no other choice anyway. He held onto the wall as hard as he could to keep from falling somewhere very deep. The boy prepared himself, for the fight was harder than he thought. He held on to the slippery stones with all his might. A notification appeared in front of his face. Dragon membrane bearer takes damage, minus health units. The guy clenched his teeth. Their opponent was strong. There was no denying it. However, they would need to hold out as soon as possible. The island began to crumble, huge rocks breaking off and falling into the vast abyss. The dragon cub again took massive damage, almost health, then another. The damage was tremendous, but the cub continued to hold on. The guy was pushing off the rocks, and approaching the island, he realized that now, it's my dragonkin can't overpower this thing with Eva's current characteristics. We need to find the legendary tree of the monster's territory before the dragon runs out of health, and that was only a matter of time away. And then I have to destroy this thing. The dragon had taken a tremendous amount of damage again, but it still had plenty of health. The boy had plenty of time, but there was no need to waste it. If this dragon died, it would be both of them. He must hurry or his island would be destroyed and he would then fall out of the destruction zone. Getting there would be a very difficult task. He remembered with what difficulty he had to face to get to that damn island. He held tightly to the ground. It was smooth and slippery. It was very difficult to pull himself up, but the guy held on with all his might. He grabbed the edge of the island and began to pull himself up. The cub was still taking damage, a tremendous amount of damage that would have dropped anyone dead. The guy climbed out onto the island with great difficulty and realized that the dragon's health was dropping too fast, even faster than he expected. We have to hurry. There were gunshots going off somewhere in the distance that turned into actual explosions. The boy looked over there and squirmed, sort of thinking about the dragon cub taking damage, trying to buy him some time. He got to his feet. Gotta hurry. If he didn't do something, there would only be one way out of here. The guy's ready to take the fight to the ground. Now, he was already on the island. He had managed to get there, and there was a huge tree under which the monster was lying. The whole island was covered with grass. It was even a little cozy. The boy was standing on the very edge, and behind him was a bottomless abyss. He looked up and only now realized how huge the tree was. Compared to it, the boy was a mere songbird. How to destroy it now? He walked a little closer and tried it on. It would be a difficult task, but it would have to be done, and there was less and less time left. He walked closer to the tree, and from here it was even larger than he had realized. There was one oddity, however, and that was it. And there was no ambush here, no guards of any kind. Was this monster alone on this island? The boy looked around and realized that he was alone on the island for now. Okay, if something happens, we'll have to improvise. Well then, let's go. With time running out, it was too late to think. But why did this monster leave the legendary tree unattended? This question plagued his mind, but now he needed to destroy it. He put his hand on the tree to see how dense it was. The bark was incredibly hard against his hand, and immediately a notification popped up in front of him. What the boy saw sent shivers down his spine, and somewhere deep inside him the last hope died. This legendary tree is protected by nature's blessing, and as long as the monster that guards it lives, the tree will be impossible to destroy. The boy tried to take you in his arms. I can see why he left the tree so easily. What the fuck do we do now? The dragon cub continued to take enormous damage. Its health was getting lower and lower. There was still time, however. There was something to be done. The guy looked at the huge tree that towered up to the sky. If he tried to hit it, the result would be obvious. However, even though the tree was impossible to destroy while the monster was still alive, he decided to strike it. He swung his katana, a crushing blow with all his might, the sound of steel hitting steel. The tree didn't receive any visible damage. However, the guy wasn't going to stop. He began to strike with such speed that it was impossible to see. However, the notice indicated that the orchard was not susceptible to damage. He tried to fire his gun. Hopefully it would do some damage. A shot rang out and the bullet went straight into a tree. However, even that was useless. The bullet bounced off of him and flew somewhere high up. Yeah, you can't really destroy it, but then what do? Any damage that goes through the tree is simply canceled out. He looked up with a forlorn look. The tree was still standing just as it had been at the beginning. It wasn't taking any damage. What the devil? What the hell is even going on here? Monsters can't be killed. The tree can't be destroyed either. He started walking back and forth around the tree, properly pondering. Perhaps it is only a shell and the real tree is inside. If that's the case, we can try to destroy it. He squinted, but Even so, there was no way he could hit it. The tree wasn't susceptible to damage. If that was the case, he would have to deal with the shell or he wouldn't be able to destroy the legendary tree. Damn it. This task was becoming more and more difficult. The boy scratched his head and began to think harder. What the hell is this? Was there no way he could destroy this tree? Scattering would come in handy now. The guy stood by the tree and tried to find some option that would help him destroy the tree. At this rate, the dragon would have no health left, and then it would be the end of them all. Hu stood on the other side of the tree and also thought about how he could destroy the tree. He looked at the huge trunk and could not figure out how he could do it. He couldn't defeat the monster alone either. The man bit his tongue and tried to think of a plan, but nothing came to mind. He had fewer and fewer options for how he could destroy the tree. The boy stood and watched as the monster gradually destroyed the dragon, which unfortunately could only absorb incoming damage, but had half of its health left, which is bad. If it continues at this rate, it will soon die. The guy tensed. There were fewer and fewer options left. He would have to fight. There was no other choice. But his head began to wander. He began to think again, wasting time. The guy rubbed his head for power. No, half an hour of opinion. There's no time. If this was the only option, then he had to go full out. The boy armed himself with his katana and moved forward. Even if defeat awaits him at the end, he has no right to whine and doubt. He sighed heavily. If he faced the truth, it would be suicide to fight this monster. He continued walking as he suddenly heard a familiar voice. The guy turned back in surprise. He certainly didn't expect to meet anyone here. There was fear and surprise in his eyes. Whose that heavy footstep was approaching? The boy looked in that direction, and what he saw made his heart beat a little faster. Of course it was Hu. The man was approaching him and was smiling. He asked, "Is he already surrendering?" He had the same smile all over his face, wearing his armor and approaching the boy. Where did he even come from here? They stood opposite each other and continued to stare. For a second, there was silence between them. The guy stood like that and wasted precious time. Liu immediately realized who it was, and this realization didn't add to his confidence. This was all he needed. Besides being attacked by a huge omnipotent monster, he would also have to fight one of his opponents from the asylum. The guy took a closer look, however. This man possesses a dispel that could specifically help him in this situation. Okay, if you can get him to take his side, that might be a good chance. The boy wondered if he could dispel the protection of this tree. A message appeared in front of him. The dragons were getting more and more health. He had less and less reserve left, less than half. This sucks. If the dragon dies, they're all dead. We can't rush now. We have to make the right choice. His dispel will come in handy if it can actually dispel the barrier. The boy readied his hand, bringing it up to his weapon. If he had to fight, he agreed. He replied that it was much more visible to watch from the shadows. The guy folded his arms across his chest and said he was going to have a meltdown with the island master. That's the only way to destroy the tree. That's odd. He would have been better off sitting out, but this man came out to him. What would that be? A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Based on the current situations and his misunderstanding with him, boy believes that the man can use dispersion because of too low characteristics, therefore decided to cooperate with him. Besides, he stopped him. And in the future, without his help, he won't be able to use dispersion, so he can't remove the barrier and remove the monster. The man looked at him and frowned more and more. Something this guy was getting him too fast. I got him. They stood across from each other and the boy continued to state the facts. He said, if that's the case, he promised that he would increase his characteristics if he removed the barrier from the tree. The man was silent, a reaction that said he agreed. And what choice did he have, really? The guy continued to stand in front of him, spreading his arms and continuing to talk. Things were gradually getting heated between them. If they had to fight, they would both die at the hands of the monster. Both of them seemed to realize that. Hu shivered. He understood after all. He even promised to help. Isn't he afraid that the man will immediately attack him after receiving the power? This question was weighing on his mind. It was too simple. He frowned. This kid must definitely have some trump he'd be willing to use if necessary. Trump? The man grinned. Well, let's see who's the strongest. He nodded his head. Let it be known that the boy was actually right. Well enough talking worth getting started. He leaned against the tree and began. The cub kept taking damage. With only nothing health left, Liu took a small step towards his enemy who suddenly became his ally. You can't rush in with. You can't. Right now, he should act as calmly as before. Who's standing in front of them, he also thought. The man would be an exodus. Many thoughts were swirling around in his head. To promise such a thing directly. This kid might not be deceiving him. In any case, you can't let him get too close too quickly. His fear overcame his confidence after all, and the man yelled for the guy to stop. Have him step away from him, take the knife and walk meters away, then stop. That'll be enough. The guy put his hand out in front of his face and said, "The maximum performance level here is that enough for him?" He told the man to do what he could. He nodded in response. They didn't have any choice anyway. The man put his hand forward and tensed his entire body. He was doing his best to break the barrier. His eyes widened and he felt the incredible surge of strength that the boy had given him. That feeling. He hadn't felt this good in a long time. The man looked at his hands. His body was literally overflowing with energy. "Better hurry up," the guy shouted. "His blessing only lasts for seconds, so there's no time." A smirk appeared on the man's face. What idiots! He had just helped him become many times stronger. The guy is still young and doesn't know how selfish people can be in this case. Just let him wait. He will remove the barrier and then teach him a good life lesson. First, however, they need to deal with this barrier that had become a bone in their throats. The man offered his hand to the trunk of the tree and began to work. There appeared a sphere that began to absorb the barrier. Intelligence levels insufficient. Dispersion failed. All characteristics reached the limit. Dispersion level increased by 1. Scattering is performed again. Scattering has been successful. The bowgate enhancement has dissipated. A shield began to appear around the tree, vaporizing with each passing second. Now it seems they have succeeded. It's going the way it should. Soon, the tree trunk, now a real tree trunk, came into view. Now it was just a matter of striking a small blow to cut through the tree trunk. The shield was fading away with every second. The guys needed to hurry, to destroy it. Time didn't leave me that much time. Liu was over the moon. It really worked. He was ready to jump on the spot with joy, but there was no time to get excited. Now, all he had to do was destroy it. A monstrous roar was suddenly heard from outside. It seemed to be Zhao. He was furious that his tree was about to be destroyed. The boy shifted his frightened gaze to him and realized that they would have to fight alongside him now. Who knows if they wouldn't be able to defeat such a strong creature? Besides, the dragon's health was decreasing less and less. This tree needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. The dragon was holding on for now, but he doubted it would last. The man standing by the tree already had his katana ready. He seemed to have something in mind. Hu ran up to the boy and with one sharp blow cut him in half. Of course he would try to kill him. The man shouted, "Let the boy stay focused. Inattention can quickly lead to death." The boy immediately renewed his blessing. Thank God he was still alive. But he still had one opponent who suddenly realized that he could kill him, and of course, he would take the opportunity. The boy jumped aside. The man shifted his eyes in surprise. Did he just attack ghosts? This isn't the real one? Even if he strengthened all his stats, why is it so much faster than him in equal conditions? Liu looked at him with regret. How greedy and petty is he after all? Is it really possible to be like that? The guy had already prepared his katana to attack him. Hu stood in front of him and prepared for the next attack. So this was what his trump was all about. His characterization factor was at least one more than him. He had applied enemy annihilation, and for a while he wouldn't be able to use anything. Well, it wouldn't be hard for him to destroy this kid. Let him admit defeat and die. The man pushed himself off the ground and flew at him with a speed that would take you no time at all to realize. He was closing the distance with the boy in a few jumps. The boy in turn had his weapon ready to defend himself. He wasn't going to give up that easily. Okay, one betrayal was worse than another. Now he would kill him. He didn't have a choice anyway. The man continued to smile and in a predatory voice said, "Boy, what does he think he has trump?" A notification appeared that the weapon ban skill was activated. It prohibits the target from using a weapon for 1 minute. The guy swung his katana to chop his opponent. However, he didn't take any damage now. The man was immune to this kind of damage. The katana literally dissolved in his hands, and it seems that the guy was left without a weapon. He still stood in this position for some time and tried to understand what had just happened to him. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He can't use a weapon now? Holy shit, he was unarmed again. The man jumped towards him and brought his weapon over him. He needed to destroy the enemy to defeat him. He was only centimeters away from destroying the guy with one precise blow. That's his real trump. I wonder what abilities he would use when the weapon became useless. Now, there was no difference between a boy with no power abilities and an ordinary player. However, the boy remained calm. A smile appeared on his face opposite. So this is what his plans are. That's just ridiculous. He looked down at him. The guy bounced aside in one deft movement, and now he was behind his opponent's back. Now it was no problem to destroy him. It only takes a few seconds. There was a click of the bolt, and the man felt the barrel of the gun against his head. There he goes, that's the real trump. The boy said that if he had been a simple power player, it really wouldn't have mattered. Who was furious? What a liar. So he had a gun in his hand the whole time? It's ridiculous. Should he be talking about cheating now? That bastard. The guy stood in front of him, pointing the barrel of the gun at him. But unfortunately, he was not a simple player. He had prepared for this better than his opponent. Yes, he hit him first. But now, he would die first too. A gunshot rang out and the man felt the bullet approaching him. It only took a few seconds for a huge hole to appear in his stomach and his health to drop to a minimum. The poor man began to glow. His body slowly began to dissolve and his power disappeared. The man was defeated. He had miscalculated, and in such a trivial way. At that speed, he couldn't even hit an unarmed man. The boy stood in front of him and watched his opponent's body gradually dissolve into thin air. This useless fight had taken him a long time. What a bummer. He doesn't even know how he had the courage to attack him alone. A yellow orb appears along with a notification. You have killed a player. There is a 5% computationally powerful meme of the primordial realm. A takeover is underway. His computational power membrane has reached percent. The bearer of the territory #1 Dragon Cub's membrane takes health damage. And then he received several thousand more units of damage, his health rapidly decreasing. The boy shifted his gaze towards the cub. There was no more delay. He had wasted too much time as it was. The legendary tree had to be dealt with. He couldn't let the dragon down. He just didn't have the right to. At this time, there was a real duel not for life but for death. The entire space was covered with smoke, heard rumbling and roaring monsters. Ming-Shi grabbed the monster. Yi held it with his huge tail. He was holding on from the last of his strength. His health was getting less and less. 2 long exclamation marks he wouldn't last if the guy kept pulling. When would he be done in there? Soon the boy was able to destroy the tree after all. It only took him one hit to end it all. He gained the computing power of the legendary tree. The curse of the Bogats began to take effect on him. The hatred of followers of Bogat monsters of catastrophic level and above plus units. The dragon continued to lie there. He had almost no strength left. The monster had drained him of almost all of his health. Now all he had to do was wait for the boy to come to his aid. His muzzle was on the ground. His eyes were almost closed. He had taken too much damage, and now he had to strain very hard to move. The boy came up to him just in time. His strength was running out. The dragon looked at him. The boy was sitting across from him and looked at his assistant. Well done. He waited. They sat like that and looked at each other. The dragon shook his head. No need. They are supposed to help each other. Suddenly the dragon began to shrink, taking on his usual image. Soon, instead of a huge dragon crushing everything in its path, a small dragon appeared, looking at its companion with small yellow eyes. They had earned over 1,500 units of computational power from this battle. Just great. The dragon asked, "Does the boy already know where to spend it?" The guy nodded in response. Yes. First, he would raise the level of this dragon to 10th so that it could still exist normally. Then, he thinks he should destroy more stone islands. They won't be in a hurry to move to the next floor. They need to earn computing power first. Dragon looked at him and smiled. The kid was right. It would be better for everyone. It would be safer. A small smile appeared on his face. Liu looked up, raising the level of the participant. They will go straight up to the sphere, right? The sphere was still up in its place and beckoned them to her. The dragon replied, "I wish I could believe it. Let him look at the distance to it divided into 5 floors. Raising 1 level, it goes up 1 floor." The boy wondered if there were only 4 levels left. A wry smile appeared on his face. By the way, he can fly. Why not fly with him to the next level? It's true. That would be a great idea. However, the dragon shook his head. That's a lot to ask of him. He is surrounded by a barrier and can only exist here in a reduced form. The boy laughed, let him relax, and start saving up his computing power. Everything will be fine. The events moved on the other side of where Hu was. A man was standing on the same island, and a light was emanating from his body. He was scared to death, but he was alive, and that was the most important thing. The man was breathing heavily and trying to get his breathing in order. He was incredibly scared of the realization that he was on the verge of death. He decided to check the current power. Opening the monitor, he saw that the current amount of computing power was units. Has it decreased by? So the price of death is processing power? That's because he's level. What's the minimum limit? The man wondered. Would he be able to resurrect if he died again? In any case, he should report to his boss. He opened the group chat and started private messaging. He said he was dead. It doesn't matter how. What matters is that he was reborn in his territory with of his processing power gone. Dune saw the message immediately and asked, "What happened?" Have him report the situation. The man was extremely worried because one of his minions had died, and he had managed to revive himself. The next message read, "Units of computing power used. The dragon's level has been raised to level 7. The membrane resistance weakening of the world beyond the edge has been increased by. And further, also until the dragon became a teenager and increased to level, that's a pretty good start." The boy used an infusion of a lot of computing power that reached the limit that could be reached on this floor. He was holding capsules of computing power in his hands. Even she has a limit. That's funny. You need to improve your island before going to the next floor. The boy looked up, where the same orb was still there. He needed to get out of here as soon as possible and get to the power that was so Manila to him. He jumped to his island where a dragon was waiting for him, which had already grown up. The guy started to improve his island. He needed to improve it to make it stronger so he could move around the floors without any problems. Liu started putting all the processing power into the island. Units of computing power have been used. Territory number 1 has been upgraded to frame 2. The maximum weight ratio of the players inside was increased. The membrane has been strengthened. Weakening resistance increased by. Dragon Teen maximum level has been increased to level 20. It is now possible to build in territory number 1. Computational power remaining total computational power gained. Note, soon territory number 1 will be moved to the second floor. Please ask all its members to return to the island. Otherwise, players outside the territory will no longer be considered members. The guy continued to follow with his eyes as he climbed higher and higher. To raise a teenage dragon's level to 11th would require units of computing power. To raise the rank of territory number 1B 3rd would require units of computing power. The boy pondered for a moment. Each time the price of raising the dragon level increases by units, and the cost of raising the territory's level becomes twice as much. So to get into the data center module might need tens of 1,000 units of computational power. That's quite a lot. If in the next stages, if the cost of destroying the territory is as small as this, it will simply not have enough computing power. Soon they reached the second floor. It was still just as desolate and dark. There was gray everywhere. It was unfriendly here, to say the least. The boy stood on his island, looking around diligently. There were some creatures on the second level. They looked like birds, but instead of the usual tails, they had stingers like those of large wasps. This was bad enough. These things were probably hostile. We should stay away from them. The boy and the dragon stood on their little island. Right behind their backs were these monsters. They somehow did not show any aggression. Apparently, as long as you do not touch them, they will not approach you. The guy sighed heavily. The flight was a slightly unaccustomed incident, so he needed time to recover at least a little. The notification appeared. He had arrived on the second floor of the world beyond the fringe to Jin Yuan's territory. The king hates the boy. He is the king's main target. The boy sighed heavily. It's already, and he had just arrived. Is it because of the stupid curse of the Bogats? Meeting the zone boss at the beginning is too dangerous. Somewhere in the darkness, in the depths of this location, appeared a glowing smile along with many eyes. It seems to be the boss. His appearance was so huge that he even obscured the sun with him. It seems that the boss was not going to wait for anyone. Now he decided to attack the boy with all his weapons. The boy heard a rumble followed by a growl. He turned his head and looked in that direction with frightened eyes. What he saw made his heart beat faster. The very island behind him was in great danger. Some cosmically huge creature opened its jaws full of sharp teeth. From its mouth came a light, a blinding yellow light. The monster was approaching him with such speed that the distance between them shrank in a fraction of a second. Literally half a second passed as the monster swallowed the island in one go. What kind of creature was this? The guy was horrified. Could it really be the boss of this location? The monster looked like some kind of fish, or Omar. It was hard to explain. Its entire body was black with some glowing veins. The dragon that had been by the boy's side all this time spoke. They were children of the abyss, a special creature that devours territories with an insufficiently strong membrane as well as those who are in that territory. It's just an island eater. The boy wondered, this is a monster specializing in territory destruction, right? They must have a lot of computing power. Defeating one would be a real challenge. He looked in front of him and began to follow the monster with his eyes, which had already disappeared into the thick fog. Only a loud, low-pitched rumble could be heard from it. The monster growled and apparently went after new prey. These things must be flying around in this thick fog. The kid took another look around. There's definitely more than a dozen of them, and that's bad. Well, you can't go out or they'll eat him, but then he wouldn't be able to gather computing power. Damn it! The boy looked in front of him with a wary look. The second floor already seems much more difficult than the first, if only because it is much larger. Besides, the boss already hates him. And then there are these huge creatures, apparently, which pose a great danger. Also, it's very strange looking. It was much larger, all engulfed in fog. The islands here were not as welcoming as on the last floor. Also, in the darkness, there was something floating in that fog, something very large. The boy didn't see a single membrane carrier on the islands. Did the children without them eat it? On the second floor, mining computing power would be much easier, not the other way around. Now, even he didn't know if it was the whole floor or just a bad area. On the one hand, he wanted to believe the latter. The fog continued to thicken around him. It was so thick that it was almost impossible to see anything there. The boy's eyes were already starting to fall out from it. Suddenly, from the depths of the fog, a huge block appeared. It was a piece of land. There were plants on it, and it was several tiers of stone. This seemed to be the territory of the main boss. He must have lived in this thicket. Apparently. What the hell's going on? The boy looked all over the area, and there was no way he could get in. Although it was the only place where the membrane carrier was, it was the only place where anyone was alive, or even remotely alive. The boy took a closer look. This was the place where the king who already hated him lived. It looked strange, like a big cluster of small islands, but on the other hand, all the better, there would be less to look for. He looked at the dragonkin with a surprised look and asked if he knew what it was. However, he wasn't around. Where had he gone anyway? He was hiding somewhere again, and now he would never come out again. The boy started to turn his head, trying to find his little companion, but he wasn't around. Suddenly, the boy heard the voice of a dragon who said fearfully that someone was coming. The boy turned his head and looked cautiously in the direction from which the rumbling sound had come. It seemed to him that something was about to happen, something very bad. Someone was coming toward him, and it was definitely someone alive and very dangerous. There was a man sitting on the great stone throne. He looked extremely familiar. He was coming closer and closer to the boy. They were only a few dozen meters away. A man stood up, and as soon as Liu did, he immediately recognized the man. It was Bai Shu Tao. He sat on his stone throne and looked at the boy with a commanding gaze. He felt his superiority. Boy, he was liking all of this less and less. Now another opposing opponent. Here comes the contagion. Why did anyone besides the boss get in here at all? Their islands were approaching each other. Bai was the first to start talking. He asked, "Is the guy stuck here too?" They were getting closer to each other. Maybe they should team up. The two of them could easily leave this place. The offer was tempting, but it was suicidal to take the man's word for it. Liu looked at him and continued to analyze the situation. They will leave this place very easily, but alone, it seems, it cannot cope here. The guy was silent for now and was in thought. He had already cooperated with someone else last time, and that's how he had almost died. Bai looked at him and smiled. The man was ready for the fact that he would have to fight this kid. After all, everyone here was after this guy for justice, if not to get him on their team, at least to kill him. So there would be less competition. He opened the group chat. Dong wrote that he had a person die at the hands of this newcomer. Xiang replied that the first floor of the world beyond is huge. It was bad luck to run into him. They started discussing that this rookie's main ability was to improve his ability. They need to learn more details. Apparently he has a limited carry capability. No? How is that possible? Yuan suggested the next person who meets the newcomer turn on the broadcast so they'll have a better idea of what he's capable of. Until they deal with this newcomer, they can't fight the new order. No one objected, so the plan was clear. Bai saw the newcomer and opened his eyes in surprise. He immediately started broadcasting and said he saw the newcomer right in front of him. The man was out of his mind with fear. Well, at the last moment, he saw a projectile flying at him. He didn't even have time to realize it. An explosion was heard. His head was blown apart. The man didn't even have time to react. He was dead instantly. His broadcast was immediately interrupted. The boy stood before him, cocked the barrel of his gun at him. The deed was done instantly. A notification appeared in front of him. He killed the player. He has processing power and the membranes of the primordial realm. Absorption. His computational power of the first realm membranes has been raised to, no way, they're the enemy. So the boy has no desire to team up with anyone. The man who just wanted to kill this kid himself was dead in an instant. His head vaporized in a split second into nothing. A sphere appeared in its place, the only thing left of him. The guy looked at the sphere with surprised eyes. What was it anyway? It looked weird. Now we will need to get into that area and get his membrane. It will be dangerous, so we need to act fast. It shouldn't be too far to the sphere, so it should be possible to jump. The guy took a stand and started his run. We had to get there in one jump. The main thing was not to attract the children of the abyss to him. Then he would destroy the legendary master tree, obtain the computational material, and immediately get the hell out of there. He can't even guess how much computational power there is. I'd like to believe it was a lot. However, suddenly something quite unforeseen happened. The guy opened his eyes. He felt someone or something approaching him. He didn't make it, did he? His opponent is alive, but how is that even possible? It hit him right in the head. Yet here he stood before him, alive and well. The man smiled. A weapon with a very long range? That was clever of him. So the gun is his only weapon? Tough. The man seemed impressed. The boy looked at him with a surprised and slightly frightened look. So he wasn't dead? The boy already remembered perfectly well that it had hit him right in the head. Was it a phantom? A ghost? Impossible. Even the primordial realm system counted his death and left behind loot. How did he resurrect his president? Unbelievable. So when he dies in a destruction zone, he's reborn in his own territory? He turned to the dragon and demanded an explanation from him. This was the first time the boy had ever encountered something like this. He needed to know everything. The dragon began to speak. After death, the player grows on his island while losing 1/2 of his computational power. The percentage depends on the level of the current amount of power. Rebirth requires a minimum of computational units. The boy looked at his opponent, who was the liveliest of the living. He was swimming here fury, and what? The dragon just now decided to tell him about it, and a begging sign. This is unthinkable. Dragon never happened. The amount of computational power of the protagonist always exceeded units. In addition, he had never died. The guy nodded. Okay. Close this topic, and it's time to deal with this guy. The guy pointed his weapon at the tree again. He didn't believe that this ordinary trunk could survive his shot. He could kill high-level monsters with ease, so he would break one unfortunate oak tree in no time. The guy pointed his barrel straight at the tree. Next to him stood Bai, who was already prepared to fight. This was his island, so he wasn't going to give it up without a fight. So he got ready and started gaining energy. Since they don't want to cooperate, they'll just have to take it. No election anyway, that's basically what he figured. Staying here, he's not obviously at a disadvantage. Then it's better to meet in a common territory. The guy started transforming into a stream of energy. Soon, all that was left of the island was a small speck of dust. The man had completely transformed it, hiding it from view. He wanted to secure his tree so that no one could harm it. The man was already mentally preparing himself for the fact that he would have to fight this kid. It was bad, but he didn't have much of a choice. A boy stood on his island and watched as the neighboring island just disappeared. Looks like the boy decided to hide his island to keep it relatively safe. Is he using an architect? Yeah, that's gonna make it harder. He looked in the direction where the island had just been. The dragon began to speak. They won't do the same as the last enemy without scattering either. We'll have to fight the king eye to eye. It's too unwise to refuse to cooperate in such a situation, but it seems the deed is done. The guy stood in front of the huge island and looked at it with a frightened look. He didn't understand how to act yet. He had two enemies quite strong that they would have to fight. Okay, there was still something that could be done about it. He frowned. To cooperate in this situation is to put your back into it. To work at all trust each other, in their case, such a thing was simply impossible. The dragon said that's why he wants to fight at the same time as this man from the king. What a moron! The guy replied that they have too little information, should try. He will be the first to go to the island in case of what, he will jump out of there and the dragon let him be ready to catch him. Without waiting for an answer, the guy jumped forward. He covered a great distance and flew like a bird. His physical abilities allowed him to move that fast. Bai looked at him from afar and blazed with rage. What a bastard! The little bastard kept messing him up all the time. He sent a message to the head saying that he couldn't tolerate such an insult. Let him kill the little brat. The head replied, "Is he sure he can handle it?" Bai said. Since he refused to cooperate, he should try. They were transported to a cave of some sort in the king's single territory. It was the only place where the king who ruled over it all dwelt. He was hidden from all prying eyes until his participation was needed. He was level 90 and the creature's danger level was equal to disaster. He sat on his throne, his body covered in armor, or perhaps he was all mechanical. He was sitting somewhere inside the island. The creature now looked like a knight, with a helmet on his head that completely hid his face, and his thick hair poking out from under the helmet. He was quite intimidating to look at, and no one had any desire to fight him. His island towered above all the others, as if to show who was master. He ruled over all of it, and no one had any desire to cross this territory, for he could immediately destroy them with his mere presence. Beside him were these insect-like birds. They were his proxies, black and white. They only differed in color. They were all level 80, and they were quite dangerous monsters. The white monster roared. A deafening shriek erupted from the throat of this hideous creature. Immediately, with an incredible force, it burst into small pieces. Only pieces of its body were left, which fell to the ground without a word. The tree glowed with a bright light, and veins that glowed with energy began to appear all around it. The tree seemed to be fueled by the energy that these monsters exuded. It was a kind of fertilizer. He grabbed that little piece and swiftly flew somewhere forward, leaving only a small trace behind him. The creature, whether the body was very fast, to keep track of him was almost impossible. The monster was dangerous. His movements were precise and fast points. They prepared the player could become an easy prey for him. He held a small sphere of energy and continued to go deeper into the depths of his nest, gradually dissolving into darkness. The boy looked at him, and he was wary. He didn't know these things lived in packs. These monsters are aggressive. In his current state, he could only handle one. If a whole pack attacked him, it would be a big problem. He'd have to run away. A notice appeared in front of him, it said. He has reached the king's domain. The effect of the world beyond the fringe has been reduced by. The effect of the king's possession weakens him by. Current strength. Ability recharge increased by. Ability duration reduced by. Attention. He has entered the king's territory. The king is watching him. The boy tensed up. He didn't know that. From now on, the buzzing of those flying creatures got much bigger. They're watching him. His every move. What's even going on here? A notice immediately appeared in front of him. The boy tensed, opened his tablet, and looked at it. The notification read, "He has been in the king's territory for seconds. The king's attention +1. With each second, the attention increased. The boy began to frantically move his eyes in different directions. It seemed the king was specifically interested in him. The boy shifted his eyes to the direction where the loud rumbling sounded. Something was going on there, probably some kind of fight or something. White, bright smoke was rushing out of there. It looked like someone was fighting in there. The boy looked closer to see what was going on. What he saw made his breath catch for a second. It was a Bai. He was moving very fast, probably being attacked by someone. If it was the king, things were not good at all. The man looked like he was in a fight to the death. It seemed like a distraction. The guy looked at him with surprised and a little scared eyes. He couldn't believe that this man was already here, vlogging the king. Would they really start fighting so quickly? The boy was even a little scared. However, he had prepared himself for the fact that he was about to be attacked. Both opponents were much faster than the boy had anticipated. He was moving with such speed that it was impossible to catch him with the human eye. How fast! His base agility must be twice what the boy has. And so, having shortened the distance in just a few seconds, the boy came almost right up to it. It wouldn't matter when he increased his stats. The guy grasped his katana and prepared to attack. Blessing, increase stats by units, exchange. Guy noticed with horror that as soon as they touched each other, the exchange ability began to work on him. All the hatred that Bai possessed began to transfer to him at an unspeakable rate. What the hell was that? Now, he was in great danger. If he didn't do something about it, it would bring down on him the entire wrath of the god of this place. That would be very bad. Fighting him one-on-one without help, he wouldn't be able to. The boy was horrified to see a bunch of these insects flying at them, ready to rip them to shreds. If this swarm came at them, they would both die here in a split second. Also, kidnapping applied. It steals a certain status from the target. What a bastard! His rival had stolen his blessing. The boy was left without his support, and now there was only one true method left for him to fight him with his bare hands. He swung his katana to defend himself, but it seemed to be useless. He could hardly stand on his feet. The onslaught was so strong that the boy felt his legs begin to buckle. The enemy was incredibly strong, and add to that the fact that there was a whole pack of those nasty creatures. The man stole the blessing from him and immediately felt a surge of strength. It was so cool to feel an increase in his characteristics. The boy was left alone with this pack. They flew at him with a forward thrust. The enemy looked at the boy, smiling his predatory smile. Well, now let's see how he can handle this pack. Without a territory, he can't use the architect. He's being hunted by at least a fifth of all these insects. He can't survive. Well, -1 opponent. That's just great. Liu stood and waited for his death. He could already see these creatures approaching him with their spikes in front of him. The boy only had a few seconds to do something. If he didn't fight them off, they would tear him apart. He still had a full charge of characteristics left, but they would evaporate as soon as these creatures approached him. The boy turned towards his opponent. The only thing he could do was to imprison him. If he died here, so would his opponent. Bai didn't have time to move far enough away, and his body was suddenly shackled as if by some kind of fetters. The man felt that he could not move. All his arms and legs were entangled with chains. He stopped and froze in this position. They were facing each other within a few centimeters of each other. The man already wanted to run away. However, he was captured. The guy took advantage of the moment and activated the reset, a characteristic blessing. He covered himself with his hands to reduce the pressure of those flying things. He had to get back to number 1. If he didn't get back then in the shortest possible time, they'd all die here. But he couldn't do that yet. One of his rivals was still alive. He couldn't leave him here to do more damage. The boy pointed his gun at him and prepared to end this whole duel with a shot. He was getting tired of it, because the boy felt his death approaching. He was only a few steps away from it. A notice suddenly popped up in front of him, stating that his status had been terminated. All the stuff he had put on his opponent was on him. He now found himself captive to the definition of the buffs he had received: weakness, transfer. The boy was now a prisoner as well, unable to move. His opponent, on the other hand, was completely free. A status transfer message started flashing in front of them. Now he was a prisoner. The guy couldn't move and was closer to death than ever. Received, his opponent had put a weakness on him. Speed reduced by, attack speed reduced by, attack power reduced by, defense reduced by duration seconds. He also took damage from the king. Termination of captivity. All the weakening stopped, however, it was not enough. The boy decided to use the barrier, but his opponent was much faster. The man laughed and would rather die of old age than wait for it to work on him. He ran a few more meters and began to accelerate. The boy tensed. He watched his opponent. With every step he took, the man felt his blessing return to him, but it would only last another seconds. And what this man stole, if he's not mistaken, will end 2 seconds sooner. The guy kept looking at his back, and as soon as he received the blessing, he immediately activated the shackles. Several huge birds were already flying behind him, ready to tear him apart. The man felt like he couldn't move again. His eyes widened in surprise. This again? How many times could he use the same ability? This was starting to get annoying. Doesn't he have any other abilities I know of? Besides, what's his knockback? Do you really think his cooldown is that fast? However, it was too late to ponder. The boy came within shooting distance of him and pointed his gun at him, loading it with incredible power. Now he would definitely be able to deal with him. It would be no problem for him now. He prepared to shoot. A tremendous shot rang out. It was a pendulum of strange damage. The bullet whistled out of the gun and headed for its victim. The man was captive, so there was nothing he could do. Even though there were several dozen of these things behind the boy's back, he still didn't pay any attention to them. Bai looked at him with a surprised yet pleased look on his face, and a smile appeared on his face. Fine, he would wait here until he died first. Victory was almost in his pocket. He's ordered the eagle to open reflection, capture the target and transfer the attack. The bullets began to dissolve into thin air. A notification said that the blessing had ended. The blessing will last for another seconds. The boy wasn't going to back down. He was already too close to opposing like this. He summoned all the power he had at that moment. A clot of energy began to glow in his hands. Barrier and knowledge gathering absorb units of knowledge power. The man who had been held captive before couldn't use his skill. It was over too quickly. His ability had just been stolen from him. He was still in captivity and could do nothing. He didn't realize anything. The bullet was now flying straight towards him, and there were only a few seconds left before it would collide with his body. A few seconds later, the man felt a powerful blow to his face. It felt like a brick had hit him in the face. His head began to darken, and he felt the force leaving him at a rapid rate. His eyes were closing, and it began to darken in front of them. The boy had succeeded. His rival, who had just appeared in front of him, reported that he had killed Bai Shuthao. The man flew a few meters and fell somewhere very far away. The last gasp of his opponent was heard. It was over. The boy had won. All the more reason to stay alive. Within seconds, he approached the place of his death and took the orb with his energy. Well, he had collected it. Now he had to move on. The boy was running. He didn't know where he was going. Let's move on. He slowly began to speed up, approaching the edge of the abyss. He had to jump and activate the dragon to catch him. After running a few more meters, the guy approached the edge of the cliff and jumped me. He called out to the dragon to catch him. The guy was flying and saw an island start to appear. It was his number one. The dragon reacted in time and gave him protection, Earth. Now, he would be relatively safe. All that remained was to fend off those pesky insects that were already chasing him for all his strength. The boy slowed down and equalized his breathing. He turned his head and saw how this whole pack that was just a few centimeters away had stopped. Now, it had stopped chasing him. The guy looked at it with wonder. Why would that be? Why did they stop? The guy looked at them in surprise. Had they stopped? So they couldn't leave the target area? Interesting, now that explained everything. In that case, he's relatively safe now. We need to stay here for a while until these things leave. He stopped and saw something. The air began to vibrate. Something was coming towards him. Some incomprehensible sound wave that was ready to wipe out everything in its path. It was dangerous. The guy realized he was in extreme danger now. He swung his katana to defend himself. A bright flash of light pierced the space and immediately flew forward. Something large and very heavy landed next to him. He literally felt that rumble and that overwhelming force. The king of this place landed in front of him. He was truly terrifying in his current appearance. He looked like a large mechanical bird that stood on two legs. Behind his back, he had huge mechanical wings. His entire body was covered in fur. A rumbling sound was heard, and everything around him began to shake. The boy stood and looked at the island that was a few hundred meters away from him. He was ready for the king to attack him. No, he realized that if he fought with this king one-on-one, he would surely lose. He was scared that something irreparable was about to happen. He opened his mouth. The guy couldn't believe that the king was standing right in front of him in his true form. Now he was resigned to the fact that he would have to die if he didn't do anything, but the roll would just destroy him with a single wave of his hand. It was an incredibly terrifying sight. The king had shortened the distance in 1 second and was standing only a few meters away from him. There was such energy radiating from him that the boy shuddered. It seemed to him that the very presence of this king could destroy him in a split second. However, nothing was happening. Everything was normal. It seemed the king wasn't going to attack the boy. But why? He looked at him closely. Why didn't he attack him like the last one? Is he really confined to a single territory? He watched as the king turned his back on him and walked in the opposite direction deep into his territory. He didn't seem intent on attacking the boy. But why? The rest of his minions buzzed and continued to stare at the boy with their stingers out in front of them. The guy looked at him for a couple more seconds, then drew his gun. Is he leaving already? But no one told him to. He ordered the architect to cancel the ability cooldown, enhancement status blessing of all characteristics. Shit. The guy decided to unleash all his power on him to finish the thing off in one blow. The king stopped. He was trapped and couldn't move for a while. The guy felt that even if he was in his own territory, still the king was falling under his attack radius. Fuck him, just for a second is already victory. A triumphant smile appeared on his face, and he could restrain this thing indefinitely. The only thing left to do was to attack until it died. So the king was basically at a disadvantage. The guy pulled the trigger, and a shot rang out. He was a few steps away from his target. A shot rang out. The bullet burst from the muzzle of the gun, and with great speed began to approach the king, who could not move to his regret. It was moving so fast, but it still wasn't enough. The king noticed it because its speed of movement was much faster even than the flight of the bullet. The king suddenly broke this captivity. The king's unified territory ability was activated. The captivity ability was cancelled. The king had broken the bonds and was now free. He easily dodged the bullet that whizzed by a few centimeters away from him. This was a turn of events the guy definitely didn't expect. Could he use the architect? The guy was even a little scared. It was unexpected because King Takumi would be able to defeat him in a fraction of a second. He would only need to shorten the distance. They stood opposite each other and prepared to shoot. It was clear that they were going to fight, and the boy doubted that he would be able to defeat the king. Their islands were at an extremely close range. It was worth closing the gap, and then the king could easily defeat him. The monster flapped its wings, dispersing the clouds. It was incredibly powerful. In addition, it had several hundred or maybe even thousands of these creatures at its command. They buzzed around him and prepared to attack. The king pushed off the ground and soared into the air at an incredible speed. It was a speed that could not be grasped by the human eye. The boy stood and waited patiently for him. He knew how strong this king was, and what awaited him if he shortened the distance and tried to attack him head-on. Bad enough. Even worse was the fact that it seemed that the monsters could also use the architect in their territory. Now that was already an indication that the king was much stronger. A notification appeared. He had left the king's territory, and the king had also lost interest in him. Okay, that's good. Hey, the guy sat down in his seat because of the architect's power that the monsters can suddenly use. He couldn't kill the king with a shot like he planned. This was bad. Problems were piling up with every second. The boy sat and pondered how he could still defeat this creature if he kept hiding from it like this. Oh, what a bummer. This is bad. It's getting too hard to kill the owner of the territory. If the king keeps hiding from him, the boy just won't be able to do anything. This is bad. Time is running out and he doesn't have much of it. He looked at his hand and assessed his chances. If someone's island collides with the king's territory and disables the architect, that would be great. Then he could easily get there, and together with that person, defeat the king. Is it possible to transfer computing power with the same architect, and then take away the ability to use the ability? The kid's thinking. So, he'd have to find someone to do it with. However, he had fewer and fewer allies, and this one sucked. Everyone here was his enemy, and the standoff to his own team was monstrously huge. Distance prevented them from meeting. Bai stood in his territory and was furious. He was very far away from his target, and now getting to him was extremely problematic. The man was so furious that he was ready to smash everything around him. He stomped his feet on the ground and screamed. He was about to burst with rage. He failed a second time. It was unthinkable. He couldn't afford it. Suddenly he got a private message. His boss told him to calm down and not to embarrass himself in front of the other players. The man tried to cool down, he clenched his teeth and tried to come to his senses. Okay, this was a second thing. He knew it all perfectly well, but he was still furious that he had lost so shamefully to this newcomer. He opened a broadcast chat room where discussions about his defeat were already underway. The man told them to forgive him. He got a little angry. He would turn off the broadcast until he met the newcomer again. The head of the tower replied that he had done well anyway. Did a pretty good job. The head of the asylum replied that he was grateful he could give him a watch on it. The man sat down on his throne and began to consider his next plan of action. What a freak! He would find him, and then they would meet nose to nose. He would avenge his defeat. Asshole! It's only important to use it wisely. The man looked up. His personal messages came to him again. This time he was dead, but he had everything under control and would not let his chapter down. Chaotic Enhancement Blessing. For every monster he kills, he will gain 1 unit of Chaotic Enhancement status until he collects units. Each unit grants plus to all stats. Once he reaches units of reinforcement, he will receive the title of Leader. The title of Leader grants the ability to resurrect 1 slain monster. The number of uses is Note. This ability does not work on the king. Chaotic Reinforcement allows them to fight the king, and if they win, they will receive the title King. This title grants a chaotic aura of fear. Health Knowledge, 4 maximum weight plus 2. After gaining the title of King, he becomes the owner of a single territory. Just gaining the title of Leader is gone. Note: once he begins to accumulate chaotic enhancement, it will be impossible to leave the single territory. Bai opened his broadcast and started writing in the chat. The man said that he stole the title from those monsters and it's amazing that they have such a strong buff. Dean replied that it's wonderful. If he becomes king, they will have a huge advantage. The man sighed heavily. Only he wouldn't leave the unified territory until he gained the required number of stacks. Only after obtaining the title of king would he be able to cross it. He sat on his throne and corresponded. They have a bit of a problem. He can't handle that many monsters. It's easy with singles, but with a group, it becomes difficult. It's the weakening of this world that's affecting him. He is silent about the fact that his abilities are clearly not suited for fighting multiple opponents. He turned to the head and said that how good it is to have him on his side. He will just hand him over and help him with the monsters and they will be invincible. The head replied that let him try to team up with this newcomer again, then they will see if they can agree this time. The man thought about it. It was a difficult task to find this newcomer again, and to team up with him. They had fought each other so recently, it would be extremely difficult. However, it was worth a try. He sent a message to the newcomer who was within range. The guy was sitting in his seat thinking about his plan of action. Suddenly, a message sounded. It was Bai. The guy opened the message. He got a private message. The man said the boy is very strong. Honestly, he doesn't think either of them can defeat the king alone. But if they team up, the man is sure things will get better. The boy smiled. This type wanted something from him after all. It was obvious. He really needed to work together to defeat him, but he couldn't just agree, could he? He sent a message with a condition. Okay, he agrees, but on one condition. He will go no further than his island and only help the architect. Let the man bring him to the edge of the United Territory so he can bless it. As soon as he read that message, he was furious. So he's going to reinforce while he fights an entire army? He's better at close combat. So why should he be the only one to fight? Is he fucking nuts? The man tried to pull himself together. Although I am not a guy will attack before they defeat the king. That's why he trusted him with his life. Obviously, the action will be afterward. But he no longer expects to have gotten the title of leader, so he will be able to confront him. All he has to do is play dead and wait for him to finish off the king. The guy kept thinking. Something he agreed too quickly. There's obviously some hidden scheme in this. Okay, we'll have to wait for now. Isn't he afraid he'll die right after they deal with the king? He immediately answered his companion and asked, "There is a problem. What will they do about the king's architect?" The man looked and replied that he would bump his island off the single territory and block the king's architect, so don't let him worry. The man smiled. When the chaos amplification starts to accumulate, it will become part of the unified territory one time. The boy continued to sit in his seat and thought somehow he had agreed too quickly. It looked suspicious to say the least. He was up to something. It was worth a little closer look. Yes, he only made one condition in the whole conversation. Before the battle with the king, practice on simple monsters. He really wants to practice? Well, he needs him to shut down the architect anyway. He'll take care of the rest and it doesn't matter. K, as long as he's in this zone, he's invincible, so there's nothing to worry about yet. Even if he's up to something, he won't succeed. Okay, they're agreed on that. The boy moved his island closer to the area and prepared for a long-term battle. It would be difficult, but they could handle it. After all, he was basically not alone anymore, so something could be tried. The island was only a few dozen meters away. The boy stopped. He bounced off his island and in one great leap moved into the king's territory. He waited for his forced ally. Bai came in astonishingly fast. He easily descended to the ground. He still had the same snide smile on his face. It was obvious that this guy was up to something. But that wasn't the main problem right now. Their main target was the king. When they could defeat him, then he would deal with his opponent. Liu stood across from him and smiled. He was prepared for any outcome, of course. This man wouldn't leave him alone just like that, so one must be ready to fight another opponent. They stood opposite each other. The boy laughed. He had come at last. He had already been waiting. Bai replied that the boy had made the right choice. You could feel the slyness in his voice. Naturally, he was up to something. The man looked at him and smiled. He said he was sure they could make friends after all. Yes, of course he was lying. He had a plan, except now the main thing was to get this kid to trust him. The man jumped from his seat and rushed off into the distance. He probably decided to draw the king toward them. The boy stood and watched him. He hoped inwardly that everything would happen as it should, but there was a sneaky worm of doubt in his mind. He thought that just in case he wouldn't kill of those things with him. We need to get the king into the fusion zone where the architect stops working. Only then, and only then, can they defeat him without much damage. Bai kept moving to his forced training, which he is using as a cover for his own main plan. He specifically asked the boy to kill monsters. No big deal if he suddenly decided to finish beforehand. To become the leader, you need to kill 100 monsters. He will accomplish that and then wait for the king to die and take the title. That's just great. With it, he will take control of all the monsters in a single territory and change the rules after the battle, and then he'll deal with that boy for good. He was approaching the pack of monsters and had already prepared to pound them into corpse to train. The man had no trouble fighting them, for they were much weaker, and that made him an excellent hunter at this moment. Liu took a small leap and entered the king's territory. Immediately, he was notified that the king was interested in him because he had entered his territory, so now he would have to fight him if anything happened. However, he couldn't attract his attention now. That was all that was needed. The boy looked around. Silence reigned here. So far, everything was quiet, however, this silence was deceiving. He could hear his allies somewhere far away fighting monsters to build up enough energy. The boy was still wary. He knew he couldn't trust anyone right now. Bai continued to fight. He destroyed the monsters one by one. It was no problem for him because he was an experienced hunter, and these monsters were weak compared to him. At this rate, he would stall for as long as he needed. The boy stood there all this time, quietly observing what was happening. He couldn't hurry. He would just sit and watch and take precautions if necessary. This guy was not to be trusted, especially considering how sneaky he'd been last time. There was a reason for all this. In minutes, monsters were killed. In addition, the king's attention to their characters increased too, indicating that he would soon come out to check what was going on in his territory. There was a rumbling sound, someone's heavy footsteps approaching. It was undoubtedly the king. He was angry that someone had snuck into his territory again. The king was ready to tear them apart. For now, however, he just stood on a small ledge and watched as one man fought his army below. The king just continued to stand on his mountain and watch their every action. So far, he had no particular interest in them. Much less was he going to attack. He was just observing what was happening on his island. Bai at this time kept destroying monsters just by whole packs. He wouldn't lie. Cooperating with this kid is pretty cool and effective. Huge battle power at a distance, super strong, healing and boosting all stats. This was simply unbelievable. The man was over the moon. He continued to destroy the monsters that approached him in droves. However, They were not a particular problem for him since his characteristics have been increased almost to the limit. As the boy sits on his territory, he has an architect, but he has no cooldown, which makes it easier to grind. The man ran towards another crowd of monsters waving his weapon. They are simply invincible together. In fact, he was even sad that this newcomer was his enemy and not his comrade. With such strength he could do anything. But unfortunately, they are now on opposite sides. Suddenly, during his next jump, he felt a powerful blow to his side. It was the king. His patience had reached its limit after all, and he decided to intervene. A huge mechanical king literally swooped down on the man and hit him with such force that everything inside of him stirred. He didn't even have time to say anything. I started spinning around and his body weakened in a second. Foam came out of his mouth. The blow was so strong that the man was ready to pass out now at that moment. From such a powerful blow, he flew off a few dozen meters and began to push off the ground like a toy. The king was incredibly strong. With a blow, he was able to send the man into such a long flight that it was almost impossible to stop. After flying a few more meters, the man stopped after all. His whole body began to ache from the unbearable impact. Was this the king? How did he get here? The man was frightened. How was this even possible? If this king starts a fight with him, it's even if he had all his stats increased, he wouldn't be able to handle him. Of course, he didn't expect to meet this king. He couldn't manage without the kid's help. He was kneeling right in front of the king, which looked rather ironic. The king was much taller, much stronger and larger than the man. He was incredibly huge. He was over several stories tall. There was such a strong aura emanating from him that even the mere sight of him made one feel sick. The man realized that he had to get out of here as soon as possible, or the king would flatten him. He pushed himself off the ground and flew far away. He had to shorten the distance as soon as possible, otherwise he would be crushed here. It was almost impossible to escape from it, yet the man tried his best. He had less than half of his health left after being hit like that. If it wasn't for the character enhancement, he would have definitely died by now. The man tried to distance himself from the king with huge leaps, but he was so huge that he would only take one small step and catch up with his victim. We need to run as fast as we can. The man pushed himself off the ground. There was a bright light in front of him. He looked straight up and tried to get away from there as fast and as far as possible so that this thing couldn't catch up with him. Somehow he had to buy time. The guy pushed off another rock and flew forward. Number one was only a few meters away, and it would be easier for him there. It was basically a relatively safe area to feel good about himself there. In a few seconds he found himself on the island, and Liu was waiting for him there. The man was breathing hard, trying to catch his breath. What he saw, who he met, struck him in the heart. The man could not come to his senses. His whole mind was gripped by terror as he realized that the king was too close. He shouted for Liu to quickly return to his territory immediately. There was real, genuine terror on his face. The king had attacked them. The king had found them, and now he was moving right towards them. They were now in monstrous danger. The boy still didn't immediately understand everything and looked at his frightened comrade. If he was telling the truth, then they were in great danger. Out the king would get them. It was here they were at a complete disadvantage. He will crush them literally with the mere sight of them. Immediately, his ally bounced off the ground and flew somewhere far away, saying in parting that may the boy remember to restore him to health. The boy nodded his head. After flying a few meters, the boy stopped. The king himself stood before them. He was truly a monster. The boy reached out his hand to leap towards his ally. However, it was too late. The distance between him and the king was rapidly shrinking. At this moment, the man realized that he had made a monstrous mistake. It was impossible to bring the king here. Now, he wouldn't be able to kill other monsters, but there was no way for him to get rid of it no matter what he did. And his health after the second blow was almost at zero. He was almost at death's door. If the king hit him even one more time, this man would die instantly. Suddenly, he felt a surge of strength. It was a blessing. The man didn't even immediately realize what had happened. His body was overflowing with energy. It was a blessing of all characteristics. All of his strength had increased by points. He stood some distance away from the boy and heard his voice. The boy said, "Since the king has come here to them on his own, this needs to be dealt with once and for all." The man still stood and looked in the boy's direction. Liu had a grimace of horror on his face as he shouted with all his might that he had cast a blessing on him, thus increasing all of his stats by units. This should have helped him, but it was doubtful that such a meager increase would be able to solve the situation, as this king was simply monstrously strong. Bai stood right in front of the king. He could clearly see how much this monster surpassed him not only in size but also in strength. He tried to reach for his weapon, but the king started to move. Even the earth started to vibrate from his movements. This power was simply incomparable. The king leaped at him, and in one great leap shortening the monstrous distance, the monster swung his fist and prepared to strike his victim with one blow, crushing him to ashes. The man drew his stick and tried to defend himself, though it was doubtful whether such a weapon could do him any good. But he couldn't just give up. He held his weapon. We must destroy him together. He thinks with the support of the newcomer he can do it, except he won't get the title of king. Well, that's not the most important thing right now. They just want to survive. The king flew at him, and the man thought, will this newcomer let him live after they defeat the king? Something seems fishy to him. It can't be that simple. He took his side, and now he's helping him. He opened the group chat to ask the leader for advice on what to do. He was in a completely hopeless position. The king was coming at him, and in a couple of blows he could have crushed him to dust. He wrote a message, "Leader, what should I do?" He got an immediate reply. Too bad, he shouldn't have brought the king here, but okay, let's not talk about that. There's only two ways to do this. Either let her deal with the rest of the monsters before killing the king, or let the newcomer kill him and then get the title. Let him decide. The man replied that he has no choice without healing this rookie. He won't survive even one hit from the king, so there is no point in trying to defeat the monsters. It's just pointless suicide. The warden replied that there was no choice but to continue working with this rookie. Bai realized that he basically had few options. He shouted to the boy that we need to kill the king. We need to work together. The boy nodded his head in agreement. They basically didn't have that many options. We need to destroy this thing before it destroys them. He opened a private message and wrote, he has a plan. He has made up his mind. He has of computing power left. That's enough for the rebirth. Even if he dies, he can return to the leader and pass on the reinforcement. And afterward, they'll come here together and receive the title of king. That's a wonderful plan. He continued to stare at the king, who was already a few meters away from him and was preparing to kill him. However, suddenly, something happened that he had not expected in any way. Suddenly, lines of fire started to appear, which were the marks of the blows, this damage. The man was speechless at what he saw. He didn't expect that the king could be damaged by anyone. Goosebumps ran down his back. How strong this man must be. The man even opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect anyone to be able to deal such damage to the king. If it was a newcomer, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. Goosebumps ran down his back. The king tried to stand on his feet, but he was getting worse and worse. His legs were no longer holding him up. He slid backwards and tried to stand, but the pressure he felt was much stronger. The boy arrived just in time and used his shark to block the creature's movement. The king was immobilized for a short time, which would have given him a chance to do damage, or at least escape. But the man in front of him didn't even move. He was so paralyzed by fear that he couldn't move a finger. However, the king couldn't. He was trapped closed. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move forward towards his victim. The man stood in front of him and tried to come to his senses. He didn't realize how much power he had to possess to make the king stop. He could feel the power coming from this thing. The king tried to get out, but he could not. Suddenly there was his roar. The king was furious. Someone had broken into his territory and was now confronting him. He was ready to destroy anyone who got in his way. He was menacingly huge. His power was disproportionate, and even now someone had managed to block him. The man turned his head and saw on his glasses, who was standing a few meters away from him and aiming at the king with an ordinary pistol. How could that be possible? The boy had told him that the role could escape at any moment with the help of the architect. Let the man deal with him immediately. Quickly, let him take down the architect of his territory. There was nothing to do. Bai was obligated to do something. The man thrust his arm forward and summoned his island to crash into the area and prevent the architect from activating. The island, a short distance away from them, began to move forward, gradually increasing in speed. He had to get there in time. or the king would be able to get out of his trap, and they wouldn't be able to defeat him even if they tried hard enough. The island was approaching faster and faster. There were only a few hundred meters between them, which were shrinking rapidly. One more second and the island would crash into the area, and then they would have any chance of defeating the architect. Bai was furious. What a shame after all. He's just a pathetic assistant, but without him, the king will flee. He wanted to be the protagonist, but he was beaten, and by who? Just a newcomer. The man was furious and angry with himself. Suddenly he opened his eyes and shouted, "White on white!" The man jerked as if something irreparable had happened. The island was getting closer and closer to them, only seconds away from impact. We'd have to get somewhere safe so they wouldn't all die from the big blast wave. Liu looked up and saw the island approaching them. Okay, it's going to happen now. They just need to get their timing right. Only then can they win and finally kill the fucking king. Then they'll be able to get out of this goddamn place after all. A wicked smile appeared on the boy's face. He could win after all. Architect. With only a few seconds left, the boy imposed the captivity again. Bai was almost at the limit of his strength. He held on as best he could and tried to pull the island even closer. He could win. The man couldn't lose. He would be ashamed of himself. Len continued to restrain the king. He couldn't move. The guys only had a few seconds left to finish this thing off. They were practically at their limit. There was no margin for error. They felt, both of them, that if it didn't hold out, they would die, here and now. The king couldn't move. They still had a few more seconds. The monster tensed up. He was furious that some two brats were able to immobilize him. This was unthinkable. He looked at his prey through his helmet and tensed his body. He wanted to get out and free his body. The king managed to break free after all. He pressed down on the ground with such force that the island beneath his feet began to crack. It was about to fall apart. If that happens, absolutely everyone will die. The king still managed to break free and ran straight at the boy, who was standing still. He took aim at the king and was ready to shoot. The king was rapidly reducing the distance. A few dozen meters more, and he would crush this boy. He came dangerously close to it, and there was a tremendous explosion. The flash illuminated the entire neighborhood, and you had to close your eyes to avoid being blinded. The king ran. He didn't care that he was being hit by a shell. He wanted to crush that bug in a second. Liu everything calculated. The boy shot straight at the king's chest, and the powerful blast ripped through his body. It pierced literally through him, and now the king was defeated. He wouldn't be able to resist such an onslaught because he couldn't use the architect. Now his body was defenseless. Even in his own territory, he had managed to die. The boy looked at the defeated enemy with a triumphant look. He kept his gun in his hands, ready to fire at any moment if the king wasn't dead yet. They did it. There was a triumphant smile on the boy's face. King, he fell to the ground. His legs were no longer able to support such a heavy body. He fell into the ground with such force that he broke off part of it. Rocks rose into the air. The king was on his knees for the first time in his life. He still couldn't handle his opponents. The monster was breathing heavily. His heavy breathing could be heard very far away. He was still so formidable that, even in such a state, he inspired terror. They kept thinking that the king was about to rise, and then he would attack again. Bai looked at him with crazy eyes. He still couldn't believe they had succeeded. Was it possible for me to defeat this king? The man stood in his seat, trembling with fear. He still had fresh memories of the king running at him headlong. The man had thought then that he would not survive. However, it seemed to be over. Did the newcomer really need him just to break the barrier? That's all. A smile appeared on his face, but it was him who needed to finish the king. To get his power, then he will get the title, and everything will be fine. He will win, and he will easily destroy this kid. He looked in the direction where his partner was standing, his eyes glittering with madness. He wanted to immediately rush at the king and destroy him by getting his title. However, something prevented him from doing so. He looked in the direction where the boy stood. Liu looked at him with the same calm gaze. The boy clenched his fists, so aware that this man could not be trusted, he waited to see who would attack first. The man seemed dumbfounded. There was a voice. "Number 1. Thank you for your help." Now he's giving the man a chance to leave, to tell him why he killed the monsters. If the answer satisfies him, that's just the way it is. He'll let everyone leave. The man tensed up. Things were about to happen that he never expected. He stood where he was and tried to gather his thoughts. He wanted to destroy the king now and here to finally get the coveted title. His hands were shaking as he prepared for the final throw. He made a great leap forward towards the king to finally finish him off. The man was determined. He wanted to get the king's title for what it was worth. He approached a few meters forward, rapidly closing the distance. He was only a few meters away from the king, already bringing his katana over his head to cut it off and take the title in one blow. His hands were trembling and his heart was beating at an incredible rate. There was only one thought in my mind: just kill the king. The rest won't matter. When he gets the title, he'll be incredibly strong. His blade came so close that there were only a few centimeters between it and the neck and the king. All that was needed was a final tug, and now he would get his power. Was it really that close? The man couldn't believe his happiness. However, at the last moment he was shackled. The man froze in place. He couldn't move, just a tiny bit short, just a little bit. And now he's shackled, and now he won't be able to get his powers. A smile appeared on my face. Okay, if this guy is so annoying that he wants to know the truth, he'll tell you everything. A smile appeared on the man's face. Okay, he's got nothing left to lose anyway. He's a prisoner now. He needs to be as calm as possible. He began his story. Anger was boiling in the boy's chest. Of course he realized that this man was lying to him, but he was still a little offended. He furrowed his eyebrows and seemed to be as determined as possible. The boy listened attentively. The man didn't say a word. All he could do was cry out. A gunshot rang out and a huge hole appeared in his chest, piercing through him. The guy fired faster than the man could say anything. A message immediately popped up in front of him. The boy had killed the player. All available characteristics went to him. Liu stood, pointing his gun at him. Enough, of course, it was clear to him that this was by no means out of good intentions or any desire to help, which meant let him die. The guy stood there for a few seconds looking at his victim, who slowly vanished into thin air without letting go of the gun. Immediately, obeying the message, the boy opened the tablet and saw that the message announced that he had killed the owner of the single territory king. The guy looked away. A smile appeared on his face. He was incredibly pleased that he had managed to adoble such a powerful creature. Of course, he shouldn't have trusted this man who for some reason started to cooperate with him. Of course, he had a hidden agenda, but that didn't matter now. He looked at the territory that had once belonged to the king. The island was intact. Even after the king's death, his territory hadn't been destroyed. Strange, on the other hand, that was even a plus. The boy looked up in front of him. His gaze was cold and wary. Apparently, he would have to destroy the legendary tree to get the computational power after all. He didn't know yet if he would have enough computational power to raise his territory to the 3rd level. Suddenly, the dragon's voice sounded. Before destroying the legendary tree, he advises him to use soul subjugation on those monsters. The dragon said it seems like the guy should be surprised by it. Liu looked to the side with a surprised look. Surprised? You can't express yourself more precisely, the dragon repeated. There was no time to explain. If he didn't hurry, the king would be reborn and there would be nothing to be surprised about. We must hurry. The dragon was already by the boy's side and looked with the same wary gaze at the king, who was still dead for now. The boy looked at him, and with a surprised look, the monsters that can revive sign, the dragon nodded his head as if it was all right, of course, just in a slightly different way. The boy nodded his head and pushed himself off the ground and flew forward. But first he must take the chance to destroy Bai's territory. It would have to be done first to get it. Gotta get rid of him once and for all, or this guy won't give him a quiet life. The guy flew up to his territory and landed. It was still quiet for now. Otherwise, this man could take them by surprise and take all the power, and that was unacceptable. The events had moved to the rebirth zone of Mu City. Bai stood in the center of a huge circle that flooded the entire space with light. The man couldn't move. He still didn't understand what had just happened to him. There was an expression of genuine surprise on his face. Did he really die again? Again? Why did this even happen? The man was terrified. Now, he had lost almost all of his power. It was a complete surprise to him that he had not revived on his own territory. Why not? You still had of your processing power left. A notice appeared which stated that because his guardian membrane had less than units of processing power, he could not be revived in the private territory of the white color. He is permanently dead. The poor guy clutched his head and screamed. He couldn't believe that he was dead. Just like that, a rookie was able to defeat him, and so shamefully. He immediately went to his private messages. The man began to apologize to his master. He had blundered. Dean swore and said he lost parry. Let the guy not worry. There's nothing wrong with losing. But since it happened, let him try to look for something about this new guy in the real world. He's strong in the game. It's hard for them to match him. So let's see what can be done in the real world. The man nodded his head in understanding. At this time, the guy was standing near the wreckage of the island. There was a small pile of computational power, which he immediately picked up and stuffed into his pocket. Processing power. Pretty small, but it was all there was. The guy stood on one of the debris and tried to dodge the others that were flying everywhere. It has stretched its tentacles to gather computing power. Only, that's a bit small. The processing power from the destroyed territory is too small. He can't be revived with less than, so it makes sense. He's completely dead. Liu started smiling. This guy is probably already in the revival zone in the city. That must be his shame. Now it's clear why the white color doesn't belong to anyone. Its owner is dead. Anyway, that's taken care of, so we can move on. We need to use soul subjugation on the monsters, on the advice of the dragon, and see what happens, and it should work. Soon he returned to the land where the king used to rule. It was a large island with a huge tree on it. There were various creatures flying everywhere, though they seemed to be dead already. Their lifeless bodies were lying everywhere. It was as if someone had torn them apart. In the back of the cave, the same mess reigned. There were bodies of torn insects everywhere. It seems that the guy had gone wild, and now there was nothing left of them alive. What's going on? They don't want to obey. They just die. Just some useless creatures. The guy walked into the depths of the cave, but there was the same picture. Nothing changed. Monsters did not want to obey. They just died under the onslaught of the protagonist, who has already become incredibly strong. However, these monsters were still just as useless. The guy looked in front of him. He had listened to the dragon. He had done exactly as he was told. However, no matter how he tried to subdue these monsters, it was useless. They're all black and red, but either it just didn't work or they resisted. There was such a high probability of dying that they self-destructed. So much they don't want to obey the begging sign is strange. Somehow it was all very unusual. Soon, entering yet another island, he saw a huge tree that towered above the rest of the world. It was the legendary tree of the unified territory. In pursuit of these creatures, he had suddenly found himself in the center of the island and now stood before its heart. In principle, one could destroy it and gather computing power, but that would be too dangerous. The guy even thought about it. After all. If he destroyed this tree now, it would just get an unimaginable amount of computing power. It would help him in the future. He immersed himself in this thought. It was a very funny and tempting thought. Basically, after that, he could become the strongest in this world. Then what? He continued to stand there pondering, still hesitating to make a final decision. It was as if something was stopping him. On the one hand, destroying the tree would be a simple task, but on the other hand, what would he do afterwards? All of these islands, which by the way are quite a few, are adjacent to this single territory, perhaps the center of the entire second level of the world beyond. Now that he doesn't have someone to help him remove the barriers, he can hardly safely change architects and win. This place may be the only source of computing power on the entire level. If he destroys it, it will be extremely fucked up. After destroying the legendary tree, he won't have enough power to improve number one. He'll be trapped. The guy started frantically going through all the possible scenarios in his head, but as luck would have it, none of them just didn't fit. Destroy the tree. Then he wouldn't be able to get energy. Because of Bai Xiao, he didn't think much about that battle. He remembered that the blacks attacked the whites and took away their computing power. There's a reason these things are trying to enslave each other instead of killing each other. Exactly. He finally got it. The guy had figured out the clue was closer than he thought. If there's a way to get computing power, it must have something to do with these things. Maybe they are just an endless source of getting that power. On the other hand, they are dwelling here, so their nest though it is nearby. He stood there, immersed in these thoughts, and suddenly, a small bird started circling near him. Or rather, it was the same creature, but it looked quite harmless. It was white, and it didn't seem to show any aggression. On the contrary, it was even cute. The boy began to follow the bird with his eyes, though it didn't seem to be showing any hostility. On the other hand, he would have to be careful. There might still be some that showed hostility towards him. The boy took a closer look. The bird stopped right next to him and hovered in the air. It had a rather sweet expression on its face, if I may say so. It was flying near the boy and seemed to be showing him some sympathy, and she looked quite inoffensive. As a matter of fact, after killing the king, he got one notice in it saying he killed the king of the island, the black ratio worsened by the white ratio and improved by. That's pretty good. The bird circled around him and wouldn't leave his side. That's why this animal isn't aggressive? That's funny. The dragon didn't specify what color Yuan should be. Maybe he can subdue this one. Well, it's whether it works or not. Subjugation of the soul. The boy applied the subjugation, and immediately a notification popped up. This creature now belongs to the boy. Let him give it a name. With the characteristics, it was number level dangerous. Characteristics: attack, power, defense, resistance, intelligence, perception, health abilities, thick power, incarnation. Blood rush, group ability, advanced chaos. Pretty good. Now he has something like this at his disposal. It might come in handy in the future. The next info box said when he kills this creature, he gains a level of advanced chaos. The maximum level is 100th. Each level of advanced chaos increases stats by. When he reaches level, he will gain leader. Note: the ability does not work on the king. As a leader, he can fight the king and defeat him. He will receive the title of king. Chaotic aura of fear is given when he gains this title. Health ID power 4, maximum weight +2. Note, there is currently no king in the unified territory. As soon as he gains the title leader, he will immediately become king. With the title of king, he will become the sole owner of the unified territory. After receiving the title of king, the status of leader disappears. Seeing this, the guy opened his mouth in surprise. What a surprise! This is what the dragon was talking about? That's just great. Now he has an army of such beasts at his command. It's unbelievable. If this keeps up, it won't be hard to get out of here. The beast sat on his arm and began to look straight into his eyes. If he becomes king, this entire unified territory will be in his power, right? By obtaining such a huge island, he would be able to easily find a way to mine a huge amount of computing power. This gave him strength and confidence. Are things really getting better? Things were finally going the right way. That's just great. That's great news. In front of him, the notice asking him to name this creature number was still glowing. A guy, so he'll be called Xiao Bai. Simple, but perfect for him. The next notification appeared. The name has been changed. We need to hurry up and get the advanced chaos reinforcement as soon as possible. Otherwise, some other monster will want to become the king and it will be very difficult to find him. By the way, the person he fought with could change statuses, so he also wanted to become the leader. So he had to kill those things. Just a little bit more and he would have become the master of a single territory. But now Liu is the ruler of this territory. That's just great, isn't it? The boy looked at his possessions and moved to the outskirts. Gunshots could be heard everywhere. Something was going on here. The boy had decided to have a black creature hunt to increase his power. Now, with his current strength, it was no problem for him. There were a whole bunch of them, and the guy pointed his gun at them. They buzzed around, making nasty noises. Well, now all that was left was to kill them all. Then he would gather computing power and become the strongest here. He was standing somewhere in the bushes in a convenient position to easily shoot monsters from afar, and the guy's processing power had specifically increased, so there was nothing to worry about for now. A shot rang out, and one of those things literally crumbled before his eyes. The shots killed them one by one, enough force to kill one creature with a single shot. After the shot was fired, the beast fell to the ground dead. Well, at this rate, he could easily take them out. All that was left was to finish off the others and it would be done. He ordered his new pet to go on the attack. A small white blob of energy flew past him. It was Xiao. The monster flew at such a speed that it was hard to catch with his eyes. He felt something very small but very strong flying near his face. As soon as the black monster fell to the ground, Xiao immediately chopped it in half in one fell swoop. Although this monster was small, but its strength was unbelievable. After that, a notification appeared. He had killed monster number blood jerk level +1 chaos level +1. Considering how many of them he had already killed, The other monsters must have noticed the threat and turned their gaze toward the boy who had been hiding from them in the bushes all this time. There was a buzzing sound and the vile noises that these creatures kept making. The monsters turned with their entire pack and easily found the boy. Now they directed all their anger right at him. The boy saw that the whole pack was now facing them. He could only hope that the monsters would attack them all at once. However, the hopes were not fulfilled. The monsters looked at them, and as soon as the boy came into their field of vision, their eyes lit up red. This naturally did not bode well. They immediately buzzed and headed towards them with the intent of tearing them to shreds this minute. The sight was threatening to say the least. The guy realized that things were bad and quickly pushed off the ground and started to increase the distance. If these things got to him, it would be bad. He wouldn't be able to handle them alone, and Xiao would, but not enough to handle a whole bunch of them. Shit, that was wrong. The guy called his pet closer and ordered him to run away from here. They ran as hard as they could, and the monsters rushed right behind them with their entire huge pack. The boys could hear a buzzing and crackling sound coming from behind them. It was terrifying. If the monsters caught up with them, they would be in trouble for sure. Something was definitely wrong here. Where did they come from? The boy didn't understand. Why were there so many of them? He ran as far away as he could, but the monsters had no intention of retreating. They wanted to catch up with their prey and kill him. The strange thing was that before these critters were fighting each other, but now they decided to team up all together against these two exclamation marks. Where did they get such intelligence from? Pretty smart and savvy critters. This sucks. Gotta hurry back to his territory. He can't handle this many critters and... The guy was accelerating harder and harder. He was already exhausted. His pet was flying next to him. His strength was less and less, and the island was relatively far away. If those things caught up with them, it would be the end of them. No, he couldn't let them get to him. Yeah, what the hell is that? The guy looked back and was horrified to see that these things were getting bigger and bigger. There were already so many of them that the entire sky was conditioned by these monsters. There were hundreds, no thousands of them. Where did they come from? There must be a nest somewhere. And there it was, the saving edge of the island. The boy pushed off of it and flew to his territory to be safe at last. The monsters kept buzzing and flew straight for their prey. They weren't going to let him go. After flying a few dozen meters, the guy found himself in his territory, where he was here relatively safe. All that remained was to wait for his little pet. The guy slowed down and watched as the monster approached him. He shouted for Xiao to fly towards him faster. Since there were already monsters approaching him, there were thousands of them. However, the fledgling stopped at the very edge and was unwilling to fly, or rather, he simply couldn't go beyond. The guy was horrified. What the hell is this? There was genuine fear on his face. Couldn't he leave the unified territory? But why? Abolish enslavement. A notification appeared. His advanced chaos enhancement pet has advanced several levels and cannot leave the king's unified territory. Upon seeing this alert, the guy shrieked in surprise. So that's how everything fell into place. This was why the king couldn't leave the island? Okay, but why is he only finding out now? Nobody told him about it. The guy was really terrified. Xiao began to twist his head helplessly. He was very scared because a whole horde of those little buzzing creatures were approaching him and could devour him at any moment. The boy stood in his own territory and tried to help him, but he couldn't. A grimace of horror and rage appeared on his face. You can't let those things hurt the baby. He has to get stronger. He realized that if he didn't intervene now, the baby would die. Those things would just eat him. His heart was clenched with pity. He wanted to destroy all those annoying mosquitoes, but he himself would risk dying in such a case. At that time, the creatures formed a huge cloud, so many that it would be impossible to count them. They were approaching the edge of the abyss where the little boy stood, ready to devour him at that very second. The poor man looked at them and could do nothing. He realized that his death was near. These creatures would be too many to handle alone. His heart, if it could be called that, was enslaved by fear. He just stood still and waited patiently for his fate. Suddenly the boy made the only right decision. He said, let his pet become king. Just as he said that, the whole unthinkable horde of monsters began to fall one by one. As if they had been sprayed with dichlorophos. On the bright side, the little guy was now safe. The monsters began to die by the hundreds. They fell to the ground like rain. The baby was safe, but now it was hardly a baby. Someone's huge paw stepped on the ground with such force that the whole island shook. He recognized those outlines. This was what the king of this place looked like before he defeated him in the Sunday sign, and now the baby was king. He transformed beyond recognition, from a small insect that continued to snake around the guy. He turned into a huge monster covered in metal, fully clad in armor. He sighed. Steam escaped from his mouth, if I may say so. He was terrifying to look at, but it was necessary for him to survive at least a point. He flapped his wings and immediately a whirlwind of air rose up around him. Now, he was the king of this place. The kid had transformed, and now he looked so formidable that no one would dare to get close to him, for he would tear him apart. He had been transformed, and now he could stand up for himself completely. He looked at his former master now. The little guy was king. A window of characteristics appeared. He was originally from the White Chin Yuan, cataclysmic danger level, reward health level plus knowledge power 4 bonus to all characteristics plus 1. Characteristics attack power defense strength dexterity physique, intelligence perception health knowledge power. The characteristics were impressive to say the least, and the kid himself was so transformed that no one would have the guts to approach him. His abilities were also impressive. Increased aura of strength. Exchanges health for resistance when used. 1 unit of health equals 1 unit of resistance. Blood jerk. For every person he kills, he gains 1 blood jerk. Bloody Jerk's current level is, and his health is increased by health. Provocation draws the target's attention, increases the target's damage. Increases the target's damage, decreases the target's perception, causes the target to attack him. Architect grants the ability to change the rules on a single territory passive ability, military progress activation level. As soon as he transformed, all the monsters that wanted to attack him started to fall dead. Some died instantly, some were just unconscious. The rest of the group of monsters continued to float in the air, watching their new king who appeared as suddenly as he disappeared. They froze in place, their small bodies trembling. They looked at their new king with some trepidation and did not dare to attack him. Now they saw that he was many times stronger than them. Even if there were 1 billion of them, he would be able to defeat them without much effort. Then a huge, disproportionate number of the monsters turned around and flew away with some kind of vile buzzing sound into the interior of the island. Now it seemed that they were not threatened. The king had been able to scare the creatures away with his appearance, and now they were scurrying away in a hurry. Zhao glared at them with his formidable gaze. Now he was the ruler of this territory, and not a single living soul would dare to violate him. Liu jumped into the area. He could now feel safe here. The boy ran up to his pet, who was now several dozen times his size. Now he was helping him. He had gained a simply grand ally. The king got down on 1 knee before him. Although he had become the powerful king of this place, he still hadn't forgotten the one who had tamed him and given him a name. Now, this king would accompany him and help him in every way possible. The boy approached it and began to examine it with admiration. A real human shield. With a weapon like that, no one would dare even get close to him. Just what he needed right now. I wonder if he could use it to gather in any part of the unified territory. Apparently not. Too bad he can't get you off this island. On the other hand, he could now use this monster to gather relics for himself. He shrieked and ordered the little guy to go with him. They're going to earn computing power. Soon, they approached the center, where that very tree stood, and had the largest number of these small creatures. Now, they were no threat to them. Just a glance at the king made it clear that they would be dead in a second. Xiao Tu immediately began to exterminate these small, annoying creatures. With a single strike of his huge fist, he literally flattened one of them. The monster only had time to make a final squeak before it gave up its breath. With this kind of power, gathering computational power would be very easy. The guy rejoiced in his heart. The king continued to destroy these little creatures, and the boy noticed something interesting. As soon as he destroyed the black monster, the tree began to glow. But why? Does the legendary tree somehow react to killing these creatures? It's possible because they are the inhabitants of this area. Guy thought about it. When they killed the white monster on the outskirts of this place, the same thing happened. Somehow strange it all seems. Could it have something to do with this? Also, when he became the king of the White Yuan, All the blacks came back here. That's weird too. Do they have some kind of attachment to this place too? The king kept coming here looking for these little creatures to kill. They had already grouped up above and were circling above them. That way they were at least somewhat safe, since the king could destroy at any second. They were still hostile to him, but they wouldn't attack this thing, so as long as he was with the little guy, he had nothing to fear. Xiao put his hand on the tree and felt the tension from it. The monster began to absorb or draw energy from it. He heard a vibration, and even the air here began to be soaked with electrical energy. The king pulled a blob of red energy out of the wood, which transformed into a sphere. A crackling sound was heard. The wood began to vibrate, and the whole space here somehow tensed up. The boy saw the creatures begin to circle around the tree, forming some kind of strange dance. It looked scary and mesmerizing at the same time. He stood and watched. The whole big cave around the tree was filled with an unimaginable crackling sound, and he had to cover his ears to keep from going deaf. The boy looked at all this with a smile. With such a helper as this kid, he would be able to overcome the barrier of this energy in no time and collect exactly as much as he needed. It's a shame he can't take him with him, but what can he do? He has to use what he has at the moment. Xiao got down on one knee in front of him and held before him a sphere of computational power that he had managed to gather from the wood, as well as from those creatures he had killed. The boy stood and gazed at this splendor. Liu accepted the gift. It was a large, warm sphere of energy. As soon as the boy took it in his hands, he immediately felt a surge of energy. It was as if all the energy began to flow through his body. A notification appeared. He had received units of computing power. Please let him hand over his wearable membranes. The boy looked at what he had with a frustrated look, only that's a bit small. In total, he only had units. To move number 1 to the 3rd floor would take computational power and raise the dragon's level to the 20th floor. And now he only has units. That's not enough. We'll have to try and get more. He looked at the king with a serious look, and the kid felt guilty and bowed his head. We can only hope that they can find another way to mine the computing power so that they can still achieve the desired result. Do we have to start killing these things again? No, that's too long. At this rate, they'll be here forever. Xiao looked up as if searching for something. He turned his head in different directions and a crackling sound could be heard. Apparently those things had found them again and were chasing them again. What a nuisance. When would they ever get rid of them? Indeed, she had their heads spinning smaller, several dozen, maybe even hundreds of these little pesky creatures. They should have killed them. With their current power, they could deal with them in one blow. But for some reason, they just stood there and did nothing. The king suddenly tensed up and pushed himself off the ground so hard that a slight vibration went in different directions. He was thinking of something. He approached the tree and struck it with such force that his hand was literally elbow deep in the trunk of the tree. There was a tremendous vibration. Something inside the tree began to break. Something terrible was happening. The birds that had been circling between the trees all this time started to get worried. A crackling sound was heard. They started to scream. It was obvious that they were very worried about something. Xiao continued to keep his hand immersed in the tree trunk. He increased his power and tried to get as much computational power from there as possible, or transfer his point to it. Suddenly, the tree tensed, one movement, and the tree began to vibrate. A second later, splinters like bullets erupted from it and began to hit absolutely all the creatures that surrounded him. The monsters fell one by one. They fell by tens, hundreds, and even thousands. At this rate, they would be able to quickly gain computing power. A few seconds later, almost all the monsters that were flying in the air before were downed, their little bodies lying on the ground and not moving. They were dead instantly. Well, it certainly looked impressive, however. What was this even? Some new way of pharma? The boy looked at his pet in surprise. What was he even doing? There was an expression of extreme surprise on his face. The boy didn't understand anything, and was it necessary to understand something or not? The tree was starting to heat up. It felt like energy was spreading through every branch. It was starting to turn red, to the point where it looked like it was about to burst into flames. The sight was a little scary. What had he done? Was this going to destroy the tree? Looking from the outside, the tree began to glow. It was completely red in color, and it was about to burst into flames. All the energy that was in the tree gathered in one place where the king's hand was. It was as if the tree was transferring energy to him. The king landed lightly on the ground, holding something in his hands. He seemed to understand his master's frustration and decided to do what he had to do at that moment. He held a lump of computing power. It was slightly larger than the previous one. He got down on one knee again and presented his master with the computing power he so desired. Quite a noble stiffly, he seemed to have drained the last of the energy from the tree. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. It was a very strange action, yet one that worked. It worked. The king handed him the computing power he had already gathered in the sphere from the energy. The boy took the warm sphere in his hands and began to calculate. Received units of processing power, read the message. Please transfer this processing power to the membrane bearer immediately. The boy held the sphere of energy in his hands and couldn't believe what he was seeing with his own eyes. So a tree can generate computing power on its own? That's brilliant. At this rate, it would quickly gain what it needed. The guy frowned. The important thing was not to overdo it so much that it destroyed the tree itself. They stood opposite each other and watched. Then, he asked the king to gather more energy, and he climbed out to the highest point of the place and decided to look around the whole area to know where everything was located. Of course, let him not be able to directly communicate with his pet trivially because of the fact that they have different language barriers. However, all of that is unimportant. Words. There are 2 legendary trees on this level. The one that is here in a single area is the legendary black insect tree. And there, far beyond the king's territory, is a huge tree of white yuan. That's where we need to go, so when they die, their processing power is distributed among the trees. Depending on which monster died, that energy goes to that particular tree. It was probably originally supposed to help in defense against the opposing clan, but ended up causing raids and destruction of the legendary ancients, so it was basically easy to explain. The king continued to destroy these creatures and gather computational power for his master. This, he asked his pet to gather as much computing power as possible. It's cruel to kill so many of these innocent animals, but it's just a game, however. There was one thing that prevented him from progressing normally. Soon, the guy gathered so much computing power that he reached the limits of the 2nd floor. Please let him use the power to develop a private area or go to the 3rd floor. That's what he knew. But why was everything happening exactly as he didn't want it to? The boy was ready to cry, the bastard. He knew it. He'd have to leave this island. He's going to face more trials. But what a pity. Why is everything happening like this? He was ready to fall through the ground in self-pity. The boy literally cried. There's a whole bunch of computing power waiting for him, but he can't get to it. What injustice is this? The boy sat on his little island and was ready to cry. What an unbearable longing. He summoned his little dragon to consult with him in some way. Perhaps at least this little creature could help him. Was there any way to move the single territory to the 3rd floor of the fringe world? The dragon appeared and looked at him with a surprised look. Let him try to unify the territory and his number 1. Just like the white critters and black critters are united, well, let him take into account that the island is huge and requires a colossal amount of computing power to make the transition. Oh, it's too complicated, the guy literally screamed. He continued to sit on his little island and ponder. It was too complicated to put into practice. Why is everything happening like this? What about the king? Couldn't they bring him along with them somehow? After all, he could help them in gaining computing power. He's incredibly useful. The dragon replied that there's no way without the territory. It was not for him to explain that it was better to leave him to gather computing power someday they might need him. The guy sighed heavily, and that someday, it was literally killing him. He could only hope that someday they would meet again. In a couple of days, the primordial realm would be gone, and he wouldn't be back in the real world for more computing power. All right, the 2nd floor will pass. Let's keep moving. I think he'll listen to the little dragon and leave him here. As for them, moving number 1 to the 3rd floor isn't out of bounds. A message immediately appeared in front of him. The dragon has reached level 20 and is ready to move. Membrane resistance to current resistance is units of computing power spent. Number 1 has been moved to the 3rd floor. The player's strength has increased. The membrane has been strengthened. The resistance of the membrane has been increased by dragon, membrane functions, computational power total, computational power remaining. Note number 1 begins the transition to the 3rd floor, beyond the fringe. Please have them ask all number 1 players to return to the private area, otherwise they will be automatically expelled. The island began to move slowly, picking up speed. The clouds parted in front of him, and the island accelerated enough to cut through them like an arrow. It looked like he would be the first to reach the 3rd floor. At this rate, the power of soon would be in his pocket. The boy was over the moon. Was everything really going according to plan? For once. Suddenly a message came to him. The boy opened the group chat and was horrified. Wei was asking for help. She had been devoured by a child of the abyss. The head only sent a question mark. He didn't know anything. The infestation. What bad timing. The boy opened his mouth in surprise and horror. This was getting ugly. Reichi said the 2 of them would scour the area and try to help her. The girl replied, "Then it's useless. She's already on the 3rd floor. There are no private areas here, just children of abysses of all different sizes." Rule said, "She's in a very fast hurry. Where is she rushing to?" The girl replied, "Where is the newcomer? Hasn't he reached the 3rd floor? At least let someone help her." A look of puzzlement appeared on the boy's face. "She's already on the 3rd floor, as fast as he is." The guy with concentrated yes. The girl was pretty fast, even 2. How she alone so quickly got to the 3rd floor, the begging sign the guy was silent, he began to think hard. That's it. He's just going to go to the next floor and then he'll be in trouble. Why does it have to be like this? He began to slap his forehead, trying to think of something. Okay, now was not the time to despair. It doesn't matter. He wouldn't be able to find her in such a vast space anyway, not worth worrying about. But if he were to meet her somehow, he would definitely have to be careful, since there were such creatures out there. The girl kept asking for help. She asked the newcomer, had he gone to the 3rd floor yet? Ruli replied that let him forget about it. Let her think who else is capable of getting to the 3rd floor so quickly. The guy replied that he was already here on the 3rd floor. The man was silent. The girl sent a picture and said she took this picture when she got to the 3rd floor. If anyone sees such a thing, she belittles him to do anything. The boy nodded his head. The picture showed a whale, or something like a whale. In short, this thing was just huge. It was some kind of fish that was in the air in some unfathomable way. Apparently it was very dangerous. Soon he himself reached the 3rd floor of the world. It was foggy, just like the 1st floor. There were some large things flying everywhere, similar to the ones he had seen in the picture. They were of impressive size. No, that was putting it mildly. They were real whales. They had long whiskers near their big mouths. They moved in some incomprehensible way as if they were levitating. It was the world beyond, the 3rd floor. Guy stopped on his little island and tried to get a closer look at them. There would be dozens of them. Some were big, some were smaller, and some were so gigantic that they obscured the entire view with their huge bodies. The boy looked at the picture and compared what it showed with what he had seen. Yes, that's exactly what it was. It was exactly the same thing he'd seen in the picture. Oh, for crying out loud. What bad timing. He'd just gotten to the 3rd floor and had just come face to face with those things. These were simply colossal monsters. The minnows he had encountered on the previous floors were nothing compared to these creatures. They were huge, several dozen or maybe even hundreds of meters long. It was hard to imagine how anyone could stand up to such a thing. Compared to it, the boy looked just tiny. It seemed so small that the creature wouldn't even see him. He ordered the architect to hide his private area so that God forbid the creature would swallow him. What he saw made his eyes widen even more. No way. Is that a child of the abyss? He glanced at the photograph and checked what he saw. Yes, his eyes had not failed him after all. It was the child of the abyss, a huge monster that was several hundred meters in size. A chill ran down his spine. Now he had a big problem. Is it even worth saving the girl? He was already getting goosebumps at the mere sight of this monster, and he had to find the girl in this thing? He picked you up and tried to assess the situation. The guy frowned. On the one hand, he didn't really feel like saving the girl once he saw what creature had swallowed her, and on the other hand, he was starting to feel guilty. Couldn't he act like a bastard after all? He remembered how the girl had saved him at the last moment when he was in mortal danger. What now? Couldn't he repay her in kind? What kind of Ken would he be in his own eyes? He can't do that. The girl saved him even when he wasn't a member of their group. And now he's asking himself such stupid questions. Of course he should save her. Suddenly, a message sounded again. The boy opened the voice chat. Wei sent a picture. It showed a strange girl. There were ruins everywhere, as if a monstrous war had taken place there, sitting on one of the rubble and had her head down. Above her was a key, or some image of a key. The guy didn't understand anything. There was also an image of this very key. Opens the membrane control center point. The girl said that she found out what these things were when she was trying to get to the main monster. But what the membrane control center is and where it is even located, it is generally incomprehensible. As soon as the guy saw this message, his eyes widened to the extreme. So this is it, the membrane control center. Whoa, 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 the key to the center. So it's inside this thing? Because there's a whole other world? The guy tried to regain his breath. He was breathless at what he saw. His island was so small compared to these things that one of them could easily swallow him in one sitting. Thank God he'd thought to hide it from view. He stood on his little island and pondered. He began to remember everything the dragon had told him. To get into the control center, they needed a key? The boy summoned the dragon to him. He immediately appeared and asked the boy with surprise, how did he know this information? However, no matter. Yes, they desperately need him now to get there. Without him, the way there is closed. The dragon looked at him with a serious look. Yes, it's going to happen after all. The guy's concentrating, so it's decided. They must get it by all means. The dragon looked at him with a surprised look. Yes, it should be in principle after all, but he doesn't understand why the boy is asking about it now. Does he know something about the location of the key? The guy nodded his head. Yeah, he must be inside one of those things. He looked at the monsters that at this time slowly and leisurely floated past him. The size of this monster was simply astounding. Up close, it looked even more threatening. The dragon that had been beside the boy all this time was silent. What was that supposed to mean? The messages in the group chat started coming in again. The boy said he thought he saw the creature in the picture. How do you even get in there? Wei replied, just have him jump into it. Just have him remember to leave the computing power for the rebirth on his property. The guy nodded his head. Okay, that was taken care of. Somewhere in the world beyond. Rulei and Reichi were standing on the second floor. The guys were still on the second floor and there was no way they could get to the third floor. Rulei stared in surprise. It seemed to have just begun to dawn on him that they could be reborn on their own territory. The man was confused. Surely they aren't the main ones in this story. They are only slower than the others, but they know much less. Tanton whizzed his head around and told him to cut the crap. Need to focus on the present moment. They need to at least defeat the boss somehow and gather enough computing power to finally get to the third floor. The man hopefully said that the very fact that they have those who got to the third floor, that's already good, and they now need to somehow deal with the main monster. He's got a key above his head that looks like the one Wei sent. Now they need to figure out how they can get the damn key. The guys stood in front of the main villain who was on the big mountain. They had to get there somehow. It was a feat, and how to fight him, they had no idea. It was good that at least two of them were able to get to the third floor. Now that's the most important thing for them to succeed. Liu stood on his little island and looked at the huge monster. If they wanted the key, he had to get it. He prepared himself for the jump. He mentally prepared himself for what he might encounter in this world. He didn't know what the hell was waiting for him there. Jumping into this huge creature was no easy task. His legs were shaking, but he was filled with determination. The dragon looked at him and told him to be careful. Who knows what awaits him in this world, and he would try to hide the island until its rebirth. The dragon blinked his eyes, and the guy immediately took off. He ran straight there. In a few great leaps, he crossed his island and jumped off the edge and flew straight at the monster that was flying right next to him. At that moment, his mind was going crazy. He realized that he could be in terrible danger, but he had no choice. The guy flew forward and mentally prepared for death, but one and bad thoughts. He couldn't think about something like that right now. He flew a few dozen meters and found himself right on the body of this huge monster. He caught on somehow and tried to hold on. The case was slippery, and the boy started. Goosebumps ran down his back. Was he going to fall now? No, this could not be allowed to happen. He grasped the monster's skin. even though it was huge. Its skin was soft and pliable to the touch, like touching a water balloon. His fingers immediately dipped into the soft, sticky substance and immediately began to fall in there. It was gross, but the guy started to fall in. He hadn't expected this and his eyes widened in surprise. What the fuck just happened? Goosebumps ran down his wall. He certainly understood that he would need to get in, but not in the same way a begging sign it was gross. However, he began to sink in harder and harder. His body was falling inward with each passing second. Half of his body had fallen through his arms and legs, half of his face. The boy felt as if he were falling into a very soft pillow, except that the pillow was slippery and sticky to the touch. He couldn't move his arms, he was just falling inside. His body was completely consumed. Only the edge of his back was left. He stopped breathing for a second. The monster's entire body was sticky and disgusting to the touch. The boy held on with all his might. He couldn't let him die at this point. Someone hit the arms. Great working sign, seems they did a good job. Xiang and Dong standing on the small island. It seems they had handled something very difficult now. They were in relative safety. Dune looked in front of him and folded his arms across his chest. The man seemed to be very pleased with the work he had done. They were probably the first ones to reach the first floor. That's right, they were already on the third floor. The guys are doing pretty fast. It was obvious that they were professionals and really wanted to be the first to get to the power. Xiang. It seems they shared their comrade's enthusiasm. He doesn't think so. Let him not forget about the newcomer. He's also quite strong. Perhaps he's here too. When Bai's broadcast ended, the boy had almost overpowered the king. And if there was enough computing power in a single territory, he was definitely here before. So there's no need to relax. The man thought about it. There was logic in those words. Well, if they met them here, a fight would surely ensue. They should basically be able to handle the two of them. They've seen him in combat twice and know his basic attacks. They just need to play it right by using counter moves. Xiang's world beyond is huge. We'll have to discuss it later. A message immediately appeared in front of them. They moved to the third floor of the world beyond the fringe. Warning. The third floor is an extreme danger zone. The appearance of the membrane was automatically changed. It is protected from the unfavorable environment. The guys stood on their own island and felt some changes. The membrane between them and the rest of the world seemed to start deforming. Xiang looked up. His eyes widened. He began to look around all around to see anything useful. It seemed to be quite dangerous here. Monsters were already flying around them, however, they did not attack. It must be the defense zone protecting them from monsters getting inside. He pondered. The word extremely dangerous zone instilled some unseen fear in him. What on earth would they see here? Perhaps the monsters here would be much stronger than the last level? If so, it would be extremely difficult to deal with them. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. A chill ran down his spine. He seemed to see something that made his heart beat faster. Perhaps it was one of the monsters. Dune said they were covered in some kind of protective layer. Perhaps it's a protective barrier that has been reinforced. What do they do? Is there any clues? It doesn't seem to make any sense. We've got to figure this out or they're risking a very long stay. The boys began to turn their heads in different directions, looking for any clues. Xiang seemed to be preoccupied with something. He turned his head in different directions, trying to find something that would help them understand what to do here. His companion was immediately concerned. He noticed his friend's confusion and asked what was wrong. Is he seeing something? And the comrade, and they started both turning their heads. Did they see something? What had happened? A mask of fright appeared on the man's face too, it seems, or they saw something. Xiang now looked at one of the monsters and said that he saw a newcomer. He seemed to be in one of those things. The monsters swam between them with astonishing slowness. The boy was flying somewhere. He didn't even know where. After he was swallowed by the body of one of the monsters, he felt nothing else. He couldn't hear anything yet. There was darkness all around him. He was flying somewhere down. It felt like he had fallen into some kind of abyss. He tried to hold himself together, but his whole body was consumed by shivers. Suddenly the darkness ended, and a bright white light hit him in the eyes. He flew out somewhere. There was sky all around, clear air, and it was very hot. The boy was falling somewhere very fast. He had no time to realize anything, but he was already flying down at a monstrous speed. He couldn't make out anything around him. Was he in some other world or something? As soon as the guy saw what was going on below, his eyes widened with surprise and fear. His breath caught. He was at some colossal height. As if he had been thrown from a skyscraper, the guy was flying down, his soul at his heels. Below him was a huge city. There was desert everywhere. He was flying straight down. Was he going to crash now? Some really fucked up thoughts started popping into his head. Down below, everything was destroyed. The same town he had seen in the picture not long ago. There was a pile of Ko-Mi. On it sat the very girl he had seen in the picture. But who was she anyway? There were more questions than answers. One wasn't the main problem right now. He's flying from a monstrous height, and if nothing is done, he's just going to fucking crash. A notice immediately appeared in front of him. Entering Bogotov's private property. Incarnation of the silent grave. The weakening of the world abroad is being counted. His resistance is. Bogat Incarnation's hatred is units. That's quite a lot. Box of Colors is starting to pay attention to him. Bogotov's attention increases every second. What a bastard! Just he got here and immediately got into trouble. The girl sitting on the ruined building was the god of flowers incarnate. Level danger, level chaos. So far, the girl was sitting in her seat, doing nothing. She looked completely normal except that there was some kind of halo behind her back. Suddenly, she raised her head and opened her eyes. The girl's face was normal, except that her eyes were glowing completely red. It was obvious that she felt incredibly hateful towards the boy. Okay, this was a monstrous god he would have to deal with. If he didn't do anything about it, not only would he crash, but if he survived, this god would definitely finish him off. The boy continued to fly downwards, his speed gradually increasing. Not only did he now have no dragon defense, but he was also cut off from the unlimited architect. In addition, additive was only weakened by percent. How on earth was he going to get the key? As he flew, these thoughts were tearing his head apart. What a treat it was to get here. Now all he had to do was find the girl. But so far, the main problem was this god. As soon as the boy began to approach the ground at a sufficient distance, huge tentacles began to appear from these. They seemed to be flowers or some kind of stalks. They immediately headed for the boy. They were ready to tear him apart. So much for the god of flowers. Now he would have to fight him alone. Liu swung his weapon, and with a single blow chopped several of these tentacles. The juice splashed in different directions. It was disgusting to smell and even harder to cut. The guy reacted in time, and the first tentacle that was heading towards him would be destroyed, but it was too early to rejoice. There were dozens of them. They were heading towards the boy with astonishing speed. He tried to fight them off, however. Each time they got bigger and bigger. They were like a bloody hydra. Why are there so many of them? When he cut one off, another one immediately appeared in its place. That's the range. She could get him at almost any distance. How is he even going to fight him? Don't tell me it's covering a huge area. That's impossible. If it keeps going on like this, he'll just die here. The guy didn't have time to react. He easily got his hands on one of those sprouts. It hit him in the back with incredible force. The guy felt his bones cracking. He doesn't know how to fight her. What the hell is even going on? After such a monstrous blow, his health was reduced by almost. The guy felt incredible pain, but it seems like this was just the beginning, just he got here, and immediately took a colossal amount of damage. How could this be possible? He flew into the ground with such a force that it seemed like all his bones were broken at this moment. Worse, this branch flew right behind him and crushed him into the ground with incredible power. Yes, this boss was definitely very strong. It would take a lot of effort to compete with him in any way. The girl got to her feet and looked up. Someone had gotten into her territory and she would not leave them alone now. She would destroy every last one of them. She will destroy anyone who dares to stand in her way. The girl looked quite formidable, even if you look at her characteristics. It is clear that fighting with him will be extremely problematic. She took to the air. The girl flew upwards and began to launch more attacks. She can fly too? That makes it impossible to fight her. She directed all her power at the boy, who had so suddenly disturbed her in her own world. She directed several offshoots there that began to destroy everything in their path. The girl was breaking down the building as if it was a toy building. Clouds of dust began to rise everywhere. There was such a rumble that it was deafening. The guy was taking incredible damage from this deity. His health was decreasing literally in front of his eyes. Only a few more hits and he would immediately die. He tried his best to defend himself against her, but it was useless. All he could do was block her blows and dodge. Cure used plus units. He tried to heal himself somehow. He can't win. What a devil. He could feel his body weakening literally in front of his eyes. Suddenly he looked to the side and saw something that caught his attention. His whole body was aching, but he was still trying to hold on. He had to find the girl before that thing killed them both. He heard a familiar voice, and something flew past him at an incredibly high speed. He didn't even have time to realize what it was. It was a girl. She decided to come to his aid as she saw that the guy was on his last breath. But hold on. She cut a few sprouts and proceeded to destroy them. The guy looked at her. What a bastard! He's the one who came to save her, but it turns out he's the one who needs help. Wei continued to increase her speed. She moved so fast that the human eye couldn't see her. The girl was like lightning. She cut through one raw stock after another. Now that the two of them were in principle, they might have a chance. She cut a few sprouts and continued to approach the deity. The girl didn't even notice the silhouette appearing behind her. Above her head hung a key. That was their ultimate goal. All that was left was to make a small dash to retrieve the key and kill this deity. Wei was furious. She decided to use absolutely all the power she had. The soft power of the Star of Destruction. It imposes one level of decisive star on the target. When the target is inflicted with 3 levels of decisive stars, she destroys. Her ill health is reduced to livid. Time of action weakening minutes, recharge minutes. She released several shards that looked like arrowheads towards the deity. They cut through the air and immediately began to approach the deity. If this stuff hit her, it seemed like the girl wouldn't live. However, it wasn't that simple. The flower deity felt the danger approaching it with its back, and immediately began to make an attempt to escape. She saw the whole thing. How is that even possible? This girl? What is omnipotent? She began to rise up to dodge the next attack. Her eyes lit up red, gradually turning white. The girl was furious. Now she was ready to destroy everything in her path. She would destroy the whole world, to destroy these 2 scoundrels who dared to disturb her peace. She directed all her might at the poor girl who was standing just a few meters away from her. If those huge growths came near her, she would definitely not live. Time was running out by the second. The guys had to do something to keep their friend from dying. However, he was so stunned that he just stood in one place, unable to do anything. The guy realized that alone. Even let there be an entire army, they wouldn't be able to resist this thing. It was so strong, it could destroy anything. Wei jumped up, and at the spot where the girl had just been standing, a multitude of flower sprouts appeared and stuck into the ground. Just a second more and she would be dead. There was a rumble. Rocks flew in different directions. It was a fight to the death. Somehow the girl managed to resist it. The sprouts burrowed into the ground and began to destroy everything in their path. It was a colossal yet terrifying sight. It seemed impossible to dodge these attacks unless you had amazing speed. She was approaching the guy and yelled that they needed to run away immediately. The guy was caught in the middle of it and still didn't understand what he had to do. However, a deft slap brought him back to his senses, and they both ran for the exit. They had to save their lives, to hide somewhere if at all possible. Soon they did break open from the deity that was destroying everything in its path. They were standing in some sort of coliseum. They would be relatively safe here. The boy was breathing hard and trying to regain consciousness. His heart was still pounding furiously. It had been an incredible fight. A second more, and they would have died for sure. He was breathing heavily. His eyes were bulging. The guy stood there and just stared stupidly in front of him, unable to control his emotions. He didn't understand how it was possible to fight this thing. In his head, he had only one question. How can they get out of here, you? The guy realized that this deity was much stronger than anything he had faced up to this point. At that moment, a true fear for his own life settled in his soul. He raised his head and asked in a trembling voice, "Is it safe here at least?" He began to look around, still afraid that the deity would see them, and then they would have to run away from her again, and his strength was running out. He looked at the girl who had once again saved his life. He thanked her and said that if it wasn't for her, he would have had a very hard time. There was still fear in his eyes. He was frantically trying to figure out how he should defeat this thing after all. Wei looked at him and smiled. She should be the one thanking him for helping her, so don't take it personally. The girl was still smiling. Even in such a critical situation, she managed to keep her good-naturedness and at least some optimism. What an incredible girl. The boy looked around. Everything here was in ruins, and now he began to understand why everything here was destroyed. It's the same deity that did it. So how do they get out of here? Is this even real? She's not saying they have to defeat that monster. That's just impossible. They looked through the small, open window. The monster was still there. He was smashing everything around, looking for the two who had entered his world. It's too complicated. The god of flowers is incredibly powerful, almost impossible to defeat. The girl sighed heavily. She realized it herself, but it seemed that there was no other way. Only to fight this monster, and if by some miracle they could defeat it, only then they could get out of this cursed place. Stirring everyone, they didn't realize on their own that it was very difficult to get out of this place. She tried everything, even jumping off the edge of the area, but finds herself here again. Apparently, this is some sort of checkpoint in the safe zone, the girl said, almost crying. If you go outside of it, she'll immediately attack. Anyway, it's pointless to get to her because of her sprouts. They knew all that, but there had to be a chance to defeat this thing. The girl looked at him and smiled. By the way, what had she done to deserve such fierce attention from the goddess? As soon as he entered, she directly pounced on him. What was the problem? What had he already managed to do? A caustic smile appeared on the girl's face. She must have realized something. Liu looked at her with a serious look and remained silent. What was the matter? He didn't understand why he deserved such rage. But the answer to that question was still a mystery to him. He just looked at the girl and frowned. Wai smiled again. She said it might come in handy anyway. In order to defeat this thing, she just needed a super attractive bait. It seems the girl was simply mocking him. Was he going to be the bait now? No thanks. He's fought enough monsters to be a human shield now. He looked at the girl like she'd done something wrong. The last thing he wanted to do was to be in the video while that thing was trying to kill him. And what do you suggest? He's dancing in front of her, and who knows how long he'll last. What the hell is this? However, there didn't seem to be another option. The guy plopped down on the concrete floor and asked her, "Does she have a plan?" So let her lay it out. He still didn't know how to get the key. Maybe killing the boss wasn't the only option. At least he wanted to believe it because apparently fighting this thing was impossible. They would need incredible strength to do so. Wei continued to smile. She held her finger up and said that if she put her ability on her 3 times, they could win. 2 times already have, so there's only 1 left. A smile shone on the girl's face. Why is she rejoicing? I can't defeat this thing. It seems that if there are a dozen people like the 2 of them here, it will still be impossible. However, the girl with the same unperturbed smile continued. Her enthusiasm could only be envied. He only needs to keep Bogatov busy for a while. And as soon as the opportunity arises, she will immediately attack. That's it. The plan is amazingly simple. The boy looked at her in disbelief. He liked it less and less, at least the fact that he would have to be a live bait. He didn't have that much speed, and he had almost no health left. How are they going to beat this thing if it's practically immortal? It'll get him with its spikes, and then no one can help him. It sucked, but it seemed like the only way out. At this time, on their little island, the 2 boys were still hesitant to go inside the huge whale, which was passing by them with astonishing slowness. They still hadn't made up their minds. Surely he's not wrong. His friend cursed. He had just seen that freak. All that's left is to hit that whale. It doesn't look too safe, though. Looks like the guys didn't know how to get to the next level yet. The guys looked at each other and unanimously decided on him. We need to split its processing power between the 2 of them. It would be the only correct option. So now we need to jump into this huge, slimy thing. Another second and they jumped right into the thing. The 2 smaller figures flew across the chasm, fighter approaching the large whale who, at this time, was slowly swimming between them and didn't even suspect a thing. A few more seconds passed, and they were right there. In this world, alien and incomprehensible. At this time, our hero was standing and thinking about how he could defeat this incomprehensible creature that had destroyed everything here. Looking at its power and strength, it was not clear how to defeat it. He stepped out into the open space and looked around. Everything was ruined. The flower goddess had done her best. She had destroyed literally everything here, so there was no way to do anything. The boy looked around. looking for any sudden danger. His eyes stopped on something. He had agreed to be the bait after all, and was now looking directly at the flower goddess I was sitting a few dozen meters away on a large pile of rocks. Everywhere everything was destroyed. She continued to rampage and appeared ready to destroy more if it took. I looked at her and already mentally prepared myself for the fact that he would have to run away very long and fast. The goddess immediately noticed him with her vision. Her eyes became even more red. They literally reflected all the universal fury. She was ready to tear him to pieces. The guy is an easy prey for her, so she didn't plan to retreat. There was still a key above her head, the main objective that needed to be obtained, but how to do it? It wasn't clear if this thing was so strong, it would be extremely difficult to get the key. By the way, it was already pointing its finger forward, telling its tentacles to attack the boy. Immediately, those nasty things started moving toward where the boy was standing, all of them rushing towards him with all their might, ready to tear him to shreds. Pretty dangerous. Now he had to be precise. If he missed anywhere, it would all be over. There was no other option left. The guy blessed all his characteristics to improve them separately to the possible maximum. Strength, 1,000 dexterity defense intelligence, 1,000 perception. Health, 6,000 strength knowledge. At the third level, number 1 characteristic not bad, but still slightly insufficient. The tentacles came close to him and the boy began to chop them with his katana. It was basically easy if you took away from the fact that they were huge, and there were incredibly many of them. Private messages. The boy yelled for the girl to move faster. He wouldn't last more than seconds. The goddess is too strong. By this time, the monster was ready to tear the boy to shreds. It had seen him perfectly well, and now he was its main target. Well, he would need a lot of strength and stamina to somehow hold on now. The goddess began to move closer, and again ordered her tendrils to tear the boy apart. The poor guy was striking. He was in the very epicenter of this thing, the tentacles slowly beginning to envelop him, leaving no room for maneuver. If he didn't do something, he would be crushed here. In the end, the offshoots formed one big ball that contained a boy. It was strange how he was still alive, however. It was for the best. "Wei," you shouted, she was already running. Kind of late, you know. He is now from death and the girl is chilling somewhere out there. She ran with all her legs. She saw perfectly well that the boy was in mortal danger and rushed to his aid. Her speed had increased so much that it was impossible to see the girl. She galloped over the rocks and rapidly shortened the distance. However, the goddess of her was easily spotted. She saw that someone was approaching her very quickly and immediately sent her tentacles forward to block the annoying fly. The key above her head still continued to shimmer. It beckoned to her, but was completely out of reach. The goddess directed a beam of her energy there, ordering her tentacles to move forward and crush the little bugger at last. She was starting to get really pissed off. Who dared to disturb her peace with a begging sign she was furious? Why, gradually increasing her speed, the girl pushed off from one tentacle and with a quick jump began to approach the goddess, above the head of which was already the coveted key. The girl reached out her hand, only a few centimeters left to take it and finally kill her, just like that. There was a rumble, a flash of light. I had to close my eyes to keep from going blind. Did someone seem to have succeeded or not? It was getting hotter. The light was filling the whole place. Liu Hu at this moment was still battling with the queen's numerous outgrowths, heard a rumbling. Did she really succeed? A hopeful thought arose in the guy's mind for a second. Did it really work? He even stopped for a second. The growths even stopped attacking him for a second. The guy looked around and began to search the girl with his eyes. Had she succeeded? There was a sincere hope in his eyes. I wish she had succeeded. He turned his head towards the goddess. However, what the boy there saw shocked and horrified him. He saw his partner flying down. It seems she failed. The goddess had thrown her off. Is it really over? The boy was terrified. Would he have to deal with this on his own? The poor thing flies down. Apparently the goddess had time to react after all and hit the girl. She didn't make it. What a bastard. Now we had to save her. He had to hurry. God forbid something happened to her. He couldn't let a member of his squad die just like that. What happened? He still couldn't understand anything. The boy was scared and surprised. He had to rush to her aid. All he saw was a private message with one word in it. "Save me!" Something terrible must have happened. We have to get to her as soon as possible." The poor thing flew a few meters and with a loud bang flew into the ground. The girl seemed to be dead. After such a blow it was hard to survive, but she could only hope that her suit had held up. The boy rushed to her aid. He cut several dozen of those annoying tentacles in one fell swoop and ran straight to his partner. He couldn't leave her behind. He realized that now she was in a vulnerable position and everything depended only on him. The queen aimed her outgrowth at her, and it went straight for the lying girl. She was practically exhausted, and now the queen just had to reach out to her to crush her once and for all. It was a horrifying sight. There was the protective girl lying on the floor. All the boy saw was a private message. Said there was too much difference in characteristics. The spell didn't work. Plus, he was paralyzed. The boy jumped up to the queen and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Paralytic poison? He saw the queen was practically centimeters away from him. All that was left was to reach out for her key. The boy's gaze focused only on this small object. The key, the very thing they were here for. It's coming. It's so close, but it's still so dangerous. The protective halo over the key is gone. This is his chance. The boy's body tensed up. He'll have to act decisively. He'll only get one chance. The guy tensed up and jumped up. He put all his strength into this throw. In a matter of seconds, he had shortened the distance and grasped this key. He felt the cold metal in his hands, which was a sign that he had succeeded. However, it wasn't that simple. The queen immediately noticed all of this and turned her furious gaze on him. She was furious and ready to tear him apart. A message immediately appeared in front of the boy. After he read, a chill ran through his body. It was impossible to take away the key since he had less than of the computational power of the primordial realm. What a contagion. Devil. His whole body shook? Nobody told him that. The guy realized he'd made a fatal mistake and now he was in danger. The queen looked at him with her eyes red with anger. She aimed all her power at him. She was ready to tear him to shreds. The boy tried to dodge. He couldn't get the keys after all. He had to save his life somehow. He pushed away from the one offshoot that was already closing in on him and tried to get a safe distance away to widen the gap. The blessing is about to end. We have to get our friend and get back to the safe zone. The guy was jumping through the tentacles trying to get away. He jumped to the spot where the immobile girl lay and picked her up in his arms in one fell swoop. In a second, there were already nasty brats chasing him everywhere. He made it just in time. The guy was holding the girl in his arms. She was incredibly light. Her exhausted body was in his arms. The girl looked at him with a surprised look and even went a little quiet. The girl looked at him in surprise and even quieted a little. Soon, within seconds, they were in a safe zone. There was nothing to threaten them here yet. They were standing on the very spot in the center of the Colosseum. Need computing power. Damn it. Why so much? He laid the girl on the floor and watched her breathing heavily, needing to rest and regain some strength. She must have more than 5%. If he took her power, he'd have enough. The guy kept looking at her. There was not a good plan in his head. He felt extremely sorry for the girl Zato, that she had gotten so much. The boy looked at her and said nothing. He sat over her immobile body and tried to guard as best he could. The queen was nearby, but things were relatively quiet. In the private messages, he saw what the girl had written. Once again, he saved her. The guy replied, "When will she be able to move?" The girl replied that she had no idea. She couldn't even guess. She hadn't met anyone with such a difference in characteristics yet. How infuriating. The guy said he had something he wanted to discuss. However, no sooner had he said the new word than she felt that someone else had sneaked into this world. Several figures flew through the sky and headed straight down. The guy tensed up. Something was not right. Was someone flying after them? He heard someone's voice, which seemed very familiar to him, but he could not understand who it belonged to. He turned his worried, frightened eyes forward. Xiang and Dong flew down. They too had passed through the monster and were in this world. Now they were approaching them. Liu noticed them and wanted to say something, but words seemed unnecessary here. The boy got that predatory smile he used to seem to hide. Looks like he's already found someone who'll have tons of computing power. Great. He sent a message to the girl saying that everything seemed to be solved. He said he'd meet the guests. The girl texted back that it looks like it's the leaders of the asylum and the skyscrapers. Is the guy sure he can handle it? Dune stretched his arms forward and flew downward. The man didn't seem to realize what surprise awaited him on arrival. But as he flew forward, he saw only the ruins beneath him. It seems that among these ruins he noticed something. He saw the queen and realized that he would have to stay away from her after all. This is apparently the monster leader. If he doesn't want to die here, then we need to stay away from him. If they are spotted by someone, there will be a very big problem, so we need to be extremely careful. The guy's face became serious, by the way. There's also the fact that they haven't seen any islands on the third floor yet. It's kind of unusual. Or are they not here after all? They were used to the second floor location, but this was new. It looked like they were all eaters inside, so they'd have to deal with that. The only problem was where to find the newcomer. He didn't seem to be anywhere around here. Was he hiding? Either way, it was a problem.